Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1. I was in the middle of class when I couldn't help but just stare at the ceiling. People talking around me, I heard my teacher lecture about something irrelevant, but my mind was completely unfocused. Even as everyone got up and left, I was still stuck in a daze. It felt like I had foreign thoughts in my head. I don't know when it started, sometime recently, but I would catch myself thinking of something I had no idea about, in too vivid a recollection to think them mere daydreams. Was I going crazy? I knew what schizophrenia was, but didn't that come on gradually, not just out of the blue? Maybe I took some really bad drugs, without knowing. I know I haven't been sleeping well, but it's not like I've missed out on that much sleep. Weird things just kept popping into my head. What did vampires have to do with anything? And it didn't stop there. Why did an image of a red moon keep showing up as well? Shimoda-san. My thoughts were broken as I heard someone call my name, only for my expression to darken as I saw the person. Kaishu. I answered automatically. Sauna Shitori, the student council president, she basically ran the school, and everyone knew it. Hell, there were times when she could convince the principal of certain matters. There were rumors that her parents actually owned the entire thing. But, why did something about her suddenly feel off? I just ignored the funny feeling I had in the back of my head and pushed down all these strange images that sprang up. I need to speak with you, Shimoda-san, please follow me to my office. With a sigh, I gestured for her to lead the way. I don't really know what this about, but generally people don't like being called to her office. It wasn't exactly far, but for some reason I felt a bit of unease with every step I took, though that could be attributed to my current mental state. Please have a seat, Shimoda-san. She gestured. I could only blink as I realized we were already standing in the student council office, and I didn't even notice another member to the side going through some stacks of paper, and a chessboard off to the side that caught my eye. I just feel completely disconnected from myself right now. What exactly? We need to talk about your school trip application. She cut me off and I could only just shut my mouth at her authoritative tone. My school trip application, oh, yeah, the drama club was going to Kyoto to see a play with the proceeds we earned the past couple years from various school plays we put on. That was, next week I think, sounds about right. Your guardian did not give permission for you to attend. Pardon. I blurted out. I contacted your guardian after you submitted your application as you are a special case and permission was not granted. I'm afraid you will not be permitted to attend. She said plainly. Wait, what? There was a lot to digest there, but I started with the most obvious question. What do you mean, my guardian? I had a strange feeling bubbling in my chest. I hadn't met my guardian in the years I lived in this shitty town. The one who enrolled you in the school, we contacted him, and he revoked your application. She once again said it as a matter of fact. Who? Excuse me. Who is my guardian? I pressed. That is private information, I'm afraid I can't divulge. She replied. You can't divulge to me my guardian's information, that sounds like bullshit. Shimoda-san, I advise you to watch your language. She narrowed her eyes. Regardless, you will not be attending the Kyoto trip with your club. As the vice director of the drama club, you're not allowing me to go. The decision is not mine, my hands are tied. I'm sorry, Shimoda-san. Her reply didn't sound very convincing. Whatever. I spit out, gritting my teeth and balling my fists. I spent a lot of time with my club working hard to raise the money for this trip, and suddenly it was all shot to hell. Shimoda-san. I didn't want to hear any more, I didn't want to lose my temper, so I just got up and left. Thankfully the school day was over, so I didn't have to sit around here anymore. I was supposed to go to my club after class, but, fuck it. I'm in no mood nor mental state to deal with any of this right now. I just grabbed my stuff and headed home. I was angry, even as I walked through the door and threw my stuff on the table. I wasn't worried as I let out a shout of frustration. It's not like anyone was here to scold me. All alone in this empty house. I had a caretaker that would come every once in a while. I think it's been about a month since her last visit, where she merely walked inside, took note of things, and made sure I was still living before leaving again. The contemptuous gaze she always gave me was very memorable. I was under the assumption that she worked for my father, my illustrious guardian that Sauna mentioned earlier. That fact that she dressed as a maid gave that theory more credence. After my mother passed away, I was suddenly whisked away here and set up with a living place and my needs taken care of. I don't even have a name to go with his non-existent face. I've never met the man, nor do I have even the inkling to anymore. Fuck him, he wasn't there when mother was passing, he doesn't get to be a part of my life. Hands tied, my ass. I was looking forward to that trip for a long time. I love the theater, it was one of the few things my mother and I did together as a child. We weren't exactly wealthy, but any stretch of the imagination, money was extremely tight, so she would often find some activities that were cheap or free. Finding theater groups that had free admission was something we did several times. No, her hands are tied unless you're a pervert with a dragon in his soul. The idiot and his friends literally break not just school rules but the fucking law, yet she sweeps it all away. Hell, most of the school thinks him and his group are blackmailing her in some way, even if that is a load of bollocks. Fuck off, Citri. I just snorted, at her voice still echoing in my mind again. Wait, what? Where did that come from, a dragon? And her name is Shitori. I just sat down, rubbing my temples in confusion. Fuck me, I am not in good shape at the moment. Where is all this nonsense coming from? I leaned back in the chair I found myself in, staring at the ceiling again. It was easier to focus on my anger than on anything else. I didn't even want to go to Kuo Academy. Stupid acceptation letter came after I was denied at another school in the next town over. Kuo Academy was one of the most exclusive private schools in the prefect, but I had my eyes set elsewhere. Now that I think about it, why wasn't I accepted where I wanted? Kuo Academy is objectively better, but it hasn't been a co-ed school for long, which is why I didn't want to go there. I didn't know if there would be any weird favoritisms towards the female population. Considering I got into the better school, why wasn't I considered for the others? I sent out several applications but all of them were denied. No. It started to make sense now. So this wasn't the first time. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Why wasn't I allowed to go to Kyoto? Why was I forced to attend Kuo? Why is a father I don't know forcing me to stay here? What else was being manipulated about my life from behind my back? What else don't I know? I refuse to follow your plans. I can't go to school I choose. You won't let me even leave the town. Fuck it, I quit. Do something about that, you asshole. Trying to control my life after being absent for 18 years, good riddance. I felt the need to get away. Something about this house was suddenly very stifling. Without even thinking, I stormed out the front door and hurriedly made my way down the street, not even bothering to take note of the direction I went. Even as the sky turned dark, I kept moving my feet. I don't really know where I was. It's not like I memorized the entire layout of Kuo. It was a rather large town. But as I kept going, I got strangely drawn to something. It was a feeling that was nostalgic, but also somewhat foreign. A few turns down an alley and I came upon a scene that was hard to describe. The hell? I heard a shout from a white-haired man, a foreigner. He was standing over the corpse of I don't know how to describe it, a monster. He turned to look at me. How the fuck did a normie get past my barrier? The thing on the ground started to squirm, and without even taking his eyes away from me he held up a weird-looking gun and shot it a few times in the head. I couldn't help but take a step back as he eyed me viciously. I don't know what surprised me more, the fact that he was carrying a real gun or the fact that the corpse of the monster started glowing from the shots and began decomposing at an alarming rate. He rubbed his gun against his head. I don't really feel on my A game tonight. Usually I got bunch of one-liners ready, but I don't really go out of my way to kill normies. He shrugged and after a blink, he was no longer standing a few dozen yards in front of me but was at my side and a buzzing sound next to my ear. I asked that a fucking lightsaber. I know what you're thinking, is this a fucking lightsaber? Wait, what? And the answer is a bit of a letdown. Just know that George Lucas is one litigious motherfucker. And now, he stopped, the lightsaber pushed against my skin slightly and I felt an almost unbearable pain permeate my body. Oh. And just like that, Father Fried is reeling to go for round 2. I couldn't hear him. I fell to the ground clutching the small wound on my neck. The pain left quickly, but the aftereffects left me almost breathless. Was I screaming for a few moments there? I couldn't even focus properly. Whatever that lightsaber did messed me up. Thought you were some fucking normie, but looks like you some devil bitch. My night just got a lot fucking better. The other bastard stray didn't even say anything when I cut it up, just screamed like a cunt, but you look all put together still. He smiled wide, clearly out of his mind. I heard what he said, but it basically passed through one ear and out the other. I only had one thought in my mind, was I going to die? He started swinging his sword all over the place, cutting up a nearby wall and looking at me with his strange smile. I don't want to die. As his sword of light hovered above me, I felt something indescribable. It was like a dam in my head that had been slowly leaking had collapsed. I let out a scream I had been holding in, clutching my head. The world around me seemed to disappear. The only thing left were a multitude of colors that I could only describe as a kaleidoscope. Chapter 2. As the cascading colors faded from my vision, I noticed the familiar ceiling of my home. Even without getting up, my hands started to roam my body, making sure I was still in one piece. There was light peeking through the windows already. Had I fallen asleep? Was it all a dream? I brought my hand up to my neck where there was a faint burning sensation. My stomach dropped as I realized where it was from. Memories of a previous self had flooded my mind. There was no thunderous awakening, the heavens didn't part to bestow this enlightenment upon me. There were no earth-shattering effects that came with my newfound wisdom. I simply remembered a life before this one. Last night, the high-stress situation was more or less a catalyst. A lot of questions I had previously were now answered. Standing up and looking in the mirror, I couldn't help but run my hand through my hair. My red hair that I inherited from my father. I do truly look like him. I touched my neck again, there was no scar but the phantom sensation was still there. Holy power, practically poison to my kind, I'll need to be careful in future. Who even am I? My feeling towards my father didn't change, even after knowing who he was now. These newfound memories, I could close my eyes and see the progression of this world line, secrets became my domain, I now knew things I couldn't possibly have known previously. I stretched my back slightly and felt something I hadn't in 18 years of my life. 2 bat-like wings exploded out behind me. What a refreshing feeling. Wings, how comical. They in no way allowed for the physical sensation of flight. They were almost frail-like in their aesthetic, but their power didn't come from their manifestation. They were more conceptual in nature than physical. I have wings, therefore I can fly. It's the same with angels and a lot of other races that have wings. Shifting through my memories, and there were quite a bit to look at, I was apparently a half-devil. It explained why I was just now realizing I had wings in the first place, even though normal devils come into them as children. They were magical, and previously I had such a pitiable amount of magic, be it magical energy or the devil's equivalent of demonic energy, that they simply couldn't manifest. Was it perhaps because of my magic circuits? No magical energy would leak out from my being because of the pseudo-magical organ, so I was thought of as almost a cripple. I sat down and hummed to myself for a moment. Half-devils in general were looked down on, they usually got the short end of the stick when compared to normal devils. Considering most half-devils came from a human parent, they usually inherited the talent, or rather the lack thereof, from them. No noticeable activation of my bloodline, nor magical energy on the surface. I guess there was no surprise that I was tossed to the side. Even as I rationalized my situation, it didn't abate my anger. Maybe if they dug any deeper, they would have discovered my magic circuits. No, it didn't matter, they chose to not be a part of my life, so I don't care about that side of my family. I've been alone for a while now, I'll just keep trudging on as I am. Though I was curious about my bloodline, even as I tried, I couldn't find anything but the tiniest speck of the exalted power of destruction that my bloodline boasts about. I couldn't even bring it to the surface, what a shame, it would have been a wonderful boon. It made my feel just ever so much weaker. I was almost killed by a psycho-exorcist. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I was lucky I activated my magic out of habit. I've lived in this house enough that I was able to overturn space and pop into my bedroom on pure instinct using the kaleidoscope. I feel so weak, and I hate it. It went beyond just almost being killed like that. I was pushing away my anxiety about almost dying, but there was more to it. I didn't feel in control of my life. I hated it, I didn't want to be this me anymore. Takao Shimoda, that was my name. The name my mother gave to me, but I couldn't be this person anymore. Even as I thought my own name, it seems like the older memories were taking precedence. Family names come first in Japanese society, and I was starting to think in Western terms. How strange, I didn't even notice until now. Not only that, if I recall correctly, devils can speak and understand any language fluently, was that also having an impact on my mental state? Those racial abilities should be blooming now. Small victories and all that. I looked myself over in the mirror one more time, letting my wings disappear. Sorry Mom, I can't be this anymore. I quietly apologized. I wanted a new name, for a new beginning. I would take a page out of my previous self's book. Who was I now? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. As I name myself, my name defines me. This is who I would be from now on, the powerless boy I was previously is gone. Looking at the morning sun, my thoughts drifted back from the more whimsical ideas. What was I going to do in the immediate time frame? Hell, what even time was it right now? I moved my hands around my pockets and couldn't even find my phone. Did I seriously leave my house last night without my phone? I don't know what I was thinking. Well, I wasn't in my right mind if I were to be honest. I think a lot of stuff just all came boiling to the surface and I had a small episode. Having more context to look at my life now, I wouldn't get so caught up in myself like previously. Going downstairs, it was sitting on the table. Oof, school started an hour ago, whatever. I'm done with that nonsense anyways. My attitude didn't change much, I still didn't care to go back under the thumb of people I don't like. Sona Citri, she was probably just following orders from her sister or my father. Still, fuck them. What to do? I need some things to get started, my circuits weren't even properly open yet, only a few were forced to activate last night which allowed me to run away. I need materials, But right now, I am limited. I don't possess my favorite mystic code. My jeweled sword, the beauty that went into its creation, how dearly do I miss it right now. It helped me channel the infinite power that I could draw from parallel worlds. It was an amazing tool to overcome many of the limitation that magic circuits imposed. Not to mention it did a lot of the heavy lifting with calculations. Despite what people may think, I can't just rip open a portal and jump from one world line to the next. Last night was a fluke that I doubt I could do consciously without prior preparations. Having to calculate the trajectory of the planet in relation to the stars to determine a fixed point in space while also considering both the y and z axis. That was barely even scratching the surface. My beautiful old sword could do that in moments. Bleh. Now though, I would have to rely on the meager amount of mana I can channel myself and do all the calculations by hand, lest I overstep my own bodily means and accidentally kill myself. But I can manage until I find some materials to craft myself something capable of synergizing with my magic. I have no delusions about making something on the same level as my old sword. I would need to find my way back to my previous dimension to even begin that endeavor. No, I would just need something to propel me over the limitations of my current body. I have some meager funds available, an allowance provided by my caretakers. A good plan of action, but there was one important question that needed answering before I departed. What exactly do I wear? I seemed to inherit my previous self's tastes in fashion, and I couldn't help but cringe at my current attire. I wasn't even sure I had any clothing that could meet my standards, and I lacked the funds to properly address my current grievances. Regardless, I did my best to uplift my normal dress to something that passes as reasonable. Now, where to go? Someone my age may just dart right towards the nearest shopping center, but my current needs require something a bit more unique. Perhaps there is one boon for living this far east: the residents of this country place a bit more truth into the old ways. That is to say, they have a healthy appreciation for legends, myths, and traditions. Even in a more modern town like this, there are places that sell the stranger variety of goods. I could vaguely recall a district that had things like antique shops and traditional medicines. That would be a good a place as any to begin. On the eastern side of town, where more shops and stalls pop up, usually the stranger side of commerce appears here. Not to say that I found some mystical treasure trove, the vast majority of things here are knickknacks or scams. It was like a tourist trap, without the touristy part. I could see hawkers trying to sell their miracle cures that came from various animal body parts. Or people shouted on the corners about warding away evil spirits with such and such charms. Though there was one truth about this area that made me feel relaxed, I could feel some mystical elements in the air, perhaps not any blatant displays, but more the presence of thicker mana. More mystery. If that is even an applicable term for this world line. Though contextually speaking it should be about the same regardless. Even with the high concentration of magical energy that permeates this world, such things were easy to sense when you were close. My eyes darted around, a content smile plastered my face as I noticed many things I had to stop myself from impulse buying. A few gems hidden among the trash in the area, but nothing that would immediately help my circumstances. I had a decent amount of pocket change readily available. An amount I had saved up over the course of a decade or so. If my math was correct, it should be about £347, or roughly 37,000 yen. My mind still defaults to pounds, the years spent in London taking precedence. I wonder if that nifty little food cart is present in this world. I usually visited it every time I returned to the clock tower, only being a few minutes' walk from the entrance. Thoughts for later. My eye caught a nice little prize in the corner. A woman selling various ginseng. I looked over a handful of them, admiring the health and age. Thankfully I had a couple circuits open, enough to cast a few minor cantrips such as structural analysis. While I couldn't immediately know all the information of what I was looking at, I could more or less estimate the age of these herbs within a couple decades. Most were less than 20 years old, but one stood out. The woman didn't even bat an eye as I picked it out of the basket. She clearly didn't know its worth. She probably thought I was a sucker, but I kept a straight face as I paid a decent price. 100 years or so ginseng was worth its weight in gold or more. Those years of learning Eastern magics was paying off already. There were several concoctions I could brew that would help forge my body with readily available ingredients, an older ginseng being the hardest to procure. Even those old stuffy magi in the tower knew that a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. While my body wasn't exactly in bad condition, I was a bit of a shut-in teenager. I could stand to be in better physical shape. A good find regardless, and something that probably made this trip worth it. Wandering around a fair bit more, I stumbled upon an antique shop. A creaky door met a small bell at the top to alert the owner that I entered. He only gave me an inquisitive eye as I nodded in his direction. I suppose a young man would be a rare sight for his shop, especially this time of day. I'm glad I took the effort to at least appear somewhat well-kept as opposed to a normal student. In that small exchange, I didn't sense any magical capabilities from him, something easy to discover with a little flaring of mana in the immediate vicinity. That being said, I could immediately sense several objects in the shop pulse with slight waves of magical energy as I did so. My eyes drawn to an old revolver inside a case. This thing was extremely out of place. Besides being a gun in Japan, it had a very strange design and what looked like Aztec, no, Mayan, sigils carved into it. There didn't appear to be a way to even dislodge the chamber to add bullets, no wonder he was able to put it on display. My attempts to structural grasp it was met with resistance. Some kind of anti-scrying spells attached on. The magic of this world was much more ambiguous, attaching an anti-scrying concept probably fought against my spell as it did something similar. I could probably brute force through the protections, but I had no idea what the outcome would be. But, regardless, I want it. If nothing else, my curiosity was piqued. Unfortunately, the price tag was a bit too steep for me. 85,000 yen. Sad day when my funds were so minuscule. There were some other, odd items. A hair clip that protected against the weather, a goblet that would gradually duplicate mundane liquids over time if supplied with a steady stream of mana. What? Who would make something like this? I stared at the strange object before remembering what world I lived in. The age and accessibility of magic had suddenly hit me, a bit of culture shock. A butter knife that can't cut anything. Just, why? Probably a learning instrument for mystic code craft, or even a gag gift. I was leaning towards the latter after observing its makeup. It was a bit too expertly made to be an apprentice's work. How wasteful, even if its outward design was beautifully done. Something like this would never be created back home. I could only sigh in resignation at how easy the magic users of this world had it. Well, technically, I am now one of their number, if a bit constrained by my circuits. I quickly pushed the knife out of my mind, lest I lament more than I already have. My eyes finally landed on a new prize. A hat and cane combo. The price tag made me frown. 20,000 yen for both. I noticed their quality immediately, Victorian era and made with sterner materials than what laid on the surface. The price was worth it from what I gleaned from the items, not to mention they fit my tastes. See anything that caught your eye? I snapped out of my thoughts as the owner stood next to me. Yes, I'm curious about this cane and hat. The older man just nodded, picking them up to inspect them. If I recall correctly, they were owned by an old stage magician who moonlit as a thief back in London, England, roughly 200 years ago. I mentally nodded, that was about the time frame I concluded. Anything interesting about the original owner? The man looked thoughtful for a moment. Supposedly, the magician got caught after robbing a museum and stealing a rather priceless gem, but when the authorities caught him, the gem was nowhere to be found. I reached my hand over and ran my finder along the cane, pulsing a little bit of mana and casting a minor alteration. Unfortunately, it seems as though the cane has become rusted. The old man raises an eyebrow and picks up the old item, desperately trying to pull the pieces apart. I held back a small smile. It wasn't just a cane, it was a cane sword. I slightly altered the mechanism to stop it from pulling out. So, it seems. The shopkeep gave up and set it down. I don't mind getting it fixed later, so how about 18,000 yen for the pair? I inquired. Very well, I'll ring you up at the counter. Maybe I should feel bad about cheating the men out of a couple thousand yen. I still think I gave a reasonable price, all things considered, and I was taking a couple of magically imbued items off his hands. Truthfully, I'm doing him a favor in case anyone else discovered what was hidden in these little beauties. My funds were drastically low at this point, the little bit I saved in my bartering had allowed me to procure a few more necessities without becoming destitute. The market from before had almost everything that skirted what was considered mundane, I only had to spend a couple hours to find everything else within my price range. I had to make a few alterations to my concoctions I was going to brew due to availability, but overall, it should turn out alright. I was a bit giddy at my finds. Arriving home and placing my items on the counter, I removed the ingredients first. My lovely ginseng, I set aside carefully, along with some other ingredients. Strangely enough, what stood out the most was the small container of blueberries. For some reason, the recipe called for something that the taker dislikes. Not the exact wording, but that's the gist of it, and I never bothered to experiment enough with these things, they were rather finicky as it were. Cutting everything up, throwing it into the blender. I couldn't help but stop and appreciate modern conveniences. I left a little bit of the ginseng to the side, to use in another formula to help awaken the remainder of my circuits. Lastly, I added a bit of my own blood to bring it all together and invoke the inherent mysteries within my little potion. Yes, an old recipe from China, I believe. If I recall correctly, it was rather common for cultivators back in the day, something to start them on their paths of cultivation. It clears the body of impurities and jumpstarts certain physical growths that help build muscles and such. The only reason it wasn't more widely used was because Western and Eastern magical arts weren't compatible, at least in my old world, and I had no time to research here. If I had already embarked on the path of magecraft to a certain extent and tried this, it most likely wouldn't have worked. Technically, this body was still immature in the mystical side of the world, even considering the couple circuits that opened the other day. It tasted awful, as it was supposed to. Something philosophical about not liking the taste. Well, regardless, I moved on to my next little project. The concoction would work its way through my body and I should see results when I wake up in the morning. For now, though, I stare at the two items that cost me the majority of my funds. I pick up the cane, undoing my slight alteration, and withdrawing the blade hidden within. Marvelous. The weapon was of much higher quality than what one could see on the surface. It looked like ordinary steel in its making, but a quick grasp of its structure showed quite a bit of silver went into its forging. Not only that, but it was also not a mundane weapon either, as there were a few runes carved at its base. Nothing too fancy, I could easily deduce their purpose to strengthen the sword. Were they Celtic in origin? Almost like a primitive reinforcement. It would be perfect for my purposes in creating a temporary mystic code. The hat had surprised me when I first saw it. It looked completely mundane at first glance, but that was far from the truth. Who would ever suspect that this little accessory had a small pocket dimension attached to it? Flaring my couple circuits, I reached inside as my arm disappeared into its depths to withdraw what was hidden within. I couldn't help my eyes widening as I practically dumped the contents onto the table. First off, there were several bundles of paper, old bills from the era that probably weren't worth much, especially this Far East. A few pieces of jewelry that I could easily find uses for. And finally, a large gem that could fit into my palm and haphazardly fallen down with everything else. Its ghastly green reflecting my wide smile. Wonderful, but I will need some way to sell this thing off without attracting attention. Chapter 3. All of this was coming together nicely, but I noticed something immediately as I started working. There were gaping holes in my combat ability. I wasn't nearly at the level of my previous self. I couldn't just either cannon the moon back into orbit, nor do I have the millennium's worth of experience to go with my knowledge that was pouring in. Where do I go from here? I will need to begin my calculations if I truly wanted to utilize the kaleidoscope, but some of them need to be done at night when I can see the stars. Runecraft, perhaps. Knowledge is half the battle with that bit of magecraft. I always did have a fondness for the runic arts. Makes me wish I followed up on some of those rumors regarding primordial runes, but it seemed like I was always busy with one project or another. Missed opportunities, but now I have a chance to do some different things. Perhaps even look into words of power of other cultures. Egyptian hieroglyphics, Mayan and Aztec symbols, Old Hebrew script, even Japanese kanji carries mysteries within if you know where to look. I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's just settle on basic runecraft to supplement my abilities at the moment. I knew runes, I knew their identities, their definitions, their meanings, but it was a bit more than that. One of the largest aspects of runecraft was interpretation. Knowledge, understanding, and interpretation. Those three were the foundation of any rune master. Runes were both extremely narrow and unbelievably broad in what they can do. A single rune can only do so much, but with runic sentences, a simple string of 3 runes could have thousands of different effects. One needed a good amount of imagination to innovate in the field. That's the main aspect of where interpretation comes in. A strength rune on the surface may seem obvious, to strengthen something, but does that only mean physically? Are there not mental strengths? Could the same thing not apply to one's emotional strength? Runes also had a lot of weight behind them, being an art that was passed down from Odin, even if the modern version is but a hollow shell in comparison. That being said, the current world I found myself in could allow me to bridge the gap, seeing as gods still walked the earth. Well, a path was settled on. There was no point in any more mental debate. I was lacking time as it were, and putting it off merely another day might be unwise. Though a few wayward thoughts did flash across my mind, I hurriedly made my way to the study, a room I rarely used. I had once gone through its contents, and if I remembered correctly. There is it. In one of the cabinets, a calligraphy set. It came with a container of high-quality ink and paper to test a theory of mine with. I made my way back to the kitchen. Picking up the knife I had used earlier, I began to cut my palm to draw out a portion of my own blood. Once I had gathered a sufficient amount, I had dumped in the ink, mixing it quite thoroughly. Nodding to myself, I made use of the higher quality paper, and before I started writing, I made sure to make a small prayer. It was an important aspect, to borrow the power of a mythological figure and imbue it into the ink. My magical energy acting as a conduit between the power of the entity and the paper. I did study Eastern magics in my previous life. My intent was just to understand its broad applications without truly delving into its unique mysteries. So, if my studies were indeed correct, there we go. Finishing up my delicate writing, I held up the thick piece of paper and injected my mana into it once again. It had begun to hum with certain property that any magic user would recognize. An Ofuda talisman. Basically, a one-use mystic code. There was a certain sense of satisfaction that flowed through my body. The value of this talisman was negligible, at best, but it was the fact that I made it. A branch of magecraft that the previous me had never delved into, merely touching on the surface for references in his other research. It was a system, reminiscent of the church, able to call upon miracles and the holy power of heaven. The entities I called upon weren't actually paying any attention, it was a drop of water in a vast ocean for them. It was a good thing that the Shinto faction apparently didn't discriminate against devils. I hurriedly took the remainder of my materials and began to draw out more talismans. While I was anxious to finish them all in my excitement, I made sure to be gentle and precise with each stroke of my brush. Before I knew it, I had a stack of talismans sitting on the table and the sun had already disappeared from the sky. I fiddled through the stack of 17 talismans that were now on my table, before finally gathering them up and putting them inside my storage space. In the future, I'll need to tweak it a bit so I can draw things without having to reach inside the hat. Or I'll teast find a better means of storage, maybe like a ring or something where I can just swipe my hand. Realizing how badly I got sidetracked, I put the talisman supplies to the side. It was another direction that would synergize well with runecraft, but I need to test other things for now. There was still so much I had to do, even with this little bit of progress, I couldn't help but feel a little bit of anxiety. With a sigh, I flipped my hand through the air, a trail of mana in its wake, as symbols began to form in the air. What separates a novice from a practitioner in runecraft? The ability to draw runes in the air. I mumbled the words, verbatim from the time I had learned the runic crafts in my past life. The memories were a bit vague, but I could somewhat recall earning a favor from one of the Fraga clan's scions and used it for some lessons. Not that I learned any secret information, it was more so that I was taught their own personal thoughts and understandings based on their long history. I stared at the several floating figures in the air, it would only require a thought to invoke the suspended mysteries that were in front of me. Unfortunately, I was still in my home and didn't wish to blow a hole in the house. With another wave of my hand, the runes were dismissed, dissipating back into mana and returning to the world. The next step would be creating my own spells within the runic systems. There was a step between this and being able to draw them in the air, but I could already do that in my sleep. Being able to augment myself through the application of runes. The basics are similar to reinforcement to a degree, there is a limit to how much the body can handle without exploding. The benefit is that runic enhancement operates on a different paradigm than the reinforcement spell. It was one of the reasons why the Fraga clan often produced such terrifying enforcers. While most magi looked down on the runic arts, they couldn't argue the effectiveness in battle. It's a shame that they only cared about research results, not battle capability. By now, I was already going off on a mental tangent and I needed to stay focused. While I was dreading what was coming next, it couldn't be put off any longer lest my procrastination overtakes me. Acquiring a marker from my room, I look around the kitchen. I would need a lot of space to figure this out. At least I won't have to do this too often. Once I finalize my mystic code, it will be able to calculate these things without my direct input. I began to write across the walls, mathematical formulas and figures started to cover the kitchen space. I was looking at a long night ahead of me. I had already decided to forego school tomorrow anyways, at least I will be able to sleep in at my leisure. I woke up in perhaps the most disgusting way. The smell that permeated my room had caused me to almost gag. I'll admit, I completely forgot about my potion after getting engrossed in my research last night, and now I was paying the price. It wasn't just a smell, my body had pushed out all the impurities that were inside. The black sludge-like substance was all over my bedsheets, there was no salvaging them. Quickly discarding all the bedstuffs, I made my way to the shower to finally get this stuff off of me. Only, as I looked in the mirror, I couldn't help my eyes widening. I don't remember the potion working this well. My muscles were much more defined than they should be. Not to say I'm overly muscular, but it should have taken me a few months to reach this level with hard work. How was this possible? The potion should have only been a small push towards the peak of human fitness. Oh, I seem to have made a mistake. I still think of myself as purely human, as I have for the past 18 years of my life. I'm a half-devil, a phantasmal species. Not only that, but I also used my own blood as an ingredient, it would have influenced the concoction. There shouldn't be any negative side effect, as the blood was from my own body, but the results speak for themselves. Did my minor shape-shifting ability intermingle with the magical aspect of the potion to give me the optimal body shape I was after? What an amateurish mistake, this isn't something I would have done in my previous life. Frankly, I'm embarrassed that I could overlook something so obvious. I could only sigh in resignation. I guess it can't be helped, as much as I look back on my previous life's experience, it's not me. I need to remember that I'm not as infallible as the me from before, I'm still very much a novice in almost every aspect. One step at a time, no need to rush through everything. I'll accumulate my own experience, while also drawing on my past life as a reference. We are different people, I don't need to behold myself to the standards of someone who lived an uncountable number of years. I've just been so busy that I haven't had time to truly contemplate my current mental state. My thoughts were all jumbled, I would need to take some time to sit down and figure everything out. Unfortunately, I'm on a rather tight schedule. My thoughts were interrupted as my stomach grumbled in agitation. I had completely forgotten to even eat a meal last night. I guess I'll have to make myself breakfast then. I'm oddly in the mood for something of the Western variety, another thing I've inherited, I suppose. My other self didn't dislike Eastern food by any means, but he preferred his own country's cuisine. Not that I could blame him, almost everyone is partial to their homeland's food. I didn't stop my practice even if I was doing something as mundane as cooking. As I searched the cabinets for what I need, I was turning off and on my circuits. It wasn't particularly difficult to open them fully last night before I went to sleep, having the experience from my previous life, but I still needed to be able to turn them on and off at a moment's notice. What to make? I guess I'll just have to settle on a couple of eggs and some toast. I don't have the stuff to really go all out. A thought occurs. I was already a big eater, like noticeably bigger than anyone I could think of. Was that a side effect of my devil heritage? I only thought of it now because of the fact that I was always a bit scrawny before. I should definitely have gained some weight with my eating habits. Minor shape-shifting ability bleeding through. Meh, doesn't matter. I like eating, so why bother over the details? Blessed dopamine filled a void in my heart with food. The sizzling of eggs on the skillet almost made my mouth water. Thankfully my meal only took a few moments to prepare. Now, what else am I to do today? I contemplated my next move as took a very satisfying bite. Physically, my taste buds haven't changed, but my mind remembers certain things differently. It's making eating an interesting experience each time I try something for the first time since I've awoken. Going over my schedule, my calculations weren't completely done, but I had some confidence in at least a local portal if I needed to get away for a bit. It's funny considering that my kitchen looked like a child scribbled all over the walls. What to do? My combat ability isn't quite up to a level I'm comfortable with, but I also felt like I could run away from almost anything if I needed to. Worst case, I rip a portal to a random world if this one gets burned for me. No idea where or when I'll end up, but it's most likely better than death. I still feel a bit weak. Thought if only there was a way to get stronger quickly. Oh. There is a way. The face of a certain pervert came to the forefront of my mind. Chapter 4. Finding where Issei Hayada lived was easy enough. I saw him and his two friends running home together screaming about a porn game they were going to play. Just like me, the people on the street didn't even bat an eye at their behavior. I never had any meaningful interaction with him, especially with his reputation at school. Him and his two friends, whose names I couldn't care to remember, they were known as the perverted trio. They often did things like peeping on the kendo club, changing clothes. Bold as hell on their part. Maybe the lack of true disciplinary action emboldened their efforts further. I really am curious how the two devil heiresses stopped any outsiders from meddling. I mean, it would only take one of the girls there to complain to the right person, their parent or something, for shit to hit the fan. A large portion of the school came from wealthy and powerful backgrounds. There was only so much mental manipulations could do before something slips through the cracks. But I digress. I think most people were well aware of this trio's tastes at this point. It's not that I'm a prude or anything. I'm a healthy young man, and like most my age, girls probably take up at least half my thoughts on average. I just don't go around shouting about my proclivities in public. It's not even that I have an issue with their tastes or dreams. Issei, for example, wants a harem. Good for him, I wish him all the luck. Hell, he isn't even objectively ugly. If anything, he would be in the upper percentile of looks, but the way he acts just makes people disgusted. Is there really a need to act like a creep? Maybe I'm just still a bit angry that he never gets in trouble or has to face the consequences of his actions. I can take a few guesses why everything was turning up for his benefit. No doubt the two devil heirs at the school had been either turning a blind eye or actively dissuading any form of punishment. Of course, potentially recruiting an idiot with a powerful dragon in his soul was more important. I briefly wondered how many pieces it would take to reincarnate Issei without his sacred gear. I didn't know how to feel about the whole system that devils use to reincarnate other species into their own. I've always been an advocate for humanity, even if my previous life I stood on humanity's side against what went bump in the night. Literal chess pieces that turn other species into devils, aptly named evil pieces. It was comical to think about, only made funnier by the fact that they were a masterwork of magical engineering. A king and their peerage of chess pieces. My thoughts briefly drifted towards Sona, then to the other devil heir at the school. I never had any contact with her, not that I'm complaining. Rias Gremory, my aunt. I'm curious why she never bothered to even meet me. I guess she didn't want to get involved in whatever issues sprang up because of my presence. I can more or less understand the situation she was in. My existence was probably a sore point between several parties and involved some political fallout if things escalated. And if my perception of this world line was correct, she had her own worries to deal with. Now that I think about it, I think I caught some of her peerage watching me sometimes. Not that I knew about them previously, but hindsight and all that. I guess she was responsible for babysitting me, along with the Citri heiress. Speaking of babysitting, I noticed a small bat-like creature hiding under a corner of Issei's roof. I guess he's already being scouted. Do they know about his dragon? I could roughly guess that was one of their familiars. Well, first come first serve. I held a hand on my sword for a moment before letting go. I decided against killing the familiar. It didn't have any combat power and I'm not heartless. Reaching into my hat, I pulled out the stack of talismans. I only had a bit of knowledge, barely more than a novice, so I couldn't create but a few different types. Looking through the stack, I withdrew the one I wanted and with quick toss, I supplied the required mana and the paper glowed, flying towards the little creature. A simple binding, more like a paralysis. I don't know how this will affect something being fed a stream of magical energy from a devil. At best I probably had only a few minutes before someone came to investigate. It may seem obvious to do something like this at night, but I would rather do it with witnesses, so to speak. Also, I don't think anyone will question some strange noises with these three in one room together. Oh gods, I hope they don't subscribe to the philosophy of giving each other a hand. Dude right there, if you make your way through her route, you can unlock the harem ending. No way, I've done her route like 100 times. She always gets pissed and breaks up with me when I get more girls. You need to fill her H-meter before the second act. That's impossible. I'll show you, you need to seduce her mom first. Why, you genius. Okay, a lot milder than I thought. To be honest, I thought they were going to have their backs together and wanking it. Well, I still don't want to stay in here any longer than I have to. I feel icky just thinking about what's happened in this room. They don't even notice me open the window. I guess one doesn't expect someone to enter through a second-story window. On a side note, wings are amazing. I thought about making a comment or grabbing their attention, but fuck it. I just threw 3 more talismans, sealing their movements. Of course they couldn't speak while paralyzed, and they just fell over, looking at me in confusion. I'm here for your porn. Yeah. I couldn't help it. The looks of utter horror had me inwardly cackling. Alright, let's do this. I tapped the 2 mooks on the head, knocking them out with a small bit of hypnosis and slightly altering their perception. Despite what most people may think, hypnosis isn't some catch-all mind-altering. It's best used to confuse and lead the mind to making certain decisions or filling in blanks as opposed to controlling someone. They were going to wake up in a few minutes thinking they fell back in their chairs and hit their heads. Now though, I looked at Issei Hayadu. A part of me did feel a little bad about taking this from him. He could potentially awaken his power and go on to lead an interesting life. Though, that wasn't a 100% probability. Even I didn't know exactly how this world would turn out even after seeing the world line's probabilities. I basically knew how things would most likely play out, not anything with certainty, and that didn't consider my own interference. It was basically a complex form of modeling. My previous self had peered into this world's progression to predict future events. Even with this, I wasn't omnipotent or all-knowing by any means. My information may be faulty, or fate might be overturned and events that could seem predetermined are possibly halted. On top of that, my past memories were a little vague. It's like I'm doing him a favor. I'd give it even odds that he would die in a few weeks without my help. Anyways, let's get started. I placed my hand on his chest. Even as he tried his best to squirm, I ignored him. I pulsed mana into his body and was immediately met with resistance. Even without awakening his power, he had certain passive traits that were starting to seep into his body. But it was no use. He had no idea what I was doing and couldn't fight me. I found what I was looking for after a few moments. A red gauntlet that was basically wrapped around his soul. Poking someone's soul was dangerous. I didn't want to kill him. I had more pride than that. But the more I looked at this, the more I didn't like what I saw. If I had to create a mental image, it's like someone took some wire and wrapped a red gauntlet all around his soul in an attempt to combine the two. I could only hope this was unintentional, and knowing some secrets of the world, I could guess that this wasn't as thorough as the system that distributed these powers was supposed to be. A certain side effect when the system not operating efficiently, perhaps. No wonder most hosts die when someone tries to extract such a thing. I'm sure they just yank away the outside power and the soul gets mutilated in response. Then again, when has anyone tried to, nicely, steal one of these things? They probably intentionally did the equivalent of a smash and grab. Whatever, I'm better than them. I started to unravel the wires that were binding the gauntlet to the pervert's soul. It wasn't difficult, just a bit tedious, and I had a lot of experience messing with people's souls. The previously me wasn't a psycho, but he also didn't have qualms about using any resources, such as idiots who tried to mess with him, in his research. Issei's body started to shine as I pulled the object and materialized it into the physical plane of existence. Beautiful. Well. I just quickly shoved it into my own chest. No point in pussyfooting around. Better skedaddle before any unwanted guests arrive. Well, Issei, let's make sure you have a good dream at least. I flicked his forehead and gave him something to distract him from a few gaps in his memories. He'll wake up fine in a few minutes, in fact, he'll probably be better than fine. I think this thing probably left behind a dragon aspect that would start to awaken. With a shrug I started destroying any evidence and removing my talismans. I quickly left the scene. Sneaking back home was a bit of rush. I didn't think anyone was following me, but it was fun to pretend regardless. I also felt my confidence soar after getting this little trinket. A sacred gear. An item of power created by the god from the Bible to give humanity a form of protection from the supernatural. They usually seal powerful entities inside so the host can make use of their abelites. Honestly, their strength was comparable to that of noble phantasms. They are part of a system that follows newly born souls and reincarnates with them. This one in particular, the boosted gear. It was one of several Longinus series, meaning they were potential god killers. A powerful item that could be devastating in the right hands. It housed the soul of Ydraig Gotch, the Welsh dragon. Hello. I paused, hearing the foreign voice in my head. Hello. This is new. For me as well. I realized who the voice belonged to immediately. You got some interesting things in here. Thanks. I cleared my throat. So, didn't expect you to wake up already. Thought I would have to do something about that later. Taking me out of my host was enough of a shock to wake me up prematurely. Ah, you saw that. I hope he isn't angry. I haven't decided yet. Oh, you can hear me. Of course you can, you're in my soul. Well, you are interesting. Though, I don't particularly like being stolen from my rightful host. That's understandable. But there was a good chance you would have been nicked by a fallen angel with abandonment issues if I hadn't come along. I could sense him doing the equivalent of narrowing his eyes. Do you think I didn't look through your memories? There was also a fairly high chance my host would have gone on to become someone powerful and even defeat my rival. A pay dragon. I countered. I could physically hear him wince. Touché. Do you dislike me as your host? I asked. I didn't really know his preferences. You wouldn't be the worst one I've had. The opposite actually, you have a lot of potential. He conceded. After a few moments of silence, he spoke up again. I am curious about what you're going to do from here. If nothing else, your life will be a fun drama. I couldn't help but frown. I was about to retort but he cut me off. Don't get all mopey on me, let me finish. Whatever you did, you jiggled me around enough that some restraints are a bit loosened. That doesn't sound good. All I got was a snort in response as he continued. I'm unsealed from my fake twice critical state, but I can force myself back down to those restrictions. I'll give you a trial period. Well, this is going better than I was expecting, I'll take it. Okay, I can work with that. I felt a bit of reassurance. Even if I wasn't as strong as I would like right now, being able to double my abilities at a moment's notice was a huge boon. I'm going to sleep. You didn't awaken me correctly, so I'm still tired. Do something impressive and I'll undo the seals. I could feel him give me the shoo motion in my soul as his voice disappeared. Once a dragon, always a dragon. Not much I could do about his attitude. The fact that he didn't just go, fuck you, and shut himself away was a big enough deal. Well, it still had more work to do. Better get going. Chapter 5. I was a bit giddy at my newfound toy. The red gauntlet, my boosted gear, appeared on my arm. I flexed my muscles, wiggled my fingers and made sure to go through the full range of motions to get an idea of how it would feel. I have to admit, this thing felt great. On the surface, it looked rather bulky, but it moved almost like a skin-tight glove. Its weight wasn't anything worth mentioning, yet I knew it was unbelievably durable. If nothing else, it would make a great shield. A part of me dearly wanted to test out its more esoteric abilities, but I was still keeping a low profile. I didn't know if throwing around dragon-based powers would draw any attention I didn't want. Once the initial excitement ran out, I did put it away back into my soul. A comforting feeling knowing that it would be hard for most people to disarm me, hee. That was bad, and you should feel bad. Go to sleep, you stupid dragon. My joke was great. Anyways, I still had things I needed to take care of before I started doing anything of importance. I still haven't finished my calculations for my magic. Glancing at the walls filled up with my scribbles and formulas, I was thankful that most of this would only have to be done once. Sure, I would have to do some more calculations when I went to different world lines, but at that point I could basically cut and paste the majority of this to fit me needs. At least until I can overcome this problem with sufficient equipment. Still though, I just couldn't help but groan at the work I still needed done. It's not like I enjoyed sitting here for hours and hours doing math. I could still do some other stuff while I focused on my annoying formulas. I still had some leftover ink mixed with my blood. I could recycle it, so to speak. I withdrew my cane blade from my hat and once again reminded myself to find a better storage method. There wasn't much I go do with this thing. The materials of its crafting only made it slightly better than to use nothing as a magical foci. I could do a primitive method of soaking the weapon in my mana-infused blood. It would somewhat increase the competency of my casting through the sword. The ink actually came in handy here. I would need to make a note of this for the future. The method was a bit simple, if not stupid, but it was a good for an emergency or if someone is severely lacking in resources. 10 tricks and tips for a stranded magus. Well, most competent magi knew the power of blood. It didn't have much staying power as other materials, but what it lacked in continued use and throughput, it made up for in availability and ease of application. I just made a makeshift container out of paper and tinfoil and let my blade soak for a few hours. There was the idea to maybe carve some more runes onto the weapon, but I scrapped that for now. I didn't feel the need to invest any more into something that was clearly temporary. Not just that, it already had been enchanted with an effect many years ago. There's no telling what reactions would occur if I tried to tamper with that. And finding another real weapon in this place was unlikely unless I venture into the more supernatural parts of the world. I looked at the time on my phone and saw it was getting late again. After another few moments of grumbling, I decided to get to work. I couldn't just procrastinate for the entire night. I lifted my head with a yawn, realizing I had fallen asleep on the table. I felt my back pop a few times as I stretched. Sleeping in such a position made me feel all stiff. My mind immediately traced where I left off last night in my calculations. With an exasperated sigh, I threw the nearby marker at the wall. Stupid math wasn't being cooperative. I hit a bit of a mental wall with my formulas, and I was starting to get aggravated. Maybe I just needed to get away from it for a while. I lost track of how many hours I had actually been working through it, probably about 14 when all was said and done. I wanted to make something for breakfast, but I remembered I didn't have much left and I haven't gone to the store in several days. I do have some shitty stuff like some quick microwave ramens for an emergency. The sound of someone knocking on my door drew my attention away from my cupboards. Who the devil could be knocking at my door so early in the morning? Shimoda-san, a familiar voice greeted me as I opened the door. I blink at her for a moment. No soliciting. I go to shut the door, but a foot catches it. I just sighed as I opened it again. What do you want, Shitori? I thought I would have a couple more days before I got bothered. Was I caught in the act yesterday, or is this just coincidence? You've been absent from school for several days now. I'm authorized by your guardian to check up on you in case of emergency. She explains. Ah, more babysitting duties, I should have expected this. Well, as you can see I'm in perfect health, goodbye. Take a hint. I was about to close the door again, but I felt something tingle at the back of my head. Did this bitch just try to fucking hypnotize me? Well, I was going to be nice. Shimoda-san, why haven't you been to class the past few days? She pushed up her glasses, staring at me expectantly. Call me skeptical, but I don't think she'll take a because, fuck you, as an answer. You've caught me. I've seemed to develop an odd ailment and it makes it awkward to attend class. You see, whenever I see a girl with glasses, my pants just get really tight. I saw her eyes widen and her mouth slightly open. I guess this came out of left field for her. I've always been rather soft-spoken and mostly polite. I have decided to live the life of a hermit from now on. Goodbye, Shitori. I slammed the door and locked it. I snickered as I went for my stuff, not even bothering to give her my full attention as she apparently opened my door even though it was locked. Oh my, breaking and entering, what would the rest of the school say? What's gotten into you, Shimoda? She eyed me with a bit of skepticism, and she dropped some of the formalities. What is all of this? She took a few steps inside and looked at my scribbles covering the walls. I have taken the drugs. I answered simply. I wonder how long until she puts 2 and 2 together. No matter, it's time for me to bounce. Hey Citri, wanna see a magic trick? What are you? I reached into my hat and pulled out one of the pieces of jewelry in plain view. It was a shame I would have to waste this. It was a pretty nice little bracelet. Now for my next trick, I'm going to make an asshole devil disappear. I pulled on the kaleidoscope and pumped everything I could into one of the jewels encased in the bracelet. Specifically, a topaz, and while I wasn't as experienced at jewel craft like my previous self, I still retained enough knowledge to make certain minerals explosive at a whim. Shimoda. The devil heiress shouted as I tossed the trinket in her direction. It looked beautiful for a moment, its iridescent glow illuminating the house before the magical energies inside the jewel cracked the surface and spilled out, causing a reaction. Boom. I had reinforced my body a moment before and jumped behind the table. It wasn't a strong explosion, and it wouldn't harm Sona in any meaningful capacity, but I saw her body get blown out the door. The satisfaction of seeing her get the magical equivalent of a slap in the face. My ears were ringing slightly as I gathered everything else I needed, shakily moving towards a back wall where I had a single picture of me and my mother. With one last goodbye, I put the picture into my storage space and tossed a couple talismans into the kitchen. They ignited, starting a fire as all evidence of my magic started to be consumed. Magical fire burns hot and fast. It wouldn't last long, time to leg it. I pulled on the kaleidoscope once more, having memorized all the calculations to this point. They weren't perfect and there were some holes in my equations. But I had a good feeling. I was aiming for the world line my previous self came from. Let's see how close I get. The multicolored portal opened up before me and I jumped in without hesitation. Chapter 6, Welcome to Skyrim. Ow, my fucking head. I wanted to reach up and rub it, but I found my hands bound. Careful there, friend. I looked up at the source of the voice, my eyes adjusting to the scene around me. You took a nasty tumble and hit your head. I heard the words, but they took a moment to register. Where was I? How did I even get here? Last thing I remember, I went through a portal, and it felt like I hit something, and next thing I know, here I am. Were my calculations wrong? Impossible, they weren't complete, but there's no way they were so incorrect. My instincts were telling me I was very far from home. This was so unfamiliar, yet a pricking feeling in my mind felt somewhat reminiscent of this whole thing. If it wasn't enough to notice the abundant magical energy in the air, the cat person walking parallel to the cart I was in was a dead giveaway. Fuck me. I blurted out. Exactly how I feel. The owner of the voice gave a small snort in amusement. There were a few other faces, on the opposite side next to the nice stranger. His clothes were rags, and he looked a bit on the poorer end. There was also someone bound and awake but with his mouth gagged to my right, and on the other side of a stranger was another normal-looking man still passed out. Not to mention all the guards wearing identical armor walking alongside us. And most of these guys were huge, like holy shit, I wouldn't want to get into a bar fight with any of them. I don't suppose you could tell me where we are? I questioned. Helgen, I think. I wasn't awake for the whole ride, but it looks like we're a bit out from Helgen. That doesn't help. I sighed. So, you got a name? Ralof. He gave a calm smile. Not something I expected from an apparent prisoner. You some sort of mage? The question took me by surprise. I guess magic wasn't uncommon here, though I wonder how he knew. Sure, but how did you know? Your strange clothes, seems like something a mage without a lick of sense would wear around Skyrim. He gave a good-natured laugh. Also, seeing you fall out of a magic portal into the mud was a bit of giveaway. Oof, no wonder my head hurts. Wish I packed some basic medicine with me. Hindsight is always 20/20. Any particular reason I'm in being held as a prisoner? Unlucky, I'd wager. Imperials caught us after we had you resting in a bed. I guess they assumed you were one of ours. Damn stormcloaks, Skyrim was fine until you all came along. The men in rags spat out. If it wasn't for you lot, I would have stolen a horse and been far away from here. Quiet, horse thief. Ralof sneered. The apparent thief was too timid to reply. His eyes turned to the last little member of our cart. You're awake. He looked just as confused as I was. Where? You walked right into that Imperial ambush, trying to cross the border, eh? Ralof asked. Another unlucky friend to join with us on our journey. Do the Imperials make a habit of abducting uninvolved people? I mutter. The guy with his mouth gagged mumbled something I was uncertain of, but it didn't seem too polite towards them. Imperials, they would rather hang 100 innocent men than allow one guilty to escape. Ralof grunted. What's your name, friend? He turned towards the newcomer. Thorum. He gave a blunt reply. A fine Nord name. Ralof nodded. What about you, horse thief? Why do you care? The horse thief spat. We're all brothers and sisters in binds, now, thief. He answered, but just shook his head when the thief looked away. Ralof turned towards me. Wilhelm, you can call me Will. I did like the way it rolled off the tongue, introducing myself with my new name for the first time. Ralof was about to say something, but the thief cut him off. You. Mage. You can get us out of here, we shouldn't even be here. Use your magic or something. Yes, why don't you just keep shouting about my magic, it's not like there are guards surrounding us. I rolled my eyes, but I did hear the driver of the cart chuckle. It wasn't just me who noticed, I saw Ralof and Thorum both eye the guards who had their hands on their weapons. I guess they were ready if I did anything. Ah, Helgen, this place brings back memories. I was sweet on a girl here, she used to make mead using juniper berries. Ralof looked oddly relaxed despite everything. I've never had juniper berries before. I mused, I think I was a bit of a glutton because that somehow took precedence over the fact that I was bound. What do they taste like? They're nice and fruity with a little bit of a piney aftertaste. They're best used to bake when a little underripe. It was Thorum who answered. He leaned back and looked up into the air. My mother used to make pastries with them, I would help her when I was a lad. Why are you all so calm? The Imperials are taking us to one of their dungeons, who knows what's going to happen? The horse thief raised his voice, looking at the last member of our motley crew who hasn't spoken. And who are you supposed to be? He was just lashing out at anything right now. Well, everyone handles stressful situations differently. Watch your tongue, that's Ulfric Stormcloak, true king of Skyrim. Ralof had a surprising growl in his voice, making the thief cower again. No. No. It can't be you, that means, O divines, Mara, Dibella, Kinnereth, Akatosh save me. The men started to panic. Where are they taking us? I don't know where we're going, but Somgard awaits. I kind of just tuned out the rest of the ramblings. I didn't want to hear the thief start crying to his gods. I found some interesting information though. Also, he was a decent distraction. I could see the guards just turning away or getting annoyed at the commotion. It was one of those things you cringed at, making it hard to keep watching. I activated my circuits, using a small bit of alteration on my bindings. I gave Ralof a small wink when he noticed my circuits light up under my skin. I could just see him raise an eyebrow and a small nod. Thorum looked like he held back a small smile and looked away. Well, it looks like I could count on these two at least. Ulfric wasn't really paying attention. He seemed like the kind of person who would have his head up his own ass. Whatever. By the way, what happened to my hat? Black, about you big. Ralof used the cart bench in his hands to gesture the size. I just nodded at the description. You were clutching it tight when we dragged you back to camp. It's probably with the supplies that the Imperials confiscated a few carts ahead. I need to get closer. My circuits were still on. I pulsed mana into the cart to get me a mental image of the structure. I focused on the left wheels, in particular they looked to be a bit weathered. It wasn't difficult to destroy them with a botched reinforcement, only a bit mana intensive. The further my magical energy was pushed away from my body, the harder it was to shape and control. There were a few surprised shouts as the cart tipped over. Divines, damn it. The person driving the cart cursed, flopping out of his seat. The sight was somewhat amusing. His armor was probably making his tumble a bit awkward. I took a step out, catching myself from falling. Everyone stop. Another commanding voice shouted. Prisoners, don't move. There was a woman on a horse calmly trotting over. Several guards began to draw their weapons, some more shouting and cursing. I tried to look as innocent as possible. Ralof took my K and just took a step back holding his hands up in surrender. Some guards stepped forward, but they seemed a bit calmed by our lack of desire to initiate conflict. Oi, can we just stand to the side? This kid next to me is making me nervous with his weapon drawn. He looked even younger than me. When did these Imperials start recruiting? His hand was shaking as he held his sword. I doubt he's ever been in a fight in his life. A more senior-looking man walked over, pushing me to the back, behind the now-downed cart. Get over there and stay still. I was next to Ralof now. I met his eyes and looked down. I started using my foot to etch out a rune in the dirt. I doubt he knew exactly what I was doing, but he knew a signal when he saw one. He elbowed Ulfric, who also saw and also gave a grunt in confirmation. Goodman Ralof, now I just need to make a few more preparations. No, you'll never take me again. The horse thief shouted as he turned and made a run for it. Runner, the woman on the horse yelled, kicking her steed as she flew after him. God damn it, you moron. Fuck it. I ripped my bindings apart and slammed my hand onto the rune on the ground. The mystery actualized without issue and the bottom of the cart flipped up, smacking away several of the guards standing in front of us. The horse pulling the thing freaked out and bolted forward, knocking past several more guards. The nearest to me just looked at the scene, dumbfounded as I punched him in the face and stole his sword. My bindings, quick. Ralof shouted. Don't need to tell me twice. I cut through his bindings with ease. Take it. I said, tossing him the stolen weapon. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Thorum headbutt another guard before stealing his weapon. As if on K, the other cart started to rebel as well, attacking guards even with their hands bound. The guard I had punched a moment ago had gotten up, with a dagger drawn from his boot. He awkwardly tried to slash me with it, and I could only look at him incredulously. Such a small blade was a stabbing weapon, dumbass. I reinforced my body, this time giving a good knock to his noggin. I saw his eyes roll back and his dagger drop to the ground. Rally with the others or scatter? I questioned. Help our comrades. The more we have scattered, the more chance we have to escape. Their base isn't that far. Reinforcements would be here soon. It was Ulfric who spoke. Works for me. Thorum grunted. He waved a mace in one hand, testing its weight. Where did that even come from? I thought they were only using swords. Whatever, let's do this. I flicked my hand, igniting a few runes in the air, nothing more than a few cantrips that shot towards a couple guards. Some other prisoners nodded at me as I ran past. For Skyrim, a few of them shouted. I just ignored the cries and slipped by the more preoccupied guards. There were a couple that took a swing at me, but my magically increased reaction speed was easily able to overcome their clumsy attacks. A few hits in spots without armor and they went down hard. A lot of these guys seemed remarkably untrained. The only immediate threat, I looked forward, there were a couple with bows, sniping away at the front. I saw a few allies fall with arrows pieced into their bellies. I twirled the dagger I had nicked from the downed guard a few moments ago and used my reinforced strength to throw it at one of the archers. And contrary to my expectations, throwing a dagger is not easy. The handle ended up slamming into his head. I could hear the ringing of metal where it hit his helmet from here. But at least it knocked him down for a moment. Close enough, the dirt under my foot exploded as I bolted towards both of them, sliding to the left to avoid an arrow passing over my shoulder. I stepped on the downed one as hard as I could before diving towards the other so he couldn't knock another arrow. He tried to draw his melee weapon, but I was quick to start laying into his head with an elbow. Reinforcement isn't something a run-of-the-mill guard could handle. Well done, my friend. A hand clasped me on the shoulder. I saw Ralof looking proud behind me. Were these really the men who beat you? I is skeptical on how they got captured in the first place. No, we fought the real soldiers. These are the ones they just parade around town. The sons and daughters of politicians and wealthy families. Ah, I see. Let them pretend to be soldiers and bask in the glory of capturing prisoners without the risk of real combat so their parents don't get upset. Though I saw a few battle-hardened warriors among them. Ulfric walked up as well, giving a grunt of acknowledgement. A few of his men were limping over and a few more looked bloodied. Not many survived, but it was better than going to the gallows, or whatever was going to happen to them. We need to go. The supposed king stated. Grab what you can without being weighed down. I looked at the cart full of goods and found my hat. Was it lucky they didn't toss it away? I guess its novelty made them curious. I doubt there's another like it in this world. Where will you go, my friend? Ralof asked. No idea, I didn't exactly come here on purpose. Though, I wouldn't mind any suggestions. He seemed a bit trustworthy. If you can, head to Riffin. The men answered after a moment. It's full of scum and thieves, but it's also a good place to hide for outsiders. The guards will take bribes without batting an eye, and you can buy almost anything you need. He flipped open a small chest full of coins on the cart. I've been there before. Thorum walked over. Look for Brynjolf, he owes me a favor. Should be part of the Thieves' Guild if he hasn't turned up in a ditch somewhere. We need to get moving. Ulfric urged. I don't doubt that some Imperial coward ran away during the fight and is getting help. Ralof nodded. It's a shame we have to leave so much of this here. He picked up an axe and tied it to his belt before grabbing a handful of potatoes from a box on the cart and putting them in his pocket. I'll burn it before I leave. I waved him off, earning a nod of thanks. I guess this is where we part, good luck. And you, my friend. Ralof gave me one last look before he and Ulfric took into the nearby forest. The other Stormcloaks went in other directions as they scattered into the distance. What about you, Thorum? I asked. He scratched his head for a moment in thought. I'll head to Whiterun. I hear the Jarl there is neutral and I always wanted to join the Companions. I don't know what the Companions are but I wish you luck. I held out my hand that he grabbed in acknowledgement. He gave one last smile before grabbing some supplies and heading out. It would indeed be a shame to leave so much of this stuff here. There was a small chest filled with gold and jewels, a couple crates of weapons and even a few that looked magical in nature. Not to mention the food, I was curious what it tastes like in this world. I just shrugged and started emptying a lot of it into my hat. I didn't take everything, the pocket dimension wasn't particularly large. I did withdraw a talisman and slap it on the cart, at the very least a lot of the food would burn up. As I was about to pick a direction to run in, a thought crossed my mind. Where the fuck is Riffin? Chapter 7. Welcome, welcome. I heard the shopkeep excitedly shout as I opened the door. Greetings. I gave a curt reply. I was getting a bit of a slimy feeling from him. He looked normal enough, nothing inhuman about his appearance. Not that I had anything against non-humans, just an observation. He gave me a once-over. I would have assumed he would be displeased by my current state of dress. My clothes were a bit torn and ruffled and perhaps even dirty. But I guess under all of that they were something he hasn't seen before. Well, might as well play off that. As you can see, I'm in need of some supplies. I gestured to my own unkempt appearance. I had arrived in town last night, having flown away yesterday to avoid any pursuers. Everything was basically closed, so I just shacked up in the nearby stables to get a few hours of sleep. I saw an inn, but there were a few guards walking around and I didn't want any potential issues. Of course. He laughed happily. The Riverwood trader has everything you need, especially for someone who's new to the Skyrim life. That obvious, huh? I gave a good-natured smile. I wondered if he would try to scam me. It's practically a rite of passage for foreigners. I remember my first time traveling Skyrim before settling down. I was lucky enough to get an old Nord to give me some advice. Once you get the respect of the locals, everything seems to get much smoother, especially for Imperials like you and me. Well, I got the coin if you got the supplies. I'm apparently an Imperial. Good to know. Wonderful. He clasped his hands. I run the best general store in the province, just tell me what you need. I thought for a moment and my eyes were drawn to a strange golden claw on the counter. Curious-looking thing. Well, some clothes would be appreciated. He lowered his head under the counter, pulling up 2 stacks of clothing. Let's see here, I got some run-of-the-mill tunics, nothing too fancy. And I also have a set of finer clothing if you're interested. I stepped forward to inspect them. They were about what one would assume considering the technological level of this place. I ran my hand through the higher-end trousers and tunic. The material would be acceptable, but holding it up to my chest, the design made me want to vomit. Is this the fashion around here for the wealthy? He just shrugged. I don't keep up with those trends, that's my sister's department and she convinced me to buy these a few months back. They are, not to my tastes. That was the politest way I could say it. I'll just take the basics for now. He nodded, reaching under the counter again. You're going to need some good boots as well. The Skyrim terrain is a bit treacherous if you're out exploring. I felt the material and just nodded. Boots were boots, there wasn't much to say about them. Let's see. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully, taking a look at the shelves around us. What about these? I picked a red-looking potion off the shelf. It's always good to carry a few health potions for an emergency. I felt my breath hitch at the nonchalant way he described the alchemic creation. Was the mystical side of the world so open here that health potions were something easily acquired by the mundane? It's not that equivalent couldn't be found in my old world, but the ingredients were hard to come by and almost extinct. Did I hit the jackpot? How many do you have in stock? Last I counted, 7 potions of minor healing. I'll take them all. I didn't even ask the price. I should be quite wealthy if some of the tags I saw around the shop were accurate. Apparently the gold coins I acquired are the default currency here. Do you have any other types of potions? Well, if you asked any town around us they may have said no. He put an elbow on the table, giving me a prideful grin. It's a good thing you came to me. He hefted a large crate from under the counter, carefully setting them down. Nords don't really like anything beyond a simple health potion, so I've been sitting on this stock for the right buyer. Well, their loss. I muttered, picking up a small red vial. It looked like a health potion, similar properties perhaps. A regeneration potion, not as quick as a health potion, so many people don't really like them. But they're better for blood loss or a bunch of smaller wounds. He stated, shifted through the various containers. Let's see here. A strength potion, that's always good in a pinch. A water-breathing potion, I doubt anyone would want to swim in these freezing waters, but another thing that's nice to have. A few stamina and magicka potions, they should still be good, though they don't last as long as health potions. Magicka potions. I quickly grabbed one of the blue containers on the counter he set to the side, inspecting the contents. This was filled with magical energy. Is this supposed to restore magical energy to someone? If so, I could make so much money selling these back home. Not everyone is like me, able to pull on the kaleidoscope to refill my reserves. These would require testing, but if nothing else they might have some interesting concepts I could steal. There were some other miscellaneous ones, like cure poison or cure disease. But frankly, I'll take them all. The shopkeep just blinked at me. I don't want to be rude, but can you? I turned my hat upside down, a small pile of gold poured out onto the counter. I have more where that came from. He clapped his hands. Well then, what else can I do for you? You also buy here? I inquired. Let me see what you got, I'll tell you if I can take it. He didn't even bat an eye the first time I used my hat. I guess magic really isn't something uncommon around here. I started to set a few swords on the table, not much, just to empty a bit of space. He picked one up to examine it. Pretty standard, looks in good shape. I don't deal much in weapons, but I can sell this pretty easily. I'll give you 30 septims each. Not quite sure if that's good or not, but they were basically taking up space, and hey, I now know the name of this currency. Besides, I still have my cane sword, which is much better than ordinary iron. What about this? I set a large, green emerald on the table. It was the one that I had originally found inside the hat when I bought it. Divines. He whispers, picking it up. Where did you? He muttered again, inspecting the jewel. Yeah, I was guessing that even a couple 100 years ago, the people from Earth could sculpt jewels better than anyone here. Interested? Of course. He cleared his throat. I mean, yes, how much would you like for it? Let's knock off the price of the goods first. So, an even trade, the stuff for your jewel. He eyed me. Oh no, that's just the first step, we still need to talk about how many septims you are paying after that. Nice try, but I could guess this jewel was worth much more than that. You want me to tie up all my coin and goods in single jewel? He frowned, crossing his arms. What if I get robbed? The best I can do is maybe a few more items added on in a straight trade. I don't really need anything else. How about some spell books? He smiled, and just like that we both knew he had me. I was not unhappy with my exchange, but I felt like I got played a bit. Did I tilt my hand when I looked confused at the potions? Was that when he knew I was novice in his eyes? It's not like I needed the gold, I still have a hefty amount, it's just. I like having more. I was able to finagle some more goods from him, even if he fought me every step of the way. I have no doubt that the jewel would be making him a huge profit, I just didn't want to go through the effort of selling it through the proper channels. Also got some information while I was at it. He gave me a very basic map of Skyrim, along with a heads up that a cart would be coming by tomorrow and I could buy a ride to Riffin for a small fee. Not only that, apparently some soldiers came by last night, but the guards drove them away. I don't really understand the political structure of this place, but apparently the Jarl that oversees Riverwood is neutral or something and he has enough clout to tell them to bugger off. So, I had some time to kill. I was sitting at a table in the inn next door. They had some decent drinks. I wasn't expecting much from the meat here, but damn was I surprised. I would definitely need to grab some before I left this world. Laid out on the table were the spell books that were mentioned. This world. They have some interesting ideas on magic, and I could thoroughly reap the benefits of such open learning. From what I was told, these were mainly just basic spells along with one adept spell. Lesser Ward, a small barrier that blocks attacks. Nothing too crazy, but its application was insane. It was elementally neutral so anyone could use it. The effort in its casting was a bit meh, but I could experiment to make it a worthwhile spell. Oak Flesh, a strengthening spell that can overlap with my reinforcement. It leans more towards defense, but it does have a physical power application as well. Always good to have additional strengthening abilities. Instead of applying an enhancement through my body, it sort of envelopes my body in its effect. A bit mana intensive, but it was something I would enjoy working with. Frostbite was neat. It basically channels a stream of cold air from your hand, freezing anything it touches. Well, it could be resisted easily. It wasn't like it was absolute zero temperatures. But still, an interesting spell. I would love to dissect it for further study. There was even a basic healing spell, aptly named Healing. This had been a good find. While the effects were apparently less than a basic regeneration potion, having a healing spell so easily applicable was a huge boon. The last basic spell book was Telekinesis. A bit of a surprise there. The equivalent in my old home was a guarded secret by several families. Not something unattainable, but it was such a useful spell that those who had it guarded it did so fiercely. The real gem was the adept spell book, named Distort. From what I understand about the magical system here, so far, it's a spell that falls under the illusion school. Aptly named, I suppose, since the spell is a basic physical illusion application. Basically, I can make illusions that appear real on the surface, though any interference will break them. A useful spell, and I'm quite happy with my purchase. I'll need to find more books like these and add to my repertoire. With a yawn I picked up another bottle of mead. Well, I still had some time to kill, and this drink is pretty good at least. Chapter 8. What do you mean you're not going to Riffin? All the rumors coming from that place, I ain't going near it for the time being. I could only just sigh his frustration. Look, if it's a matter of money. It ain't about the coin, boy. Did you not hear my words? I ain't going near it. The cart driver seemed adamant about staying away from that town for some reason. What exactly are these rumors? A dragon. He puffed out smoke from his mouth, tapping his pipe on the cart. First one to be sighted in centuries. I wouldn't believe in the tales if I hadn't met the folks fleeing with fear still in their eyes. Oh, that sounds interesting. I don't think I'm adequately equipped to deal with a dragon at the moment. Maybe if someone loosened the restrictions. How about, you fight the dragon and if you do good, I'll unlock it. Fuck off. Alright, so Riffin was besieged by a dragon. That isn't the worst reason to stay away. Where am I supposed to go now? I mean, I didn't really need to go to Riffin. It was merely a suggestion by those guys. If anything, I'm not really afraid of being captured or anything. I was just kinda going with the flow and was curious about the land I found myself in. How about Winterhold? The driver spoke up. Sounds cold. What exactly is worth it there? The college. You looked like the learning sorts. He shrugged. A college, you say? Okay, my interest was piqued. I wonder what I could learn there. Just don't expect the townsfolk to give you a good time. They don't like them mages very much. Mages, a college for mages. A magical learning institute, sweet Christ. You, sir, have just earned a bonus. Take me to Winterhold. I heard him chuckle, adjusting himself in his seat. Climb aboard. It'll take about a day to reach there. Oh joy, riding in a wooden cart for a day. My butt would be sore tomorrow, but it would be worth it, I guess. Well, at least it would give me time to think. I had a lot on my mind right now. Like, how the hell did I even end up here? This isn't a parallel world of Earth. If I'm not mistaken, this is a completely alternate dimension, separated from the world line my magic should be able to access. I know for a damn fact that my calculations weren't that imprecise. I should have at least landed on a line that housed the spirit of Gaia. Something went wrong, something I did wrong. I know that my previous self had some knowledge of the world I was born in, otherwise I wouldn't have the memories of the world line's progression model in my head. What did I feel when I left? Almost like I hit something. If I had to explain it, I was practically a fly being smacked by a car. No, that isn't quite right. That would imply I hit something moving in the normal sense. I basically smacked into a wall and got knocked off course. But what wall would there be? Think, idiot, think. I just smacked my head in frustration. What was I missing? Hey, idiot is right. Not helping Drake. I thought you were asleep. I was too curious about your memory so I couldn't go back to sleep. Been watching them for a few days now. Joy, does that mean you have some insight to my current issue? Let me see, what race are you? Human half-devil, what does that have to do with anything? My physical species shouldn't have a negative effect on either the casting or the effect on the actualization. If anything, my half-phantasmal nature should make it smoother, since I'm a being closer to the concept of magic. And where do devils come from? I mean, their parents, but if you mean in a more philosophical sense, their demonic origins can be traced to the negative cumulations of dreams, desires, and human imagination, all catalyzed with the advent of the God of the Bible. Good and evil, yin and yang, one exists so the other must exist to balance it out as a cosmic rule. Every culture, every pantheon has their own good and evil, though the terms can be more muddled. The Asgardians and the giants of Jotunheim and Muspelheim. Olympians with their Titan counterparts and the various giants that exist in their cultures too. Asuras and Devas of the Indian pantheons. The yokai of the Shinto factions, with the Yamata no Orochi. The Sumerian gods and the children of Tiamat. Hell, even. I paused, blinking in realization. Thought you missed the point there, but you came back around. I'm a fucking idiot, I facepalmed. I didn't take into account all the secondary realms still attached to the world. To put it into perspective, if the world was a house in the middle of the forest, it would be surrounded with trees. Trying to run into a single direction, in a straight line, you would smack into a tree. The trees being secondary realms, like Olympus, Hell, Heaven, Asgard, Takamagara, etc. Whereas my previous world basically had all the trees cut down, the forest only had a few sparse trees left because the age of gods had come and gone. So, I smacked into another realm and got blown off course and somehow stepped out of the world line I was accustomed to. Okay, nothing I can't solve, I can find my way back easily enough. Well, that solves that mystery. Truthfully, it would only take a few minor modifications to my calculations, if they were complete. I'll need to finish them proper at some point. Now that I think about it, I can probably find the stuff to make my mystic code here. No doubt there's going to be some interesting materials I can find. Well, this trip wouldn't be wasted. It's not like I'm under any kind of time restraints, the opposite in fact. I'm free. No responsibilities, no one controlling my life. I can go wherever the wind takes me. Speaking of wind, the scene here is breathtaking. I was bitching about the ride earlier, but once we started going, what a sight. Oi, old man, want a drink? I was laying down in the back of the cart, watching the snowflakes fall from the sky. It had gotten rather cold as we started going north. Luckily, I had some stuff packed away inside my storage space for the cold weather when I grabbed practically everything I could from that cart of confiscated goods earlier. What is that, Blackbriar? He hollered. Well, the man knows his drink. Yup, got some honey brew too if you want that. None of that pisswater stuff, a real Nord drinks Blackbriar or something a bit stronger. The old man snorted. I just laughed and handed him a bottle. It seems like no matter the world, people will defend their drink brands. What's the word around Skyrim, recently? Besides dragon attacks. He took a swig. Well, I wouldn't mind hearing more about that, but I'm a bit out of the loop for everything. There were stories that Meridia's statue near Solitude has been acting up. He scoffed. Folks gettin' rightful panic too. Them Daedra are never up to any good. He turned back towards me. Never let some fool tell you nothing about a good Daedra, you hear me, lad? Nothing good comes from assorting with them things. Grabbing the eyes of higher powers never ends well for mortals. I didn't know what a Daedra was, but I could guess it was something godly in nature or something like that. Damn straight, you got a good head on your shoulders. He nodded. I also hear the war is heating up after Ulfric escaped some Imperial ambush or something. Heard they had him bound and ready for the block, only to escape from right under their noses. Got them Imperials up in a frenzy trying to look less foolish to the masses. What? It's only been like 3 days, how? At least there was no mention of associates or anything. Geez. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if this man was spreading half these rumors, he sure travels enough to do so. He started talking about some other nonsense but I didn't really pay much attention. I think he was rambling about some elves or something. Frankly, I think I would have fallen asleep if the lights in the distance didn't draw my attention. Looks like we're here, the old man said. As we got closer, I could see the swaying of torches. The snow made it kind of hard to make out, but the outline of buildings started to come into view. Welcome to Winterhold. It was a town, to be expected from what I saw of Riverwood yesterday, but a bit in the distance I saw it. A massive stone structure connected by a small bridge. Beautiful. The College of Winterhold. Halt, outsiders. My attention was taken by one of the guards coming towards us. State your business. I was going to check out the college. Was there any reason to hide it? The guard scowled under his helmet. Another mage. His voice practically dripping with venom. I'm sorry. I said in confusion. I've only been in Skyrim for less than a week, did I do something wrong? The guard looked me over once before sighing. Look, the mages in the college have caused a lot of trouble for the town. Experiments gone wrong, or right, magical accidents and such aren't uncommon. Try to keep your nose clean if you join them. That sounds incredibly irresponsible. Even disregarding the morality of such things, do they not realize they rely on you all for even the basic necessities? They're in the middle of nowhere, the town is the only reason they can probably even operate without constant supplies coming and going. The logistics would be an absolute nightmare for something of that size. I think he was about to respond but we both got distracted by a sudden shout. Ice wraiths. Shit, get in formation. The guard looked at me again. Some assistance would be appreciated, mage. Well, I wouldn't mind helping fix the disconnect between the mages and mundane folk here. Especially if I'm going to spend any extended time at the college. I nodded, following behind. They make a quick shield wall at the town gates. I didn't know what an ice wraith was, but it looked like some kind of elemental mixed with a scaled sea creature. The old man had hurried into town, good. I didn't want to have to worry about him, he was good to me. They all looked nervous, even I felt a certain chill as a few dozen of those things approached. I quickly grabbed my sword out of my hat and drew it from its sheath. A few of the creatures in the front spewed frost blast from their mouth. It seemed like the guards were somewhat used to this because several shields pushed together and blocked it. I'm not the most moral person in the world, I can be petty, vindictive, and I usually care about my needs over others, but I'm also not heartless. Seeing them fight like this, I just sighed and drew upon my mana. My circuits opened and I felt my magical energy swell into both hands, and I pushed it together, distort. A moment later, 100 more guards formed up alongside us and rushed towards the incoming mass of ice wraiths. They were nothing but facsimiles, lifeless illusions that dissipated at the slightest touch. I was concerned that the snowstorm would break them before they could do anything, so I overloaded the spell a bit. I was taking several guesses here, but it seemed like the ice wraith's sensory organs deemed them real whether it was sight or something else. Maybe they sense the magical energy that all life forms have, their OD, so to speak, and confused the mana I implanted in each copy as that. Questions for later. I began drawing my runes in the air. If I were a betting man, these things were most likely weak to fire. I withdrew a few talismans from my hat. I didn't have many left and I was unsure if I could craft more outside of Earth, but it felt like a good time to use them. The spell I wanted to cast required 5 specific ones, but I was missing 2 of the required elemental talismans. I would replace them with the corresponding rune. Metal enriches water. Water nurtures wood. Wood feeds fire. Fire dries earth. Earth refines metal. A pentagram formed, suspending and connecting them all in the air. Using the creation cycle to bolster another spell to an absurd level, even my sword bolstering it by a slight degree. Fire magecraft wasn't my forte, but I had thought about a few spells I wanted to create through the usage of the runic arts. The runes swirled around my hand, invoking in the sequence I envisioned. Too many to say individually, it was simpler to link the sentence under a single spell name. Fires of Muspelheim. The land was dyed red. In front of the gates of Winterhold, if you looked out, there was no fresh snow for about 80 yards, possibly more. I think the guards were a bit surprised. Surely, they couldn't think this was much. I mean, I felt this wasn't up to par with my standards. I noticed several irregularities when I cast the spell for the first time. I did make a mental note to fix them, but I lost maybe 30 to 40% power in the final cast. Thank you. A guard pat me on the shoulder. I recognized him from earlier. You saved the lives of many good men. I guess I did. Why exactly were those things attacking? He slumped his shoulders, letting out a sigh. It's that time of the year that they reproduce. I'm not sure the exact mechanism behind how they give birth, only that they need a source of heat. They usually swarm us when the sun is at its peak, drag a few people off then do it again the next day. This repeats for a couple weeks. Oh, heat, I see what he means. Though I am a little intrigued. Does the act of reproduction need to siphon the heat from a living being in order for them to generate offspring? Everyone around me looked immediately at ease with the large swarm gone. A large weight off their shoulders in the meantime. There were a couple sporting wounds, well a bit of ice got around the shields. I one in specific rip a thorn of ice out of his arm. What a badass, that must have hurt. Oi. I clasped him in the shoulder, casting a healing spell. He just started at me, almost in utter confusion. How can they be so surprised at my magic, magecraft, when they live next to a college of mages? Geez, my terminology is getting all mixed up. I guess they mean the same thing, contextually speaking. Thanks. The guard grunted out. No problem, though you may want to get yourself checked. I don't know much about ice wraiths, admittedly, if there are any lingering effects inside your body. I owe you a drink, mage, the guard moved his arm around. Think we all do. The other guard, possibly the leader. He walked over and put a hand on my shoulder. Thank you, truly. Many of my men were ready to die today. Well, I wouldn't say no to a mug, your Skyrim mead has grown on me. All right, you had him boys. Batter, Tolsmar, you both are staying on duty at the gate since you were both late. Otherwise, first round is on me, boys. There was some good-natured cheering. My name is Svord and if anyone gives you problems in Winterhold, tell them my name. He practically dragged me off towards the tavern, his posse of armed guards following along, laughing and jeering. It was, not unpleasant. Seeing everyone make way as we pushed open the doors of what I presumed was the tavern. The locals greeted the guards happily. I guess they would have an applied interest in the guards returning back victorious. Dager. Svord exclaimed to a man behind the counter. Svord, it's good to see you made it, how were the? Every guard alive and accounted for, you can thank my new friend here. He laughed happily, clasping my shoulder. A mage. Dager eyed me skeptically. You from the college, lad? I came here wanting to check it out, saw they needed a hand. I shrugged. Just did what anyone would do. I took a quick glance around, the old cart driver was chatting up a woman in the corner, she looked about his age. He saw me out of the corner of his eye, I gave him a nod and smile. Aye, he's a good one, the college would do good to add him to their number. Svord added. Now. He clapped his hands. I promised a round for everyone, and Svord doesn't go back on his word. The place erupted in cheers, it was really lively. I wasn't used to getting this kind of attention when people all gave me acknowledgement and such. But, it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. What'll you get, lad? The hero gets the first drink. Dager. I've only had a few drinks from Skyrim so far, Blackbriar, Honningbrew, what else you got for me? I sat at the counter. Svord and Dager shared a look, a smile showing on their faces. Let's get you a true Nord drink. He poured out a bottle I didn't recognize into a large mug. All right, lad, we won't laugh if you can't handle something a bit stronger than the milk you're used to, at least not too much. Svord slapped my back. Oh, is that a challenge? I eyed him. He crossed his arms, staring at me, a grin on his face. This is a man's drink, son. I took the hat off my head, reaching inside to grab a handful of coins and slammed them on the table. The balls on this lad, eh? Svord snorted in amusement. We were gathering a little show. He pulled out a few coins and matched me. Bottoms up. I took swig, eyeing Svord as I downed the entire thing in one drink. Granted, a bit of it spilled out onto my shirt, and I almost coughed it back up when it first went down my throat, but I slammed the empty mug on the counter. Tasted like piss mixed with honey. I coughed slightly, meeting the silence of the crowd. Fuck it, give me another. There were whoops and laughter as Svord pat my shoulder. Well done, lad. He laughed happily. You earned this. He pushed the gold towards me. All right, just keep the drinks flowing. I waved my hand around the room, pushing both piles of gold towards Dager. More cheers and thanks were shouted my way. It was a wonderful feeling. Chapter 9. Wake up. I felt a prodding in my shoulder, I was still drowsy, and my head was killing me. Wake up. I heard and felt it again. I groggily lifted my head up to look at the person poking me. He was not a race I had seen before. An elf of some sort. The people weren't freaking out, so I was assuming that his species wasn't uncommon. The fuck do you want? He was dressed well, too well. He had a permanent look on his face that screamed, I'm better than you. How uncouth, not that I expected any more from a 2-bit mage. He scoffed. What time was it? I don't think it was noon yet, maybe early morning. I fell asleep at the counter. That's a bit embarrassing. It didn't look like the owner minded though. I think I paid him enough as it was. I think we were celebrating far into the night. Even as I looked around, there appeared to be a few more people passed out here and there. I guess this wasn't an uncommon occurrence. My eyes focused back on the men who had been poking and insulting me. Who are you, and why should I care? Again, that little scoff he gave made me want to punch him. I am Encano, Thalmor emissary and counsel to the Archmage of the college, he proclaimed, perking up like a peacock. Neat. Yes, quite. It looked like he tried his best to not appear annoyed at my remark, failing horrendously. I have heard of your feats yesterday and am gracious enough to offer you a place at the college. This feels all kinds of wrong. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm too curious to see where this goes. Oh, how kind of you, good sir. How could I ever repay such generosity? I see, you do indeed have some manners befitting someone more learned than these barbarians. I will ignore your earlier outbursts. He turned his nose up. You are lucky to have caught the eye of some very powerful mages. They are curious about the spells you evoked in your battle. Ah, there it is. I guess some descriptions of what I had done were spread around. Some idiot heard the rumors. I guess my foreign magic would be interesting to those who devote themselves to the magical studies. You said your name was Encano. I wanted to make sure. Indeed. He nodded, clearly pleased with himself for some reason. Good, I didn't want to get your name wrong, that would just be embarrassing. I cleared my throat, drawing a bit of attention on myself. Go fuck yourself, Encano. Trying to learn my mysteries. Do I look like I was born yesterday? If this was the clock tower, he would have been killed trying this shit on someone else. There was some snicker and laughter around the room. I saw Dager try his best to hold back his own laugh. I just tipped my hat at the men and smirked. Why you? He exclaimed in surprise. How dare you? I think I saw his hands light up, ready to cast a spell. Only, the sound of steel being drawn from its sheath filled the room. It looked like several guards had woken up from their naps and were all pointing blades at Encano. He paused, looking at me, then looking over the room. The magical energy he gathered had dissipated and he just scoffed. I expected nothing less from such uncivilized barbarians. Says the idiot that was about to invoke a spell in the middle of a tavern, a fire spell, in a building made of wood. Do you need a lesson on what happens to wood when it catches fire? He narrowed his eyes. No wonder the Thalmor are needed in Skyrim. Truly you all need a strong, guiding hand. I didn't really get the gist of what he was saying, but the guards around me were enraged, for lack of a better term. The looks on their faces, I could only admire their control as they clenched their weapons. But, I drank with them last night, sort of built a bond with them. Is it weird that I felt annoyed because they were insulted? You wanted to cast magic. Let's step outside then, you and me. I stood up, looking him in the eyes. Oh, you wish to duel me? He looked on at me with disdain. I haven't the time to waste with the riffraff. I'll give you the knowledge of my spells if you win. I cut him off. I knew what he was doing, didn't really care either. He paused, looking at me before smiling. Is this the part where you make a demand of me, if you win? He waved his hand nonchalantly. Go ahead, demand whatever nonsensical thing you wish if a miracle occurs. Your clothes. The whole room was silent. Pardon. The elven mage looked at me in confusion. I want your clothes. I enunciated. You will walk back to the college, buck-ass naked when I win. This was twofold. First, I wanted to humiliate him. I already felt that there would be no common ground between us and he was utterly insufferable. Second, I actually wanted his clothes. They looked high quality and I thought I could take them to a tailor and maybe use their materials for something to my tastes. He snorted, holding back his anger. You will rue the day you angered me. He stomped out of the inn. I just followed after him along with the entirety of the tavern who came to watch the show. He at least had the good sense to walk outside of town to avoid any collateral damage in the immediate vicinity. The townsfolk started lining up, more than were in the tavern. I guess news travels fast here. I think I saw Svord give me a thumbs up in the back. Well, let us discuss the rules of this duel. Encano stated. No killing, no maiming, no large-scale collateral damage. You hurt the spectators, I'm taking your head. He seemed like the kind of person who would accidentally cast too powerful a spell near people he disliked. Fine, your terms are accepted. Shall we have someone give a countdown or would you like to make the first move? He said arrogantly. I just raised an eyebrow. I withdrew my sword cane from my hat and unsheathed it. How uncivilized, a mage wielding a sword. He rolled his eyes, summoning a staff from somewhere. I wasn't really paying attention. I shall be magnanimous, feel free to cast your spell, I shall not respond until you are finished. Should I just run up and stab him? Nah, I got a better idea. Oh, this is going to be good. I just smirked after hearing Drake. Leveling my sword at him, spell circles began to envelope the blade. The dimensional refraction phenomenon, an aspect of the kaleidoscope that allows me to pull an infinite amount of magical energy from parallel worlds. The circles thrummed with power, collecting and condensing the mana, ready for use. Ether cannon. My sword shuddered. I briefly panicked that it would explode at the power. I had kept the output of the spell at the bare minimum, and even so, the weapon couldn't handle this kind of spell. I saw my Encano's eyes widen as he pulled on an impressive amount of magical energy to cast a spell similar to Lesser Warding. Was it a higher tier variant of the same spell? It didn't matter. My beam of iridescent light tore through his barriers like they were paper. His cry of pain was heard, deafening the crowd. He fell to the ground, clutching his lower stomach, screaming out in pain as blood seeped from his mouth and poured through his fingers. I calmly strode over to his prone position. I saw a white light erupt from his hands, trying to heal himself. It would be slow going, but my aim was impeccable. There would be no lasting damage if he got healed, so I didn't violate the rules. I withdrew a couple potions from my storage. I practically shoved the regeneration down his throat and dumped a healing potion on the wound. This wasn't out of mercy, mind you. He still had part of his wager to uphold. You lost, I said plainly, as the bleeding began to stop. He wobbled to his feet, taking a few steps back form. Why you dare? I raised an eyebrow. Did he think I wouldn't notice what he was doing? I saw him channeling his own magical energy into spell, trying to hide it. I just began casting my own spells, bringing runes into existence with a hand behind my back. Strip, I ordered again. I saw him contort in rage, hands clenched. I am a Thalmor emissary. You dare to lay a hand on me? Your punishment is death. He threw his hands up and a large amount of mana was expanded. Something came into existence. A large, towering, ice figure stood between me and the arrogant elf. Another sort of elemental. No matter, I pushed my hand to the ground and brought all the runes together. Bindings of Gaia. Massive roots sprang from the frozen tundra, shooting up and wrapping around the ice creature, binding it in place. They didn't stop, shooting towards Encano, grabbing, and pulling him prone to the ground. The duel had been concluded and you tried to kill me. I wonder what the punishment for attempted murder is. My blade pressed against his neck, and I leaned down next to him. A 2-bit mage, huh? I whispered. The Jarl would enjoy having the Thalmor emissary in his dungeons. Svord walked up next to me, clearly hearing the exchange. Would he now? I raised an eyebrow, a smile shared between me and Svord. It seems like this Jarl doesn't like the Thalmor, whatever they are, and Encano looked rather pale at the thought. As I contemplated what to do, a teleportation-type spell had activated a few feet away and a man walked out. Another elf. It looked like a different species though. May I request you remand him into my custody? The man had an authoritative voice to him, yet at the same time he gave the aura of a sort of kindly old man. Archmage, Svord greeted, maybe even with a little respect. Svord, it's been a while. The Archmage returned. Archmage, someone high up in the college, perhaps. I apologize for the commotion he's caused. The mage looked at me. I can promise that he was operating under no authority of the college and his views and words in no way reflect upon us. I looked towards Svord, who just gave me a nod. I didn't really care either way. Dump him in the river, throw him in jail, his existence meant little to me. He's all yours. A bit of goodwill towards my future home wouldn't be too bad either. I was about to undo my spell until... Snap. The Archmage snapped his fingers, and my roots began to unravel and return to the ground. The summoned being was dispersed and returned to whatever realm it was summoned from. I couldn't help but blink and stare at this Archmage. Frankly, he was giving me a familiar feeling, like I was staring at my previous self. That well of knowledge that seems unfathomable and the quiet confidence that he could handle anything that came his way. Of course, the Archmage only just gave me a kind smile, though I think he was smirking a bit, but I didn't feel any amount of arrogance from it. Well played. He's strong. Can you tell how much? The current you can't handle him. Using those devil terms, at least ultimate class. Ah yes, the devil's way of measuring power. Lower class, middle class, high class, ultimate class, Satan class, and superclass. Godly beings tend to be operating at a minimum of Satan class power, usually in the realm of what is referred to as superclass. I thank you, young man. He pulled Encano up from the ground and applied his own healing spells. They were strong. I could see they were many-fold stronger than the basic one I knew. He turned his gaze towards the bloodied elf. Now, I believe you have a wager to uphold. I paused and I think everyone around us stopped too. I don't think they expected that. Why, you can't be serious, Archmage. I'm an emissary of the Thalmor. He exclaimed. Then perhaps you should act like it in the future. He narrowed his eyes. I'm your confidant. How would it look on the college if I were to parade around in the nude? Oh, it will look very poorly on us, can you tell that already? He conceded, but power began to swell up, and his eyes glowed faintly. But it would forever taint our pride if we didn't uphold our own agreements and were known as untrustworthy. Do I make myself clear? You know, it didn't feel like a play, or just making a scene to save face. It seemed genuine on the surface, and I usually trusted my instincts with such things. He kept spouting nonsense about being an emissary. No doubt there would be political fallout if he died, even if he was the one at fault. I could concede that point, which was why the Archmage was probably thanking me. Even Svord was willing to allow the Archmage to take him, and his own men appeared to loathe the men. I really need to learn the political situations of this land. The Thalmor emissary shuddered, sweating profusely under the Archmage's gaze. Of course. He spit out as he began undressing and tossing his clothes on the ground. He was shivering as each layer was taken off and he began to put his hands on his underwear, but I decided to stop him. That's enough, I stated, earning their attention. I don't think anyone wants to see that. Indeed. The Archmage smiled in amusement. Make your way back to the college, and Kano. We will be having words later about your assumption of power over the college's decisions. Oof, sounds like someone was going to get a spanking. And you had best be properly clothed by the time I return. No one spoke as the elf began his walk of shame. Truthfully, I expected a lot of laughter and jeering, but I think the townspeople were just too stunned to say anything. The Archmage once again turned towards me. You are an interesting young man. He flicked his wrist and a parchment appeared in his hand. I would hate for us to be called liars, while Enkano did not have the authority to do so. I would like to officially extend this invitation to join the college. I grabbed the parchment, opening it up to read. This just says, he can join with your signature. I deadpanned. Did you think it was difficult to join the college? There is only the basic requirement to be able to cast a few beginner spells and the guard would let you in. He laughed, flexing his hand and disappearing from the spot. Only the distortion of magical energy leaving a tell sign that he had teleported away. What just happened? I asked Svord. That would be Archmage Savos Aran, head of the college. He seemed. Frankly, I didn't know the word to use. What was the combination of powerful, quirky, funny, scary, grandfatherly, eccentric? Aren't all mages? Svord chuckled. But he is respected. Really, I thought everyone here hated mages. Yes, that should tell you something. He pat my shoulder and walked back towards town. I picked up the clothes off the ground. Now let's see if I can find a tailor. Chapter 10. I was staring over the side of a cliff, at the edge of Winterhold. I could see houses, buildings, and all kinds of infrastructure poking out of the side of the mountain, all the way down to the gorge below. Not only that, but I could also see the bridge into the college. It didn't look like it should be standing, let alone being used. What did they call it? The Great Collapse. I got the Cliff Notes version of what happened, but seeing it still like this was something else. Apparently, the relationship between the college and the town was already rather strained when it occurred, only for the people to blame the college once again when the incident did happen, though from what I could tell they didn't do it. It was tragic, but nothing I could do about it. It seems like everyone had already picked up and carried on. The town had started expanding again in the other direction. I could still see houses being built when the snowstorms weren't as bad. Does my devil biology give me some resistance against weather? I could only guess so considering I'm lightly layered compared to the people who live here. I looked up at the sun in the sky. It was hard to get a concept of time here, especially when the sun barely peeked through the snowy air, but I could guess it was mid-afternoon, leaning towards sunset. I had just been walking around town for a few hours, getting acquainted with it. Basically, I needed to kill some time. It seems like she should be close to done. I twirled my hat and put it on my head. I guess I'll go check in with the tailor again. The guards gave me nods as I passed. I seemed to develop a sort of rampart with the town. It was nice, the place wasn't too big, probably a few hundred people all in all, small enough that everyone knew everyone, and news traveled faster than the speed of light. I walked up to the tailor's shop, pushing the door open. I wasn't surprised at the scene of needles hovering in the air, moving every which way on a piece of fabric. Iveth. I greet. Will, the older woman smiled. It was a good idea to get to know your tailor. Anyone who takes pride in their clothing would tell you as much. I sat in a nearby chair. I didn't want to disturb her too much. To be honest, we weren't too acquainted, only having met earlier this morning when I put in my order, but we hit it off decently well. She was curious about the clothing I described, and I even used some parchment for some sketches. The most surprising thing was her application of magic. She was using telekinesis to move the needles all about as she worked through the seams. It was one of the reasons she could pump out quality work so quickly. If it were anyone else, this would have probably taken days, if not over a week to accomplish. She told me a mage had been sweet on her in her youth, teaching her a few spells. Basic cantrips and whatnot, but perfect for someone who is running a business. She could light a fire, heat water, freeze food. Things of that nature. This should about do it. She moved her hands away, admiring her work. What do you think? I walked over, standing beside her. Amazing, I can't believe how well this turned out for my horrible sketches and explanations. Truly you are an artist. My praise was genuine. It was astonishing how well this turned out. I mean, I could tell the materials weren't the same as what I was used to back home, but it looked phenomenal. I took the clothes into the back room to change. She had already gotten my measurements before. She was quite thorough with that as well, especially around my groin area. Not that I dislike older women, if it were any other time. Unfortunately, I had wanted to get to the college as quickly as I could. I zipped up my pants, having donated the clothes from my previous world as additional material. She was quite perplexed by the little mechanism until I showed her how it worked. Suffice to say, she's really curious to where I acquired such a thing. The buttons on my shirt were nice, decorated, but classy. No uncomfortable tightness anywhere, it was just the perfect size. Of course I made sure everything was nice and tidy as I tucked in my shirt. And lastly, I put on the vest, or waistcoat, depending on where you live. I ran my hands down the fabric, making sure there are no loose seams or snags anywhere. No, it was all perfect. The last piece, and probably the easiest for her to make. A black tie to go along with everything. I had briefly considered a white tie, but it looked best as black against my white vest along with my black shirt. There was a mirror here, though not to the standards I was used to. The glass was milky and hard to see, but I could make out my figure enough to like what I saw. Finally, adjusting my tie up, and putting my hat on my head. I walked out of the room, meeting the eyes of Yvette. Oh my, if I were 10 years younger. Yeah, I looked good. The clothes make the men and all that. It was a nice confidence boost as well. My only regret, she didn't have enough material to make the jacket. I set a large stack of gold on the counter. Will this cover everything? That is way too much. She stuttered, staring at the pile. I wonder if this is too little, actually. I adjusted my tie slightly, making sure it was straight. Yes, I'm a clothes snob. I find it physically annoying to wear something so unsightly as I was before. With this much, I'll be able to order some higher quality fabrics from the next caravan. She muttered. I stopped in my tracks and turned to her, a thought crossing my mind. I set another stack of coins on the counter, earning her surprise. Then I will request your services in the future. I want a few more outfits and I hope you can get the stuff soon. Of course. She said pridefully. I'll take care of all your tailoring needs. Well then, now that I'm properly dressed, it's time to visit the college. Walking towards the entrance, I could feel the magical energy in the air get denser. Right as the ground met the stone pathway, I put my hand out and pulsed some mana. A shimmering blue barrier was revealed in front of me. I saw my magical energy cascade in every direction, showing the form of the barrier before dissipating. Amazing, a bounded field of that size must have taken an astronomical amount of magical energy to sustain. I hesitantly stepped through. Normally I wouldn't have been so lackadaisical about going into a bounded field of unknown origins, but the college was welcoming, so I took the small risk. State your business. An elf leaning against the brick railing walked up, blocking my path. Here to join the college. I produced the letter from the Archmage. She opened the letter, staring at its contents for a moment. What? Yeah, I don't know either. I just shrugged. Oh. He snapped her fingers. You're the mage that dueled Encano. That would be me. I don't think he dueled anyone else in the meantime, so probably. Amazing, how were you able to penetrate his greater ward with a single spell and without a large cast time? Was it some kind of master-level destruction spell? Or did it bypass the properties of the ward entirely with a curse? No. That shouldn't be it. He said his greater ward was pierced through, ignoring the absorption effects. Was it a spell that accelerated a physical object at high speeds? She started to ramble on. I could guess some things, but I felt like I was missing a bit of context. I'm sorry, I think I'm missing something here, miss. Oh, I'm sorry, I just got excited. My name is Feralda. I sometimes work as the guard for the college, screening potential recruits. I see. I said simply. And what was this about Encano? Oh, the duel has been the talk of the college since the Archmage had brought Encano back. Really? Encano doesn't strike me as the type of person who would discuss his defeat. We were surprised too. Feralda admitted. Encano isn't exactly the most likable person in the college. So, all of us were surprised when the Archmage announced that Encano was kind enough to give a lecture on magical dueling using his experience as an example. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I could only imagine Encano's face with the Archmage standing there, making him give a very detailed explanation on how he was defeated. I mean, it wasn't just because I took him down in one shot. There were several variables that led to me defeating him with such ease. His arrogance was probably the highest factor. He sat there and let me cast a spell at him. He acknowledged that he didn't know about my magic and still let me set the pace. Gods, I could imagine the whole lecture, Encano having to thoroughly describe the entire thing in detail, then the Archmage going, "Okay class, what did Encano do wrong here?" And the arrogant elf having to stand there and let a bunch of mages below his skill level criticize him. Even the Archmage said he didn't know what spell you used. Feralda looked at me expectantly. "It's a secret." I gave a smile. "Worth a shot." She mumbled. "All right, go ahead. I'll look you up once you get settled. I wouldn't mind exchanging pointers." As I approached closer to the college, and noticed the temperature getting noticeably warmer, there wasn't even any snow on the walkway the further I went. An effect of the bounded field around the college? That was my first assumption, and considering the sheer amount of magical energy being pumped around here, it wasn't probably far off. I noticed several wells along the walkway. They looked like small openings to the nearby ley lines. They pushed out so much magical energy that it was visible to the naked eye. Incredible. I knew this whole trip was going to be worth it. Hell, falling into this world was worth it just for this. The things I could learn here, I was excited just imagining it. The path led to a sort of rotunda that circled around, leading to several towers, all before the large doors of the main building. There were mages all around. Some were casting spells, some were just chatting happily or reading a book on a bench. I got barely spared a glance. Everyone was deep in their own studies or experiments. It reminded me heavily of the clock tower, if a bit more whimsical in nature. Pushing the doors open, I was greeted with the faces of about a dozen mages, gathering in a circle with an older man in the middle. "Greetings." The older man stepped out of the group, walking over with a smile on his face. "You appear to be a new face," he said, giving me a once-over. "Indeed, I just joined today. Or I will hope to be joining. I'm not entirely sure on the process." "No problem, you've basically joined once you pass the threshold. We just need to get you squared away with lodging and a schedule of when classes are." He nodded. "For now, though, what about joining our lesson? It's for beginners, but a refresher is always a good idea." "That would be lovely, thank you." Did he know I wasn't a beginner? Well, I guess the term is subjective here. I wasn't familiar with their magic in depth yet. "All right everyone, it seems like we got one more student, Mr." He looked at me. "Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I look forward to learning alongside all of you." I introduced myself. "Wonderful." The older mage smiled. "We were just going over the lesser warding spell and how to apply it in a practical situation." I stood to the back. It seemed like everyone here were a bit younger than me, probably by about 3 to 4 years. Most people think of lesser ward as a wall. He pushed out the spell in front of him with an ease that was impressive. He no doubt had much experience under his belt. Which it may seem like on the outside, but such thinking is incorrect. Yes, it is a protection. It stops spells from reaching you, but understanding how it works is just as important as knowing how to cast it. Our spells are directly tied to our imagination and willpower. If we force the spell into such narrow understanding, its abilities are greatly weakened. The wall becomes brittle and easily demolished. Was lesser ward the basics? Here, there was a greater version of the spell. Were they the bread and butter of defensive spellcasting? He looked around the room. I guess he wanted to see if anyone understood. Maybe this was a bit too advanced to talk about the concepts behind spellcasting. Well, it was extremely simplified, but still, he was talking about how to modify the spell, albeit indirectly. "Wilhelm, was it? Can I hear your thoughts?" The mage called me, as all the heads towards back to face me. "About understanding spells in general or my thoughts towards lesser ward?" "Just lesser ward, for now." He smiled. "I suppose it's a very efficient spell if you copy it straight from the book. Its cost and effort to cast are below average and it's a very sturdy shield for what you get. It won't block anything high tier, but fights don't always involve casting large-scale destruction. A quick fireball is oftentimes much more dangerous than summoning a lightning storm, yet can be blocked quite easily with a quick lesser ward." "All correct." He turned toward the others. As he said, simple and efficient spells are often better than big and destructive. That being said, it is unlikely you'll run into anyone able to cast such spells, meaning a lesser ward will probably be able to counter almost anything an enemy mage can throw at you. He turned towards me again. "If I can ask for your assistance, again, would you mind casting a lesser ward while I shoot a ball of light at it?" "Of course." I nod, stepping out of the group, getting a little distance from him. This was supposed to be a learning thing, so I very blatantly held my hand up and pushed the spell outward, giving everyone else in the hall a good look. "I can already see you understand the spell quite thoroughly." He held a ball of light in his hand and basically tossed it at my ward. It splashed across, before dissipating against my magical barrier. Now, you see how his held. I used the same strength against all of yours earlier, yet none of yours could take it without breaking. And I know what you all want to say, that he is more experienced or more powerful since he's older, but is that true? He looked towards me. Wilhelm, how much magicka did you push into your lesser ward when you cast it? Magicka, if I recall, that was the term they used for mana here. The bare minimum for the spell to cast. So, what was the difference between your ward and the ward he cast? He asked the class, but no one answer. The answer is simple, really. It isn't even experience, it's just knowledge. He understood how the spell worked and was able to apply its properties correctly when casting. He gestured over to me. Tell me, Wilhelm, what do you picture when you cast the spell? A bag. I said after a moment. I wasn't really at the level where I had to force an image when casting, I was pretty far ahead of that, but it was a step any novice would go through. But the spell reminded me more of a bag than a wall. Wonderful. He exclaimed. A bag, not a wall. If you read the spell tome properly, you would have seen that the lesser ward absorbs the magicka of the spell that it blocks, rendering it moot. A wall cannot absorb, it prevents, it is static and unyielding. Whereas a bag can take into itself, yes, it can rip when too much is put in, but that is the limit of the spell itself. He looked around the room, noticing the faces of his student light up in understanding, smiling in good nature. All right, let's leave it here for today. I want you all to practice casting your lesser ward every morning until you can do it without effort. The students dispersed, chatting and whispering to each other as they scattered to the ends of the college. Thank you for your assistance. The mage walked towards me. I find it helpful when the students have someone closer to their age to compare themselves to. I was happy to help. I smiled, it was a nice experience again, being in a classroom. Hell, I even learned a thing or two while I was here. The room registration is kept by Urag Groshab, our resident librarian. Just introduce yourself to him and he'll set you straight. The old mage pat me on the shoulder. Oh, where are my manners? I completely forgot to introduce myself. I am Talfter, the master alteration mage for the college, along with the teacher for defensive magics. He walked me over towards the door. Here we are, these stairs lead up to the Arcaneum, be polite to Urag Groshab, he takes his job as librarian very seriously. I just stared at the stairs going up, a library in a magical college. It was just there, open for anyone to enter without prior authorization. Was it really this simple? Could I access the school's library without anyone stopping me? I was practically dancing with excitement. Forget a room, I want to just live in the library. Chapter 11, Interlude 1. POV Sona Citri. I was not having a good day. Where did it all go wrong? Was it yesterday, when I was blown up? No, I think I can go further back, it wasn't even when I agreed to watch over Lord Lucifer's bastard. Truthfully, I think it was when I was born. Yes, everything started to go wrong when I met my sister. I love Seraphal dearly, but Satan's below, I want to strangle that girl sometimes, often. Sister, please. I begged, quietly of course, I didn't want to ruin my image. My poor Sonatan, don't worry, I'll find the meanie who blew up all over you and beat him up. Of course, she would phrase it that way, while trying to molest my rear. Seraphal. Lord Beelzebub spoke up. I thanked whatever higher beings that listened, there was at least one sane Satan left. And no, I didn't count Lord Lucifer or Lord Asmodeus, wherever he was. Fine, my sister happily skipped back to her seat. Okay, as I was saying, can you please start from the beginning, Sona? Lord Beelzebub asked again. I took a deep breath and began. I was heading over to Shimoda's house, because he had been absent from school for 3 days at that point, counting that morning. I took a glance at Lord Lucifer, he was serious, but seemed to look almost disconnected from this meeting. As I was tasked to do, I needed to check up on him to make sure he was safe. And how did he act? Like a different person, maybe like someone was controlling him. Lord Beelzebub asked, jotting down some notes. He made a comment that I didn't expect from him, but if I was to question if it was him or not, it sounded like how he would say it. If that makes sense, Lord Beelzebub. I see, and you didn't find any magical anomalies? No, sir. I didn't sense any magic in the area. Okay, continue. I had to force my way inside and I was going to confront him again, possibly use a more thorough hypnosis to figure out what was going on, but I was surprised when I saw all the drawings covering the walls. Yes, I have several pictures here. He picked them up. And you have no idea where these came from. I do not have the faintest clue, if I had to guess it was some kind of magic. I'm only aware of human magic by rumor, knowing that it involves a lot of calculations. And isn't that a revelation? Apparently Shimoda knew magic. I'm not surprised. He stared at the pictures intently. I had to sit down and figure some of these out myself. It looks like he was calculating the position of the stars in this one, and over here was the gravitational force exerted on an object moving at the speed of light. He began to mumble several more things before coughing and looking back up. Unfortunately, most of it was destroyed and I'm unable to piece it together. So, he's smart, then. Serafal added. This is some high-level stuff. I can tell there are a few magic formulas mixed in, so its nature isn't in question. If he's able to use this appropriately, well, I wouldn't deny him the title of genius. Ajuka Beelzebub admitted. And there is no evidence of him using magic before this. I was surprised when Lord Lucifer finally spoke. I didn't think he was listening. No, sir. I said calmly, just earning a hum from him. Continue on, Miss Citri. Lord Beelzebub gestured. When I asked him about it all he said. I have taken the drugs, then asked me if I wanted to see a magic trick. My sister snorted in laughter, holding her mouth shut. It looked like he pulled some kind of bracelet out of his hat. It appeared expensive, not something I would think he had. I don't know where he got it. Then he said, for my next trick, I'll make an asshole devil disappear. Before turning the bracelet into a bomb and throwing it at me. So, he knew you were a devil. Lord Beelzebub mumbled. Admittedly, I didn't focus on that part. I guess he did know I was a devil. That brings into question many things I didn't think about previously. I am still angry he tried to blow me up, but thinking about it now, it wasn't a very powerful explosion. Even if I didn't cast a shield in time, it wouldn't have done any lasting damage. But that didn't mean I would forgive him either. After I recollected myself, I saw the house on fire and ran back inside, using my water magic to douse the flames. But at that point nearly everything was destroyed and Shimoda was nowhere to be seen. He most likely knew a teleportation spell. Lord Beelzebub sighed. Thank you for your report, Miss Citri. I looked around the room. Lord Lucifer and my sister didn't look like they had anything to say, so I stood up, gave a bow, and left. There was already a teleportation circle on the floor, outside of the meeting room that I stepped into and was taken back to the school, directly into the student council's office. The burst of light died down and I saw Rias pacing around the room. Rias? I questioned. Sona. She hugged me. I guess this whole thing had been a bit stressful on her as well. Well, it wasn't like she was reaching for my butt. I didn't mind returning the hug. Rias, are you okay? Yeah. She waved off my concerns, walking over to the couch and plopping into the seat. How did it go? I already told you everything that happened. They didn't really express their thoughts either. I just shrugged. This wasn't something I could really interfere with, nor could I add any insight. Rias groaned. How was my brother? I paused, not knowing how I should answer. Rias was Sijic Lucifer's sister, but was I supposed to speak ill of Lord Lucifer to his own sister? He seemed distant. My red-haired friend sighed, mumbling something about her stupid brother. Of course. She said curtly. Him and Grafia were fighting last time I went over. It was hard to separate political issues from friendship when both our siblings were part of the ruling body, but at this point in our relationship, it wasn't difficult to know when something was meant just for us. What happened? You know, she got mad at him when he finally told her about Takao. There was a big fight and everything. I think Mom took Milicias in for a week or so. Grafia and Lucifer's story is well known. It's rare for them to love each other so much that Lord Lucifer didn't get a harem. Ria smiled slightly. Grafia wouldn't mind if brother had a harem. I think she was more pissed that he hid his son from her rather than finding out that he had sex with some other woman. There might also be a little jealousy from how hard they had to try to have their child and he accidentally had one with a human. That did fit in what I knew about the strongest queen, Grafia Lucifuge. Then there was the fact that he pushed the responsibilities onto her too. I don't think he once even checked up on Takao. It was Grafia that had to tell Milicias that he had a brother in the first place. Rias let out a groan in frustration. I love my brother, but he never was really good at being a father. I think Grafia does most of the parenting as it is. I can see how that would anger Grafia. It seemed like Lord Lucifer just wanted to put him out of sight and out of mind, even if others had to look after him. I could understand a bit. It would be difficult if the old Satan faction found out that the strongest devil had a bastard that didn't have any power. Be it for political reasons or using him as a hostage or something, it was probably better that Takao just stayed away from the whole of Devil Society. Well, I guess that plan had all gone up in flames, quite literally too. And don't even get me started on Mother. Rias threw her arms up. I don't think she's even talking to brother right now. She is and has been pissed to find out she had a grandchild she never got to meet. I couldn't help but quirk a small smile. That sounded exactly like Rias's mom, Lady Gremory. It's no secret how much she dotes on Milicias. She wouldn't care if Takao was reborn as an angel, she would have dote on him all the same. What are we going to do, Sona? Rias asked. What do you mean? We have to find him, right? What if he was kidnapped or... Rias, I don't think he was kidnapped, it looked like he left willingly. She slumped down in her seat. I could tell this was eating at her. She never interacted with Takao in any capacity. I think she was too scared. No, that probably isn't the right word. I guess it was just difficult to get involved in the conflicts between those she considered family. Our siblings are already going to look around, you know we can't blow this up or it would make everything worse. Yeah. She said quietly. How about you, Rias? Did you ever find out what happened to your familiar? I wanted to change the subject. Thankfully Rias was pretty good about reading the mood. She insists that she doesn't remember how she passed out. I'm betting she was probably attacked by a bird or something and didn't want to admit it. Rias huffed. I checked up on Issei too, just to be sure. Nothing seemed wrong, but Kaneko said his dragon smell was getting stronger. He might be close to activating his sacred gear by accident soon. A dragon-type sacred gear, Rias really did luck out sometimes. I was happy that she was going to add another member to her peerage with potential, but I was still a bit miffed that I was emotionally blackmailed to hand him over to her even if it was for a good cause. She needed all the help she could get right now. You should hurry, if it activates before you add him to your peerage, he may not want to join. Rias was many things, but proactive was not one of them. She would procrastinate until things either fell into place or blew up in her face. I'm still working out on how to approach him. She waved me off. I just rolled my eyes. That was code for, I'll deal with it later. Rias may be my friend, but I can't hold her hand her entire life. How about a game of chess? I offered. I guess, it would be nice to take my mind off everything. Chapter 12, Chapter 11. The library was massive. There were shelves that ascended to the ceiling, all filled with books. Beautiful, beautiful books, each one holding information on a subject I didn't know. I found a table in a back corner. I didn't want to be disturbed. There were probably 100 books all stacked up around me. History of Skyrim. The Edra and Deidra, A Look into the Divine. Schools of Magic, A Beginner's Guide. The titles continued, everything I could possibly want to know about the place I found myself in. I don't know how long I sat here reading through the books, sometimes not even finishing one before seeking out answers from another. It wasn't just mundane books either. I found many, many spell books all mixed in. There were sections dedicated entirely to a single spell, both its applications, theory, origins, and counters. It was marvelous just how much knowledge was stored in these ancient halls. I wish I knew some magecraft for memory retention other than memory partition. I wasn't crazy enough to attempt that on myself without hundreds of variables accounted for. No, I just had to settle on the old-fashioned way of reading through each book one by one and taking notes as I go. If there was one thing aggravating, it was having to use a quill and ink. I made a promise to myself to bring ballpoint pens back to this world in the future, or at least keep several hundred on me at all times. I was wondering where our newest, wayward student had disappeared to. I heard the voice and looked up, a bit surprised to see the Archmage standing a few feet away from me. I hadn't even sensed him nor heard his approach. What a monster. I rubbed my eyes, looking up. I think I may have lost track of time. I would say, do you even know what time of day it is? Night. That is correct. He said a laugh. It is night, of the following day you arrived. Oh. I guess I really did lose track of time. I am merely giving you a hard time, it is no problem. He said lightly. Tolfter was just worried you had become lost somewhere. I see, I suppose I should go make sure he knows I'm all right. I paused. But I'm curious, do all new students get the attention of the Archmage? I raised an eyebrow. I would like to say yes, but my schedule can be rather hectic at times. It is hard to greet and teach every student in the college. I can barely manage with one lecture a month. So, what makes me so special? He sat down in a chair at my table, picking up one of the books and giving it a once-over. You are an enigma. You've been watching me. I guess it was obvious, considering how quickly he responded to Encano's defeat. I cast my gaze at every new face that comes to our little corner of Skyrim. He was being awfully open about everything. I guess it isn't really something he should be ashamed of. But there was one question I wanted an answer to. Why didn't you help them with the ice wraiths? That is a difficult question to answer. It would take a while to explain the intricate history between the college and the town. To put it simply, they didn't ask. He sighed, closing the book in his hands. The Jarl is a very prideful man. Ah, that makes more sense. The leader of the town didn't want to have to ask the college for help. It would be an insult to his pride. What exactly do you want from me? I'm curious about those runes you used in your fight. He said, raising his hand in the air. He invoked characters that looked like runes but were not any I was familiar with. This is a standard lightning rune, I don't think I need to point out the differences to you. I see, they have their own runic language here. But it was quite different, it looked like a single rune housed all the power and then created a spell circle to modify its intent and meaning. I moved my hand into the air and drew a Ura's rune, letting it start to channel my mana and take on the properties of lightning. Fascinating. The Archmage said. I shared his thoughts. A spell circle to amplify and actualize your intent behind the rune, that is quite interesting. Both spells dissipated back into magical energy and dispersed. Whoa. He raised an eyebrow. You understand the mechanisms of the spell with merely a glance. You just get more and more interesting. You want an exchange of knowledge, is it? I usually hold my mysteries close to my chest, but I don't mind a fair exchange. If you're wanting my knowledge on the runes I know, then you will be disappointed. I frowned at his sentence. Did he not want to share his knowledge? I can't in good conscience trade something that is already available. He reached out his hand and a book flew out from a nearby bookcase. He didn't even look as he placed it in front of me. I just blinked, looking at the title. How to Apply Runes. And the author was one, Savos Aran. You know, where I come from, other mages would have happily taken this offer, and laughed at me for getting tricked. It wasn't too different here, at one time. When I was younger, it had to be over 100 years ago, the competition was much more aggressive. He shook his head and sighed. Those days are long behind us, competition is good, but I make sure there are lines drawn so nothing gets out of hand. He gave a genuine smile. So, what can I bribe you with? I liked how upfront he was, made things much easier. To be honest, I don't know. Money really doesn't have much of a value, maybe some raw materials to create my own magical foci, but even then, I'm not quite sure what I need. I thought out loud. He was being rather open with me, I wasn't against speaking my mind. Oh, crafting a staff. He looked at me inquisitively. Actually, I was thinking of making a sword that could be used as a staff. I pictured my old, jeweled sword. It felt more right than just a staff or something similar. Interesting. He rubbed his beard. I have a few ideas. He turned over his hand, and something appeared in his palm, a small black ring without any engravings. I saw your hat the other day and it inspired me to make this last night. He offered it to me, and I inspected the ring. Did you? Indeed. A smirk grew on his face. The idea of attaching a folded spatial dimension onto an object. What a novel concept, I don't know why I haven't heard of it before. Most mages, when they get adept enough, just create their own little pocket carved out in the void of oblivion. There are concerns doing such a thing, and it's not particularly difficult to seal off another mage's access temporarily. But this, it would be incredibly hard for outside interference with accessing the contents. Granted, the space created is more limited, but it's a safety precaution that can't be denied. I heard his description and nodded along. I wouldn't trust their method of storage if I had anything precious to store. It seems like someone would be able to break into another storage dimension if they were experienced enough. What's all this? I asked in confusion as I peered into the ring, looking at the space inside. Did you think my offer was only the ring? I added in all sorts of materials, there should be enough to figure out what you want to do. There were many ores inside that I didn't recognize, along with many other items I had no idea what to do with. Wait, how did you already have this prepared? I didn't, I just put that together now. One I keep forgetting, this whole college is probably his workshop. I doubt there is anything that goes on that he doesn't know about, nor anything he can't meddle in. You are one scary old man. Why, thank you. He took my compliment with grace. You're not even here right now, are you? I looked at him, truly looked at him, and something felt off. His smile grew wide. Interesting, explain to me how I'm not here and I'll give you something good. I thought for a moment, looking him over. A thought projection, overlaid with a physical illusion using the college as an anchor, no, that isn't right. The magical energy, the magica that permeates the entire college, if I had to guess, I would say the source flows through somewhere close to your body, the wellspring so to speak. You can use it to project your consciousness or maybe astral project yourself anywhere by piggybacking off the dense flow of magica. You are a scary young man. He laughed, setting a slab of what looked like glass on the table. Why, thank you. I smiled back. What is this? I picked up the glass. It's called blue glass, I don't know if it is official or not. Its counterpart, green glass or just glass, is a material used in making glass armaments. I take it this is rare? I peered at it closely, channeling a bit of my mana inside. Unbelievably so. That is all I've found in the past decade when I first heard of it. Interesting, the material practically ate my mana as if it was starving. This would make a wonderful material for crafting. And the term glass seemed like a bit of misnomer, just holding it in my hand, I could tell this wouldn't lose out to steel in toughness. Is the college against students leaving for extended periods of time? I felt like I now had a goal to strive towards. The image of my sword was starting to come into focus. We like all our initiates to be able to defend themselves, otherwise, we don't really restrict their freedoms. Most students don't leave for journeys until their later years, but I guess your circumstances is a bit out of the norm. He said with a good-natured chuckle. But perhaps there is a better avenue for you. I'm guessing you haven't had a chance to see our job board yet. Yeah. I just scratched my cheek, looking around. I pretty much came straight for the library and haven't left. As the name implies, it's a board in the common room that lists all the jobs available. We provide the necessities here: food, board, and even some novice-level ingredients and materials. Otherwise, you are required to provide for everything else you need. We often get job requests throughout Skyrim, a lot of which is just enchanting weapons or making potions, and we let our younger members handle it, paying a small commission fee to the college, otherwise taking the pay for themselves. Interesting. I wouldn't mind completing a few jobs while I look around for some materials. Wonderful, we're quite backed up on requests as is. Any experienced mage would be a boon. He hummed to himself before pulling a few more books off the shelves. I believe you will need these. I looked at the titles: Enchanting for Novices, Herbalist's Guide to Skyrim, Mixing Ingredients, A Potion Master's Memoir. Well then, I guess there's no point in hiding my ignorance. Thank you. I said it before, young man. I look forward to seeing the things you accomplish. He withdrew an apple from somewhere and brought forth a knife from the same place. He cut a piece off, putting it in his mouth while setting the rest on the table. Make sure you eat. He gave me a wink, chewing on the fruit. You were here the entire time, weren't you? Or did he replace this projection with his real body when I wasn't paying attention? Who knows? He chuckled, walking away. Once again, well played. I'll write down some notes and send them to you. I said, to the empty area, but I'm almost entirely sure he heard me. Chapter 13, Chapter 12. I happily bit into the apple as I put the books away. Urag, or is it Urag Groshub, is it all one name? Well, I'm just going to keep calling him Urag in my head. Urag just gave me a grunt when he walked by. From my interactions with the men so far, that is the highest of praises this he can give. I did read, Erskim, a book on the races found in this world. An orc or Orizmer, how interesting. They were made out to be berserks, not in the insulting sense, but the warrior type. I guess it's rare for an orc to pursue the path of a mage, especially to find one running a library. Well, one thing was for sure, I don't think anyone would have any idea about messing around with his books. Cleaning everything up, all that was left was my notes on runes that I was going to hand over to the Archmage. It was already gone when I took my eyes off it, but I expected that. You won't get one over on me again. Well, my debt has been paid, what should I do now? I did have a schedule for lectures, but nothing interesting was coming up in the next few days. Though, next week the Enchanting Master was going to do a live demonstration, I was looking forward to that. Well, to the job board it is. It was a lovely night. Even if I hadn't slept in over a day, I still felt really refreshed. I think devils can operate on less sleep, so that is a boon to me as well. Also, does my minor shape-shifting counteract things like poor hygiene? I knew some small spells to deal with such issues in a pinch, but even after a couple days, I didn't feel particularly icky. Still though, I felt like a bath would be welcome. I fiddled with my new storage ring. It was truly a good piece. Just seeing this up close, I knew that the enchanting practices of this world would be a benefit to me. The terminology wasn't a one-to-one transfer from what I knew, but the mystic code crafters back home did similar things. And these materials were very interesting as well. I didn't recognize any of them, no doubt they were all native to this dimension. I would have to grab a book on metallurgy when I have the chance. Oh, Tolfdir. I called out, seeing the older mage walking down the path. Hello, Wilhelm, I see you've managed to escape from the confines of the library. He gave a small laugh. Ah, yes. I said awkwardly. I seem to have lost track of time. It is no problem, my boy. He pat me on the shoulder. I wish more students had the same issue. It's hard enough to get them to study through the tomes when I assign specific work. All the young ones these days just want to get straight to throwing fireballs. Well, to be fair, I remember doing that as well when I was young. I think we all did. The Archmage was kind enough to point me towards some specific fields of study. I was actually just going over to the job board so I could get some things done while I gather materials outside. Well, I don't think anyone would say no to another hand with those. We have a few that are starting to get impatient. He scratched his chin and thought. I don't think I need to question your ability either. I believe Enkano will vouch for your magical prowess in combat. His lips curled up slightly. Geez, Enkano must really be hated. Talfter comes off as someone who doesn't dislike anyone and always happy to help, yet even he is willing to take a jab at Ancano. I have a few moments before I need to head to my next lecture. Why don't I show you where everything is? I would appreciate it. I thanked the old mage. He was a really kind man. I actually didn't really know where the common room was. I was guessing it was connected to the living quarters. He led me towards the rotunda. In the corner, there was a door that led to the tower on the left side. It was large, going both up and down many levels. Here we are. He gestured. I looked around. There were a few bookcases, some chairs, and tables, even some students quietly reading to themselves. Quite cozy, if nothing else. And this is the job board. It's nothing extravagant, but it gets the job done. He smiled brightly at his own joke. It brought a small smile to my face too. The job board was overflowing. I could see why they needed a hand. I guess their services are never in low demand. Any jobs I can't take, or is it all fair game? You will have to bring it up with Sergius Turianus. He overlooks all jobs and requests for the college. I heard my name. A man walked over. He was also on the older side, an imperial, bald and wearing standard mage robes. Ah yes, here we are. Wilhelm, meet our resident master enchant, Sergius Turianus. It's a pleasure. I look forward to your lecture next week. I held out my hand and he grabbed it without any fanfare. It's always good to see new blood in the college. So, what can I do for you both? I was just going to take a job or two while I go out for a bit. I spoke. I wanted to know if there were any stringent requirements on what I could pick. As long as you're able to accomplish the jobs, I won't make any unnecessary demands. He came off as a no-nonsense kind of guy, straight to the point and didn't mince his words. I turned towards the board. I saw one that stood out the most. After hearing about this and seeing it here, my interest is piqued. I tore it from the board, still looking for another. I saw an older one, a bit ruffled in the corner, and saw who commissioned it and where I was required to go. Well, I could choose worse places. Taking it as well, I handed them towards Sergius. An enchanting request by the companions over in Whiterin. He eyed me, then looked back towards the paper. There is a reason this one has gone undone for so long, even if the companions are famous throughout Skyrim. They tend to not be very friendly towards mages, the quintessential Nord, if you will. I got a friend who went to Whiterin and wanted to join he companions. I want to see how he's doing. I explained. I see. Well, the requirements are just basic enchanting, nothing a novice can't do. Nord, especially the companions, don't like anything over the basics. They'll want sharpening, durability, and anti-rusting, maybe a few other requests, but they shouldn't very much. I think I can handle that. I can just read the enchanting book on the way there. As for this one is a bit more complicated. You aren't the first to take this request. We had an adept mage give up this request halfway through, saying that a powerful necromancer had taken up residence under the statue of Meridia, which is why it has been acting up. He gave me an inspecting look. Are you sure you can handle this? I'm confident in my combat ability. He just shrugged. I guess it wasn't his job to dissuade people from taking jobs. He also left this. He flipped his hand over and I could tell he pulled on his own personal space to pull out an object. It was a crystal life object, spherical in nature with many flat sides. He said it was a key, not explaining anything else. Oh, and before I forget, the materials for the enchanting job, which will be deducted from your earnings when you return. He handed me a small bag. I just put all the stuff into my ring. Well, if there's nothing else, I want to get these jobs done as soon as possible. I wasn't even brown-nosing before. I really want to listen to his lecture on enchanting next week. I'll make a note of your departure. There aren't any time limits, but don't dawdle. He walked away, seemingly content with everything. Make sure you have plenty of supplies. Talfter looked slightly concerned. Potions, magicka, and healing are a must. A good stamina potion if you need to run away, maybe even a few scrolls. He rambled on, but his intentions were appreciated. Don't worry, I'll make sure I'm properly prepared before engaging an unknown mage. I smiled. Yes, of course. I'm sure you are no stranger to the more dangerous side of our profession. He just nodded and I couldn't help but wonder what he'd heard about me. I mean, I only showed off a lackluster duel between me and Ancano. That couldn't mean much. I guess there were also the ice wraiths. Maybe the archmage said some things I didn't know about. He said his goodbyes and walked off towards class, but my attention was turned elsewhere. Are you going to skulk forever? I called out, taking a few steps out of the common room. I saw an elf, a Bosmer, I believe. There were many kinds of elves here and it was almost hard to keep track. I noticed him trailing me from the time I had met up with Talfter. Greetings, friend. He gave me a strange look. I couldn't help but overhear that you are searching for some materials. Ah, that's what this is about. He must be trying to make some coin off me. Well, I don't really care as long as I can get what I want. So it seems, and what can you do for me? You're new around here, so I thought I would introduce myself. You see, I'm someone who can acquire things, maybe even of a dubious nature. Oh, well, now this just got worth it. Are you now? Well, I'm in need of something particular, something that may be rare and might be hard to acquire by normal means. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Enthur, scholar and humble merchant. How could I be of service? I thought for a moment before pulling the blue glass out of my ring. Can you get me more of this? I don't care if it's been forged or not. A type of glass I've never seen before. I can put my feelers out, but I don't know if money isn't an issue. I know just who to ask. I look forward to any future business, he said happily, walking away. What a strange guy, though I don't dislike that sort of person. Well, even if it turns into nothing, I would rather fail and try than to ignore a possible lead. This glass will be important for my sword. Chapter 14, Chapter 13. I was lucky enough to catch the old man before he left on his cart. Apparently, he had spent all the money I paid him before, so he was going back to work. That was his life. He would take travelers here and there, then shack up in the latest tavern, spend all his coin and do it all over again. I can't really blame him either. That sounded like an easygoing life. It wasn't very hard to convince him to go to Whiterun. Originally, he was going to Windhelm, but a bit of gold changes his plans easy enough. Though we did pass by and I saw it at a distance. I would like to check it out at some point. That being said, I did take a note of how much gold I had left, about a couple thousand septims, the currency they use here. 1 gold meaning 1 septim, obviously. I wasn't quite sure how much gold I would need. I met that weird guy earlier and he was searching his sources for any blue glass. And gods know how much that is going to cost, and I was also on the lookout for any other materials that caught my eye. Well, I just pushed such thoughts to the side for now and cracked open one of my books. It would take a little more than half a day to reach Whiterun, so I may as well learn the basics of enchanting here. The text was a bit dry, but there seemed to be a lot of similarities between this and what I was used to. Even runes made another appearance, albeit not in the form I was familiar with. One of the most common methods to craft a mystic code was to carve runes onto the object, my cane sword being one such example. Here they do things a bit differently. Runes are carved onto an enchanting table, and then used to imbue an object with their concepts as opposed to being used directly. It made the enchantment somewhat weaker than what I compared to my memories, but it made it so almost anyone could pick up the craft without much trouble. What an interesting method. I'll have to do experiments with this when I get back home. One of the key ingredients, a soul stone. On the surface, this thing seemed repulsive. I wasn't against using things as materials to further my own goals, but even I wouldn't take someone's soul and use it for crafting, normally. Anyways, these were a bit different than what I expected on the surface. The name was apt. They housed souls but not anything sapient. These stones absorbed the souls of defeated foes like rabbits, deers, bears, things of that nature. And it didn't even consume the soul to use. They acted more like batteries than materials in of themselves. After being used, the souls would simply dissipate from the stone, returning to the natural cycle of the world without any harm done. The runes and enchanting table made use of the soul's power to both apply and even recharge enchantments on items. It was a simple, yet robust system they created. I was genuinely impressed at the ingenuity. The basics were easy enough to understand. I felt confident enough to put them to use later, but now I was curious about the next levels. Was it just more of the same, but harder enchantments, or were there other steps that needed to be taken? It was questions for later. I just wanted to finish this book for now before arriving in Whiterun. We're here, lad. I felt a hand lightly pat my shoulder. I opened my eyes and saw the old man standing over me. Already? You were fast asleep there, didn't even wake up when I pulled into the stables. He laughed. Now hurry up, I want to head to the tavern and I can't get going until I make sure my horses don't run, so that means you need to move. Yeah. You old drunk. There wasn't really any venom in his voice, just his personality. Didn't even realize I fell asleep. It was a nice little nap. I stretched my body as I took in the view. I could see a large building poking over the walls that surrounded the city. It was impressive, for what they had to work with. The town in general looked a lot livelier than Winterhold, but it was also much warmer. Greeting. I waved at the guards who were watching over the entrance. I don't suppose I could ask for directions to the companions. They both looked at each other before one stepped forward. You looking to join the companions, son? Their annual recruitment ended 2 days ago. Oh no, I'm just here for a job and to see if a friend of mine was able to make it. He shrugged, stepped to my side. You see that path there? He held out his hand, pointing towards the inner city. You're gonna want to follow that path and you'll come to an open market. If you keep going and take a right, you'll see a building with an overturned boat on top. That's the Jorvasker, the companions' meet hall and residence. I appreciate your help, here drinks are on me tonight. I handed him a few coins. You're all right, lad. He slapped my shoulder and laughed. Always a good idea to be friendly with the resident law enforcement. It was a nice stroll through a little hamlet. Children were much more active here and people just kept coming and going. Yeah, there were quite a few more people here, many more shops and things to look at. I pulled out the job description that had more detailed instructions. So, I'm supposed to enchant some weapons for the companions, basically these super mercenaries that are like celebrities around here. To do that, the college actually has a contract with the local enchanter. It may seem odd that I would be using another person's enchanting station to enchant objects for a job in the city they preside, but it looked like the actual enchanter there is out of Skyrim for the next few years and his daughter is looking over the place. So, we just pay a small fee on an annual basis, and she lets us use the enchanting station when we come around. It saves time and money from the clients sending their items to us and potentially get backlogged that way. Honestly, the logistics just seem like a nightmare everywhere, but what can you do in this age? Finding the boat building wasn't hard, it was exactly as described, a building using a boat as a roof. Pretty neat, I don't know the history behind it, but all the same it looked important. I pushed the large doors open, walking inside. Most eyes in the building turned to me, but one in particular was familiar. Will. The voice of Thorum echoed out. Geez man, if you look so excited to see me, I'll get embarrassed. Thorum. I greet the large man who came over and practically enveloped me in a hug. Okay, I was happy to see him too, and with how he was treating me I couldn't help but smile. I didn't have many friends, so this was always welcomed. I had heard what happened in Riffin and feared the worst. He said, giving me a once-over. I never actually made it to Riffin. I chuckled. Rumors started spreading right before I left, no carts wanted to take me, so I headed over to the college instead. A stroke of good fortune then. He nodded. What about you? I guess you managed to join the companions. I've been a companion for about 2 days now. Come. Take a seat, tell me how you joined the college. He gestured me over to a seat. There was a bar or something. It didn't seem like anyone was bartending, as it were, but he walked up behind the counter and grabbed a couple drinks, setting one in front of me and sitting down. I noticed a few more people in the room, taking quick glances our way, curious. Were outsiders allowed in here? I mean, Thorum wasn't showing any signs of discomfort, and I doubt he would disobey rules like that. I made my way to Riverwood after well. I look around. No need for that, I've already told my brethren my story. We are brothers in bonds who had fought and escaped unjust capture together. I just shrugged. If it trusted these people, I would trust his judgment. Alright, so I arrive Riverwood, not much happened. The cart driver tells me stories of a dragon in Riffin. You know anything about that? Yes, even Kodlak Whiteman, the harbinger of the companions, has been going to meetings with the Jarl to discuss this. He explained, shaking his head. Riffin was hit hard, almost half the town was burned down before the beast flew away. They say that not even one warrior managed to pierce that dragon's black hide. I guess Harbinger was some kind of leadership position. Well, he knew I wasn't from Skyrim, probably gave the full name and title for my benefit. The dragon bits were interesting too, seemed to align with what I knew about dragons. Dragons, crazy. Are the companions looking to get in on some dragon slaying? There had been talk, but so far we don't know if more dragons are going to start showing up. There haven't been any more sightings since, but everyone is on edge. I nodded and continued. I picked up some supplies and headed towards the college. The trip wasn't too exciting, it was nice to get a view of the Skyrim countryside. But when I arrived, the town was under siege. Bandits? He questioned. I shook my head. Ice wraiths. Those scaly ice things from further north. Yup, scary little bastards. They're elementals, highly attuned to their element so they can use ice-based magic with ease. It's that time of the year. It wasn't Thorum who spoke, but a woman who walked up behind him. Ah, Will, this is Ela. Ela, this is Will. Pleasure. I smiled. She grunted. I was there a few winters ago, had a job and we stayed and helped. I turned back to Thorum. She's right, the guard captain, Svord, explained that it was the time of the year that they produce offspring which involved taking people and dragging them off to who knows where. I assume you joined the defense? Thorum asked. Indeed. Svord the guard captain, and the other guards were quick to act as the wraiths came, forming a strong shield wall to stop their magics from a distance. It gave me enough time to create about 100 illusionary guards to draw their attention. And that worked. Aren't ice wraiths, magical? He said without much confidence. I couldn't blame him, he probably didn't know much about how magic worked. I had taken a few guesses myself, I'm not quite familiar with ice wraiths either, but they didn't have normal senses, no noses, eyes, ears or what have you, so they had to be able to sense their prey somehow. My first thought was some kind of heat sense, but they completely ignored things like torches, so I guess they could sense magic. Are all the guards at Winterhold mages? He tilted his head in confusion. I shook my head. Every living person has magic inside of them, whether they use it or not. I assumed the ice wraith sought that out and the magic I put into each illusion was enough to trick them. Fascinating. Thorum looked at me in awe, and it didn't seem like he was being condescending. He took a genuine interest in what I was saying. I wonder if I'm capable of make. I think everyone is capable of it, just the extent of talent. I wouldn't advise you against learning a basic healing spell or maybe even conjuring a quick flame for fire in Skyrim's weather. Thorum let out a laugh. Aye, those would be handy. Well, in the future, if you're hunting ice wraiths, maybe take a few magica potions with you and use them as traps or distractions. It may or may not work. I shrugged, it would need more testing in the future. Those illusions, along with the guards keeping them off me, I was able to cast a large fire spell and turn them to ash. I took a drink of my ale, wasn't as good as the mead I've had previously, but it was decent. It was a good party afterwards, tried my first Nord mead too. Thorum snorted in laughter and I saw Ela chuckled too. I guess we can't call your friend a milk drinker then. Ela slapped Thorum's shoulder. It was after the party that things got a bit more interesting as well. I get woken up by some arrogant ass who is interested in my spells. I scoffed. That's just wrong, you don't wake a man after drinking through a celebration. Yes, and Kano, the Thalmor emissary. I rolled my eyes. It was weird, as soon as I said that the place got deathly quiet. Something wrong. You had a run-in with the Thalmor? Ela questioned. Geez, does everyone here hate the Thalmor? Just some pompous mage who couldn't go through a single sentence without using his status as a Thalmor emissary to make himself seem special. I looked around the room and people were now paying a lot more attention. I'm still not very familiar with Skyrim, how hated are the Thalmor here? We don't get involved with politics. Ela stated, I guess she was meaning them as mercenaries. But we would happily join in any battle that was opposite the Thalmor. There were several cheers and whoops inside the room. Well, guess that answers that question. Screw it, I'm on board the fuck the Thalmor train. Even what I read about them makes them seem like complete assholes. Yeah, he mentioned something about the Thalmor giving Skyrim a strong, guiding hand, or some such nonsense. Got everyone in the tavern all pissed at him. Aye, that sounds about right. Thorum even looked unamused. Please tell me he didn't get away with something like that. Of course not, I couldn't let the people who fought beside me get insulted like that. I was a mage, he was a mage, I did the obvious thing. I took another drink. We had a duel outside of the town, I think most of them were watching as well. Good man. Thorum gave me a salute with his drink. I heard a few grunts of acknowledgement. Well, he gave me some nonsense like, cast your spell, I won't do anything until then. And to be honest, I really had to resist the urge to walk up and stab him with my sword. That got a reaction out of them. I saw Thorum crack up, holding back the drink he just took. But well, I had my own pride as a mage. I withdrew a coin from my ring and held it up. Put a hole in his stomach about that big. You should have killed him. I heard a gruff voice join up next to Ela. I was tempted, but we did put restrictions on the duel, no killing, maiming, or hurting spectators. I didn't want to taint my own honor. It was true, I had my pride, I wouldn't allow anyone to step on it. A few looked disappointed, but it got better. But what I didn't tell you is that we also put stakes on the outcome. They leaned in and I just smiled. I of course healed him up, I didn't want him to forego his end of the deal because of injuries. He had a long walk back to the college, without any clothes. There was a small bit of silence as they processed before laughter erupted from the hall. I guess the Thalmor are really fucking hated if this gets everyone so happy. Then again, the Thalmor did outlaw the worship of one of the Nord's deities. That's all my adventuring for the past few days. What about you, Thorum? The men calmed down, still a fit of giggles though. My time hasn't been as exciting, I joined a couple days ago, it wasn't too difficult. The guard at the gate said the companions do an annual recruitment, shouldn't there be more people here if it wasn't difficult? Well. Not every recruit is willing to punch a companion in the face after the first meeting. Ela mused. My jaw is still sore. The man next to Ela said, in a good-natured way, and looked at me. It was my turn for the recruitment this time around, I just insulted them all and wanted to see if any had that fire in their bellies. Thorum here is the only one who had the balls to do anything about it. Thorum chuckled. He insulted my mom, so of course I swung. He explained it was just a ruse though, no hard feelings are kept. Thank you, brother. Thorum nodded. Oh, Farkas, this is Will this Farkas. It's good to meet a friend of Thorum's. He gave me a nod. Especially one who put a Thalmor on his ass. Ah, that reminds me. While I did come here to check up on Thorum, I also took a job dealing with enchantments for the companions. Ela looked at me and then to Farkas. I had forgotten about that. After the last one that came by, I thought the college was ignoring us. Sorry, I don't know anything about that. I shrugged. Scrawny little Mage came in, acting like we should worship the ground he stepped on. Farkas grunted. I can guess how that went. And when he went back, probably told some bullshit story about you guys. I just sighed. While I doubt they were blameless, it seems like things just escalated on both ends. Well, I wouldn't mind doing the enchantments you lot need. If dragons are really going to be popping up, it's probably a good idea to get our weapons and armor in the best condition. Ela answered. It's just, we didn't expect anyone to come after a while. Several of the inner circle are still in a meeting with the Jarl. I don't mind waiting a day or so, I'm in no hurry. I waved her off. I wanted to do some shopping and exploring anyways. Oh, why don't I show you around Whiterun? What are you looking for? Thorum looked happy at my comment. I was going to craft my own magical foci, but I'm not too familiar with specific metals and their properties, though maybe I should stop by the blacksmith in town and see what's what. Actually, Mida was a blacksmith. I know a thing or two if you need a hand. I just blinked looking at my friend. He really is a nice guy. I'm glad to be friends with him. Chapter 15, Chapter 14. I started laying out various metals on the table, watching Thorum give each a keen eye, inspecting and moving on to the next. Okay, I think I recognize all of these. It's been a few years since I've heard my Daz talks about metals. Any help is better than none, I replied. Let's see. He picked up the black ore that looked smooth to the touch. This is ebony, very expensive, and hard to get a hold of. I hear the orcs run most ebony mines in Skyrim and they guard the stuff and rarely sell to outsiders. I think my Daz word were, ebony doesn't like magic. That went with what I knew. I had tried to push my magical energy into the ore and I felt heavy resistance. But that gave me another question, does that mean magical resistance or immunity? Could I force enchantments on ebony with enough effort, or was it a complete lost cause? Would ebony also be something that could penetrate magic as well? I didn't want to hammer Thorum with these questions. I don't think he would know the magical applications of the metal. This here is orichalcum. A bit less rare than ebony, but more widely available. I think it's easier to enchant and use magic with, and a good hardy metal. The metal almost had a green tint to it, and readily accepted any mana. The thing that stood out the most was how efficiently it took in my magical energy. There would usually be waste or runoff from trying to push magical energy into something, but this would gladly take it all. It wasn't the most conductive, but it was the least wasteful. There was the small issue that it tended to not want to let go of any magical energy it got, meaning using it purely as a catalyst for casting was detrimental. I would need something else added in to overcome this. Oh, this one I've seen once in my youth. He picked up the white-like ore and looked at it fondly. Moonstone ore, it's rarely found in Skyrim, but common in other parts of the world. It's probably the exact opposite of ebony. It is one of the best metals for mages, but its durability and strength are lacking. Interesting, I hadn't experimented with this one yet. I made a metal note to play around with the moonstone when I had time. Well, that answered pretty much all my questions. I can actually start thinking up my weapon now. I hummed thoughtfully. Now I'm just missing one ingredient. I don't suppose you've ever heard of blue glass? I asked, producing the small amount I had. He took the lump and gave it an inquisitive eye. Can't say I have, looks like normal glass to me, just blue. Supposed to be much better. I just shrugged, putting it away again. Oh well, can't expect Thorum to solve all my problems, he's already been an amazing help. You could always ask Earland Greymane, he is considered the best smith in Skyrim, he also personally crafts the weapons for the companions. That's convenient, is he around? Well, Thorum, you just keep surprising me. I heard he went out of town for something, should be back in a few days. Thorum shook his head. Unfortunate, but what can you do? I shrugged. You think he would be up to forging the final piece if I gather anything? Money really wouldn't be an issue. He does commission work sometimes, I don't see why not. We just idly chatted about a few things. I mentioned my job after this, which raised a concerned look from Thorum. I would make sure to have decent preparations first before going in. I guess dealing with any Daedra shrines or temples should always be taken with the utmost precaution. Yeah, the current me can't even come close to dealing with a godly being. The conversation just shifted. I think we started talking about women when the doors suddenly flung open with a bang, and several large men walked inside. Harbinger. Harbinger. Greetings, Harbinger. Everyone in the hall practically stood up and greeted the oldest man among the group. Even Thorum stood up respectfully. Well, I would mostly contribute it to respect. But there was also an underlying feeling of tension in the air. Like everyone was waiting for a shoe to drop. We're calling a meeting. A large, bald Nord declared. Who's that? I whispered to Thorum. Sjor, one of the inner circle, he acts as the leader on the battlefield sometimes. Thorum whispered back. And who are you? Sjor suddenly looked over to me, frowning. There seemed to be a bit of displaced annoyance in his voice, like he was just projecting whatever anger he had on me. Well, I think I'm the only non-companion in the room, so I guess I do stick out a bit, especially with what I'm wearing compared to everyone else. I'm surprised Thorum didn't say anything. Well, I could contribute that to them thinking mages are weird. The older man, the one they called the Harbinger, just put a hand on his shoulder. Sjor, there is no need for that. He turned towards me. And who are you, stranger? He looked at me strangely, though his tone much more even, looking between me and Thorum. Wilhelm, I'm a friend of Thorum coming to check to see how he was doing. I also took a job from the college to enchant the weapons for you all. There were some mumblings of finally, but nothing too annoying. That temper of yours always causes problems, Sjor. The supposed Harbinger looked at the other Nord. You're right, Kodlak. He just sighed. Thank you, Mage, for coming. If there was ever a time to get our arms readied it would be now. I guess the Harbinger's name is Kodlak. Well, it was admirable that he could let go of his annoyance and acknowledge me with respect. But there was something that put him on edge, and I had one guess why. There was another dragon attack, wasn't there? Thorum did mention that the higher-ups were talking with the local Jarl about this. There was silence in the room. I saw Sjor scowl. Seems like I hit the mark. Your eyes show more years than your body. The Harbinger commented, staring at me intently, seemingly unperturbed by my own comment. I paused, returning the stare of the old man. I held back a frown at his words. I didn't like being poked like this, especially in public. There was certain decorum that should be observed. Blurting out someone's personal matters like that was just rude. Can you feel it? I heard the dragon ask me, but I could roughly guess what I was sensing from the men. It's because he's closer to death that it's more apparent. Some of the others have it as well. The stench of beasts and rage roll off of him. I'm surprised no one else noticed. Was he cursed? I think something has a claim on his soul, something powerful. Well, I wasn't one to let a dig at me without returning in kind. And you smell like a wolf. There was another long pause. Some looked confused, possibly even angry at my insult, yet only a few others winced and looked at me intently. Well, you started it by saying something like that, old man. My eyes traced down to Sjor, who slowly put a hand on his weapon. I looked back up and met his eyes, daring him to draw it. My hand flicked with the familiar feeling of magical energy. I was ready to cast a spell if need be. Sjor, what did I just say? The Harbinger admonished his own companion. Mage, you are well learned. What do you know of dragons? Did he just ignore my jab? No, I think he just didn't truly care at the moment. I guess this whole dragon thing has got him a bit concerned. I withdrew my magical energy and contemplated the question. Dragons are power-given form, I said after a moment. Their scales are tougher than steel and they boast a natural magic resistance that would leave the best enchantments jealous. And what of the enchantments you can provide? Are they any help against such creatures? Was he testing me, or did he want to know my worth? I don't know. This old man was a strange one. Regardless, it was a logical question to ask in these circumstances. A lot of the flashier enchantments act more like spells, which will just splash helplessly against a dragon's hide. Ironically enough, the basics would probably have the best effect. Enchanting a sword to become sharper wouldn't be interfered with against a dragon's magical resistance, opposed to, say, igniting in flames. It will be done then. He nodded. Sjor, make sure all companions' weapons are enchanted and ready for battle. The Jarl is calling all banners and prepping Whiterin in case of disaster. I'll get it done. Sjor grunted, not looking too pleased, but I think he knew to look at the bigger picture. Mage. The Harbinger called out. How much do you know? I had a feeling he wasn't talking about the dragons at this point. I can take a few guesses. How much time do you have? Not enough. He sighed. You can always seek out the Archmage. I offered. We've never gotten along with the college. He frowned. Yes, I've heard that excuse many times now from both sides. I'm on pretty good terms with the Winterhold guards. I even drink together with them at the tavern. I took out a quill from my ring and a piece of parchment, scribbling down a few lines on it. Perhaps someone just needs to extend their hand. I rolled it up and offered it to the older man. I saw him unroll it and stare at the contents. This, he said in confusion. It was a formula for some medicine, should stave off his death for a couple months. I was using my knowledge from my home, but it should transfer here relatively well. Should by 1 or 2 months, at most. Consider it an apology for my words. I waved him off. I'll get out of your hair and wait at the local enchanter for your weapons. Thorum was staring at me, expectantly, as I started enchanting the various weapons that were given to me. Luckily, the enchanting station was in a back room so I didn't have much to interrupt me, but his gaze was eating into the back of my head. I guess it made the most sense for Thorum to bring me all the companion's weapons, him knowing me and everything. It's not like you to hold something in. If I've done something you don't like, just say it. I picked up a sword. It felt different than regular steel, but I couldn't find anything specific that made it different. The Harbinger said he was cursed and close to dying. Thorum finally admitted. Ah, that was a smart decision on his part. Everyone is entitled to their secrets, but some things can cause rifts in friendships. I honestly didn't expect him to say anything, maybe I'm just cynical. Do you know what's wrong with him? There it is. I have a general idea, but I hope you're not asking him to tell you. I'd rather not have a complete falling out with these companions. No, he sighed. Even if it wasn't the Harbinger, I don't wish to pry into matters that I don't belong. That's why Thorum is a great guy. I can't do anything to help him if he doesn't want it. I could predict his next question easily enough. Do you think the Archmage at the college can help? He asked me, a bit of hope in his voice. I give it even odds, that man is frightfully competent at what he does. Which was true, my few interactions with the Archmage led me to give him such an evaluation. I don't doubt he would be a high-ranking member of the Clock Tower if he were back home. Not to mention the sheer vastness of knowledge the college has collected in its years. So, there's nothing I can do? Thorum asked, a bit disappointed. I was going to ask why he cared so much, but then I realized I had known Thorum for about the same amount of time Thorum had known the old man. Yet, I still developed a bond of friendship with him that would compel me to act to save his life all the same. I'll tell you what, I'll make some inquiries when I get back to the college, see if I can speed anything up on the chance that the Harbinger listens to my advice. Thank you. Thorum blurted out immediately, giving a big goofy smile. Just tell him to not overexert himself after he drinks the potions with the ingredient list I gave him. It only stimulates some latent potential in the body to give him sort of second wind. If he starts being active, it will drain it away faster. I'll make sure to pass on your words. He said happily. Chapter 16, Chapter 15. I said my goodbyes to Thorum and departed at dawn. The old cart driver was waiting for me, having paid him for a few days to stay here. I had a second job to take care of. The enchantments on the companion's weapons only took the better part of a day and I even had some supplies left. The pay was decent as well, a good chunk to add to my savings. Perhaps I should have handled the whole thing better. Well, I guess everything turned out well enough. It seemed like no one harbored any grudges against me. I probably bought a bunch of goodwill by giving that formula to the Harbinger. Well, let the pieces fall where they may. Still, though, that old man had some frighteningly perceptive eyes. Felt like he could see right through me in some capacity. The enchanting was a good experience as well. It gave me some inspiration for a few spells, using the runes of this land, that is. They create a spell circle around a single rune, modifying it to a certain extent to perform actions. It's like a runic sentence in practice. Now what if I could combine the two applications? Wait, I should deal with the first steps before jumping ahead. A thought popped into my head as I formed the magic in front of my hand. Instead of the native rune I used the ones passed down by Odin. A single rune, a Saolo, actualized and modified with the native variants to change its intent. The spell was brought forth, floating in the air in front of me. With a thought, a huge bolt of lightning was discharged, tearing apart a chunk of earth behind the carriage. What in oblivion? The old man shouted in surprise. Sorry, was testing something. I hurriedly shouted. A little warning next time. He mumbled in annoyance. I handed him a couple bottles of mead. He seemed content with that. It was a good spell, but the most interesting thing, the runic circle still persisted and I knew I could use several more times before the mystery faded. The stored power was impressive. Maybe I could even overload it in a single burst or lower the output and keep it continuously firing over a long period. This had a lot of potential. It was only my first attempt. I knew I could modify them better for varied use. Now, what do I call them? Tradition dictates I give them a sufficiently edgy name without coming off too ridiculous. Meh, I'll think of one later. I've never been very good with names. What do you think, Draig? Asking for my advice. I just shrugged. I didn't have any else to talk to about this stuff. You've been around a while and probably knowing a thing or two. True. It looks decent, has potential, but I wouldn't ever call it a trump card as it is now. I think you should focus on seeing how many of those runic circles you can create in a single moment. That aligns with my own thoughts. It would be good for clearing away a lot of bugs, maybe even a good pressuring spell. But against someone powerful, like say the Archmage, it wouldn't do any lasting damage. Who knows about in the future, it has potential. Never liked those Norse guys, but they had some pretty decent magic. That was high praise from him. Well, it shouldn't be difficult to actualize several simultaneously. I could modify the existing spell to basically come into existence with the corresponding runic circle already attached. The only issue would be the singular rune that starts the process, which I'm already proficient in drawing. Hell, drawing is more of a misnomer these days, really it's more of a gesture that bring it forth. Hey, is that it? I stood up, looking a bit over the next cliff. Aye, that's the statue of Meridia. And here is where you get off. He said bluntly. I just blinked at him. You can't go any closer. What have I told you about Deidre, boy? Did you listen to none of my words? And here you are doing something in one of their shrines. He threw his hands up. Well, if I don't do it, someone else will. I shrugged. Do what you need to. He snorted. Just make sure not to make any damn deals. I guess he's kind in his own way. All right, old man, wait for me at Solitude. I may be a day or so. Don't need to be telling me twice. Them Solitude ladies need in some company. He whistled. I couldn't help but laugh. He was really a character. I walked up to the statue. It was a bit bigger in person, though not as intimidating as I thought. Mortal, a voice boomed out. Listen. Hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. But first, you must restore to me my beacon. I shall guide you unto it. Find it and return here. And great shall be your rewards. I stood there for a moment, letting the words wash over me. It sounds kind of scripted, like a magically recorded message. There was also no presence behind the words, strange. Curiously, I stepped off the temple and back onto the mountain. And after a few more moments I stepped back on. Mortal. Listen. Hear me and obey. A foul. I stepped away again, then stepped back up. Is this magic that triggers whenever someone steps past a certain point? That's hilarious. Mortal. Listen. Hear me and obey. I think I heard Drake laughing in my soul as I kept doing it. Mort. More. Mortal. Would you stop it? That familiar voice finally changed. Something around me stirred as well, like a pair of eyes were now staring at me. Why are you not approaching? The female voice once again echoed out. You told me to stop. Approach, mortal. Okay. I said happily, walking towards the statue. Mortal. Listen. Hear me in. It wasn't me who cut it off that time, and I tried my best to hold back a laugh. Though the voice was being ominously quiet. If it makes you feel better, I think you have a lovely voice. There was an awkward silence. I couldn't really blame her for the whole thing. I mean, why watch over the statue day in and day out? Why not just make a spell that automatically tells anyone approaching of what she needs? It was the efficient thing to do. How many people came here, just to bugger off? It would be annoying to have to personally greet every random person that showed up. I think you need to work on your flirting. Fuck you, my game is on point. On a serious note, are you not afraid of pissing off this godlike being? From what I read, they can't really interact with the world in any meaningful way. I can probably get out of any situation their power wills me into. As long as I don't sell my soul or something stupid like that. A devil selling their soul. I think I heard a sigh coming from the voice. An evil has invaded my temple. You must find my beacon so that my light may re-enter Skyrim and I will make you my instrument of judgment. I can. Is this your beacon? I questioned, taking out the crystal-like thingy holding it up. I'm really enjoying my life right now. Place the beacon on the pedestal. Her voice echoed out again. I just shrugged and set it down. The area began to fill with light as a beam shot up into air. Pretty, I guess. The temple below shook, and I think I heard the sound of doors opening. Mortal, your work is yet done. An evil necromancer has taken hold of my artifact and profanes it with his tainted magics. He wishes to unleash an army of undead upon Skyrim. Become my sword of judgment, cast his soul into oblivion and rid my sanctum of his filth. Well, I was promised rewards and the job did specify this necromancer. I'll do it. I wasn't unprepared for this, regardless of how nonchalant I was acting. I had several healing potions, a couple magicka and stamina potions along with some miscellaneous stuff. I flicked my hand, drawing forth my cane and removed the sword from its sheath. Stepping down the stairs, I entered into the depths below. It was a bit deep, the stairs winding down until they opened up to a room with a beam of light shooting down. It was connecting to a crystal that looked really similar to the beacon I had left up top. If I had to guess, it looked like I was supposed to redirect this light using the mirrors in this place, for some reason. I walked towards the doors, they wouldn't budge, and I didn't see any keyholes. A magical trap-type lock then. Would the doors unlock when the light was correctly directed? But then, how did the necromancer get in, or did he arm the locks in the first place? Fuck it. I reinforced my body, cast an oak flesh on myself and kicked the door open. To no one's surprises it practically swung off its hinges, merely being wood and make and nothing else. Well, I seemed to attract the attention of the necromancer, because several undead walked out from the surroundings. They looked weak. Were they zombies? Their eyes glowed slightly, and they carried themselves better than most low-level undead I was familiar with. Well, I always welcome targets. I waved my hand, invoking several runes in the air and actualizing my runic circles. Lightning, I called out, and they all discharged towards my intended targets. All the zombies except one fell to the ground, motionless as their bodies were charred and burnt thoroughly. The one left had a shield, blocking the attack somewhat. Annoying, I stabbed my sword into the stone and I picked up an axe off the ground, and as the thing approached me, I just caught the handle of its weapon and pulled it out of its grip, tossing it to the side. It tried to bash me with its shield, but I just pushed that away and slammed the axe into its skull, watching it kneel over and stop moving. The door around me triggered some kind of mechanism, iron bars dropped in the doorways, blocking all exists as a bunch of specters appeared in the room. I don't know what type of ghosts they were, but they were pitch black and looked rather spooky. My circles discharged again, letting out a volley of lightning, taking several down. The spell had good power compared to continued use, but these would require a bit more oomph to disperse. Fireball, a simple aria, was invoked as several balls of fire swirled around my hand and grew in size until they launched at a few more of these ghosts. I suppose this would be difficult if someone came in here only swinging normal steel. But a lot of this shit could be downed with magic without much effort. Then again, I guess the necromancer expected more Nords than anything. I saw another of those beacons. I was supposed to do something again. Whatever, I walked over to the iron bars and lifted them up. Even with reinforcement, it was a bit heavy, though they were probably pure iron, so that wasn't surprising. Well, nothing else really jumped out at me. There was another room, but I just kicked open that wooden door too, then made my way further inside. I see, my uninvited guest finally arrived. I heard a voice call out as I entered the inner sanctum. I looked around. It was a wide room, several dozen coffins everywhere and the supposed necromancer standing overhead at the top of the stairs. Yes. Banter is had. I introduce myself as Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. You give your name that I care so much about, then you say something stupid, and I retort with something witty. Can we get on with this? Honestly, this was feeling like a chore more so than anything else. How could fighting undead be this boring? He looked at me, annoyance flashed across his face as he raised his hand and arcs of magical energy exploded out towards each coffin. Their lids opened and more zombies began to pour out. Lightning cloak. I recited, my body was enveloped in shroud of lightning and even my weapon took on lightning-based properties. A nifty little spell I read about the other day. The first few of the zombies walked towards me, weapons raised high. I just rolled my eyes. Earth wall. As the spell suggests, a wall of earth rose up from the ground, blocking a handful of them while I dealt with the rest. I kept a ward, ready to cast in one hand as I kept the necromancer in the corner of my eye. He wasn't doing anything, just watching me intently. I had no idea of his magical prowess. It was good to keep on guard. If I acted more flippantly, would that lure him into making a move? My sword swung through their desecrated remains with relative ease, both reinforced and crackling with lightning. These types of undead were nothing more than fodder. I don't see how these would be able to take over Skyrim. I grabbed another by the head. Ice spear. A large spear left my hand, carrying the zombie and impaling it to the nearby wall. Annoying, I said, as I stabbed the last through the heart, discharging the remains of my lighting cloak inside it, letting the thing burn to a crisp. There were a few more on the other side of the wall. I began to draw a few runes in the air as the wall whittled away into regular earth devoid of my magical energy. Fires of Muspelheim. I invoked. The fires from the realm of giants spread out, enveloping the remaining zombies and burning them to ash. Without the creation cycle bolstering it like with the ice wraiths, it was a much more manageable size for this room I was in. That's not to say that the flame were any less intense. They raged and burned anything in their paths. Even the stones on the floor were scorched black. The only sounds left were coming from the necromancer, clapping his hands. Well done, you are better than that mage that came here before. I guess I'll show you my greatest creation. He snapped his fingers and one last coffin at the top of the stairs opened. It walked out with haggard steps before adjusting itself. It was fully armored, and its eyes glowed with a perception that I didn't recognize in the previous undead. A single axe in one hand, I think it was made from ebony. It looked at me and I felt something shiver down my back. Fuss ro da. Chapter 17, Chapter 16. Maybe it was instinct or just blind luck that I summoned the boosted gear and used it as a shield while applying all my short-term buffs. I was blown away, barely catching myself before slamming into the back wall. Practically all of my defenses failed and even my boosted gear was pushed back. What the fuck? That was interesting. The fuck did it just do? That wasn't like normal magic. The world bent when it shouted, almost like a marble phantasm, but that isn't right either. My oak flesh was torn apart at impact too. If I get hit by that, I won't come out unscathed, better finish it quickly. Okay, serious time. Drag, let's do this. Finally, I thought I would never see any action. Boost, the echoing roar of the gauntlet shot out. My body was filled with overwhelming power as everything about me was doubled. What a rush. A few spells flew towards me. I saw the necromancer in the corner began joining the fight. I moved, and it felt like the world around me turned slower. Reinforcement along with my physical abilities doubled. I had long surpassed the physical limits of normal humans. My gauntlet-clad fist found the cheek of the zombie, picking it off its feet and knocking it back into the wall. It dropped its weapon, the ebony axe, as my eyes darted towards my next target. I think the necromancer got scared because he started throwing around wide-range spells, ignoring everything else. Firestorm, he screamed, as the entire area was enveloped in a red hue. At the focal point near the ceiling, a cascade of fire began to rain from above. He dove behind a nearby pillar, casting a shield spell along with anything else he probably would have time for. Annoying, but not anything I can't deal with. I had a couple more runic spells I had created, waiting to be used. The first of the flames fell towards me. I sidestepped them, but the air above me continued to ignite with flaming projectiles. I waved my hands, forcing the runes into existence around me, gathering, and stringing them in the correct sequence. Freezing winds of Jotunheim, I clapped my hands together. The runes spun around me like a tornado, cold air bellowed out, freezing everything in all directions. My spell overwhelmed his fire even as they collided. Magically, my spells should have been on the losing side when they fought due to his natural advantage from the elemental properties. But mine was invoked with much stronger power both from origin and amount of magical energy pushed in. His pitiful fires were extinguished in a cascade of wintry air. The entire area was filled with a cold frost that permeated every inch of stone. I calmly walked towards the pillar the necromancer was hiding behind. I saw him jump out, hands ablaze, and throw a few fireballs at me. It looked like he was predisposed towards fire-based spells. Not that they were anything impressive, his true specialty was most likely necromancy. I could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't used to fighting head-on in magical conflict. With a flick of my own hand, I conjured a lesser ward and swat away the weak spells. Kicking off the ground, I moved faster than he could react, and my sword impaled him through the heart. The life died in his eyes, and I made sure to flick an Ensa's rune onto his corpse, no telling what he had hiding inside his body. Necromancers tended to be strange people, no point in taking any risks and just burn the whole thing. I was about to look over his burnt ashes, but my instincts flared and I quickly ducked down. I felt a sharp edge whiz past my head, slamming into the stone wall. "You're still alive," I mumbled, pulling my sword back, ready to stab him. "Zune Hailvike," the thing shouted again, and my sword went flying. The grip I had on it pointless as whatever occurred, the world forced the weapon to dislodge from my hand. It quickly followed up with another swing of its weapon as I used the gauntlet to block. Whatever intelligence it had, I don't think he could realize that my gauntlet would win against its ebony. No doubt if it were regular steel, I may have lost an arm here. Using my greater strength, I knocked its weapon away, giving me an opening. I cast telekinesis in one hand and turn undead in the other. Both basic spells in their respective schools, and pushed them together at the center of the zombie. Turn undead didn't make undead flee as one would think. Granted, that was the most likely outcome. No, it forced an undead away from you. It was just the path of least resistance for the undead to walk away on its own feet to satisfy the underlying concepts of the spell. But combining with the telekinesis, I pulled the undead in, forcing it to fight against the turn undead spell. Like using a single finger to knock something away as opposed to flicking it with two fingers. The conflict only lasted a moment between my two spells, turn undead winning out with ease. The undead's stomach caved in, I felt its weathered bones cracking as the thing's body broke down and exploded backwards. Stones broke and shattered at the impact. I saw pieces of its body get flown across the room, but even still, it still had a little bit of light in its eyes. I just shook my head. Rest in peace. I ignited the remains of its body, letting it turn to ash. Looking around the room, I felt like I could have handled it better. I never felt out of control, except that one moment where I forgot about the zombie and assumed it died. It's just, I can't help but keep comparing myself to the old me. The one who had lived for an uncountable number of years and went through many life or death situations. Yeah, even with the weird magic the zombie was using, I just didn't like how I handled it. I could only click my tongue with a mental promise to get some decent training in. Well, let's see what treasure is left behind. I of course took the ebony axe. From what I understand, it should be worth a good chunk of coin. There was a side room I opened up. Inside was a bed, table, and some containers, most notably a chest. Opening it up, I just stared, dumbfounded at it being filled with gold. Why was it filled with gold, besides the obvious I mean? I picked up a nearby journal, skimming over a few pages. He was apparently going to be raising an army to conquer Skyrim or some other nonsense. What did he need so much gold for? I highly doubt he would be paying his undead for their services, probably. I had met weirder people in my memories. There were a few places marked on an ugly drawn map of the surrounding area. Were these graveyards? Okay, so he did have a plan and didn't expect to take over Skyrim with a handful of shitty undead. I reached for another book on the table and I felt my body almost fall to the ground. I caught myself and took a few deep breaths. Careful there, the first time is the hardest. Shit, did not expect that. My boost had worn out and my body returned to normal. I ached a tiny bit, moving in ways I shouldn't have been able to. It felt like I had just gone through a good workout. It should get easier the more you use it, and it will build up your strength in turn so you can push your limits further. Interesting, another thing I need to spend time training with. Obvious in hindsight, but it was good to experience it firsthand. I grabbed everything not bolted to the floor and threw it into my ring. If it could be sold, it was coming with me. All that was left, inside a sort of shrine, was the handle of a sword. There were engravings and remains of spells being cast all around it. I assume this is the artifact in question. I drew the sword without any fanfare and inspected the oddly shaped weapon. It looked remarkably sharp, but I could barely feel any power coming from it. Well, I guess I better head back. I made sure to burn all the other corpses along the way. Don't want any more necromancers to get any ideas. Killed the necromancer, got the sword. I waved the thing around in front of the giant statue. But, my light hasn't cleansed my temple. The voice said in confusion. Oh, you mean those other beacon things? I just ignored those. Was I supposed to use those? Whoops. My light needs to cleanse the sword. I just shrugged and put the light inside the giant beam that was shooting up into the sky. The sword began to glow bright, a holy light enveloped it and I felt something take hold of me and sweep me way up in the sky. Before I realized it, I was probably several miles up in the air, overlooking Skyrim, and there was a ball of light floating in front of me. Malkorin is vanquished. Skyrim's dead shall remain at rest as it should be. This is because of you. A new day is dawning, and you shall be its herald. Take the mighty Dawnbreaker and with it purge corruption from the dark corners of the world. Wield it in my name, that my influence may grow. You want me to be your champion? I hazard a guess, and I guess the sword was called Dawnbreaker. Yes. She answered simple, the ball of light pulsed. What about my reward? Your reward? Was I not promised great rewards? I'm pretty sure it was repeated, numerous times. You will wield my artifact, Dawnbreaker. She chose to ignore the latter part my comment. You mean the item that was the spoils of my battle after cleansing your temple? Something I would have gotten regardless. There was a bit of silence. I think she was contemplating what I said. But I was curious and reached out to poke the ball of light. Nothing happened, but I kept poking it. Was this a projection of sorts? I'm aware that these Daedra couldn't enter the world normally, they could only do something like this, but does this lead back to her realm? My academic mind was overwhelmed with curiosity, or that's how I rationalized it to myself. I followed the thread that linked to this little ball of light and touched on the kaleidoscope. I wouldn't really need any calculations. Using the thread as a sort of bridge, I opened a portal. I looked forward, and a woman on a throne staring back at me, completely dumbfounded. She radiated power, enough to make me freeze in place, but I was also overwhelmed by what I saw. Beautiful. She had bright blonde hair that flowed down past her shoulders, and glossy skin that was free from any blemishes. Blue robes that hugged every curve of her body, and long legs that my eyes refused to look away from. The robes were cut just high enough to see her legs in all their glory. Oh my. Did your heart just skip a beat? No comment. Sorry, wrong address. I quickly closed the portal, realizing what I had just done. That was stupid. Yup. This is going to blow up in your face. Oh, spectacularly. How did you opened a portal to my realm of oblivion, how? Her voice carried her confusion, annoyance, and surprise. Portal, what portal? Anyways, I was promised rewards. I think great was mentioned as well. So. I masterfully changed the subject. Fine. But I will have answers to my questions. What rewards do you wish? I will grant anything in my power. Gold, knowledge. Really, anything in your power? I questioned. Don't do it. I'm sorry, Drake. No. Don't you dare. I said I would, and so I shall. She said with a bit more power in her voice. Be my woman. I answered without a shred of hesitation whatsoever. God damn it. What? Her confused voice echoed out. Why? This can only end badly. Poor impulse control combined with the fact that I'm a teenage devil. Excuses. You're right, those legs were just too much for me to resist. Well, it was a short partnership, but it was fun. Nice knowing you. I would gladly die between those thighs of hers. Chapter 18, Chapter 17. I can't believe you did this. I can't believe I did this. You have a plan here. Yeah, don't die. Good plan. Are there any other steps? Yeah, part 2 is where I bury my head between. Okay, so no follow-up then. Admittedly, part 2 is a work in progress. You know, this is where either a rejection or an acceptance comes. Usually a rejection in my experience. I mumbled. Okay, to be fair, it only happened once. I wasn't exactly the most social person when I was younger, and I asked a girl out. Got rejected, blah blah teenage angst, then I wallowed in self-pity for like 2 weeks before getting over it. I blinked and a moment later I was back on the ground, standing in front of Meridia's statue. Gone was the glowing orb of light, replaced with the familiar outline of a woman I had previously seen. Huh, I didn't think you could project such a thorough copy of yourself across dimensions. I admired her power. Yeah, let's go with that. But in seriousness, the aspect of her that was present wasn't any more powerful than that glowing orb, it just seemed like more of her was there. Rarely do I find a situation that requires my undivided attention so that I show myself in such a way. She answered, boring into me with quite a bit of pressure. Oh boy, I may have fucked up. You think? So, how we looking on Juggernaut Drive there, Drake? Sure, if you want to go out with a bang. Think she'll ask me how I want to die? Hint hint, it has to do with those amazing, milky white legs. I wouldn't even be mad if that happened. You know what? I got this. I adjusted my tie, brushed off any dust on my clothing and fixed my hat. It's a pleasure to meet you, face to face. I believe this is the second time we are meeting, after you had torn a hole into my realm. She said dryly. Doesn't ring a bell. I just shrugged. Anyways, does a rejection need a meeting like this? My feelings won't be hurt, maybe my pride a little bit, but that's life. Do you think my words are a jest? She raised an eyebrow and the temperature got a little bit warmer around me. To be fair, I didn't really think this through. I guess she's someone who doesn't or can't go back on her oaths. Her word being beyond reproach and all that. Frankly, I'm surprised you didn't have some kind of contingency for a situation like this, or even offered such an open reward. I usually don't. She practically hissed. But I was understandably distracted, having just witnessed a mortal tear a hole into my realm. Is it weird that even her angry face looks cute, getting distracted? Perhaps I should have checked to make sure you weren't in a relationship first. Gods, I hope she wasn't. That would just make this a million times worse. I don't spend my time chasing after mortal whimsies. She crossed her arms, frowning. Do you dislike me then? Okay, not a bad start, communication is good. There are no physical traits of yours that I find particularly distasteful. And eyed me again, seemingly relaxing just a bit. Your lifespan, mortals only exist for a blink of an eye, we are eternal, we will watch this world burn and turn to ash as every soul eventually returns to the void. She was surprisingly gentle in her tone. My base lifespan is at least 10,000 years. And it isn't very hard to prolong it past that. I replied. I was already ancient when this world was still young. You haven't even seen 2 decades yet. She said bluntly. I like older women. I countered with a smile. And isn't that something to suddenly discover about myself? It seems I do have a preference. This isn't even my true form, I have no set gender. I could look however I wanted. But it's the form you chose to identify yourself with, it's who you think yourself as and who I find physically attractive. She wouldn't have looked like that in the comfort of her own home if she didn't want to look like that. I have enemies, other lords who wouldn't hesitate to strike out at you for even speaking to me. Those who would take your soul and torture it for eternity. I'm pretty strong, and I'll get even stronger. I could end your life with a snap of my fingers. She hissed. There was no killing intent in her voice, no true desire to harm me. I have confidence to take you with me. I summoned my boosted gear and let Drake's power flow out. She looked at me and then at the gauntlet. Akatasha's child. No. I don't think she really cared too much about it for the moment, she looked lost in her own thoughts. Why? She finally asked me as if all the momentum she built up had suddenly deflated. You're going to need to be more specific. Why are you intent on making me your woman, as you so aptly put it? Is it some sort of twisted fantasy of yours to have me under you? Or maybe you are under some delusions that this will give you some control over my spheres of influence. If you're looking for some underlying scheme or rational reason, I don't have one. I just stared into her eyes for a moment. I simply like you. You like me. She repeated, almost in disbelief. Are you not going to profess your undying devotion and love for me? She waved her hand flippantly. Don't be ridiculous, I don't love you. Oh shit, I hope you're going somewhere with this. I saw her frown, possibly even get close to getting annoyed. Love isn't something so hollow, nor do I believe in that nonsense about love at first sight. It's something built through a bond shared between two people, from trust and communication combined with a mutual affection. I don't love you, I like you. I have romantic feelings towards you that have started budding from the moment we met. I have the desire to spend time with you and get to know you better. If and only if our relationship ever progressed to that point, then I will say those words to you and mean them from the bottom of my heart. I guess I never put my own feelings into words before. Do you think all it takes is some honeyed words to win my affection? Her voice was quiet and for some reason she didn't look at me in the eyes. No. I think you deserve to be properly courted. I took a step forward, she glanced at me but didn't show any discomfort as I got closer. I can't always leave my realm like this. There may even be days, weeks that we wouldn't be able to meet. I also have responsibilities that would take me far and force me away. I slowly reached out and took one of her hands. She was hesitant but allowed me. But I'm willing to put in the work. She looked down at our hands, and I may have been seeing things, but it looked like the faintest color of pink dusting her cheeks. She lightly pulled hers away, taking a step back. I must return, keep my sword with you at all times, so that I may keep an eye on you and contact you if needed. She quietly said, looking rather distracted. Does that mean you accept? She looked back at me one last time. I didn't see any anger, discomfort, or even annoyance on her face. I think she was at most, conflicted and unsure of what to do. I do not go back on my word. And she suddenly left. I felt a thump in my heart, watching her depart. How the hell did that work out? Refuge in audacity. No, seriously, that was some bullshit. You are lucky as hell. Yes I am. I was humming to myself, and I had a small pep in my step as I walked towards solitude. I had been prepared to go find the old man at the tavern, but I saw him sitting down in his cart, looking a mite pissed off. You don't look too good, I said. Oh lad, you're back. He stood up. I lost me a good bit of coin betting on dice. You look like you're in a good mood. Deal with that stuff at the temple. Yup, just a necromancer causing trouble. That can't be all. I've seen that look before, lad. A lady was involved, eh? Geez, what a horn dog. Fine, I may have gotten myself a woman. He laughed and pat me on the shoulder. Gotta give an old man more than that. What was she like? How big was her? All right. I quickly cut him off. Something told me he would have gotten a bit smitten if he continued. I'll say this, she had legs for days. Legs for days. He raised an eyebrow. They were magnificent. I heard the old man just burst out laughing. But I didn't care. I was more focused on my new sword burning just a little bit brighter all of a sudden. All right lad, where you heading next? How about we go back to Winterhold? I need to check back in at the college. Well, if you got the coin, I got the cart. To Winterhold then, but we're talking the long way round. I don't trust the mountain paths this time of year and them trolls be coming out of their caves, hungry something fierce. No problem, I have all the time in the world. Chapter 19, Chapter 18. I walked towards the very familiar towers of the college. The bounded field around the whole building was a much welcomed reprieve from the harsh weather outside. The trip had been long and rather dull. Too long to do a single straight shot. We had to rest a few times, so all in all, it was about 3 days before I got back here. I carried my new sword, Dawnbreaker, in my hand. I had wrapped it up with some cloth. I didn't want an obviously magical blade shining everywhere I went. I also felt a bit awkward about putting it into my storage ring for now. I didn't know how that would react with Meridia's sight, or whatever she was doing to watch over me. I would need to get a scabbard made at some point. Ah, just the person I wanted to see. I heard a familiar voice and turned around. Inther. I greeted. Did you make any progress on what I had asked? It should have been, almost a week ago that we last met. Indeed, I was lucky and someone answered back on my inquiries. It seems that I found someone in possession of an entire sword made out of the glass material you are looking for. A whole sword, that's more than I expected, but welcomed nonetheless. I thought for a moment, dimensions, size, and estimated how much I actually needed. How much? I hadn't received a price yet. The seller is of certain status. I didn't yet wish to approach without a firm understanding of your needs. I see. Buy the sword if you can. As I said, money isn't much of an issue. I swiped my ring and took out a bag of jewelry and the ebony axe from the undead I killed. Think you can sell this all for me? Oh my, is that ebony? He quickly took the axe to begin examining it. What wonderful craftsmanship. If I had to guess, this is a very old piece, yet it is still marvelously well kept. Fought an undead swinging it around. I shrugged. Oh, a Draugr with an ebony axe, he must have been a powerful one with status before he died. The elf nodded in understanding as he peeked inside the bag. It was just some trinkets that were scattered around the loot I had taken as well. Nothing too interesting. What's this? He picked out a ring in particular and inspected it. This is enchanted. Is it? I didn't even notice, not that I had paid it much attention to begin with. Whoops, I guess I left that in there. He just hummed, handing the ring to me and looking at the bag again. The jewelry will probably run about 1,000 septims, after I take my commission, of course. Of course. I accepted that he would be making coin off me, it was the nature of the business. The axe though, well, ebony isn't readily available on the market, even the Nord warriors all over will want this piece. I can estimate, probably around 5,000 to 6,000 septims at the lower end. That's better than I thought. I'm in no rush yet, but get a hold of that glass sword as soon as possible. The sooner I have it the sooner I can truly start planning out my mystic code. I'll reach out to my contacts right away. He gave a nod and wrapped everything up, taking it to who knows where. I didn't think he would cheat me, he was too open about his practices for that. If it got around that he was cheating his customers, the people in the college would stop trusting him. No doubt the Archmage also keeps an eye on his dealings, if anything crossed certain lines, I don't think he would stay on the sidelines. Regardless, it seems like everything is coming together. I can't wait to finally get started, though I don't think I'll be doing the actual forging. Guess I'll need to check back in on the companions for that, hopefully they aren't too pissed. I really need to keep my temper in check. It shouldn't have bothered me as much as it did. I flopped onto my bed, and that was something nice to think about. My bed, the first time I had actually been into my room in the college since coming here. It was just a small little room with a few shelves, tables, and my bed inside. Nothing extravagant, but it got the job done and it's not like I would need to spend lots of time in here. Well, it beats sleeping outside in the snow. Barely. Another voice replied. I tilted my head up to see the familiar form of Meridia, sitting on the edge of my bed. Hello. I'm glad I shut my door, would have been a bit awkward otherwise. I'm happy to see you again. Even if I didn't expect our next meeting to be so soon. She crossed her arms and snorted. Is this the hole that you live in? For now, I guess. I don't really need much else while studying here at the college. I suppose this college is impressive enough, by mortal standards. She gazed up at the ceiling. I can only recall a handful of places in this world that have better protections than here. I'm glad it gets your seal of approval. I lightly chuckled. Of course I want you to. She cut herself off. I expect certain standards from you. Well, I do have a question while you're here. Would it be okay to store your sword inside my ring? I wiggled my finger. Let me see. She gestured. I walked around my bed and sat next to her. I felt her hand stroke the metal band, inspecting it. It would not be a problem. Her hand started to pull away but I lightly grabbed it. There was only a slight surprise on her end, but she allowed it all the same. Can I ask why you're here? Do you not welcome me? She said quietly. I'll always be happy to have you here, I'm just wondering if something is wrong or... I merely had a few moments free. She replied bluntly. I see, it must be time-consuming, having to overlook all your followers in addition to your duties that involves your domain. She was a god in all but name, I can somewhat guess that she had a lot of things she did on a daily basis. I do not have much influence in Skyrim, but in other parts of Tamriel, I have entire congregations waiting on my word and acting as extensions of my will. She sighed, and I saw her relax more than I had before. Unfortunately, that also means I end up with some particularly stupid mortals. Well, that's inevitable, people are stupid in general. I rolled my eyes as the thought of believers, not because I was looking down on her, but those groups tend to attract the idiots by nature of their inception. But you seem upset over something particular, what happened? She looked conflicted. I don't think she was used to talking to people or rather opening up in any capacity. I mean, from what I heard about her peers, they weren't the most friendly sort. One of my priests had the idea that I would be pleased if he raised a group of undead, then sacrificed them to me at one of my temples. Her words were venomous as she spat them out. Of course, overturn the natural order to gain favor with one whose domain is life. What a genius plan. I deadpanned. Want me to go beat him up for you? I gave her a smirk. I heard a small laugh from her for the first time, and it was adorable. His own actions had already seen to that. While still disgusting abominations, he only managed to raise a few dozen skeletons and improperly at that. They proceeded to attack him before his followers could intervene. She calmed herself, her stoic expression returned after a few moments of silence. She spoke again. I am unsure of how I am supposed to proceed with this foolishness. Ah, she's still unsure of how to act or what to do. The fact that she hasn't taken her hand away is a good sign though. To be honest, I don't know either, I'm kind of making it up as I go along. Why don't you tell me more about yourself? What do you wish to know? Tell me something silly, like your favorite color, flower, food, animal, anything. I want to know more about you than what I've read in a book. She looked a bit surprised. You don't wish to ask me about the time before Nirn or of my origins. Did you think I was trying to pry some secret information from you? The thought crossed my mind. She replied honestly. I see. I couldn't help but sigh. I guess there is still too much distance between us for something like dragon's tongue. She cut me off. My favorite flower is dragon's tongue. Yellow is the color I enjoy the most. And I find ducks pleasant to watch. I just stared for a moment, a small smile creeping up on my face. What about food? I have no preferences for mortal sustenance. Well, we'll have to fix that in the future. I'm happy that she's willing to meet me halfway here. Thank you for telling me. I gave her hand a little squeeze. She looked down to where our fingers were intertwined, staring for a moment. I am confused. Is that why you came back so soon? Even if she had a few moments, it seemed like she came here with a purpose. She didn't answer, but instead stood up. I wish to test something. I was going to respond, but I quickly felt something I was unfamiliar with, her lips pressed against mine ever so slightly and only for a brief moment. After that brief moment, saw her trace her finger across her lips, like she was unsure of what happened. She turned to look at me, maybe even somewhat sadly. I need to return. I see. I said, standing up as well. I'll be waiting until next time. My time spent with you so far has been agreeable. She said quietly. Before I can step away from my duties again, I expect you to remain whole and in good health. I took a step forward, my hands reached for hers. She looked a bit hesitant, and dare I say, bashful, as I felt her soft hands in mine for another moment before she disappeared. I took a deep breath to calm my beating heart. What a woman. I grabbed my sword and put it into my ring, and as I took a step out of my room, I was suddenly teleported away. I blinked, looking around. I was in a room I didn't recognize, circular in nature, so I assumed in one of the college's towers. There were books everywhere and various magical doodads. At the center of the room was a small garden with all sorts of herbs growing with an artificial light right above. Wilhelm, glad you could come. Archmage Arin popped up next to me. Well, I didn't really have a choice. I said dryly. Oh. Indeed, I suppose you are correct. It was my fault, but I'm sure you can understand, because you see, I was quite frantic when I found out a Daedric Lord had appeared in my school. He didn't yell, but his words carried a lot of weight. I could tell he was upset. Whoops. Yes, whoops. He frowned. What did you do, Wilhelm? Did you make a deal with one of them? Please tell me you didn't sell your soul. I didn't, I'm perfectly fine. I denied. Then what did you do to get the attention of one of their ilk? He paced around the room. Your job, you went to the statue of Meridia, that's who appeared, I see. Did you become her champion then? I heard about her champions in the past, wielding her holy sword. I have the sword, I brought it out from my ring. But I didn't become her champion. Oh, Wilhelm, divines, you didn't steal it from her temple, did you? He sighed. It's okay, this is fixable, at least you aren't bound to her. She'll want to be appeased, she hates undead fiercely. Perhaps we should find some rogue necromancers around Skyrim and offer them up. He stroked his beard, looking around the room and pulled several books to him. No. No, a few crypts are around here, no doubt they have Draugr walking the halls, perhaps she'll take that as a peace offering. I didn't steal it either, she willingly gave it to me. I scratched my cheek, gods, this was embarrassing. It's like trying to tell my mom that I finally got a girlfriend. I believe I am missing something then. He slammed a book shut. Yeah, how do I put this? I thought about how to phrase this properly. I cleared out her temple from a necromancer, and she offered me a reward, something like, I'll give you anything in my power. Oh, brilliant, so you asked for the sword then? He clapped his hands. Well done, Dawnbreaker is marvelous sword, especially when diving into the ancient tombs that litter Skyrim. Not quite. He stopped, staring at me as his eyes narrowed. Wilhelm, what did you do? So I may have, asked Hertobami woman. Pardon. I believe I misheard you. He lost pretty much all light in his eyes as he just looked at me, utterly dumbfounded. I asked her to be my woman. Ah, I thought that's what I heard you say. He clapped his hands, casting a spell and summoning a bottle of ale into his hand, before downing it quite quickly. So, you are in a romantic relationship with the Daedric Lord, Meridia. Yup. Okay. Okay. I questioned. He nodded his hands, summoning a staff into his hand. He walked up to me, gave me a reassuring smile, and bopped me on the head. Ow. I rubbed my head. I'm not apologizing. Of course not, you're still a young man. I doubt the head on your shoulders has even taken back your thought process yet. I raised a finger up, about to respond but closed my mouth. That's actually fair. Indeed. He sighed. I suppose, this is substantially better than the worst case I was preparing for. So, would it be okay if she appeared here more? Are you asking me for permission for your Daedric Lord girlfriend to tear her way into this realm from oblivion and pop into the college, for a social visit? Okay, when you spell it out like that, it sounds kind of weird. You know, this isn't the strangest conversation I've ever had. I have met Sheogorath before. He rubbed his temples. Even with the power of the college backing me, I don't think I have the ability to stop her, if I wanted to, that is. Mind you, I don't wish to do battle against an entity like her. My only request is that no harm come to my college and its people. I will make sure nothing happens. I gave my word. Okay. He nodded. Now it's time for your punishment. What? Did you think you could summon a Daedric Lord into my college without any consequences? He pulled out a map and handed it to me. Talfter was heading an expedition marked on the map. He finally uncovered the entrance to some ancient ruins and it's crawling with undead. I think it appropriate that you help deal with that considering your new lady friend. He looked at the sword still in my hand. Fine. I agreed. And, I'm sorry I didn't really think things through. He sighed and pat my shoulder. Believe it or not, I understand. While I never fell for someone quite so, I did have my own love when I was younger. Sometimes we can't control who makes us feel that way. Now. He clapped his hands. Off you go. I suddenly felt myself be pulled away again, falling down into a pile of snow in the courtyard. Okay, I'll admit I deserved that. Chapter 20, Chapter 19. So, Talfter, can you give me an idea of what I can expect? We were quietly riding along in the small caravan that departed from the college. Only the necessities had been completed over at the excavation site. Basically, setting up some stairways, reinforcing the immediate paths to stop cave-ins. They had to stop when they somehow triggered a bunch of the mummified remains in the place to start rising. There were actually a few people from Winterhold coming along. A couple guards and a few of the Jarl's people. This whole thing was conducted with the support of the Jarl, surprisingly, considering the strained relationship. But I guess gold can mend all kinds of bridges. Yeah, they agreed to a 60-40 split with the Jarl, as in the college getting the 40% for all gold and items of immediate monetary value. The terms were more specific than that, but I didn't really bother to listen to all of that. Basically, we would get the historical artifacts, a decent sum, and the blessing from the Jarl since this thing was still on his land. I recognized the guards coming along, not really knowing their names, but hey, we shared a drink and that was something important in this place. They were happy enough that I was coming along to clear the place of undead. They were more so just to make sure everything goes smoothly and whatnot. There were probably another dozen people of various backgrounds. Scholars, mages, or people who were just academically interested in the ancient ruins. So, yeah, several carts carrying supplies and everything braving these blizzards like winds. Thankfully the ruins were only about an hour out of the city. Draugr. He said idly, producing a flame in his hand for warmth. They seem to be the basic variety, but there are quite a few of them. I ran into some of them on my job. Actually, I'd been meaning to ask a question about that. One of the undead that the necromancer used was a bit stronger than the rest. He even did this magic where he shouted and blew me away. You faced a Draugr that could use the Thursday Talfter looked at me in surprise. No idea what that is. Oh yes, I forgot you are new to Skyrim. I suppose this knowledge isn't as widespread outside. The Thursday at its basic, is the language of dragons. He said, molding his hands around his small flame, keeping it contained and radiating heat. The Thursday isn't like magic as you would probably know it. When a dragon speaks, the world listens. Oh, that makes sense. They aren't casting spells, they are forcing their will onto reality. I mused. It sounded more like divine words from back home. Actually, that's also quite similar to how primordial runes work as well. That is exactly correctly. He blinked, giving a smile. Even the fires that spout from their mouths, it is merely a few words for a dragon, yet not much a mortal can do to match it. I have heard legends that when two dragons do battle, it is actually them having an argument. Oh, that sounds interesting, I wonder. I think me and Drake shared a similar thought there. Is there a way to learn the Thursday There is, though it takes decades of intense study to even master a single word. There is actually an order of monks on the throat of the world that devote themselves entirely to do so. Interesting, very, very interesting. Well, I don't believe you should have to worry about such things here. In my research, I haven't been able to pinpoint this place as anywhere of great importance. Tolfter reassured. Not to say that the ruins hold no academic purpose. We can only guess at what history is underground here. R-O-O-O-A-A-R-R, a voice boomed out over the snow. Is that a troll? I questioned, seeing the outline of an ape-like creature smashing its hands into the ground. So, it appears. Tolfter nodded. Huh, I haven't actually seen one before. Ugly things, aren't they? He hummed in agreement. And they serve no true purpose. If it were a bear or some sort of animal, I may have just deemed it appropriate to scare them away. But a troll just burdens whatever region it decides to settle down in. You want this one? I eyed him. I wouldn't mind taking care of it, but... He gave a small chuckle. I wouldn't mind stretching these old bones for a moment. The flame in his hand danced around his fingers, and with a flick of his wrist it shot towards the troll who was still trying to intimidate the caravan. I was expecting a fireball of some sorts, maybe even something that would disintegrate the creature, but no, the ball erupted into a pillar that shot a good 20 feet into the air and consumed everything in that small area. I guess the title of master isn't just for show, even if it is for a different school of magic. That should do it. He smiled lightly. Not even a mild roadblock, but then again, the college really does have some monsters in it. Here we are. Tolfter exclaimed, as the excavation site came into view. It wasn't particularly large, about what you would imagine. The people all around me started to unload their carts, several began setting up tents and making a camp that was livable. The weather hadn't let up, even now, the snowstorm made it hard to see more than 50 yards in front of yourself. Is there even a name to go along with this place? I looked down into the dugout pit that revealed just a single door and some stone structures protruding out of the ground. Clearly it had been swallowed by the ravages of time. We didn't have time to research anything inside yet. The Draugr came onto us rather quickly and I was more concerned about evacuating my students and the non-mages that had accompanied us on the project. Tolfter stated. Ah, that's why he didn't just deal with them all by himself. I'm probably not even needed here, but this is my punishment, I guess I'll do the grunt work. And I don't mind helping out Tolfter, he probably needs to oversee the camp as well. I guess I'll get started then. Make sure you're probably prepared. Even if you have full confidence, you should always have the basics with you. Tolfter lightly chastised me, almost in a grandfatherly way. I have potions, food, and a lot of other supplies for emergencies. He just nodded, smiling. It's just an old man's worries. If you don't feel like you can handle it, just come back out. He gave me a small pat on the back. I can handle this. I waved him off. All right, off you go then. He gestured me away, letting out a small laugh. What a nice guy. Definitely my favorite teacher at the college so far. Well, here we go. I walked down and opened the doors, leading to a half-caved entranceway. It looked like it had been reinforced already, allowing for people to come and go. There were a few light sources everywhere, some magical-looking candles, a few lanterns here or there with what looked like fireflies inside. I think there was some light coming from the ceiling as well. I couldn't quite see how it was working, but I think it was magical. Well, when in doubt assume it's magic. The first true room was a bit odd, like a huge stone pillar with a winding staircase and a bunch of doors everywhere. The staircase looked very weathered, practically falling apart at the seams. I think this room was about as far as the previous expedition got before being chased away. There were a couple scaffoldings around, keeping the walls nice and sturdy. I did admire their precautions, it wasn't like this in the olden days of my old home. They were more concerned about finding treasure than securing something for historical significance. Well, it would suck, for people without wings. The refreshing feeling of my wings being exposed to air was always nice after not using them for some time. I did make a mental note to give them some more exercise every now and then. They were technically a body part, even if they were magical in nature. A simple glide down to the bottom and I was met with the immediate attention of a dozen or so entities. They were already up and about, skulking out from the corners of the room. Their armor clanking with each step, metal weapons being drawn from weathered sheaths. I did make sure to put my wings away, don't want a luck hit to nip them. It seems like something that would be excruciatingly painful. Well, showtime. My body circuits flared, reinforcement covered my body and I drew Dawnbreaker from my ring. Its warm flame was very reassuring, even if I wasn't at all intimidated by the situation, it was soothing to hold in my hand. Hey, Meridia, are you watching? I whispered lightly. The light at the center of my sword pulsed with a faintly ethereal glow. Well I offer these to you. Does this count as being romantic if she hated undead with a burning passion? The first Draugr ran up to me, hand fully extended back in a swinging motion. I barely paid it any mind as my sword swung out before it could finish. Its body was cleaved in two, and practically disintegrated into ash on contact. I had barely felt any resistance, even with its metal armor in the way. I realized just now how powerful this sword truly was in the correct circumstances. The nature to be anti-undead, to be conceptually stronger when facing opponents that meet those criteria. Even if the steel armor wasn't anyway necrotic, it was still but paper in front of my weapon. Meridia loathed undead with a passion. I could practically feel her jubilation transfer from the sword. If this really makes you so happy, we should make a date of it. I laughed as they clamored towards me. My sword pierced through another undead, bursting it into flames. This was the bare minimum of what the weapon could do, yet it was such an overwhelming weapon for its fated enemy. There were further enchantments on it though, ones I couldn't even begin to unravel without years of research. It was a weapon created by a goddess, intended to be wielded by mortal hands. Perhaps not a divine construct, but it was something that could trade blows with a noble phantasm and not lose. I moved through the mob of undead creatures, their swinging not much more than childish flailing. Every swing of my sword, and another walking corpse was released from the prison of unlife and whatever powers bound were free. It was exhilarating, wielding such a powerful weapon, and it was all mine. With a few short moves, the group of zombies had disappeared from the world, and my sword sung with happiness, light filling the room and removing any stain of corruption. Chapter 21, Chapter 20. Dungeon diving was apparently a pastime in Skyrim. The traps, undead, winding tombs and mazes that stood between an adventurer and the loot at the end. What no one wanted to talk about was how fucking annoying it was going through everything. I was probably pissed off by the third room. After killing all the Draugr, and finding the secret passage through that little area, it led me into more of a crypt. There were coffins lining the walls with a weird pedestal at the end of a narrow chamber with a magical-looking necklace on it and some metal bars stopping me from going forward. I had tried to do the obvious thing, pull the metal bars up like I had done previously, but it looked like they weren't budging. I mean, I could probably blast me way out of here, but this whole place could come down on me. What a situation I found myself. The only thing of significance in this little area was an obviously magical necklace on the pedestal right near the metal bars. Can you say, trap? I picked it up, waiting for something to happen, and nothing. So, am I missing something here or? An ethereal figure appeared in front of me, almost like someone was projecting their consciousness across a far distance. Hold, mage, and listen well, he paused, taking another look at me, seemingly surprised by what he saw. No, who are you? How, you aren't the one who was supposed to come? Pardon. I questioned the odd person. This is all wrong, you shouldn't be here, the predictions foretold the Dragonborn, he muttered. Why have you come here? I was asked to clear this place of the undead for the college expedition. I tilted my head. And who are you to question my coming here? Who exactly are you? I narrowed my eyes. I am of the Sijic Order. He said, once again staring at me. You shouldn't be here, leave, mage, there are powers at work that you tamper with. Things that no mortal should put their hands on. Never heard of the Sijic Order, but the way he said it, he made it sound like just giving that name would answer all my questions. I suppose they might be famous or something around here. Regardless. I don't answer to you. You've been warned. He said ominously before dispersing. Well, fuck you too. So, this place isn't as mundane as Tolfter thought. Well, mundane I guess is relative with magical zombies walking around. I just looked around this little room I was still in, metal bars barred my way but there had to be some way through. I put my hand on the wall and pulsed some mana, looking for maybe a trick somewhere, until my eyes landing on a coffin sitting upright against the wall. It looked a little too straight to be just haphazardly left there. I inspected it, placing my hand on the metal covering. It was empty and the wall behind it was missing. Aha. I kept my reinforcement up and pulled the lid off. It fought me the entire way. I was apparently going about this incorrectly, but whatever. I didn't care about the traps in this place and just ripped the thing off. Neat. The rest of the dungeon had been a bit more of the same. A level that had arrow traps if you put in a wrong combination with these weird, spinning obelisks with certain figures on them. I just froze the little holes where the arrows came out with a spell and got through it with trial and error. Swinging blades that swung out from the edges of rooms, magical traps that exploded if you stepped on them, and even spikes that shot up from the ground. Someone really didn't want this place to be discovered. But the further I went, the more a strange feeling crept up in my heart, a foreboding sensation that something was awaiting me. Something that tickled my danger sense. There was one more room ahead, the magical energy I felt was palpable, getting through the traps barely even inconvenienced me. I don't think they account for magic when creating them, or maybe whatever was waiting for me was much more dangerous and these were supposed to just keep out the idiots. As I walked through, I saw it, massive blue orb, slowing spinning in place. I could feel it, the pure, unadulterated power it emitted. That thing is dangerous. Drake spoke up immediately. I would be cautious of that thing even if I was here in my prime. That's not good. So much magical energy in the air here, it was practically stifling. I was a bit cautious to even cast a spell. I had no idea what reaction would occur. I took a step down the stairs, and as soon as my foot touched the wood I heard a cracking sound, as something ancient had just moved for the first time in many years. It stood up from a chair, the familiar figure of a draugr, but immediately I could tell this one was different, like the one I fought at Meridia's temple. I hurriedly threw up a ward as flames spouted from its hands. It can cast magic, okay. With another thought, oak flesh covered my body and I made sure to double-check my reinforcement. My ward met its torrent of flames as I closed the distance, Dawnbreaker in my other hand. As we got close enough it tried to swing its own axe at me, but I ducked, overloading the ward and dispersing his flame spell. It's over, I swung my magical sword underneath him. Only to be intercepted by a magical barrier. A magical barrier strong enough to fight against the weapon a literal goddess gave to me. It pushed back the cleansing flames of my sword and a small explosion erupted at the focal point, blowing the sword out of my hand and causing me to stutter back. I saw it clearly, the torrent of power that was being streamed into this undead from the floating orb nearby. It was siphoning power from the thing, pure magical energy enveloping its body making it practically invulnerable to damage. I tried my trick from before, pushing a turn undead and a telekinesis together but they fizzled out when the barrier touched them. The steel axe in its hand swung with a fury as I stepped back, its free hand summoned ice that rained from the sky. Runic letters spun around my arm as I pushed them into the ground, bindings of Gaia. But it wasn't working, even with the roots springing forth, they withered and drained of any magical energy inside of them as they tried to grab a hold of the undead. Even physical damage was negated by the shield of magical energy, my attempt to restrain the undead had been repulsed. Maybe an explosion that doesn't directly target him. I swiped my ring, pulling out a couple jewels of varying quality. I overloaded them with magical energy and actualized my intent, throwing them towards the undead walking to me. Jumping back enough to not get caught, or so I thought. The explosion was larger than I had anticipated, feeling the shockwave and almost getting blown back. But once again the undead shrugged it off like it was nothing. I had hundreds of spells I could call upon yet my mind raced trying to think of a solution, it seemed like I only had one option left. I withdrew my cane sword from my ring. It was soaked in my blood, so it was perhaps the best thing I could use as a catalyst for my true magic without using my body, which would be the height of foolishness. I pulled on the kaleidoscope, filling my sword with the dimensional magics. It shuddered under the strain, but I kept pulling from a multitude of parallel worlds all filling inside. Condensing, collecting, and synthesizing the correct spell sequence. Pointing the tip of my blade at the undead, several spell circles spun around the metal, amplifying the sequence. Ether cannon. I let it all go. The blade shattered in my hand as the beam of light fired off, exploding into tiny pieces as even the handle burst open in my palm. It struck the barrier of magic, fighting against it, but it looked as if my hypothesis turned out correct, the barrier was pieced through and the undead's chest was blown open. I caught myself from falling forward. My body arched before stabilizing myself, I had to do something stupid there at the last moment and partial shoulder some of the burden from the actualization of the spell, otherwise my sword would have blown up prematurely. I don't know what happened, but the energy of this orb started going crazy. The magical energy in the room fluctuated, bursting in every which way. Was it because of my use of the kaleidoscope? Did it have some adverse reaction on this strange orb? What have you done? I turned around and saw that person appear again. He looked more whole than before. Just as he said it, a beam of light shot up from the orb and pierced the ceiling. The whole underground ruins shook, rocks and debris began falling everywhere. You have potentially doomed the world, have you any idea what your meddling had caused? He shouted in anger. Several more figures appeared around the orb, gesturing to it as if they were about to cast something. We will take this away and deal with the aftermath of your incompetence. What? I took a step forward but was hit by a combined spell from several of the figures. I found myself unable to move and I just watched as they gathered in a circle around the orb and were about to transport it away. You want to steal from me? This is mine, I won it by combat. No. I said firmly, summoning my boosted gear. Boost me and Drake roared at the same time, drawing their attention. This doesn't concern you anymore, Mage. The leader, I suppose, the one who had spoken before stood in my way. You were not destined to be here and you have ruined everything. You aren't even truly here, trying to play with spatial distortions in front of me. Come back in another 1,000 years. I looked him dead in the eye and snapped my fingers. The spell, the folding of space and time that allowed them to be here while also not being here, shattered when I pulled over the correct world flow with the help of the kaleidoscope. Coward didn't even have the courage to show up in person. The ethereal figures had all disappeared in a blink of an eye, pulled back to where their real bodies were as time and space synced back up correctly. The only one left was the one who spoke to me. You want to steal my spoils after I had cleaned everything up? Maybe if he had spoken to me with some manner of respect, explained to me his circumstances, this might have ended differently. I looked at him, the way he projected himself was different, like how Meridia did, I looked at the tether that was acting as a bridge. Cute. Begone. I did the equivalent of yanking him back towards the source, sending him hurling through space back to his point of origin. You got a plan? Drake asked. I do have a plan. It isn't a very good plan, but it is a plan. What do you need? He was being oddly cooperative. I just need your help. You should know what my magic does, the dimensional refraction phenomenon. Being able to pull an infinite amount of magical power from an infinite number of worlds. Indeed, we're going to do the opposite here. This thing is also drawing in an unfathomable amount of magical energy, possibly even infinite in scope, but it's all from this singular world. It might drain this place dry if we let it, or it could blow up, I have no idea. You want to use the gauntlet? Sorry, it's all I got. Okay, let's do this. I'll help where I can from inside. I just nodded at the dragon, playing my gauntlet-clad hand on the magical orb and pulled open the kaleidoscope. Chapter 22, Chapter 21. I opened my eyes, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. My body ached something fierce, and I felt a burning sensation in my chest, like I had put a heavy toll on my magic circuits. You are finally awake, then. I looked up to see Meridia sitting next to my bed. Well, this wasn't my bed, I've been here before, this was the Archmage's quarters. Hey there. I smiled only for her to scowl back at me. I find myself conflicted. She didn't look pleased. Usually if a mortal does something to anger me or disregards my words, I can merely punish them. But what am I supposed to do now? She looked at me expecting an answer to her query. What? I told you to remain whole and healthy before I departed last. Tell me, what part does being bedridden constitute healthy? What happened? My head was pounding as I recalled what I had done. The magical sphere, it was discharging so much magical energy that it became a danger, so I had to divert the flood out of the world line. Oh, the strain on my body that was particularly painful, and I think I passed out as I finished. Well, since everything is still standing, then I suppose it worked out. But were you worried about me? Her scowl deepened and she looked away. I am a goddess, I do not worry. She said firmly. Would a goddess accept a hug and apology for making her not worry? I sat up on the edge of the bed. Such a thing may make a goddess less angry. She whispered. My legs were still a bit wobbly, but I stood up and wrapped my arms around her, letting her head rest against my chest. I felt her own arms squeeze around me. I'm sorry. Do not think you will escape my ire with just a few words. Of course, I will accept any punishment you give. I chuckled. Humph, to make light of my words, you are bold. I can't help it, you're too cute. I gave her a kiss on the forehead. See cute. She whispered. Once again you dare say something so flippantly to me. No mortal has ever had the courage to say such words to my face. She huffed, adorably. Was I also the first one to confess to you as well? I smirked at her. Of course not, I am known far and wide through the realms. I have had kings and great warriors profess their undying love and admiration towards me over the centuries. Many have attempted to woo me with such treasures and gifts that the world would wage war over. And what makes me so special? I lowered my head closer to hers, our lips were just a breath apart. Never had I met a man with such audacity to say they simply like me. She looked a bit bashful. I hummed thoughtfully. Has any man had the audacity to steal a kiss from the goddess Meridia? I stared into her eyes, they glowed slightly with recognition for my words. I think I saw her breathing hitch just ever so slightly. No man has ever dared. She said with nothing more than a whisper. Well, she didn't reject me, so I took that as confirmation. I placed my hand on her cheek, seeing her act almost expectantly like this. Why are you so cute? I pushed my lips against her lightly, letting her dictate how far she wanted to take it. She reciprocated and met mine. This wasn't like before where she just gave a peck on my lips and left. This one was full of affection and perhaps even longing. You conflict me, Wilhelm. She said quietly as our lips separated. I should have been happy to see you possibly die, to escape from the oath I had given to a mortal. I should have demanded answers from you about the odd circumstances you seem to perpetrate. I should not be longing for your presence when we are separated, nor get flustered when I'm finally standing with you. I tilt my head at her words, a bit surprised. I see, I'm actually her first real boyfriend, her first time having a romantic relationship. She doesn't quite know how to act upon her feelings. Regardless of her status as a goddess, she is still a being with emotions, feelings, and some have come to the surface that she isn't used to. Even if the time had been short, it didn't seem to mitigate all these suppressed feelings suddenly rearing their head. Or maybe it was something a bit more than that. You've been by yourself all this time, haven't you? I gently pushed a strand of hair out of her face. She paused, staring at me. I don't think she quite knew how to answer that question. Only giving a cute little sound in confirmation. Well, I'm not going to let you be alone anymore. I smiled at her. You're my woman after all, and I don't want to be alone anymore either. Maybe that's why we both were so taken with each other. We were both lonely. I suppose it can't be helped then. She said quietly. But do you truly wish to pursue this courtship? Are you asking me this now? I think I made my feelings quite clear. I'm not a mortal. There are things I won't be able to give you that someone of your own kind can. Are you not capable of love? I lightly poked her cheek, much to her chagrin. Of course, I am. She gave a little squeak of embarrassment. I think she was feeling much more comfortable in my presence now. I guess we had been floating around what our relationship truly was until this moment, and she finally accepted it in her own heart. Then what's the issue? I can't give you children, she said plainly. Is it not the desire for mortals to carry on their own lines with offspring? I guess that is something important to people who live in a world like this. It's true, I guess I even had thoughts about a big family in my future. But I care more about you than something like that. I don't. She paused, having trouble finding the words. I will not get angry if you find a mortal to produce offspring with. I just blinked, trying to process what she said. I think this was perhaps a sore point for her and something she may have had on her mind for a bit now. I'll deal with it later. Can you say those words to me again like our first meeting? She leaned into me. I like you, Meridia. I whispered gently into her ear. I like you too, Wilhelm. She replied. I see Lady Meridia has finally departed. The archimage popped in only moments after Meridia had left. Sorry, I said sheepishly. No doubt she pretty much took over the area while she was here. He pursed his lips. Well, I can't quite fault her, you gave several of us quite the scare. His lips curled upwards. I dare say even Lady Meridia did not leave your side for the entire 2 days you were unconscious. Crash. We both looked over at the origin of the noise. My dawnbreaker was sitting on a shelf, now cleared of any other items, that had just so happened to fall onto the floor. I couldn't help but smile, knowing she probably got all flustered at his comment. She really was cute when that side of her came out. The Archmage wisely chose to ignore it. The phenomenon that occurred, I think all of Skyrim saw it. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I rubbed the back of my head. What happened to the orb? You mean the Eye of Magnus? I was going to ask you that question. He looked at me with a thoughtful expression. All we had to go on were some very ancient tomes in the tomb that described the artifact in question, and they called it the Eye of Magnus. Sorry, I don't have a clue. I shrugged. I think I passed out trying to stop it from either exploding or sucking up all the magicka in the world. Or maybe it was doing neither and I overreacted. Well, the world is still spinning, and no one died. It seems you were successful in your endeavors. Well done, Wilhelm. He was only being slightly sarcastic. I just snorted. Well, there was another party there, they called themselves the Sijic Order. The Archmage finished for me. I had one of them visit me and try to request my aid in apprehending you. Oh. I don't suppose you know who the Sijic Order are? I don't. I guess you could call them an ancient order of mystics. They generally don't interfere in the world's affairs, usually only keeping dangerous things away from those who would misuse them. He rubbed his beard. I was excited when one popped into the college for the first time in 100 years. They actually would give counsel to previous archmages before they went into hiding. He's here right now. I scowled. Well, if he wants a round two. No, I kicked him out when he didn't seem to see a problem with attacking one of my students without proper justification other than ruining everything. He sneered, but quickly recovered. Remember this, Wilhelm, you are a part of this college, and you will have my support. He pat my shoulder. Unless you try to destroy the world, then we may have a problem. I let out a small laugh. Thank you for helping me with everything. It was genuine thanks as well. He had been constantly giving me support since I arrived. He nodded. With that being said, you should know that you have drawn quite a bit of attention. I have no doubt that Ancano has already sent word to the Thalmor, and while I can deny them at the college, they will most likely try something when you are out and about. Him again. I frowned. Well, if they wish to start a conflict with me, they best be prepared. Quite. He smirked. But don't be arrogant. He lightly flicked my forehead. For all their hot air, the Thalmor are very accomplished in magic. Don't give them a chance to overwhelm you. He waved his hand, fixing everything that had fallen to the floor earlier. Well then, I have satiated my curiosity. And it's such a shame you don't possess the Eye of Magnus, because I just so happen to know where another artifact bearing the name of Magnus dwells. He nodded to himself. Indeed it is a shame, for I believe they would complement each other wonderfully. Too bad, for I guess the staff of Magnus will forever dwell within the ruins of Labyrinthian, guarded by very powerful entities that one should not venture into with proper concern and preparations. He gave me one last wink before teleporting away. He was laying it on pretty thick there, but I don't actually have this Eye of Magnus. About that. Hey Drake. So, I guess it's my turn now. Something you want to tell me? I may have grabbed the eye and took it inside the boosted gear. I just blinked, letting the words process for a moment. Oh. Yeah, so it's here if you want to do something with it. I'm kinda just keeping it segregated in a corner. Huh, well, since I have it then, I do have an idea of what to do with it. So, did Meridia really watch over me for 2 days? Oh yes, she was fussing all over you. It was amusing to see this goddess act like a blushing schoolgirl. Wow. It's impressive how quickly you managed to steal her heart. I told you before, I got game. I think it had more to do with her being lonely and you giving the first genuine confession she's ever received. That's a fair point. Wait, since when could you take things into the boosted gear? Chapter 23, Chapter 22. While I wasn't bedridden anymore, I still didn't adventure out of the college for another couple days, just deciding to take it easy and do some studying. I was also pleased to find out that the college did in fact have a dining area. Actually, the college had a lot of things I didn't know about until now. It took me sitting down to realize I had been bouncing all around the place without resting. I'm certainly not against being on the move and with a purpose, but it's good to sit down and reflect sometimes. My only purpose right now was to just get as strong as possible. I did not like the feeling of weakness, being unable to choose my own paths in life, having to actually avoid certain foes because of their power. What could I do if a dragon pops up right now? It ashamed me to admit, not much. Well, not much without sacrificing myself, either crippling my potential or just outright giving a last hurrah. Wilhelm, just the person I was looking for. I turned around and saw Inther walking towards me. Inther, you look like you bring good news. I do. But first it's good to see you up and about. The whole college is in a tizzy about what happened. He slid into a chair at my table. I have a few friends that are particularly interested. I see, and I'm sure these interested parties have been most generous with their patronage in the past. I lightly tapped my fingers on the table, studying his expression. Oh yes, most generous. One might even call them repeat customers. He held back a toothy smile. And no doubt they would pay quite a sum for information of such an unnatural phenomenon. Who knows? He smirked at me. Well, I suppose I could say a few things, from one friend to another. He's being very overt in asking me for information. I prefer this than trying to pick apart my words or trying to subtly get me to say things by accident. It seems there was a magical artifact that would absorb magicka non-stop in the depths. I was able to discharge all the stored power safely, but I don't know what happened to the artifact after that. Not much different than the official reports then. He sighed. Well, I have one little bit of information that was left out. I leaned in. The Sijic Order made an appearance. His eyes widened, mouth opened about to say something then closed. That is a very valuable piece of information. Indeed, I'm sure you will be able to report back to your very generous patrons with good news. Yeah, go fuck yourself, Sijic Order. He nodded vigorously. I do have more business with you though. He reached into a bag he was carrying on his back and took out a wooden box, placing it on the table. I am men who can get things. He boasted, removing the lid. There laid a sword, made of a familiar blue glass. Its name is Chillrend. How beautiful. I ran my finger across the surface. It was exactly the same as the sample the Archmage gave me. Where did you find it? I doubt the excited look on my face was missed by him, but I was too happy to finally have this here. Well. He looked around, and I wasn't quite sure why the dining area was rarely ever occupied. People were always busy, never having time to sit down here and waste time. You've heard about Riffin, yes? I did, dragon attack, nasty thing. I nodded along. I did feel sympathy for those people at Riffin. Yes, but did you know the Thieves' Guild is based in Riffin? He whispered. I did not. Actually, I barely knew anything about the Thieves' Guild, really only their name referenced once or twice in a book. Well, you didn't hear this from me, but their previous leader had put his hands on the guild's treasure. This only came out due to the aftermath of the dragon attack. One thing led to another, and a new master took his place. I hear she's been picking apart all of his possessions, trying to sell them away to refill the guild coffers. And this was one of his? I eyed the weapon. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. He gave an exaggerated shrug. I see, and what is this costing me? Well, considering how much the gems and the axe sold for, you would owe me a little over 1,000 septims, but why don't I just make it an even trade? He gave me a smirk. Call it the friend discount. I believe this has been a mutually beneficial relationship, and I look forward to your services for any future endeavors. I held out my hand, sharing the same smiling as him. He grabbed it, giving it a shake. Yes, it has been most rewarding. With that he got up and left the room. I lifted the sword out of the box, putting it eye level, getting a feel for the weight. A light swing and it left behind a chilly mist in its wake. It's beautiful, right? I asked, turning my head, eyeing Meridia sitting at the table. She had been appearing more often lately, even if it was only for a few moments. Not that I'm complaining, I just hope she wasn't disregarding anything important to come see me. These past 2 days she had popped in probably half a dozen times to merely exchange a few words before departing again. My sword is better. She gave a small grunt. Of course. I replied without a second thought. Dawnbreaker is also much more powerful, you made it after all. Flattery will get you nowhere. She said, but her happy expression betrayed her words. I put the sword back away and put it all in my ring. Would you like to go for a walk? I offered my hand. I would like that. She stood up, taking my hand. I took her out of the dining area, through the May halls that housed a large font of Magica and out to the courtyard. I suppose you don't get much of a chance to walk among mortals. I never had a reason to before. She sniffed. It generally caused more of a ruckus when I appeared in the past before my followers. I learned to keep my dealings more impersonal. She admired the view, peering over one of the ledges. But I suppose there is a certain satisfaction, walking through Nirn with my own feet. You know, you don't have to always be the one coming to see me. I gave her hand a little squeeze, and a small smile. She paused and looked at me. Are you referring to how you were able to connect to my realm of oblivion without my permission? She raised an eyebrow. Whatever could you be talking about? I looked at her in mock confusion written all over my face. Of course. She pursed her lips. I may know a thing or two, perhaps I could even be susceptible to a bribe. A bribe is it? Am I to assume the nature of this bribe involves my legs in some manner? She eyed me suspiciously. I can neither confirm nor deny that your magnificent legs might play a part in loosening my lips. I gave her a smirk. Admittedly, this is not what I expected you to request. I looked up, staring into her Meridia's beautiful eyes as my head rested on her lap. Oh, what did you expect? Please give a very detailed explanation. I won't fall for your games. She huffed cutely. To find out that my man is a deviant. I couldn't help but laugh a little. So, I'm your man now. Is there any need to deny it? She looked away with an ever so slight blush on her cheeks. So cute, it was too much and I gave her thigh a little squeeze. She gave a small yelp in surprise, looking back down at me and huffing again. Is it about time to uphold your end of the bargain? She crossed her arms. It's called the Kaleidoscope, a magic that allows me some manner of control over space and dimensions. Which was true. I've never heard of such a thing. She looked at me thoughtfully. How many people know about this magic of yours? Just me and my grandfather. I guess I'll just refer to my previous self as grandfather for now, makes it less complicated. Kissed your Zelrich Schweinorg, I briefly wondered about him then pushed such thoughts aside, I was more focused on the beautiful woman whose lap I now occupied. Perhaps that is for the best, the method in which you tore into my realm, I do not wish for it to be widespread. I shudder to think what would occur if one of the others could make use of such a method and possibly enter Nirn fully. I finally sat up, adjusting myself next to her. You know, I wasn't joking when I said I could come to you as well. You would venture into my realm of oblivion. She looked at me incredulously. I am not lessened there like I am here. I could do anything to you I desired. Anything, huh? I raised an eyebrow. As long as you're gentle about it. It would be my first time after all. That isn't what I meant. She puffed up. Truly, your mind is only filled with perversions. I blame the goddess who seduced me. I wiggled my eyebrows for extra effect. I did not seduce you. She huffed out with exasperation. I still remember that beautiful woman beckoning me, displaying her legs in all their glory, offering me anything I wished with that come hither look. I gently ran my hand down her leg. I looked up into her eyes, they were not unwelcoming but also a bit hesitant. If I wanted to push I probably could, but it didn't feel right. Instead, I leaned over and placed my lips against hers. She was the one who broke the kiss, reluctance was written all over her face. Will. Ah, is it time already? She probably had to head back. I must return. I could feel the hint of sadness she gave off. I see. I stood up, taking her hands into mine as she followed. I'll miss you. I gave her a reassuring smile. Your absence will be noticeable. She replied, trying ever so hard to keep her expression neutral. Gods, it was so adorable when she acted like this. I guess some things were still difficult for her to say out loud. I briefly wondered what would happen if I pinched her cheeks, but I didn't want to ruin the mood. She looked down at our hands, then back up to me. I wouldn't be remiss if you found yourself in my realm, she said quietly, disappearing back into oblivion. But I saw that small rosy complexion on her cheeks. That woman, how can she be so cute and so scarily powerful at the same time? I just want to bully her a bit and see her reactions. Well, she probably would be able to step away again for a few days, at least. I may as well head to Whiterun and see if I can finally get this sword made now that I have all the pieces. Chapter 24, Chapter 23. I casually strode through the entrance of Whiterun. It was about midday, the sun was high in the air and the temperature was actually very comfortable. I had flown all the way down from Winterhold, something I was a bit hesitant to do because of the laws surrounding flight. For some reason they outlawed flight-based magics pretty much over the entire empire, yet allowed various forms of teleportation. Bugger if I know why, I just didn't want someone to spot me and get in trouble just because I was being impatient. And that wasn't even considering my wings, it was usually just a good idea to not do it unless an emergency. Well, I saw Encano skulking around and decided to head off that little annoyance and just sneak out and fly away from the college without any notice. I did land a bit away from the city and walked the little distance in between. It was a nice little trip, minus the giant fucking rat that tried to attack me. Creepy little bugger got blown the fuck up, but otherwise it was relaxing. I waved to the guards who gave me a nod. I don't know if it was the same ones, but they seemed friendly enough. Maybe it was and they noticed my clothing. I guess I'm rather memorable when most people wear robes and animal skins. What a lovely day it was, I was in a great mood. I had a wonderful woman that returned my affections, I was going to see a friend I hadn't seen in a few days, and I was finally going to get my mystic code made. I put a few coins on a stall with some fresh produce up for sale, grabbing a couple apples with a wink towards the woman running it. Skyrim apples are really good, they tasted like a Honeycrisps, if slightly sweeter. I wonder if I could grow some at home. Maybe open the market for a new kind of apple, build an apple empire, become the tyrant of produce. That sounds like too much work. Though I wouldn't mind a tree or two for my own enjoyment. These would probably be even better if they were chilled, cold fruit is the way to go. I walked up to what was it called again, Jorvaskr, the companion's building. The boat building. Thorum, think fast, I shouted, as I opened the door spotting my friend, and tossing him an apple. He was sitting at a table, holding what looked like some ice to his head. He barely even looked at he caught the apple, before taking a confused look. Will. He greeted me happily. There were a few others in the building, but it seemed rather quiet overall. Hey. I sat down next to him. You look, not too good. I took a bit of a hit on the noggin in the last mission. He flexed his hand and the ice disappeared. Thorum. Did you learn magic? I was genuinely surprised. He smiled bright. I took your advice and picked up a few books at the market. Well done. I was impressed. What have you learned? I took another bite of my apple. Just frostbite and flames. He replied. I tried the basic healing spell, but I've been having trouble with it. I'm officially in charge of chilling all the mead now. He gave a good-natured laugh. Well, that is a good use of magic. Tell me, what happened to you? I cast my own healing spell on him. Farengar, the Jarl's court wizard, paid for the companions to seek out a tablet from the Bleak Falls Barrow. Bleak Falls Barrow, where have I heard that name before? It's the ancient ruins between Whiterun and Helgen. Ah, I remember seeing it on a map now. Lots of Draugr, I presume. Aye, they were many, but the companions couldn't be stopped by a few undead. He said with pride. It wasn't until we met Deathlord at the end that we finally met a worthy opponent. Even in undeath, the masters of the Thursdayum are not to be trifled with. I've run into one of those. A necromancer raised one under Meridia's statue when I took that job. You fought one by yourself. Thorum clasped my shoulder. My friend, that was mighty dangerous of you. It worked out. I waved him off. What about you? The companions fought hard, with our teamwork we managed to subdue the undead. I merely got clipped by one of its shouts. He looked a little sheepish. But we returned with the tablet, something to do about the dragons that the court wizard is using to study. How was the loot? Both times I've delved into an old tomb or temple I've gotten a lot of good stuff. A few enchanted weapons and some treasure. Should last the companions several months if rationed well. He brushed off his apple before taking a bite. What brings you around Whiterun again, my friend? I finally got all the stuff to make my magical foci, I just need a good smith to help me forge it. Ireland Greymane is at the forge right now, and I think you're in luck, he doesn't have any large commissions. I stood up from my seat quickly. As always, Thorum, you are the best. I pat him on the shoulder as I head out the back doors towards the forge. What do you want, boy? The old smith looked at me as I walked up the steps towards the supposed Sky Forge. I've only heard a few things about this forge, supposed to make really good steel weapons, good enough that they have their own name to differentiate them. As one would assume, Skyforge steel. Well, I was hoping you'd be willing to take on a very specific commission for me. What ya need? He didn't look too interested, barely sparing my a glance. A magical foci in the shape of a sword. He paused his working and turned to face me. Do I look like a mage, boy? I don't need you to be a mage, I need you to do the forging, I can do all the magical aspects. He let out a snort. You want me to work around you, then? He raised an eyebrow. I don't just let anyone into my forge when I'm working. 2,000 septims. I just threw out my savings. Once again he just paused and blinked at me. Explain to me what it is you actually need. I'll do you one better. I withdrew a few pieces of parchment from my ring. Just because I had been resting a few days, didn't mean I lazed around. These are the schematics. I rolled them out on the nearby table. He dropped the hammer and pliers in his hand and walked over, flattening the rolled pages and getting a good look. This is mad. He finally said. Can you not do it? I challenged. You want the blade part to be made of glass. Not just any glass. I took out chill rend in the small chunk I had stored. What is? He picked up the sword. I don't think I've ever heard of glass like this. He admired the weapon. And you want me to reforge this? Yup. I said with a gleeful smile. It's a pity, this sword is beautiful. He sighed, setting it down. You're lucky, lad, not many Nords can work with glass like I can. But the other stuff, you must be mad if you think this will work. You want the handle made out of ebony, with orichalcum enamel and what looks like moonstone running inside all the way to the blade from the base of the hilt, and there is a little spherical section at the base where something should go, an ornament of sorts. Can you do it? Son, this is the most ridiculous sword I've ever seen, and I'm now too curious to see how it turns out. Well, the pride of a blacksmith is an interesting thing. And I'm sure a couple thousand septims doesn't hurt. Aye, the money is well worth it. He nodded without a second thought. I'm going to have to smelt this sword down first, and this glass isn't what I'm more used to. It may take some trial and error. I took off my vest, and unbuttoned my shirt, and rolled up my sleeves. I'm here to assist. You ever assist in smithing, son? I know a thing or two. I smirked. I'll get on the bellows, tell me when the temperature is good. All right, it's your money and materials, don't be crying to me when something goes wrong. He shrugged. Hold it, this glass is damn finicky, any higher and it'll shatter. Fuck, this wood is burning too quick, I'll throw some frost magic at it. Steady. It's melting good now. Good, slowly lower the temperature. Asterisk. Did you not see my drawing? The moonstone needs to be inlaid at the base of the glass. I'm telling you, the glass will get too brittle if you try to add the moonstone after it fully settles. Then how the hells are you going to cast the ebony and orichalcum over top if you do the moonstone first? Brat, I've been doing this before your mother even thought about conceiving you. Moonstone has a higher melting point due to its pure magic nature, we can put a mold of the ebony on after we get this bit in first. Alright, fine, you're the expert. Underscore. Hold it steady, boy. I don't need you fucking it up at the last part. Just pour the orichalcum in, old man, make sure you mix some more of my blood in. First line is done, second line is done, and there's the last one. So, get ready to quench, now. Asterisk. Amazing. I blurted out as Irlin put the finishing touches on my weapon. He held it in a pair of tongs, the steam still coming from the cooled metal. Carefully, he set down to fully cool off. This turned out well, he admired his work. Explain to me how this works. Ebony rejects magicka, so it gets all funneled into orichalcum. Orichalcum eats up all the magical energy, but doesn't like letting it go, so the moonstone takes it and carries it to the glass blade which can be used for spells. I listed off my thoughts on its creation. I couldn't just use the orichalcum for the handle, if I had too much orichalcum then my magical energy would never be pushed off into the moonstone to the glass. And any other metal would take magical energy into it, essentially wasting the runoff, whereas ebony is both extremely durable and doesn't want my magical energy. And moonstone suffers from being too weak a material for a more physical use. A good hit on the handle and it would have been damaged. The glass itself was stronger than steel and took in magical energy like it was starving, but it would be dangerous to make the entire thing out of pure glass. I needed to separate the part that handles spellcasting from what I was holding. But there's one last material to add. Right, Draig. You want this now? Yeah, I'm ready for it. I summoned my boosted gear, earning a look from the blacksmith but I ignored it for now. It came out without any fanfare, no huge world-changing events. The Eye of Magnus. It was just a small little orb in the palm of my hand, smaller than even a gold coin. And that wasn't because of the excess magicka I drained from it. This thing was still going strong, just less volatile. No, the size was completely irrelevant. Its physical form didn't truly exist, it was an exertion into this plane of existence, and it was how we perceived it. I could therefore shrink it down to something manageable. Carefully, I inserted the eye into the base of the pommel, a small opening that allowed it to click into place. My sword hummed as the eye filled the entire thing with power. I picked up my finished sword, giving it a careful swing. With another swing, I pulled upon the kaleidoscope and filled it with the dimensional energies as it lit up in a rainbow light. For some reason the glass retained that chill like fog every time I swung. The light let off a sort of afterimage because of the cold air. The weapon needs a name. Ireland spoke up. It's too good a work of mine to be nameless. Well, I thought of name immediately. Mirage. Chapter 25, Chapter 24. I wasn't giggling to myself like a child, regardless of what Drake would say. I was merely appreciating my amazing new sword. Mirage. I repeated the name several times in my head as I swung the sword about. The afterimage that blurred every time it cut through the air just made it all the more beautiful. My instinct was telling me that this sword would be able to fully handle the might of my magic. The addition of the Eye of Magus, well, I would even put it on par with my old jeweled sword. Maybe slightly different in application, but to compare them side by side, I don't think mine would lose out. Truthfully, I felt more whole than I had since my memories had surfaced. The feeling that I'm no longer constrained. I had to stop myself from thoroughly testing this thing here and now. I was getting some looks as I swung it around near the blacksmith area. One of the things I did in the immediate time frame was sort of program my calculations into my sword. The Eye of Magus was many things, some which I had yet to still decipher, but it was more than capable of acting as a sort of magical computer to process what I needed and help along my magic. Perhaps its nature as a higher dimensional object had led to its ability of synchronize with those aspects of the kaleidoscope. Not just that, the sword itself was powered to an impressive level with the inclusion of the eye in the hilt. There was also the side benefit of being able to draw in magical energy faster than I could with my old jeweled sword, though further testing was required. It really felt good to complete this thing after working towards it for about a bit now. A thought did cross my mind, I really need to brush up on my swordsmanship. Since I'll probably be using my sword as an actual sword, it would be better to perhaps find a teacher somewhere. Now though, I'm kinda at a loss on what to do. Well, there's always that one place that the Archmage told me about. I wouldn't mind picking up another ridiculously powerful object. I did find a map of where the ruins were when I was bored the other day, and I really wanted to get some practice in with this thing. With a shrug, I slashed open in front of me as the immediate air distorted and a vibrant display of colors formed a portal. I'm back, baby. As I reaffirmed my spot on the world line and re-entered the normal flow of the world, the view came forward and the cold air once more hit my face. Roar. A familiar sound vibrated in front of me as I apparently appeared right into the nests of a few trolls. Well, I did want some test subjects. I was curious about the combat applications of my weapon. I pulled on the kaleidoscope, and I felt a weird sensation vibrate from the eye. I had felt it previously, but I was in no position to test it. Here though, it looks like these trolls were volunteering. How considerate. They were dozens of feet away and I swung Mirage with a slow overhead slash. The space in front of me distorted. No, that isn't quite right. The space was fine, it didn't shatter nor break in any way. It's more like, what did they call this in the East, sword phantom? Attaching your intent on your blade and releasing it in a slash to extend the range. I was sort of doing something like that, but with magical energy apparently. I think the eye was doing it somehow. Oh, I see now. I think the eye can't exist in multiple realities simultaneously when all connected, therefore when I attempt to use something like the dimensional refraction phenomenon, there is a sort of physical reaction where the magical energy generated is amplified and then kind of solidified onto the sword. To pull on magical energy from multiple realities, my sword has to simultaneously exist within those realities at the same time. I don't just open a portal and let my sword drink its fill. That would require too much time. My sword acts as a nexus bridging and overlapping between how many worlds I wish to pull from and to gather the required amount without harming the native dimensions. It was one of the reasons I need a foci to perform this feat. While I could technically do so without my sword, my body would explode pretty quickly. Even using this method, it can be very straining on my body. The amount my previous self had to pull on to push back the moon was a good indicator of this. His body never recovered even though he's practically immortal. The eye essentially sees itself even though only one exists, and thus tries to pull on its own magical energy creating this effect. Basically, I can cheat and use this to my advantage. There is no true harm done, just something I need to take into consideration for the future. I'm reminded of that one heroic spirit that used a sword technique to mimic magic. And here I am using magic to mimic a sword technique. Needless to say, the troll was bisected with ease. There were 2 more and I was suddenly filled with inspiration. That heroic spirit, he used the dimensional refraction phenomenon to attack 3 times in a single breath. I have true access to the kaleidoscope, couldn't I figure out something similar? Granted, I don't have the confidence to claim his skills with a sword, but I would dare anyone to say my magic doesn't reach the standard. I mentally began to run some calculations in my head as another troll roared and charged towards me with its lanky body. I relaxed my own body, taking Mirage with 2 hands and going into a loose stance. When it got close enough, I simply moved to stab it through the chest, and as its clawed hands swung down, my sword pierced its heart, but I was also behind it, stabbing it through the back. I felt a pulling sensation and a sudden stifling feeling as I walked a few feet away from the now dead troll. It wasn't exactly painful, but not something pleasant to feel either. Perhaps I'm just not used to the sensation. I was in 2 places at once as I both stabbed the troll from the front and back. Neither were me, yet both of them were true until my own presence was reaffirmed and realigned unto the world. What a strange feeling. Is this how that heroic spirit felt when he uses his technique? It seemed like a success on the surface. My body was a little stiff, though nothing beyond that, but I think I just need to train it more. I waved my sword casually to the side, cutting the head off the last troll as it got close. The power behind the accumulated energy was impressive even after seeing it once more. What should I call this technique? I suppose I should pay homage to my inspiration. What did that guy call his own attack? Tsubeim Geishi, the swallow reversal. If I remember correctly, he made a cage of 3 sword strikes whereas I attacked twice, once from the front and once from the back. I'll call it swallow returns to pay homage. Well, if I'm playing off the theme, I may as well all my flying slash in the same way as well. 1 slash, 1 bird. I should be able to actualize more with further training. I looked towards a nearby cliff. 2 birds, I said as I swung forward, and 2 more magical sword phantoms flew off and cleaved a chunk out of the rock. Overlaying multiple swings using the kaleidoscope, I could perform this technique multiple times to truly copy those Eastern sword skills that were lost to time. Well, I was never good at naming things, but this should do for now. It still took a bit of concentration to pull these moves off. Maybe attaching a trigger word and calling out their names would help. I could certainly hypnotize myself to streamline the whole thing. Arius existed for a reason. A trigger phrase often helped one focus even without resorting to hypnotizing on yourself. Especially when belief was such a crucial element in any spellcasting. I should put all that on hold for the moment. I don't want to get sidetracked. Gods know I do easily. Now where's that entrance? Fuck, this place was confusing. I must have run around for 20 minutes trying to find the entrance. These big stone doors were surprisingly difficult to find. Oh, how cute, it's magically locked. I put my hand on the door that didn't have any key. Boop. With a thought I appeared on the other side, only having to cast a structural grasp to see how far the stone door extended so I could know the distance I had to teleport from. As I took a few steps inside the large chamber, it began to rumble and shake. There were large bones in the area that were lifted up off the ground, all shooting towards the center of the area as they combined into a large, familiar shape. Is that a fucking skeleton dragon? I couldn't help but blurt out. It was, decently large and a bit intimidating. Except, it was a skeleton. If it were a zombie, I may be a bit more alarmed, but it was literally just bones that were reanimated and forced into the figure of a dragon. I drew Dawnbreaker from my ring and with telekinesis guiding it, I threw the blade at the undead. Easily piercing through the necromantic magics holding the thing together as a burst of white light flared up and exploded outwards. I pulled the sword back to me, looking at it. How was that? I just slayed a dragon. Your man is amazing, right? I spoke to the sword. There was no response. Clearly, she was too awestruck at my mighty figure. On a side note, free dragon bones. These are mine now. Wamaze wa di voljuner. I stopped looking around as I felt something shudder around me. It sounded like someone just spoke, projecting their voice from far away. Hell, the magical energy in the surroundings were completely drained just from the pressure. It says a lot that I couldn't understand whatever language was spoken, even though I can technically speak any language due to my devil heritage. It sounded somewhat similar to those shouts the Draugr used on me. Was this thing speaking in dragon? Was there a dragon here? Such a thought did give me pause, but at the same time I dismissed the idea. The Archmage had apparently been here before. I doubt he wouldn't have warned me of a dragon. Though he did say there were some extraordinary foes here. I best be on my guard. Niverayan muz fansiv nid as het. Again, the voice sounded out and the magical energy in the air stirred. In fact, it felt like it tried to drain my mana. No. I felt the origin of the voice and used it as a reference and sliced open a portal. I opened my eyes to find myself in a new chamber. There was a strange magical phenomenon in here. It looked like 2 ghosts were channeling a spell to keep an undead mage in stasis. Weird. I took a closer look at the undead mage. It was holding something that made my hair stand up on my arms. That was definitely not a normal staff, it even had similar markings as the Eye of Magnus. Is this the Staff of Magnus or something? If someone else were here, they would probably have to release the undead if they wanted to claim the staff. Well, unlucky for them. A mere stasis spell. I could get around this in my diapers. I withdrew Mirage and sliced through the little bubble, cutting off the zombie's hand holding the staff and pulling it out, all without disturbing the quaint little spell. So much power I felt swell up inside me. If the I channeled infinite magical energy, this staff was one big amplifier. No wonder the Archmage said these would complement one another. Though a normal person would probably burn themselves inside and out trying to use them in tandem. I, myself, had to be careful until I could test these further. Better stash this away for now in my ring. Now that I think about it, why didn't he want to come get it for himself? I didn't really think he was planning anything nefarious. My instincts told me he was being sincere in all our dealings, and I usually trusted my gut on such things. Well, I guess I won't find out unless I asked him. Nothing else I need here. I just tossed the little zombie hand to the side and teleported away. Chapter 26, Chapter 25. I popped over in Whiterun again, just finding a back alley to not draw attention. I felt like I left a bit abruptly after finishing my sword and I wanted to check back in with Thorum and show it off if I was being honest. I wonder if he would know anyone who was a good sword trainer. I wouldn't call myself a novice, but I was in no way a master. Even if the previous me was a master, which he wasn't, these kinds of things need to be physically built up, things like muscle memory and instinct thoroughly trained through combat. But until then I had a few more thoughts regarding my magecraft, specifically towards my application of runes. I had 3 spells so far that I considered mine. Bindings of Gaia, using the earth to bind the target with roots/vines. It corresponded to Midgard in the Norse mythology. Fires of Muspelheim, exactly as it sounds, intense fire that basically goes, fuck everything in that direction. And the third one was Freezing Winds of Jotunheim, that produced a cascading freezing wind that emanated out from my position. This wasn't just to stay on a certain theme either, 3 spells so far that correspond to 3 of the Norse mythology's 9 realms. Once I completed them, there should be a noticeable increase in their abilities as I'm borrowing the weight of an entire worldview. There was a reason that mages tend to name things under godly domains or corresponding to certain figures when applicable. The concept still existed and could be tapped into, as diminished as they were in the current era. There was a downside as well, they would then also be open to weaknesses that come with their borrowed identity. If I were to say, fight someone with a lineage that could be traced back to the Jotun, or giants, of Jotunheim, my freezing spell would have little to no effect even if you discounted any immunities that the individual possessed inherently. Conceptually, why would a Jotun be frozen by Jotunheim, cold? That is one of the essences of mystery. It takes on a completely different form of logic than the human perception that is prevalent today. But I digress, I had a few more thoughts on some more spells. A shield based on Asgard was one of my new choices. I was lacking in the defense department. Maybe I should wait until I head back to my home reality before I complete these. I think I would be able to find better reference material there. I was lost in my own thoughts, but something stood out enough in the streets to give me pause. Where was everyone? I've only been gone a few hours, not even 5 by my count, yet there was no one here. Oi, you, what are you doing outside? I turned the corner, immediately shouting at me. What? I was preoccupied for a few hours and I just came out. What's wrong? Did you not hear, you daft boy? A dragon attacked the western watchtower. Most of the guards are already over there fighting it. Even the companions moved out. He exclaimed. The companions, all of them. That means Thorum is out there fighting a goddamn dragon. Aye, even the Jarl's personal guard is out there. He shook his head. Hurry and get somewhere inside, if it comes over here. I'm a mage, I can help. He paused for a moment, barely even giving the time to think. Fine, all right. There's another group to reinforce them about to head out, follow me. He hurriedly waved his hand over. There were probably less than 20 overall. I had no idea how long they had been fighting or how many had already been sent, but it seemed like it was all hands on deck here. There were even a few that didn't look like soldiers, not that they didn't carry themselves like they could hold a weapon, but clearly different attire. The leader didn't even bat an eye as I followed. I guess they were quite desperate here. Follow me, we're there to grab the wounded and provide relief. That means arrows on the flying lizard and potions to the main fighters. Don't crowd around the companions, let them do their job. Hell, there wasn't even a loose formation, we were practically sprinting towards the west. I saw the watchtower in the distance. I cast a reinforcement on my eyes to get a better view. I could see someone at the top of a half-demolished tower jump off onto the dragon as it shouted. Fusrodah, the dragon bellowed loud enough to be heard this far away, blowing apart the remains of the large stone structure. Thorum. I shouted in disbelief, seeing the familiar figure of my friend having the brilliant idea to try and mount the goddamn dragon. Divines, that man is crazy. A man next to me shouted. Aye, he's a fearless one. Which companion was that? Maybe he can hurt the thing from on top. The dragon took to the skies, practically piercing the clouds, spinning and flipping. It didn't take long for Thorum to lose his grip and fall, and it was a long way down, so much so that he was barely even a dot with my reinforced eyes. I saw a few of the guards look away, not wanting to watch. I tensed up. Was this shock? For a brief moment my body wouldn't even respond. Wait, why was I even hesitating? Who cares if people know I'm a half-devil? Why was I even hiding this aspect of myself? Because I was embarrassed. Because I didn't like their origin. Who the fuck cares about any of that crap? I actually have people I care about now. My wings exploded out from behind me. My body reinforced, and I didn't stop there. Boost to me, and Drake roared as the gauntlet appeared on my hand. I pushed off the ground and the air around me distorted, pushing the guards next to me away. Fast, that was all I could think about. Faster. I saw his body falling, helpless, flailing in the air. Faster. Boost. I had no time to even consider the second boost as a boom erupted behind my back, accelerating to a speed unprecedented. You damn idiot, I yelled, catching Thorum only a few dozen feet off the ground, my momentum all disjointed as I crashed with him in my grasp. The dirt kicked up, stone and rubble burst out from our landing as I took the brunt of it. Will. He coughed, blood leaking from his mouth. I felt my wing bend at an angle it wasn't accustomed to as I stood up. The pain was something hard to describe. I don't think I can fly with it like this. No, I definitely can't. Even dismissing my wings was excruciatingly painful. Thorum also stood up, shacking, knees almost buckling under the strain as I shoved a healing potion in his hands. He looked at it, then to me, eyeing my wings before gulping it down. You have wings. He just said dumbly. Yeah. It was all I could say in response, looking away. Is it weird that I have enough self-reflection to realize I'm self-conscious about my wings but can't actively get over it even if I recognize how stupid it is? Fuck, my wings hurt, no time to think about dumb things right now, I'll have a pity party later. He shook his head, wiping some dirt from his eyes. The others, the dragon went up into the clouds. It picks off anyone who tries to run away. We had to keep the wounded here. He pointed towards behind a large piece of rubble where I saw dozens of people sitting, standing, laying as wounds covered their bodies. That wasn't to mention all the corpses I could see and chose not to comment on, they were everywhere. Burned, frozen, impaled, or simply squashed under weight of a several-ton dragon. It's playing around. I could only helplessly admit. The way it destroyed the watchtower, it had the kind of power to do that, there was no reason it would leave these people here like this otherwise. We figured that out already. He grit out. I can, put a shield up around them, how many others can fight? There is no one else. Thorum lowered his head. It only let me last this long because it found me amusing, in its own words. I've never seen Thorum like this before, it's like all the hope died in his heart. I felt an indescribable rage in my heart, it completely overshadowed the pain I was feeling. How dare this damn dragon harm my friend like this? It dares to touch something of mine. You have me now. I reassured him, gritting my teeth and pushing down my anger. He gave a sad smile. What's the plan? It's probably watching us now. I'll put a shield around the wounded so we can fight it out. I wasn't lying, it was probably watching us. If it was really just playing around, it would probably let us set up for more amusement. I withdrew the staff of Magnus from my ring. Moving to the center of the wounded, I saw their eyes fall on me. I recognized a few guards I had met before, the companions who I had talked with, and even the old man who was close to death had come up. He looked bad, running on fumes here. How many of them were even conscious? How many faces did I recognize that were now missing body parts? My mana swelled and burst out, enough to affect everyone around me. I liked these people, they were good to me. Skyrim, in general, was a place I wouldn't have mind calling home, and now something dares to make a mess here, right in front of me. The runes emerged, dozens, hundreds of them, all floating around as I coalesced the spell. Using the underlying concepts of Greater Ward, applying it in the same manner as a bound field. This mongrel, I'll tear all its scales off one by one. I tried my best to hold back a snarl as my spell came together. My calculations were quick and rough. This spell would not be any masterpiece, but it would be actualized to my needs. I would force it to a suitable level. I was more prone to using finesse, but in this circumstance I'm willing to brute force it. I anchored it with a divine construct. Shield of Asgard. I slammed the staff of Magnus into the ground. The runes shimmered and actualized, forming a translucent shield all around us. The dome giving a rejuvenating effect as a warmth overcame everything inside. The staff was absurd, amplifying the properties of the spell to a whole new level. I don't think I could break this spell without some serious effort and cheating. If it were any other situation, I may have been embarrassed by such sloppy spellcasting. It was quite literally being held up by divine might. There was nothing I could do for now, my repertoire wasn't excellent when it came to defensive spells. I grabbed Thorum and cast the best healing spell I could muster. I saw his pale face visibly get more healthy. "Give me your sword." Thorum looked at me in confusion but handed over his steel weapon. It still had my original enchantments on it, but I swept my hand across the flat, casting a reinforcement. "This is temporary but should last long enough. It's a lot more durable and sharper now." I tossed it back. "This isn't the worst way to die." Thorum chuckled, staring at his weapon. "Ha." I let out a long breath. "I never did tell you, I got myself a woman, and she's going to kill me when she finds out I picked a fight with a dragon." Thorum snorted in laughter. "If we could, I would give you a toast. What's her name?" "Meridia." I smiled, picturing her face. "Is she named after the Daedric Lord?" he asked. "No." He tilted his head, a look of understanding covering his face. "Oh, you did have that job back at Meridia's statue by Solitude, didn't you?" "Yup." My lips slowly curled up as I knew he put two and two together. "I think that deserved 2 drinks at least." He laughed harder. "It may be better to die by the dragon's hands then." I couldn't help but chuckle. Well, her angry face is cute, it at least gives me something to look forward to. If there was something that could calm me down, it was the thought of her. "It's coming." He suddenly jerked his head up. I blinked, looking up. Thorum somehow detected the dragon before me. The colossal beast of scales and death landed on a large piece of rubble that had been the destroyed tower, opposite of us. "Hi Kos Nu." The dragon spoke, looking towards me. "Hi smell du Dova, Kos hi di zima. Or los nii on Dovakian, nide." I stared at the dragon, looking at its body while it wasted time. There were some marks and even some blood draw here and there. It looks like the people here did some work on the beast, but it was still practically unscathed. Must I use this language, then? The dragon once more took my attention. "Why do you smell like Dova, little mortal?" "Because I fucked your mother." I replied without skipping a beat. Truly my days on the internet had not been wasted. Thorum looked at me, absolutely shocked. The dragon looked at me, just as surprised I blurted that out. "You mortals, such bravery in the face of death." The dragon finally spoke with a laugh. "It is why hunting you is so much fun." "Fun? All this is because of fun." I hissed, hearing it actually speak. Those words made my blood boil. "You will beg for death by the time I'm done with you." I growled. "Little not Dova, does this make you angry? Then come, battle me, clash your steel against my scales." "You didn't need to tell me," I moved as the ground below me burst apart. Grabbing Mirage from my ring. "One bird," I shouted, slicing the air in front of me as the sword phantom shot out. "What?" The dragon shouted in confusion as a few of its scales were torn apart at the impact, drawing blood from the creature who no doubt hadn't expected it. "2 birds." I focused again, swinging my blade as 2 more shot off. "Would not cast," the dragon shouted, moving from the ground up into the air high above within the blink of an eye. It dodged with ease as it gained speed and flew around the battlefield. "Yal Tur Shul." Its loud voice echoing in my ears, the flame spouted from its mouth and burned towards me. 10 birds. I shouted again, swinging my sword. It was 10 swings overlaid upon one another. No, it should have been so, but only a half dozen manifested, flying towards the dragon as I clenched my hand as tightly as possible as to not drop my sword. I felt muscles tearing in my arm at the strain, blood vessels rupturing under the surface. Arrogant fucking dumbass. I couldn't help but chastise myself. I hadn't even fully tested this yet. My calculations on the initial creation were bare fucking bones. I was too caught up in my own bullshit and didn't think it through properly. The dragon seemed content on trading, letting its scales get split in several places as it swooped down, avoiding any true damage and bellowed out its flames. I hurriedly grabbed Thorum and moved out of the way, the flame turning the stone to slag as it passed over. "Let me see if I can bring him down, wait for a chance," I told him as he nodded and ducked for cover. He didn't have much long range, so he would have to play the role of a last resort. I had a few cards to play if I had someone waiting in the rear. I aimed Mirage at the flying dragon, spell circles spun around my blade. Ether Cannon, it was the biggest one I've performed since my memories returned. It was big enough to blow the head off the dragon. Perhaps that's why the dragon realized the danger. Tide Clo Ui. I could feel time distort around the dragon as its wings tucked it and it rolled under my spell, dodging it within a hair's breadth before unfurling its wings again and taking back higher into the skies. I frowned in annoyance, flicking my hand and sending another dozen spells soaring to it, all helplessly splashing against its scales. My runic circles were doing nothing but distracting it for now as lightning shot forth, fire crashed against its body and ice spears tried to impale it, all to no avail. My scowl deepened, I didn't have any more talismans to utilize the creation cycle and bolster something worth a damn, and it was keenly aware of my ether cannon now, something that would most definitely be able to harm it. Damn it, this was one of the worst opponents for the current me. Most my magic does nothing and my ether cannon is useless if I can't hit it, my wings making it so I couldn't take the fight into the air. I had thoughts about perhaps portaling high up then casting something, but that would just leave me too susceptible to counterattacks. I briefly thought about grabbing the staff again, but the thought of Thorum losing all his friends made me hesitate. Distort, I quickly cast, allowing a few dozen copies of me to flood out in every direction, giving me a moment of breathing room. Fuck me, I cursed under my breath, because I could swear I saw it smile as it intentionally went after all the fakes. Motherfucking lizard was playing with me. There is an obvious choice here. Drake finally spoke up. I didn't think he would offer it to me. I reined in my temper, getting impaired due to my anger would be unwise. I hadn't planned to. Until recently. I pulled out a health potion, drinking it to the last drop. I kept my spell barrage up on the dragon, to at least keep its attention. This would be easier if my wing wasn't crippled for the moment, this health potion not doing much to mend a metaphysical limb. And what changed? I grit out. The way you rushed in to save your friend. Really? I didn't think you cared about such things, is that why you allowed me a second boost? Were you inspired by the power of friendship? I snorted, my body was already aching from that little tidbit, but I was ignoring it for now. It's not like I wasn't hurt in other places worse. I didn't allow it, you did it yourself. I told you before, I forced the boosted gear back into its twice critical status, that meant the normal conditions still applied. Desire and willpower, those are the two aspects that trigger sacred gears. You were acknowledged by the boosted gear, you pushed past the false facade and were able to access MY power. I acknowledge you, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Not because of who you were, but because of who you are now. You are still rough around the edges, but I don't regret being taken by you. Now, there is a path open to you right now, do you wish to take it? I couldn't help but laugh, a smile forming on my face. All it takes is giving up a piece of myself to you, isn't that right? Indeed, that is the condition for using the balance breaker before you can unlock it the normal way, but that isn't much of a detriment for you, now is it? My normal host would need help to expel the draconic power from his body at certain intervals lest he goes wild, but you are not a normal host. I could take Thorum and run, but then the others would die. I could maybe buy time and send them away as well, but then the dragon would attack the town. I didn't consider myself a hero, but I had my own pride. And at this particular moment, I wanted to pull the dragon down from the skies and make it beg for mercy. There was only one option. My heart, take my heart. I said without hesitation. Good choice. As he said that, I screamed in pain. My heart physically changing inside my body. I could only claw at the ground beneath me, my fingers dyed in blood as the skin was ripped at the tips and my eyes almost rolled back from the alteration to my heart. I swung my body wildly, doing anything to keep myself conscious. It seemed like an eternity, yet I doubt even a minute had passed before I finally regained some manner of my self-control. Little whelp, you asked why he smelled like a dragon. Drake spoke outside the boosted gear for the first time as I did my best to regain my senses and control over my body. The dragon paused his assault, gliding overhead and staring down. I am Y Drake Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor, and he is the one I have chosen as my partner. Show him, show this little whelp our power. I stood up straight, eyes locking with the flying beast who had forced me into this state. We shouted as one. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. Chapter 27, Chapter 26. It echoed out all across the land, the birds dispersed, the trees swayed, and any animal with a modicum of intelligence hid for their lives, carried on the winds throughout the corners of Skyrim. A roar that could shake heaven and earth. Drake let the entire world know of his presence here. You don't have much time, and the more moves beyond regular boosting you use, the shorter the time will be. I need wings. I grit out, this was already taking a major toll on my body. Done. As he said that, I felt the draconic wings sprout behind my shoulders. They were similar to my devil wings and I instinctively knew how to use them. Boost. I said quietly, letting the feeling wash over me. I looked up at the dragon again, he was still staring at me, utterly confused by what he had just witnessed. Perhaps it was the novelty of the whole situation that it couldn't comprehend, something new at its life, that made it just want to watch me for a few moments. Well, I would use this time well then. Boost. Boost. Boost, 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 boost. The limits on my boosting were gone. At the base stage, the gauntlet can only let me boost every 10 seconds, and before I could only do it once, but now, the only limits were what I could physically handle. Which admittedly, were not much when taking into consideration that I was not physically at my best. What a rush of power, it was almost intoxicating. If I didn't have experience wielding such massive amounts of raw magic, I may have been lost in my own temporary strength. I shot up, one moment I was on the ground, next I was staring into the dragon's eyes from only a foot away. The world was almost slow in my eyes at the speed I could now move at. Its eyes dilated ever so slightly, surprised was over its face. None of that. I said, calmly, grabbing its neck, allowing my hand to dig into its skin, distorting the smaller scales around its neck. I held it for a moment before pulling on my newfound strength and introducing it to the ground, hard enough that a new crater formed on impact. You. The dragon spoke in rage and confusion. The dust and grime kicked up from the impact had been swept away at the flap of its wings. You are no Dova. There is none of Father's spirit within you. A boom erupted as I moved again, colliding with its prone form. I felt its scales crack under the force of my blow, the spikes that littered its spine were smashed and blown apart. I still held my sword in hand, and I flipped it upside down, stabbing it down into the dragon's hide. Slowly, pushing down into the dragon's body inch by inch. It roared, no true words coming out, but the recognizable sound of pain. Lightning cloak. I cast the simple spell, filling my sword with lightning and forcing it into the body of the dragon. This is fun, right? The spell faded and I cast another. Flame cloak. The fires poured down my blade and went inside the dragon's body. Its outer body was nearly invulnerable to normal spells, but its inside weren't quite as indomitable. What are you? Throw los impossible. I twisted my blade, ignoring its words, pulling up more of its scales as blood poured out of its wound. Are you angry? I shouted over its roars as it tried to force its body up, only to be met with a stomp of mine, forcing it back down, possibly even breaking a few bones. Then fight me, test your scales against my steel. I hissed. My gauntlet-clad hand reached down, digging into its hide and ripping off a section of scales from its body. I will devour you, mortal. It shouted its fury to the heavens. This town will know my anger, the flames will not disperse until everything is ash. The sounds of scales and flesh ripping apart was only overcome by the anger and agony produced by the dragon. I said you would beg, I don't like being made a liar. I grabbed hold of its wing, and I began to pull. Aljuin damn high wa oblivion high insolent Jorant. It screamed, its arrogant voice practically dying as the pain was all that remained. I twisted and tore apart the tendons, flesh and muscle connecting the wings to the dragon, ripping, pulling apart the bones that held it in place. It was with a final tug and burst of strength that I ripped it free, tossing it to the side. My arm went almost limp, I felt an immense pain, stronger than I had before. It was the same arm that was hurt earlier and I put too much pressure on it. It made me hesitate ever so slightly, forcing me to take a moment to center myself. Femzi Gran, the dragon spoke as its entire body became ethereal. I have seen through you. This power is not yours, abomination. Let us see which one of us lasts longer. Did it notice in that brief moment my weakness? I guess a dragon is still a dragon. It was a good plan, I could tell its body didn't exist on the physical plane of existence anymore. I doubt even regular spells would be able to harm its body at this point, some kind of conceptual immunity that surrounded its body. I could perhaps overcome it with a sufficient ether cannon, but I didn't have the clarity of mind to cast something so complicated at the moment. I held my hand over the dragon's head. Penetrate. One of Draig's abilities he developed in response to his rival, Albion, creating an ability to reflect any attack. Penetrate does actually as it sounds, conceptually pierces through defenses. The orb of energy formed in my hand as it coalesced and discharged straight down through the head of the beast in a beam of crimson light. There was no wailing as its body thumped to the ground, the ethereal light slowly fading away as I all but fell off its back, entirely spent. I could barely stand, trying to push myself up off the dirt. My breathing was erratic, and I couldn't even use my circuits to pull out any magical energy. The last bit of my physical strength was used to merely turn over on my back. No. I said in but a whisper as I saw the dragon's body twitch. It shuddered under its own weight, slowing turned to me as life still flickered in its eyes. Impossible, I blew a hole through its fucking brain. Unless, its body was immaterial. Wait, was its soul animating its own body? The spell it cast, the ethereal thing it did that perhaps turn it into some kind of spiritual being for the duration, and since I killed it in such a state, the soul just stuck around in its body. The scale mail around my body began to unravel, starting at my feet. My balance breaker was coming to an end. Draig. I can't stop it, you're at your limit. Fuck. I wasted too much time. You must perish. The dragon spoke, though its mouth didn't move. It was like its thoughts echoed out. Well, it was good to have a backup plan in times like these. I of course held out my hand and gave him the middle finger before turning my palm towards the side. Transfer. The ability to transfer the boosts to another person or target. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Thorum rushing over, and he just disappeared from the spot as his sword was now found in the eye of the dragon. His muscles bulges as blood vessels popped. His whole body shuddered under the strain as blood leaked from his pores. He couldn't handle this much power for long. The dragon's head whipped around, opening its massive jaw to try and bite down on Thorum. If I had to guess, the dragon was also under a time limit for whatever it was doing. Luckily its body was barely able to move. With the last bit of my magical energy, I pulled on the kaleidoscope and opened a portal right under Thorum. The dragon looked confused, swinging its limp head around looking for him, only for my friend to appear above and slam his sword down into the dragon's neck. He pushed and pulled with all his strength. I was certain I heard one of his bones audibly crack as he yanked his sword down, decapitating the beast. Even if the dragon's soul was animating his own body, there was a limit to that. The sound, the voice of the dragon's soul could still echo out. No. Mortal, you may have slain me, but my soul is eternal and Alduin will burn this world. Its soul was a very physical thing as a golden light floated around the dragon's corpse. And the strangest phenomenon happened. The light swelled and pushed into Thorum's body. What? Dovahkiin. Nu. It screamed out as the light disappeared and the dragon's flesh evaporated, only leaving a set of bones on the ground in its place. Thorum fell to the ground, clutching his heart as he spit out mouthfuls of blood. Release, I quietly whispered as the remains of the scale mail disappeared and I removed the boosts from Thorum. He would be fine. He was still breathing even if his body was in a terrible state. He stumbled towards me, fumbling a health potion in his hand as he lightly drizzled it into my mouth. The warm sensation washed through my body, but it merely alleviated some of the more dire concerns. Did you just eat the dragon's soul? I asked my friend, finishing the last of the drink. He laughed, clutching his side in pain, falling down right beside me. I think so. I have some strange memories in my head now. Huh, did it taste good? He looked thoughtful. Like the best meat I've ever had. Wow, I'm a bit jealous now. We can always share the next one. He smiled brightly. I don't think it works that way, but what the hell, let's do it. I chuckled. Ow, hurts to laugh. Is it strange if I can't feel my arm? He lifted the limp limb up into the air. Oh wait, there's the pain. Idiot. I sighed, rolling closer to him and doing my best to fetch a health potion out of my ring. Drink. I hope it tastes like apples. He gave his signature goofy smile. I think he's a bit delirious right now. Do dragon souls count as narcotics? Yeah. Just drink up, big guy. Chapter 28, Chapter 27. Thorum POV. People were too busy tending to the dead and wounded to care that the dragon is dead. I think everyone is more concerned with how much damage it caused before we were finally able to put it down, and even then, well, I don't know what would have happened if we didn't. I was up and about after some healing. I was still hurting something fierce, and my arm couldn't be moved, but there were others in much worse condition than I. How many didn't make it back? I only know the barest of details with what the Harbinger had talked with the Jarl about. He had reinforced the surrounding towns as much as possible without compromising Wyvern's defenses, but even if the full army was here, something tells me that it would have just been like trying to snuff out a fire with tinder. Divines, a dragon. I was man enough to admit that I was scared. I was scared that all my shield brethren would die. Many would claim it a glorious death and await their calls to Somgard, but there was nothing glorious about that fight. There was no glory that came from slaying that beast, only the relief that it hadn't set its eyes on the city and the people. How many of Skyrim's children would have met their ends under the tyrant's flames? Even now, the companions had been reduced by a good third, and maybe up to half would never see true battle again. Dragonborn, they called me. I somehow took in that fallen dragon's soul. I now had memories of its powers. It's Thursday. A feeling in my gut told me that I could make use of their shouts, but I found no will to draw upon to perform such a feat had it been a few days ago. How excited and proud I would have been to have been chosen as one of the legends, but now, all I can feel is ashamed. I could only clench my fists in anger. Why couldn't I have been more help before? Do I even deserve this? Didn't we fight that beast and defeat it in combat? All I did was run in and finish off the wounded foe. My friend, he saved me from certain death when I foolishly tried to attack the thing from its back. I was not in the best state of mind at the time. Maybe I had already resigned myself to death at that moment. I just shook my head, pushing away such dreary thoughts. A true Nord does not admit defeat so easily. I would have fought to the death, but even then, I had held no true hope for victory. That was until my friend came flying in and caught me at the cost of his wings. It was a strange sight, but I didn't care to question it. I knew not his circumstances. Every man had a story and he was still the same person I've known this time. Then he did something I don't understand, that armor that enveloped him and allowed him to overpower a creature of legends and treat it like it had treated us. I felt no small amount of pride in my friend in that moment. De always said that you can always tell a lot about a man by his friends, but this is the first time I questioned his words. How am I supposed to measure up to something like that? He was an accomplished mage. He fought bravely and overcame the beast that almost brought ruin to Wyvern, and he even defended all the wounded while doing it. Talos willing, I just want to drown myself in some mead for the night and maybe think things through clearly in the morning. He must have been watching over me, because I managed to reach the Jorvasker without anyone throwing more questions at me. Dragonborn. Did you really kill the dragon? Dragonborn, is it true? Can you shout for us? Dragonborn. 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 I had more than enough of that while I was getting tended to. A good drink will also make the pain go away, for a bit at least. Will. I was surprised to see my friend here, blurting it out while opening the large doors. H was sitting there quietly in the corner, nursing his own drink. One would have been a fool to also not see the black wings that sprang out of his back. Thorum. He smiled brightly at me. Even now he looks happy to see me when I nearly cost him his life. How are you doing? I knew my eyes were drawn to his wings and he looked a bit uneasy as I stared for a moment. Not dying at least. He chuckled lightly, holding his sides, clearly still in pain. Though, my wings need to be out to heal properly, I hope you don't mind. Maybe that's why he never revealed them before. The look on his face said it all, he didn't seem to like them very much. Was he maybe some kind of Deidre? Or divines forbid, I hope one his parents hadn't been forced. It would explain why he dislikes them, but I did not like to make assumptions about people. Might have taught me better than that. A few of the lessons involved the belt when I was a little shy about it as a lad. Every man has a story, I reminded myself. Is that magic? I never understood the mystical arts very well, even the basics were a bit hard for me. No. I was born with them. He took a drink. I just don't like showing them off in public. If I hear anyone start some shit, I'll ram my foot down their throat. I heard Ela shout from the table she was drinking from. I hadn't even noticed her at first. She's walking around, covered in bandages, but at least she's alive. I just wish I could say the same about many other bothers, and how many of them were truly close to Ela. She must be suffering much worse than I. I smiled lightly at her words. She would do just that. She was one to follow up on her threats. I have no doubts that a good portion of the companions would do the same, not to mention the soldiers would not look favorably upon anyone harassing Will. Has anyone? Ela answered again. Some idiots yelling about some Deidre shite, saying things like sending the monster back to oblivion. I saw Will wince out of the corner of my eye. It seemed obvious, to even someone like me, that he didn't feel comfortable about his wings, yet. You revealed them to save me. I felt a pit in my stomach. How much more was I going to bring him down? Will usually had a confident look on his face, even staring at death in the face he only showed rage or focus, never cowardice, never fear. But the way he looked right now, well, it was only at this moment that I was reminded I had several years on him. He wasn't much older than a boy, not that I could speak much myself. You're my friend. He mumbled, looking a bit embarrassed. I don't really have any other friends. Oh. I hadn't realized. He seemed so. Like there was nothing in the world he wasn't capable of. Hearing him say that though, it makes him seem so human. I'm his only friend. To think he thought so highly of me, and here I was wallowing in my own pity while my friend had risked his life and his reputation to save me, even having my own thoughts of not approaching him anymore due to my own cowardice and envy. I will not become a burden to you, my friend. I will get stronger. I am a dragonborn. I will get strong enough to stand at your side. Wilhelm POV. Geez, I can't believe I said that out loud. I think I may be a bit more into my drinks than I thought. Can devils get drunk on alcohol like this? I'm going to say yes and argue with anyone who says otherwise. It could also have to do with the massive headache I was sporting as well. Now Thorum is looking at me like I had two heads. Fuck me, gods, I really hope I'm not blushing. So, I heard you're a dragonborn. I flipped my hand, letting a book flop on the table. Stole it from some asshole snarking to me about never being to the Cloud District. Bitch, do I look like I'm some kind of peasant? The Book of the Dragonborn. Thorum looked over the title, nodded to himself. It seems you're always prepared. I haven't thought about this book since Mida read it to me when I was a child. I rubbed my eyes, feeling the fatigue from the fight still bearing down on me. From what I read, it seems you can empower yourself by absorbing the souls of defeated dragons. It also means you can naturally use the Thursdayum or the dragon language at will. Then, I should be stronger now. He looked down at his non-broken hand for a moment. I don't feel any different. I rubbed my chin, truly taking a look at his body. If I had to make an educated guess, I think a lot of the power is going to healing you right now before your physical attributes receive the upgrade, so to speak. The body is a reflection of the soul. Since your soul essentially got bigger, there will be a qualitative increase in your abilities. Hell, I think you may be better at magic in a few days as well. Does that mean I should be able to fight the next dragon without almost dying? I don't think he was saying that at me, but more so to himself. I just closed my eyes and signed for a moment. I knew how he felt. I myself felt rather weak in this particular moment. I had many forms of strength I could rely on, but it all felt so disjointed and widespread. I needed to head home soon and find a teacher, maybe get my grandfather to train me a bit if he's still around. You need to learn the Thursday unlike the dragons, it should even the playing field if you do. I gave my honest opinion. I saw the look in his eyes, he wouldn't back down from the next dragon attack. The best thing I could do was point him in the right direction. I also wanted to check out this dragon language before I left. If he was willing to push himself like this, how could I even think about stagnating? I resolved myself to head home in the next few days and get better. I don't want to lose the only friend I had. A small bit of realization dawned on me. Hey, Drake, I wasn't really acting like myself earlier, I felt like, increasingly angry. I mean, I was absolutely livid, but in hindsight I was noticeably less in control of my emotions than I normally am. Oh, you finally noticed, that's good. Okay, I think I'm missing something here. You've had me inside your soul for how long now? Things like that have an effect on you. Realization dawned on me. I guess it wasn't wrong to call me part dragon before I turned my heart to a dragon one. That came with all the downsides as well, I guess I was particularly possessive of what was mine. Even my devil nature might have been an influence as well. While not really the caricature depicted in media or the like, devils are creatures of sin, we're more in tune with the evil emotions, like greed, lust, wrath, etc. A dragon being the cause also didn't help, either. Yeah, my dragon aspect probably took particular exception to that little tidbit. Well, I don't expect it to be like it was before, perhaps I should some time to meditate or even relax a bit when I get back home. Dovakin. A shout shook the city, literally, as bottles rumbled and the tables vibrated. The hell was that? I sounded like the dragon language, but it felt sort of human. That was the Greybeards, I think they were calling Thorum. Ela said, a rather surprising amount of reverence in her voice. Didn't Tolfter tell me about them, masters of the voice that lived like monks on the throat of the world? Well, I suppose the timing was impeccable. Thorum. Skjor burst through the door, he was missing a couple fingers on his left hand and his right eye bandaged. He took a cursory glance at Thorum, then stared at me. You're here as well, the Jarl calls for both of you. Chapter 29, Chapter 28. Thank you all for coming, I know this isn't the most celebratory of circumstances. The building was almost like a mead hall if I were being honest, but banquets and celebrations were a major part of their culture. There were some massive tables that sat on a lower level, overlooked by a throne. I looked up towards them and sitting on the throne, one Jarl Balgruuf. The leadership of Skyrim was not something unheard of, if only called things by different names than I was used to. Essentially there was one High King and the respective Jarls who all oversaw their own territory and swore loyalty to the king. I was easy to forget that there was a civil war going on right now. Apparently, Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak had killed the previous king but claimed it was an honorable duel. One thing led to another, now one side is supporting Ulfric and the other is against him with the backup of the Empire, another power that sits above even the High King. Frankly, it was all a mess. At least Balgruuf had the common sense not to jump to either side and was remaining neutral. The Jarl stood up from his throne. We honor the dead and the living, both of whom had made it possible to have survived to this point. He held a drink up and everyone else followed suit. I also raised my own drink as everyone took a sip. Let us not mourn too long for the dead, let us instead look forward to seeing them once again in Somgard. Now, eat your fill, drink until you can no longer and relish in hard-fought victory. There were many cheers and just as many who quietly slumped in their seats. I sat next to Thorum as we shared a look and down our drinks together. The celebration wasn't just something to keep up morale, it was more so a send-off to their fallen comrades. To trade stories and remember those who no longer will fight beside you. To surviving. I said quietly. I'll drink another to that. Thorum nodded. I withdrew another healing potion from my ring and down it, giving Thorum another as well. Taking too many too quickly diluted their effects astronomically. It was better to keep a solid schedule of one every hour or so for sustained injuries. I kept an eye on the Jarl and he looked around the room with a content look on his face, possible gauging the reactions of everyone here. The companions were in, not high spirits but they weren't dwelling on everything. There were a few missing limbs but they didn't look at all diminished in fighting spirit. Friends, as we start the feast, let us honor the warriors who truly stood out in battle. The Jarl's voice was loud and authoritative but without any of the arrogance that one would usually associate with someone in his positions, I suppose you could call it charismatic. Thorum, of the companions. He waved Thorum over until my friend stood in front of the crowded tables and in front of the throne. To have a dragonborn appear in such a dire time, truly we are blessed by the divines. That actually got a lot of cheers, there had been many whispers of Thorum decapitating the dragon. Tell me, Thorum, are the stories true, you beheaded that mighty beast? Jarl asked as his voice carried throughout the entire room. I saw several eyes glance at me, but I didn't make any noise or commotion. I didn't really share these people's idea of glory and honor. I was fine being regulated to the background. Those tales are untrue. Thorum grunted, earning some surprised looks and a few nods. I did cut the head off the dragon, but it was no more the killing of a wounded beast on its last breaths. The glory goes to my friend Wilhelm. Thorum looked over to me, a smile on his face. I wanted to facepalm, but I knew that he only did this with pure intentions. That was the kind of man Thorum was. Ah yes, the mage. Jarl eyed me. Come, recant to us the battle. He ushered me over and I could only down my drink before standing up. Jarl. I lightly bowed my head to pay respects. He looked pleased as he gestured to me. I have heard many fantastical stories so far, I'm curious which are true. Even my court wizard had been investigating these rumors. As if on cue, a man in a mage's attire walked over and he was carrying a very familiar staff. I was curious to where my staff got off to after the battle. I made sure to explicitly confirm my ownership. I would rather not have to remove any heads to retrieve my property. I had left it there to continue to watch over the wounded. I didn't exactly fear it being stolen, but someone trying to steal it would be quite annoying to deal with. Indeed. The court wizard spoke up. A curious artifact. I had run only the simplest of tests, yet the output of any spell was extraordinarily greater than the staff I use normally. I held back my eye, twitching in annoyance. Who did he think he was, experimenting with something that belonged to me? I appreciate you returning it to me, I said as bluntly as possible. His hand tightened around the shaft. I could tell right now he had no desire to truly give it back. I feel this staff will be very beneficial to my research against the dragons. I would not be against buying it off you. Not for sale. I frowned. Surely. Farengar, enough. The Jarl spoke up. There is a time and place for such business. I could almost hear him clench his teeth in frustration. I think he was about to try and sneak away with it while I was busy dealing with the Jarl. Cute. I reached out with telekinesis and yanked it out of his hand. Thank you for returning it to me. I gave the most innocent smile possible. The Jarl just raised an eyebrow but didn't speak up. He seemed smart enough to realize what was going on, and Farengar was fuming, mumbling something under his breath and stepping back. Well, the Jarl seemed like an honorable man. Mage, I would have your name. He requested. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, though most people call me Will. Well then. He smiled, accepting the introduction. I've heard tales of a red armor that allowed you to fly and even trade blows with a dragon. I do have something like that. Unfortunately I can't bring it out as it takes a large toll on my body. I waved to myself, clearing wrapped in bandages in several parts. I wouldn't ask such a thing. The Jarl waved me off. Though I am curious about the origins. Was he wanting more if they were man-made, or maybe just feeling me out? It is a weapon with a dragon soul sealed inside. I could temporarily borrow the dragon's power. Hushed murmurs filled the room. Some open questions filled the void of silence. Another dragonborn. Is he even a man? I heard he's a Deidre. We should take the weapon for Whiterin. The Jarl sent a glare to everyone. They all promptly shut their mouths. A dragon, you say? No wonder you were able to match the dragon that attacked if you were using the power of another. He said in awe. A dragon, that does make more sense. Thorum spoke up and gently pat me on the shoulder. I've never heard of such a thing. Farengar grumbled. We should study this contraption and see if it can be used against any other dragons that may appear. There were a few shouts of agreement around the room, mostly from people I didn't recognize. In fact, they looked mostly whole and healthy. I don't think they even participated in the battle. And how exactly would you accomplish that? I raised an eyebrow. Of course we would seize it for the good of the realm, then it would be turned over to the proper expert in the arcane and they would unlock its mysteries. Farengar glared. How curious. I look around the room yet I see no such expert, unless you have a mirror for me to use. A novice like you would be unable to understand such intricacies as my research. Such an item of power is wasted on you. I just rolled my eyes. This guy. I really don't have the mind for this right now. I'm definitely off my A game. Well, regardless, I can't remove it as it is wrapped around my soul, and I don't fancy dying to fuel your delusions of grandeur. Better just nip this in the bud right here, and I didn't really owe an explanation past this. Jarl, I propose taking the item in question and allowing me to study it. If it is true that such an object can trap the soul of a dragon, we may be able to defeat these creatures. He seemingly ignored my comment, opting to instead push the stick way further up his ass. Oi, did you not hear me? I said I would die if you tried to take it. I just shook my head. What an idiot. One life versus the lives of many. He said simply, over the hushed silence in the room. I think I practically froze at the comment. It wasn't some kind of anger that overflowed. No, it was the sheer stupidity of saying something like that so plainly in the gathering of so many people that made me utterly dumbfounded. Foot, meat mouth. It was at the moment that many people stood up, hands on their weapons, all staring at Farengar. Thorum took a step forward, getting between us. I was not feeling any danger from this mage, but the fact that Thorum stepped up like that was pretty cool. Not to mention many others around the room were ready to make a move. But my attention was focused mainly on the Jarl. He didn't stop Farengar from spouting all that nonsense. While I don't think he agreed with his court wizard, I think he wanted to see how it would play it. Farengar, why you go back to your research? The Jarl finally spoke up, easing the tension that filled the area. Farengar grunted in acknowledgement, leaving the room for who knows where. This man was a good leader. He was feeling out all his options before committing. Forgive my court wizard, he tends to forget his place sometimes after studying his dusty tomes for so many hours a day. The Jarl gave a small laugh. Why don't we go back to the festivities? Well, if you want a recount of the battle, I only showed up near the end. Why don't you have Thorum start, and I'll pick up where I arrived. May as well move past this. I just wanted to finish this up and head out. Thorum, I don't think he was really in the mood to celebrate, but he laughed and joked with everyone as he retold the battle. I guess it was important to honor his comrades even against his own desires. I nodded along and interjected at a few points here or there, but never full explained what I did. I was kind of put on the spot to give some context, but it didn't mean I had to reveal my entire hand, and no one seemed to call me out on my non-human nature. I guess actions speak much louder than words here. Fascinating. The Jarl exclaimed. You both had done a great service to Whiterun. How should I reward you? Oh, a reward. I hadn't even thought of that. I wouldn't mind some land outside the city. I spoke up after a moment. A place to set up a house and maybe even a workshop for the future. I planned on leaving this world soon, but that didn't mean I wasn't coming back. There was no way I was leaving my friend and girlfriend forever. And I had quite a few ideas for a plot of land that I could call me own. There were some preliminary thoughts for maybe anchoring the same space over several worlds, sort of linking that area together. I'll think on it more later. That is doable. I can bring you a parchment that shows the available land later. He nodded and even looked a bit grateful at my request. I think the gold was a bit tight for him right now, so I didn't ask anything that would be a drain on his resources, earning me a bit of goodwill in addition to actually wanting the land. And you, Dragonborn? The Jarl asked. I'm not sure I deserve a reward, Jarl. I merely finished off the dragon while Will did most of the work. None of that. I smacked his shoulder. Jarl snorted in laughter. Aye, Thorum, your humble nature does you well, but you proved invaluable in the fight. It would bring me dishonor to not award you anything. He tapped his chin. How about I name you Thane of Whiterun? There was an abrupt murmuring and whispering going on. Thane, I think I remember something like that. Almost like a knighted position, no real influence but sort of an honorary title that acknowledges great services to the city. Well played, Jarl. It would tie him to you without forcing him under your thumb. I would be honored, Jarl. Thorum tilted his head down in acceptance. Wonderful. The Jarl exclaimed to the excitement of the crowd. There were many congratulations being shouted towards Thorum. I could already see the greed in some of their eyes. They would try to get close to the Dragonborn and new Thane. From the looks of some of the companions, I felt like I didn't need to worry about him though. They probably dealt with these kinds of politics before, or rather how to avoid them in the first place. If I had to guess, I think it involved a lot of punching. Now, what are the plans for both of you, now? The Jarl asked. Ah, there it is. He's probably wanting to make sure his city is still defended or knows that he can call upon us. Thorum looked at me a bit unsure of himself before answering. I want to head to the Greybeards. He declared. Ah, yes, I believe everyone in Skyrim heard their call earlier. Jarl nodded and I don't think he could argue with him on that. What about you, Will? I was going to seek out my grandfather for training. I kept my expression even, not giving him an open to try and weasel me into staying here. You're going to leave? It was Thorum who spoke up, realization dawning on him. You told me you aren't from Skyrim. He said with a small bit of understanding. Yeah, my grandfather lives far away. I sighed. I believe he should be around or some iteration of him on the timeline if I can calculate everything correctly. I don't like how weak I felt during the fight, so I need to get stronger. Thinking about it, I'm really just all over the place right now. I see. Thorum looked a bit dejected, but I think he understood. Don't look so down. I slapped his shoulder. I'll take you up the mountain and check out these Greybeards with you before I leave. I gave him a smile. Aye, what about your, woman? Yeah, going to have to deal with that at some point. I grunted. I did not enjoy seeing Meridia upset, not angry, but genuinely upset that I was in danger again. Would rather fight another dragon again. Smart man, fear your woman over a dragon. Jarl laughed, seemingly accepted that we would both be gone, some small laughter over the crowd. I think he felt relief that Thorim would be close by. I'll be back in a month at the latest, I reassured Thorim, who nodded. Well, this is all settled. The Jarl clapped his hands. Everyone, drink, be merry, and make sure you don't leave my keep sober. I managed to disappear a bit into the festivities. I thought I saw the court wizard eyeing me some more and didn't want to be annoyed by him. I also had a few interesting things I noticed about myself. Hey Drake, did giving up my heart make me stronger, because I noticeably different? Yes, but you should also be noticing your devil nature finally kicking in. My devil nature. My devil nature. I see, how could I forget? It seems like the more physical aspects of my body is finally acclimating to being a half-devil as opposed to being just a human. Devils are magical creatures as observed by how their wings operate. I never had any magic due to my unique circumstances. I guess everything was suppressed below the surface and now I'm slowly coming into it all. Enhanced physical attributes are basically the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, devils are much stronger than a standard human. I should see a qualitative increase in strength. I guess having my heart taken by a dragon and using the balance breaker may have accelerated everything. Well, this was a much welcomed windfall, and I didn't even have to do anything. Thinking about it, I believe my devil magic may have had an influence on me as well, and I hadn't even noticed until now. When I used my Onomoto arts along with my runes, they were combined with much more ease than I had anticipated. Perhaps the imagination part of the devil's demonic power came into play. It was facilitating the synchronization of my spells and abilities. I would need to do some extensive study on this for later. What a wonderful find this has been. I can't believe I overlooked something so obvious, though I can attribute that to my current circumstances. I've been forgivably busy recently with everything going on. My thoughts drifted towards my bloodline power, my power of destruction, as they called it. It was still but a tiny seed, unable to be actualized, but it existed. I could only sigh with a promise to look more into it at a later date. I refused to believe there was nothing I could do with it. Shaking my head, I looked inward at Drake. Hey, do you ever get the feeling like the world is waiting for everything to blow up? What do you mean? I just have this strange feeling, like I lit a powder keg and it's going to explode soon. Chapter 30, Chapter 29. Thorim and I had departed early in the morning. He wasn't as intoxicated as he appeared last night. Thorim could have quite the sleight of hand when he wanted. Now that I think about it, he did point me towards someone in the Thieves' Guild when we first met. Curious past is curious. I had done a round through the market. Most were setting up about the time and they were happy enough to sell some goods early to me. Of course, what I could buy in mass was somewhat limited. The Jarl had been keeping a firm hand on goods coming and going with such a danger hanging over their heads. Who knew how many potions or food rations they would need in the coming days? There was the brief thought to pop back over to Winterhold real quick and visit my tailor. My clothes had taken quite the beating recently and some quick alteration could only do so much. My clothes were quite literally wearing a bit thin here. So much to do, so little time. Proper presentation, my Achilles heel. I should be fine for now, though I did find a nice cloak I could wear up in the mountains. Gods know that's going to be freezing. My body started to feel better too. I was still aching and sore with countless bruises all over my body, but I don't think any bones were broken, perhaps a fracture here or there, but they were mending with a noticeable pace. Perhaps my heart had an increased effect on that as well. My devil heritage popping back up no doubt was playing a part in it. My wings were back to normal as well. My strength too, I felt stronger than I had previously. I think my eyesight was a bit clearer and my senses overall were somewhat sharper. How far did you say you wanted to get out from the city? Thorim spoke up, breaking me from my thoughts. I tapped my chin, pondering for a moment. I think this is far enough. I had told him I had a way to get us up the mountain quickly, but I didn't want to show it off. Let's see, I'm basically eyeballing this, but some quick calculations. I withdrew Mirage and sliced it into the air, allowing the multitude of colors to burst forth into a portal. After you. I gestured. Amazing. He praised, looking it over before walking through. I couldn't help but smile, seeing how much he trusted me to not even test to make sure it wasn't dangerous. I walked through, only to not feel the ground under me, and I fell a couple of feet into a large pile of snow. That could have been worse. I snorted, sitting up. Well, I'm fully awake now. Thorim shared a smile as we both laughed. That should be it. I looked just a little bit ahead and there was a structure built into the top of the mountain. I'm surprised I'm standing here. I heard the story since I was a lad, but truly be here. He stood up, staring at the entrance. You deserve it. Put my hand on his shoulders. You are a good man, Thorim, and if there was anyone who became this dragonborn, I'm glad it's you. Thank you, Will. He gave me that big goofy smile he was known for. Well, stop being a big baby. I gave him a kick on the rear. He just laughed as we walked forward. He took a deep breath as he pushed the large doors open. What greeted us were several monks, standing almost as if they were waiting for us. We've been expecting you, Dragonborn. The one in front spoke up, practically answering my thoughts. Though we thought you would take longer to climb the mountain. He seemed a bit bemused. Greybeards. Thorum actually bowed. I am honored to be here. I also brought my friend who wished to see me safe passage. This is. Yes, we know who he is. They looked, not angry but more cautious of me as all eyes on the room landed on my figure. There have been words spoken on the winds, words that made many tremble and powers given pause. Many dragons who had been resurrected have decided to wait and watch, beings who had done nothing but rampage and destroy in the past had decided to cower. Uh-oh. Resurrected. More dragons. Thorum questioned. Alduin, the World Eater, has returned. He was the first, the reason Riffin had burned, and he has been set on course to bring back his siblings to life. The Greybeard answered, seemingly in resignation. Do you think it chance that a Dragonborn appear, now, when dragons once more return to the world? I could see several emotions flash across Thorum's face. It seems those words were preoccupying him for the moment, so I spoke up. What do you mean by, words spoken on the wind? You should know better than I, they originated from you. He said, sounding like he was accusing me of something. Alduin is the oldest and strongest of Akatosh's spawn. He has been the lord and master of the dragon race since their inception, never had his status been challenged before. These words held true until a few days ago. Well, shit. Akatosh was one of the divines or gods here. The books I read said that he was one of the ones responsible for the creation of the world, basically the pantheon leader. He is the dragon god of time. Basically, all the dragons are pieces of his essence, souls born from his own. There was silence as no one else spoke. I think Thorum realized what the old man meant and sent me a questioning look. Why Draig Gotch? I let the words roll out of my mouth. The Greybeard sucked in a cold breath of air. Yes. That name has been echoing throughout, in hushed whispers and dark corners. I think I understand. Draig called out his most famous title, Red Dragon Emperor, when he revealed himself. He is a dragon, even if his existence differed from the dragons here, a dragon is a dragon. He told all those who could hear, that he was at the top of the pecking order. This Alduin apparently heard, as did the other dragons around Skyrim, and combined with the burst of power with Draig's own presence backing it up, yeah, everyone's waiting for the other shoe to drop. It is an unprecedented time. The Dragonborn of legend appears, one who is destined to battle Alduin for the fate of the world. Now another dragon also appears, one whose name has never been heard before, yet makes the others cower before it. The Greybeard just shook his head. I do not know what the future lies in store for you both, but I presume you're here to learn the way of the Thursdayum. Yes, masters, I wish to learn the way of the voice. Thorum answered them back, still as politely as before. The old man nodded with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. Then we will teach you, Dragonborn. He then turned to me. And what of you, Red Dragon Emperor? What? Nice, even they know who you are now. I held back a sigh at Draig's words. It wasn't entirely incorrect. Draig's users did inherit his title each time they popped up. I'm just surprised they opted for calling me that. I'll stick around and see for a bit. May as well own up to it. Yes. Let everyone here know my name. There wasn't much fanfare to be had, no tests for worthiness. According to Arngeir, the Greybeard who had spoken to us, they usually proposed a test to newcomers, but the direness of the situation they forewent such formalities at this time. Legends speak that when a Dragonborn takes the souls of another dragon, they also consume their history, their memories. You should have some knowledge of their Thursdayum, do you not? Arngeir asked as the other monks took spots around the courtyard he led us to. I do, I wasn't quite sure what to make of them. He scratched his head. It also left me a bit dizzy and acting unlike myself. Oh yeah, he was acting like his was extremely drunk for a while. Foreign memories getting shoved into your head, it would make you somewhat erratic for a while before they settle down and you acclimate to them. I had first-hand experience with that. I wouldn't say I had the best attention span, but for the first couple days for me, I could barely concentrate on a single thing. New ideas and inspiration kept dragging me every which way. I do feel better now. Thorum looked thoughtful. Should I try to use those shouts now, or is it best to leave them for later? Physically you should be fine. I shrugged. I don't know exactly how this Thursdayum operates. I would need to see it. As he says, let us test one of the more basic shouts, the unrelenting force. Arngeir stated, turning around at a practice dummy in the corner. FUSRODAH, he shouted, and an invisible force ripped across the space between them, uprooting the dummy and the surrounding foliage, expelling it. I've experienced that one before, first the Draugr from that necromancer, but it wasn't nearly as powerful. I had a Draugr use that shout and it was much weaker than yours. Does that just come down to experience? Arngeir looked at me, thoughtful for a moment before answering. Experience does come into play, but if you fought one of those undead, then they are merely an echo of the true Thursday. Their real souls are what powered the voice. Without that, they are but a hollow copy. That makes sense. I'll make a mental note to check that later. It was more likely that the necromancer just stuck any old soul into the body and it could only pull on the body's past memories, so to speak, and use the shout. The dragon also blew away the watchtower with that shout. Thorum said quietly, clearly remembering that fight. Yeah, that was extraordinarily more powerful than what was just shown. Indeed, the power can be adjusted. I held back as much as possible as to not cause an avalanche. Arngeir smirked, just ever so slightly. They were monks who did not use the voice to fight, but that didn't mean they couldn't take pride in their own hard-earned skills. Now, Dragonborn, why don't you give it a try? He gestured to another dummy. Thorum scratched his head. I'll try, he said without much confidence. Fusrodah, he shouted as nothing happened, mostly. I think Arngeir picked it up, and I did slightly as well. The snow around him had dispersed for a moment, so he was on the right track. The shout can be divided into 3 parts, 3 words. Fus, meaning force. Ro, meaning balance. Da, meaning push. He lined himself up with the practice dummy again. Fus, he shouted, another invisible force rippled out, pushing away all the snow, but the dummy still stood, a clear force washing over it but causing no lasting damage. The power is greatly lessened as opposed to combining the 3 words. But it is also an easier starting point. My initial hypothesis was correct. This Thursday is the same as divine words and primordial runes. I took a step forward, Arngeir just raising an eyebrow but stepping out of the way, and Thorum looked at me expectantly. I think I understand, tugging on me slightly and then shouting. Yeah, I was thinking something similar. Using Draig's concept of a dragon and then focusing on the application. It was a bit more than that though. I thought about the concept behind the word force. To actualize my intent without casting a spell but forcing my will upon reality. Draig's nature should allow me to overcome many hurdles that someone without any dragon aspect would have. Fus, I shouted, and a small vibration shot out and smacked into the dummy. No damage was caused but a clear indication of something happening made me smile. Did you feel that? I did. It was a weird synchronizing between us as that spell was actualized upon the world. I was the conduit, you were the source. It was almost like using the boosted gear. This would require more testing before using haphazardly. I learned my lesson from before. Well done. Thorum shouted with excitement. Indeed. Arngeir looked at me with uncertainty in his eyes. I smiled and walked up to Thorum. Before he could ask me what I was doing, I pushed him into the snow on the ground. That may have been a bit too hard, still not used to my new base strength. Luckily I had him chugging health potions all night so he was almost back to 100%. He made a surprised noise as he fell down, only to look up at me in confusion. Will. I held out my hand to help him up. Force. I said, pulling him up. You need a clear mental image of the concept. Remember how I just pushed you down, use that feeling and try again. It was a bit simple on the surface, but image would do him all the world of good right now, something very specific to focus on. It said something about the trust he had in me that he didn't get mad nor question my actions, only accepting my words once again and trying. Fus, he shouted, a more visible phenomenon occurred, even slightly better than mine as it rippled out and smacked into the dummy. I did it. He shouted, pumping his hands in the air. Thank you, Will. He wrapped me up in a hug before I even realized it. Dragonborn, a mortal with the soul of a dragon. He should be able to pick this up much easier than I can. I couldn't help but smile sheepishly, as I pat him on the back. Thorum was definitely someone who learned best by experience. That should give you some idea of how the other shouts go, while not the same concepts behind their meaning and inception. It's a good bridging point. I stated as he let go. Well done, Dragonborn. Arngeir looked pleased. Thank you, Elder. He bowed ever so politely. He would be in good hands, and if Arngeir was as intelligent as he looked, he should have picked up on the trick to teaching Thorum. I believe it's time I head out. Are you not going to stick around and learn more shouts? Thorum looked reluctant. I have a feeling that this shout will take me a while to learn by itself. Besides, I have so much on my plate right now, I need to settle everything else first before adding more. It didn't actually want to leave, but at the same time I was a bit anxious to get going. My friend, then I shall master the Thursday and when we meet next, I'll be the one giving you instructions. He clasped my hand with resolve in his eyes. I'll look forward to it then. Let's see how much you can master in a month. I could only smile at his passion. I looked over to Arngeir and my smile returned to a neutral expression as I stared at him intently. Take care of my friend. I think the elder understood me as he nodded sincerely. I do not know what your presence means for this world, Red Dragon Emperor, but I shall make sure the Dragonborn does not lag behind. I just nodded. I wasn't one for teary goodbyes. I would rather leave it at a mutual desire to get stronger when we next meet. I waved one last time and ripped open a portal before jumping through. I popped out near Winterhold, seeing the town and Mage's Guild in the distance. I had 2 more stops before I headed back home. I figured I would get the college out of the way first. A month, that's when I said I'll return. Truthfully, I may be gone longer than a month. Actually, it was very likely. The thing is, I could come back to this world line before a month passed. A little thing people don't know is that true magic overlaps with the others in some capacity. My kaleidoscope allows me some manner of time travel that should exist under the domain of the 5th, or the blue. It isn't real time travel, I merely leave and re-enter a world line at an earlier point. While still not traveling through the time axis, it is still something that should not be used lightly. Hell, my other self was even put off on using it. Dangerous wasn't even a powerful enough word to describe it. If I entered an Earth at the year 2000, then re-entered somewhere before that point of time, things become extremely complicated, because the past then became my future. I wouldn't be doing quite that, I would just be coming back not long after I left. My future would still be my future even if it wasn't the same length of time that everyone here experienced. It kept the flow of the world stable. All things remaining the same, even if I was away for years, I could probably re-enter this world line and have only about a month passed. For now, though, I just wanted to clear up any loose ends at the college before going to see Meridia. Chapter 31, Chapter 30. I took one more look around the college. My time here was short, but I enjoyed it. The casualness of the institute dedicated to magical knowledge. I compared it once to the clock tower, just more whimsical. Perhaps I exaggerated a bit. The clock tower was much more cutthroat. Death and worse were a real possibility every day that one studied. No lords here that hoarded everything substantial. New blood was welcomed and even desired. I could understand the differences between needs that each world had, but I couldn't help but admire this place more. Oh, and I was not looking forward to the overt racism at the clock tower. Something told me I would need to quite thoroughly establish the pecking order once I return home. Archmage, I wish to speak, I said, walking the courtyard idly. I could feel the magics take hold of me and I didn't resist as I was teleported. Wilhelm. The Archmage greeted, as my vision opened up to his quarters. To what do I owe the pleasure? I suppose there are a few things I wanted to speak to you about. I flicked my hand, retrieving the staff from my ring. I got this thing. I assume this is what you were speaking about. Marvelous. He admired. I could see his magicka pulsate every so slightly, truly taking in the sight of the staff. The staff of Magnus, just as powerful as I remember it. He sighed, moving his hands as various objects, books, and materials began to sort themselves around the room. I assume that you found out the truth then. I tilted my head in confusion. Pardon. You don't have to spare me your thoughts, I'm well aware of my own sins. He casually waved me off, but I still confused. I really have no idea what you're talking about. He seemed to understand that we were on different wavelengths. You traveled through Labyrinthian, did you not? Kinda. I gave a sheepish look. He let out a long sigh. What exactly happened when you went there? Fought a skeleton dragon, some undead mage started talking to me, tried to drain my magicka, so I cut off his hand and took the staff while he was trapped in a stasis spell powered by a couple ghosts. He just stood there for a moment and blinked before erupting in laughter. I see, truly you do not do things as one predicts. He wiped a tear from his eye. Those ghosts were my old colleagues, my schoolmates back when I was a novice mage. You ventured into those ruins when you were a novice. I mean, I cleared it easily, but as a novice, well, that was a death wish for him. I was young, foolish, and arrogant beyond measure. The same as all those who went with me, we all thought unlimited power awaited us there and we started to lose member after member. He looked distant, reminiscing of the past. I was a different person back then, I was willing to do nearly anything for more power, more knowledge. The school was the same, it wasn't uncommon for another student to turn up dead in the morning and no one bothered to do anything past a minor investigation. He shook his head. Why did you get the staff all this time then? Surely you are powerful enough now. I didn't know how strong the undead mage was, but the archmage was definitely a powerhouse. With time and preparation I don't think he would lose out. Those 2 ghosts, they were the other 2 survivors that reached the end. What awaited us was that undead mage, as you called it. He pursed his lips. A dragon priest, a terrifyingly powerful mage who existed in the era where dragons ruled the world. To add on to that, he possessed the staff of Magnus. Those ghosts, your former schoolmates, they didn't willingly stay back, did they? I eyed him. They did not. He didn't even deny the accusation. As I said before, it is both my sin and my regret. I won't bore you with my life story, it was after that incident that I vowed to be better. I studied, I gathered power and knowledge, but no more did I lust after some unattainable concept as unlimited power or such other nonsense. I did it all with a purpose. I became Archmage and forced the college to change with me. I would not allow any new students to suffer like I had or those who had been buried in the shallow graves outside these walls. Why tell me anything of this? Why tell me where this staff was? I was rather confused here. When you first came here, I thought you were the same as the me from back then. I saw your potential, and it terrified me. I wanted to make sure you didn't walk the same path as I did. I thought a kind hand reached out would remove any need for malicious thoughts. He gave me a genuine smile. I suppose I was just seeing my old demons in you and got blinded. He shook his head, a small laugh escaping his lips. You were just a young man trying to find his path in the world, one who was extraordinarily talented, so I kept an eye out for when you needed help. I cut off the potential of so many mages. Perhaps I thought it was a way to even out my sins by helping your potential blossom. A multiple of emotions washed over me. I felt bad for suspecting him. Thank you, I said quietly. He put a hand on my shoulder. I said it before, you are a member of this college and I will always be on your side. His smile changed to something more neutral. Now, what is the true reason you returned? Am I that easy to see through? I sighed. I wanted to say goodbye. I'll be disappearing for about a month and didn't want anyone to worry. I see. I hope you aren't in any trouble then. Not particularly. I'm going to seek out my grandfather for training. I ran a hand through my hair. I fought a dragon over at Whiterun. I decided to just be blunt about it. The Archmage paused, staring at me intently. Wilhelm, that was an exceedingly stupid thing to do. I know, you don't have to tell me that. I was annoyed, not at him but at myself. I had to though, my friend was in danger. You're still alive, I'm assuming you were successful. I was, but not without cost, and I revealed a few too many of my trump cards. I was made aware that I've drawn a bit of attention I didn't want to. I managed to avoid most questions, but I thought it best to disappear for a bit and get stronger. You are not a child, I don't think I need to chide you too much. I'm sure your lady friend will do that more than enough. He gave me an evil smirk and I couldn't help but wince. A dragon, first Riffin and now Whiterun. I'll need to speak with the Jarl of Winterhold and prep the college for potential combat. He didn't look too thrilled. My friend I mentioned, apparently he is a dragonborn. I didn't think the Archmage would abuse this knowledge. His eyes widened. Truly. He looked rather excited as well. This changes matters. He stroked his beard intently. I will need to get in contact with Whiterun then. Yes, it makes sense now. I heard the call from the Greybeards. No doubt he is up there training now. The Dragonborn was supposed to be a natural at magic. I'll send him some books to get him started. Well, I guess I don't need to explain anything about that topic then. I would suggest ramping up production of potions and get ready for large-scale battles on the horizon. The casualties were high, and the dragon didn't even attack the city, just a watchtower. Indeed, you raise a good point. We have large stocks of supplies for emergencies just like this. He nodded to himself. Not to mention I have that wheel of cheese that just keeps repopulating from Sheogorath. I can probably use that to supply a good amount of food to help out during attacks. Thorim is a nice guy, perhaps a bit naive. Also, he tends to learn better by experience. He also said he was having trouble with the restoration branch. I gave a small smile. The Archmage looked at me, his gaze softening. I'll make sure your friend is taken care of. Since a Dragonborn had popped up with the return of the dragons. That old prophecy might be in full swing. No, it must be. I'll get in touch with all my contacts. We can pull our resources and weather this storm together. He reached out, grabbing a hold of my hand, the one with my ring on it. He did something that caught me by surprise. A going away present. He smirked. My mouth opened slightly, utterly surprised at the ease in which he accessed my storage ring and filled it with all manner of supplies and resources. I don't know what to say. When had I ever had someone so nice to me other than my mother? How about you tell me you won't die before you get back? I don't think my grandfather would risk my life. I was speaking of Meridia. Oh, right. Well, I guess I'll need all the luck there. Thank you again, I have a goddess to appease. I would say, may the divine bless you, but I doubt even they want to get involved here. Yeah, that's fair. I had cut open a portal, pathing my way through dimensions until I found myself in a strange place. I knew I had arrived, but my location wasn't something I could determine. I believe this realm was called the Colored Rooms. Perhaps named after the aurora-like lights that constantly flowed overhead. It was rather pretty, something I would expect of Meridia. It was almost like floating islands in the void, yet there didn't seem to be any set direction that I could point and call up. There was land upside down above me, but the plants and such acted as if the gravity there was normal for their orientation. Truly a strange place. Land began to form in front of me as I approached the end of the little landmass I was on, urging me in a specific direction. I don't know how long I walked, or if I was even going anywhere. I think Meridia already knew I was here. in fact I would put money on it, and she was mad at me. Meridia. I said with a sigh. That seemed to be all it took as the scenery around me shifted and I was then standing before a large throne with her staring down at me, displeasure written all over her face. I'm sorry. She didn't answer, and I continued. But I also can't guarantee that I won't get in more fights like that. I had no doubt she knew what happened, probably watched it through whatever means she employed. Your apologies need work. She snorted, crossing her arms. I won't ever lie to you and say something like, this won't happen again. I took a step forward, she in turned her nose up, but my steps weren't impeded. Stupid man. She hissed, standing up. You stupid man. She took large strides forward, getting right close to me and hitting my shoulder. Do you have any idea how much I worried, watching you fight one of Akatosh's children? I wrapped my hands around her, even as she continued to pound her fists into me. A goddess in strength, but they were light as a feather. I'm sorry. I just continued to whisper. I couldn't intervene. She spat out. There were others watching, that dragonborn being shown for the first time. That damn prophecy that may be the end of Nirn has everyone looking at what will happen. She calmed her anger and looked me straight in the eyes, poking me in the chest. And then there's what you did. So even you were troubled by that. I winced, only realizing recently the repercussion of using Drake's balance breaker. I could understand her stance. Drake used to fight gods, and win. He was one of the strongest things in the world he originated, that kind of power draws attention even if I only used a fraction of it. Of course. She shouted. Do you think I was the only one as well? A being suddenly awoke, shouting its name to the heavens and the world shook. She quieted down looking at me intently. You are keeping a great many secrets. I am. I answered without hesitation as I grabbed her hands in mine. She just snorted, accepting my gesture. Would you tell me if I asked? I would. I replied without hesitation. I want to know, but I want you to tell me of your own volition. She said quietly. Stay in my realm, you will be safe here. My gaze softened as I saw her worry. I can't. Stupid. She spat out, pulling away. What will you do then? I fear that it isn't only just the other Deidre that will seek you out, perhaps even the divines will also make an appearance. I was going to disappear for a bit, seek out my grandfather for training. I didn't hide my plans from her. And you would be safe there, undiscovered by those that wield the same power as I. She raised an eyebrow, allowing her presence full flow out. I steadied myself as I basked in her full presence. I'll be fine. I cupped her cheek, bring my face up to hers. I can guarantee they won't be able to reach me. Fine. She turned her head away. I will trust you on this, and I will be most upset if you betray this trust of mine. How long will you be away? No more than a month. I was certain that I could return before that much time passed in this world. And I promised to tell you everything when I get back. Never before had I ever had to contemplate the passing of such a small figure of time. I have lived longer than this world and yet, suddenly something as insignificant as days brings me heartache. Her words were quiet, only spoken for me to hear. It was rare for her to be so open about her affections like this. I didn't know what to respond with, what words to answer her affection. I could do the only thing I knew how. I gently pushed my lips against hers to convey my feeling physically. She reciprocated, wrapping her hands around my neck as I held her waist. I will miss you every moment. I whispered as our lips parted. She was unwilling, I could tell by the look in her eyes and I knew the feeling all too well. Go, leave my realm. She finally said, putting distance between us. Do not return until you have succeeded in your objective and you intend to stay with me for an extended period of time. I could only smile sadly as I slashed open another portal. I had long prepared the required calculations to fix the issues I had when I first came to this world. No fanfare, no huge mess this time, a simple portal and I would be back home. I will miss you as well, my dear. She said ever so quietly, like a whisper, the small breeze almost obscuring her voice. I looked back in surprise only for her to use her power and push me through my portal. Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Fate. I'm home. I muttered, staring up at the sky, recognizing the familiar constellations and the singular moon in orbit. As beautiful as the two Skyrim moons were, I much preferred my own. Now, where exactly was I? My sword was already filling up with the required calculations, the ones I used previously were more so just to get myself to this world line. Well, I just need to make one more jump, and it's not even across realities. As my sword finished up, I slashed the air again and walked through a new portal, turning up in a familiar area, the architecture a mix of modern and Victorian. There were many people, some who gave me looks of surprise or intrigue, but I ignored it. If they were normal people there might have been an issue, but the number of bounded fields surrounding us was a clear indication that I was in the correct place. The clock tower. I didn't particularly plan on keeping a low profile. The area that composed of this branch of the Mages Association was massive. There were hundreds of buildings, thousands of acres of property and all manner of privately owned enterprises all in the surrounding area. It wouldn't be incorrect to say it was almost like a college town, but all owned by mages. At its core, the clock tower was essentially a college, albeit one where they teach magecraft and you can die if you walk down the wrong hallway. So this is it. Drake spoke. I can feel it from here. Oh, I had forgotten. The clock tower was built upon the spirit tomb of Albion, a dragon the size of a small mountain. It was obvious what he was speaking about. It must have been odd to know his rival was dead below the ground they walked. All the gods are gone, creatures retreating to another aspect of the world, and the only remnants of our legacy are our pieces being used by humans. Drake had a strange tone in his voice. I sensed no anger, only resignation. I suppose that is the way of the world. I let him quietly contemplate as I walked. I wasn't in any hurry. I may as well go for a nostalgic walk through the area. But something caught my attention, a small commotion in an open building to the north. If I had to put a word to it, I guess it would be a gymnasium. It was a bit too exquisite though. The tiles on the floor looked extraordinarily expensive, yet people were breaking them apart like they were nothing. I mean, they can be repaired easily enough through magical means, but it just seems so unnecessary. I walked past a few at the doors to get a better look. Gorilla. Good, Miss Gorilla. A blonde woman with impressive ring curls was wearing a leotard and she stared with a rather familiar face. Damn you, bitch. Her opponent, a Japanese woman, shouted back as they traded blows. That should be Rin Tosaka. I guess I'm not far off from where I wanted to enter the timeline. I could have sworn I recognized the blonde, Luvia or something. Kind of lucky running into her here. You know, now that I think about it, I've had quite a few lucky encounters. Maybe I inherited that luck from a certain side of my family. Oi, look over to the right. I blinked, hearing Drake's words, and my eyes landed on another face I didn't think I would see here. She was also blonde, perhaps a bit short as well. She had her hair up in a bun and wore a white blouse and a blue skirt. She was quite pretty. Yeah, no wonder Drake pointed her out. She give off a familiar presence to you. I whispered to myself. Yeah, I didn't realize it until we got closer. It to be expected, she carries your core after all. Almost as if she could hear me, she turned to look at me in confusion. Maybe she sensed Drake as well. I could theorize that her dragon's core was having some kind of reaction to the owner in my soul, even if they were technically different dragons. Well, now I'm a bit curious, so I walked over. May I sit here? I asked, very politely. She was royalty and I did have manners. There were bleachers set up, seemingly out of place when this building looked so extravagant, but I didn't dwell on it. What caught my attention was how almost everyone was avoiding her. She was sitting quietly in the corner here and the few dozen people were no less than probably 20 feet away. I do not own these seats. She replied curtly. I sat down, not too close, but enough to make it obvious that I was in her presence. We sat in silence for a moment or two, watching the fight, but I could see her glance at me a couple times. It's a shame that Miss Tosaka is going to lose, I said idly. My new companion froze, but she didn't look upset. I could guess that she realized the outcome of this little spat as well. How can you tell? She asked, not as an accusation against me, but more in a curious way. Her martial arts aren't bad, but Jiquin if I'm not mistaken. I nodded to myself, reaffirming some of the vague memories I had in my head. She was prominent. How many versions of my previous self had a Tosaka as their student? Maybe I would even call her good, but it's unfortunate that her opponent had mastered reinforcement to a higher degree. Magecraft isn't always the definitive indicator in combat. She furrowed her brow slightly, before getting her expression neutral. That is true, especially in this case. If all was equal, I would say that Miss Tosaka would win 9 out of 10 times. Her style of martial arts is a good counter to her opponent, who focuses on grabs, throws, and locks in wide movements. While Miss Tosaka seems to favor such large attacks herself, she also was keen enough to mix in some subtle jabs and smaller movements to grab the momentum. My composed companion smiled ever so slightly. If it's as you say, then shouldn't Tosaka win this bout? It comes back down to reinforcement. Her opponent is on a higher level of mastery with that little spell, meaning her reaction speed is slightly higher, her body is sturdier, and her attacks hit just a little bit harder. I shared her small smile. You should know better than most how much that little advantage can mean in a fight. She pursed her lips. I think she was mulling over what I meant by that. I doubt with her nature, she would have revealed her true identity, especially in this place. It is as you say, I do not believe Tosaka can win this fight. She sighed. What are they even fighting about? I asked. I believe Miss Edelfelt is still unhappy that Tosaka had become the Wizard Marshal's student when she had not. Ah, that's her name. Luviage Lita Edelfelt, member of the Edelfelt family. That means she's been here for a bit at least, she's probably around my age. Some scheme to maybe draw the wizard marshal's attention. Or is Miss Edelfelt just venting her frustration? Mayhaps it is both. Her lips quirked upward slightly. I do not partake in the politics that happen here, so I would not be able to comment on it anymore. Not partaking in the politics, yet you are so easily able to navigate them. Years of practice don't just disappear, it seems. Of course, I can only guess that the last thing you would want to do as a servant would be to delve back into politics again. I smirked, eyeing her reaction. It was small, but I could tell she was surprised at what I said. Not many magi here are able to identify me as a servant on the first meeting. She said evenly. Or maybe you sought me out specifically. Her attention was more focused than before. Oh, it seems she maybe has a sort of reputation here. Perhaps that is why people were avoiding her. I guess if Rin was my grandfather's student, she would garner enough attention that having a servant around her would become something of common knowledge. It was by chance. I waved off her questioning. I was on the way to see my grandfather and I just so happened to catch this little spat going on. When I saw Miss Tosaka participating, I thought it's suitable to watch. And what is your intention with Rin? She gazed sharpened considerably and her words like a sword at my neck. I wouldn't be surprised if she had to dissuade quite a few people here in the past. As far as a magus goes, Rin's talent was indeed monstrous. Add on her lack of family backing and being Zelrich's student, she's probably been hounded by all types in this place. I was curious about the student my grandfather took in. I said simply, a smile creeping on my face as realization dawned on her. I believe I forgot to introduce myself, how rude of me. I of course followed proper etiquette for someone of her status. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Pendragon. Chapter 33, Chapter 32. How? The servant's eyes flashed in surprise. You're a smart girl, figure it out. I winked, leaving her dumbfounded. And don't worry, I made sure no one was eavesdropping. A rune appeared at the tip of my index finger. It seemed pretty obvious that her true name be kept a secret. She visibly calmed down, she wasn't one to show all her emotions on her sleeve. You are the Wizard Marshal's grandson, or so you claim. I could only suspect that you have access to his magic as well, perhaps knowledge from a parallel world. Well done. I gave her a small clap, withdrawing an item from my ring. Here's your prize. I presented her with a flower, one I was a bit familiar with after learning it was Meridia's favorite. She hesitantly took it, staring at the flower oddly. This is not a normal flower. Artoria was indeed perceptive. It's called dragon's tongue, it grows in places with a lot of heat. It got its name because of its likelihood to bloom in dragons' nests for obvious reasons. There is also the added benefit of being soothing for dragons when they sleep. I was kind of curious to see if it would have the same effect on her as it did on me. Technically a magic flower, but it didn't have any impressive overt effects, mainly used as alchemy ingredients. She actually seemed to like it. I had just assumed to see her merely acknowledge the gift and nothing more, but she looked genuinely interested. I wonder if having Drake in my made her more inclined to have a good impression of me. I was a little surprised when she schooled her expression, pushing back towards me. I thank you for your generous gift, but I will have to decline, if you, her words sounded extremely rehearsed, and I realized what was going on. Stop. I held my hand up interrupting, realizing what was going on. This is a small gift without any thought of recourse or attempt at garnering some kind of debt. While the mages here weren't exactly on par with the Fey folk, it was a good idea to follow the same principles when dealing with unknowns. I'm sure Artoria memorized the lines regarding accepting gifts and she resorted right to those. Rin is my grandfather's student, practically family, consider this a hand extended in friendship. It was just a small thing, not even a romantic gesture, not that I didn't find her attractive, but such things aren't meant for a first meeting. No, it was genuinely supposed to be just a way to perhaps bridge the gap and maybe become something close to friendly since we would probably be around each other more often. I wasn't lying about the effects of dragon's tongue either, it was soothing for the dragon species to sleep around. With Artoria's nature, having the magical core of this world's drake, it would probably be just as effective. I'm sure she could even feel its effects right now. Hell, I could feel the subtle soothing feeling from it, and I wanted to make a good impression. Not like it was something nefarious either, and it was quite pretty if I did say so myself. I see. She still looked a bit unsure. I could only sigh. I couldn't really blame her, this place was a nest of vipers. Most here were willing to do anything to get ahead. Saber. A familiar voice called out, walking towards us. Both me and Artoria turned to look at Rin, who had already changed back into her normal clothes and walked over. It seems we were a bit distracted. She was sporting a few bruises around her face but nothing too bad. Who are you? Her eyes narrowed as she stood in front of me. Her tone was, even, not too disrespectful but definitely suspicious. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, I am your teacher's grandson. I stood up and introduced myself proper. There was no need to be pompous or difficult, I wasn't lying with my comment about us practically being family. I have it on good authority that Zelrich considers her a granddaughter. She just blinked, looking between me and Artoria, who gave a small nod. He never told me he had a grandson, I didn't think he had any relatives. She looked at me intently, as if trying to grasp any deceit. Trying to accuse me of being a liar without insulting me, she's learned well so far. I'm sure there are many things he hasn't told you yet, he has lived a long life after all. She looked skeptical, but it was also one of those circumstances where she couldn't really call me out on it. Reen, another voice shouted, walking over. Luvia strode over, flanked by several guards who looked like they belonged to her family. They all had some ridiculous hairstyles, and basically walking with that aristocrat stride, like they knew they were important and everyone should know it too. What do you want? Rin all but growled. Don't be like that, Reen. Luvia laughed haughtily. It was just a friendly spar, I'm sure you'll do better next time. She covered her mouth and continued to laugh in that obnoxious way. Was she pronouncing Rin's name like that on purpose? Rin audibly twitched and I wanted to sit down and watch the fun, but Artoria put a hand on Rin's shoulder to visibly calm her down. Whatever, I need to get back to work. She flipped her hair up, dismissing the insult. Luvia didn't look happy, probably wanted to go to reaction out of Rin. Her eyes turned to me as her lips curled up. Reen, who's your new friend? He's Wilhelm, first-generation Magus. I answered, earning a look from Rin. We exchanged a glance before I answered again. Me and Rin just so happened to have shared a circle for magical research and would be seeing much more of each other in the future, so I wanted to introduce myself. C looked at me strangely, perhaps because of my first-generation Magus remark. Luvia's eyes practically sparkled. Oh ho ho, Reen, I thought you had standards, but I suppose that is another aspect you are lacking in. Luvia gave the very definition of a haughty laugh. Oh yes, here comes the hazing. If it wasn't the subtle racism directed to those with Asian descent, everyone loved to look down on the new blood. Technically, I was a first-generation Magus, but on the other hand, my bloodline could be traced back to before humanity. On my father's side, of course, hell, I'm technically related to Big G himself. Rin narrowed her eyes slightly, staring for a moment before she smiled brightly, holding back a laugh. It's actually my first time coming to the clock tower, I said, enthusiastically. My acting skills were top-notch, and now that I'm back in my home, I should really check out the local theater scene. It would be a good break from what I've been doing recently. I see, and what, may I ask, is your magecraft focus? Luvia could barely hold back the glee in her voice as she kept glancing at Rin. It wasn't exactly a secret what one specializes in, though digging any more than that could be seen as rude or even downright malicious. Well, if she wanted to keep making her hole deeper, who was I to stop her? Well, I quite enjoy runecraft. I smiled brightly. Ho ho ho. She covered her mouth, laughing some more. Runecraft, is it? What an old craft to pursue. Yeah, the older families here look down on runecraft due to its inability to perceivably reach the root. The Akashic records, commonly referred to as the root, is the origin of all existence, containing all knowledge past, present and future. It is the focus of every true Magus and the purpose of their research. I just nodded along, completely ignorant of her subtle jabs. Indeed, runes are a craft that dates back to the age of gods, they are a truly powerful avenue of research. Yes, of course. She continued to snicker, stealing glances at Rin, who just scowled and crossed her arms. Though I saw a small glint in Artoria's eye, I think she noticed what I was doing and didn't make a move to stop me. I guess even she was a bit put off by this girl's attitude, yet she had too much pride to step past her own position to do something. It's always nice to meet someone who appreciates my craft. I smiled happily, trying to mimic Thoram's own smile. I'm really impressed with the facilities here, they even allow for such vigorous sparring between colleagues. Luvia's eyes seemed to brighten. You're right, they do allow for sparring between colleagues. Since you're new to the clock tower, why don't you introduce yourself with a spar? Alistair here does so love a friendly bout. She tapped the large gentleman standing next to her on the arm. He was a little bit bigger than most Nords, practically all muscle. It was impressive, really. Well, it's my first day here, I don't know. You are Reen's friend, I'm sure you know your way around a fight. She snickered. There was a crowd gathering around us at this point, a bunch of whispers directed at me and some not-so-subtle laughs echoing Luvia's. Well, it looks like she took the bait. Okay, you convinced me. Let's have a friendly fight. I held out my hand and smiled towards Alistair. He stared down at me, not saying a word. It was rather intense. I don't think he's allowed to speak unless Luvia gives him permission. Such is the way some of these families raise their extra members. Alistair, dear, why don't you repair the arena while I give our new friend a rundown of the rules? Luvia said ever so kindly. Do whatever you want. Rin snorted. Reen, don't be like that. How about we make a friendly wager? I have a few recently cut gems. She took a couple of shiny gems out of her sleeve, practically waving them around. They appeared to have not been used yet, meaning that her family's magic hasn't touched them, so they were safe for outsiders to acquire. Unless, of course, you don't have any more yourself. But how could that be? I'm sure someone of your stature has many resources available. I could tell Rin was about to lose her temper. She did a good job of keeping a straight face so far. Actually, I forgot to give a present for our first meeting. How rude of me. I withdrew a bag from my ring and presented it to Rin. To be honest, I did want to give her a gift for our first meeting since she was grandfather's student. I just didn't plan on doing it so openly. Rin hesitantly opened the bag. I could tell she cast her own diagnostic spell on the fabric before opening. Good girl, make sure no one tries to pull a fast one on you. This. She exclaimed, looking down in shock. Artoria even peeked over and her eyes widened ever so slightly. I heard you specialize in jewel craft. I believe these may help you in your research. Rin lifted a handful of jewels out of the bag. I think she completely forgot where she was as even Luvia looked completely shocked, staring at the bag, then at me, and even down at my ring. I guess she noticed where I took the bag from. Too late, you dug your hole, time to get buried. I don't hate Luvia, merely more of a dislike, which is why I wasn't plotting her death or anything like that. I would settle for a small bit of humiliation. I knew she wasn't a bad person, but she also wasn't the picture of innocence either. Why don't we increase our wager a little bit? Rin's lips formed a malicious smirk. Of course, I would completely understand if you couldn't match up to my wealth. She flipped her hair haughtily, mimicking Luvia's mannerisms. Luvia practically snarled in frustration. Humph, I don't keep that many gems on me like some kind of peasant trying to show off their wealth. She scoffed. I can match any wager you put forth. Rin very reluctantly handed the bag over to Saber. Saber, you keep hold of this until the fight is over. Of course, I shall make sure all dues are paid out. She nodded. It is good to know at least one of you is up to a certain standard. Luvia turned her nose up, handing over the few gems she currently had. Miss Saber, why don't you become my servant? You're wasted on such a gorilla like Rin. I told you before. She's my servant. Rin practically shouted in annoyance. Ho ho ho, you see this Saber, your master is such a barbarian, not that I could expect much else from an Asian. You wanna go, Blondie? I wouldn't mind a second fight today, the first one left me unfulfilled. Rah. Gorilla, keeping roaring, Miss Gorilla. Rin. No. Stay out of it, Saber, this bitch has it coming. Ahem. I cleared my throat, earning their attention and a small nod of thanks from Saber. Of course, only someone uncouth would interrupt a fight that is already predetermined. Luvia waved her hand flippantly towards Rin. Just get your gems ready, bitch. Rin snorted. How uncivilized. Luvia scoffed. Now, I believe it is time to explain the rules of this battle. She turned to look at me. The rules are simple, no killing. She clapped her hands happily. And that is it. Yeah, they don't really babysit people here, but they also don't like to do the dirty deeds out in public like this. They at least want their students to not kill each other so openly. I believe my opponent is ready for me. I saw Alistair waiting patiently at one end of the arena, the entire thing looking brand new as all the tiles were now fixed and in place and there wasn't a speck of dust to be seen. Well, time to establish the pecking order. Chapter 34, Chapter 33. There was actually more to the fight than just, don't kill your opponent. No doubt Luvia was trying to be dramatic. Really, it was just basic etiquette things, like don't purposely blow up the building, don't hurt spectators, blah blah, common sense things. This will be an open match, any spells are acceptable as long as the rules are followed. Luvia stated, facing the crowd, hyping it up. She was really trying to embarrass Rin here. Honestly, this just went past amusing and fell flatly on annoying. I'm sure in her mind, this Alistair would defeat me, then she would gloat and blow it up saying how Rin's friend was so easily defeated. Basically, just twisting in the knife after she won their earlier spar. Honestly, this is pretty tame for plots go in this place. Can we just get on with this? I need to get back to my workshop. Rin replied with detachment, much to Luvia's annoyance. I smiled slightly, realizing that Rin also knew exactly what buttons to push on Luvia. Humph, let's see how long you can stay so relaxed. Luvia frowned, turning back to the arena. Let me introduce our fighters. On the left we have Alistair Edelfelt, third son of the second branch family. Even with being the third child of the second branch family with no crest of his own, he was able to pioneer a new path for his own thaumaturgy only using the basics of our family's specialty. Oh! His own path, maybe that's why he was elevated to the position of Luvia's bodyguard. She's the most talented of her family, or did she have a sister? I vaguely recall that she was someone extremely important to their family line, basically one of or the next in line to lead. That's probably why she had several bodyguards following her around. A branch family member, and not even the first child, no doubt he received very few resources and had to rely purely on his own skills and talent. My interest was piqued now. A new path. I'm curious what he's used their jewel craft as a foundation to achieve. The barest of basics was known about jewel craft across the magical community. The non-science would probably have a little bit more than that to work with. And how about a welcome to a new member of our prestigious institute, coming from the east, a first-generation magus and a runecraft practitioner, Wilhelm? She exclaimed, intentionally iterating my background. Well, wasn't that the unholy fucking trifecta of nonsense that the people here look down on? I could hear the laughs and jeers directed toward me and feigned ignorance, but I definitely remembered faces. I looked around and caught Artoria's eyes. I raised an eyebrow as she looked back at me. Only receiving a small nod, but I could pretty much understand her message. It seems like I have her blessing, and I do want to leave a good impression. Bounded field sprang up around us, a defense mechanism that allowed the fighting to not carry over to any bystander. Not something absolute, but it was the bare necessary for a type of facility like this. Well, the facilities here were something to admire. While not all that impressive on the surface, the ease of use and application was noteworthy. Begin. Luvia shouted as all the mechanisms fell into place. Well, bonus points to my opponent. He didn't act cocky and immediately acted. Reinforcement covered his body and I mimicked the action, but instead of charging right at me, he dashed to the side and threw a handful of gems into the center of the area. No, that wasn't quite right. They weren't quite gemstones, they were pieces, like a few were shattered into dozens of smaller ones, topazes if my eyes didn't fail me. They sunk into the ground as their mysteries actualized, ignoring the tiles and other barriers to their target. It only took a moment for something to rise up. Golems, now that's a surprise. I said honestly. And they even looked above average. Curious, I know it takes a bit of effort to make golems of this quality, and you did so instantly. Alistair came from my side. Every step he took practically dug into the ground as he charged with an overhead fist. I ducked, knocking his fist away, and used his own momentum to throw him towards the wall. Surprisingly, he was able to fold into my own attack and reorganized his fall to catch himself from suffering any damage. I suppose it has been a while since I've fought someone in hand-to-hand that could move at these kinds of speeds. Perhaps I'm rusty. I felt a small smile form on my face as he moved back and ducking close to the ground and trying to sweep my legs by swinging both arms. With a stomp on the ground, I cast an earth wall right in front of me as his arms smashed it to pieces. With a wave of my hand, several runes appeared, floating in air in front of me. As the wall crumbled, they actualized, forming into flames and firing off like bullets towards my opponent, who nimbly dodged each one. Once again, I'm impressed. He shouldn't be any more than 1 or 2 years ahead of me, yet he has a good amount of experience and spellcraft under his belt. This time he chose to duck behind the pillars holding the ceiling up. Hats off to my opponent. His golems didn't allow me breathing room as they also moved to surround and attack. He also didn't re-engage, opting to allow his disposable minions to wear me down and gauge my reaction. Say what you will about the Edelfelt, but they sure train theirs well. Harass, immobilize, swarm. I could tell his strategy, and it was both well made and a solid plan. Curious thing you are, I said idly as a massive stone fist swept down at me. These things lumbered 1 or 2 heads over me, but they were a bit impressive on their feet. Their coordination wasn't bad either. Were they perhaps mental commands from their caster, or pre-programmed already? They weren't stumbling over one another as they all closed in on me. Well, this would be uncomfortable if I allowed this to happen. I allowed runes to swirl around my hand, forming into a dozen runic circles covering every side. Lightning, I lazily called out as the large bolts discharged towards the closest ones, demolishing them with a frightening ease. There were shouts of astonishment from the peanut gallery. I held back a smirk as I noticed Luvia's surprise. Now aren't you a gift that keeps on giving? I couldn't help but grin as I saw the bodies reform without any inherent damage to the golems. I love to see new spells, especially ones like this that were very ingenious in their applications, but I think all good things must come to an end. I believe I understand now, I stated, weaving through the massive stone limbs swung at me. Distort, a simple illusion spell I learned from Skyrim. The numbers of me in the arena now number in the 20s as I confused the animated earth constructs. This spell was quickly turning into one of my favorites. Topazes, I said decently loud, making sure to gather attention on me. Jewel craft and the Kabbalah. You use the connection topazes have to yes it of the Spherote, a common enough application but quite intelligent. Specifically, you pull on the Tree of Life to grant the golems life at the obvious cost of the magical energy supplied via the topazes. This also has the added benefit of not allowing them to die while the topazes still supply them with magical energy, but at the same time they are time-limited, but in a trade-off their abilities are almost supercharged for the duration. This concept is mostly used in healing, but you are using it to sustain life via magical battery, and thus they are essentially immortal until either the gem is removed or the magical energy runs out. My praise wasn't unwarranted, this guy was truly talented. Well, since he showed me something so nice, I won't be too harsh. I think a week or so bedridden is enough of a punishment. I materialized the runes around me, moving my hands fast enough to string the sentences together. I intentionally chose something rather showy. I made a few calculations and first summoned a large runic circle under my feet to help facilitate casting and control the output to a more precise degree. Freezing winds of Jotunheim. I let my voice carry all across the arena. The cold air exploded out from me, instantly freezing everything in the vicinity. It even crashed against the bounded fields in the area, cascading and threatening to break free from the confines. I made sure to reel back all the excess, but this was a spell that didn't want to be caged. The golems froze solid, unable to move, and I assume I burned through their magical energy supply as they didn't even fight it after a bit. The cold continued and the bounded field began to crack as the wind swept across the entire building. I reined it in as they rushed out, but I only allowed everyone here to get a little cold, forcing the spell to dissipate a few moments later. The place was freezing and there was a deathly quiet in the air now. Every step I took on the newfound frost practically echoed throughout the arena as I approached the lump of ice that was my opponent. A small tap and it shattered, Alistair falling to the ground on his back, his breathing a little haggard, but he still tried to jump up. I merely slammed my foot on his stomach, causing him to slightly cough blood. You lost. I narrowed my eyes down at him, daring him to say otherwise. He just responded with a meek nod. I let off him, taking a step back and sweeping my gaze across the crowd. I met the eyes of anyone who dared to look back. By all means, insult me based on my craft or heritage, I welcome it. But it seemed like no one was keen on speaking. Well, Alistair should be fine if you want to go retrieve him. I walked over to Luvia with a smirk on my face. I didn't want the guy to die, he hasn't even said a word to me, merely following the directions of his family head or whatever. And he was quite talented, it would be a shame if he died like this. You, how? Luvia looked utterly dumbfounded. How unthoughtful, I seemed to have forgotten to full introduce myself again. I gave an exaggerated bow. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Gods, I loved saying that. Schweinorg. She stuttered as her face paled. And there it is. The peanut gallery also was having a conniption. I think I saw a few that were throwing around insults previously bowled out of the area. Good luck with that, I can be a right petty bastard sometimes, pray you don't meet me again. How was that? Pretty good, right? I looked towards Rin and Artoria. The latter of whom just nodded like she expected it. Yeah, she probably saw through me already, but Rin seemed a bit surprised at my power. But I think she just pushed all that away as an evil smile grew on her face and she turned towards Luvia. Her face. It was priceless. Rin laughed heartily as we walked down the halls. And then you were like, excuse me, I wouldn't want my Asian barbarianism to contaminate you any longer, when she tried to apologize after hearing your name. Yes, she was getting on my nerves. I just nodded. I wasn't going to hold Rin's hand all the time and try to meddle with her issues, but some lines needed to be drawn. She should keep her head down for a while now, at least I won't have to hear that bitches laugh until her family is done punishing her. Rin happily jiggled the bag full of jewels. And she has to pay me even more gems. I wish I could see the look on her face when she has to go to her family and beg. Well, I'm glad you like my present. I just smiled, recalling a few memories of this girl from my last life. It was amusing how she never even considered declining the gift I gave her. Are you really Zelrich's grandson? You said you were a first generation. She looked at me as we turned a corner. We have no blood connection, if that's what you're wondering. I said honestly. But yes, we are related, and the best way I chose to address it was being his grandson. It makes it simpler for all involved. She just signed. You have that same, I know more than you, look that the old man does. Really? I need to check that out in the mirror and learn how to do it intentionally. I wonder if he's home. I said quietly as we approached his room. It was more like an underground mansion. The place was hard to describe, a lot of the infrastructure was actually underground as it got closer to the tomb with the better atmosphere for experiments. Let's see if I remember how to do this. I began tapping the door in various places. There was no handle, it was magically locked in a very intricate way, but it seemed like it was the same as I recalled. There we are. I said as the doors disengaged and all the traps and defense turned off. I guess you really do know him then. Rin finally acknowledged, I don't think anyone would be brave enough or stupid enough to actually try to break into here. You'd be surprised. I said with a small chuckle. He didn't get that mask of a prankster without good reason. In fact, it all started with some idiot breaking into my workshop and stealing an old prototype for his jeweled sword. You throw one guy into a dimension filled with some very affectionate tentacle monsters and suddenly you're a prankster. Wonderful, he isn't here yet. Why is that wonderful? Rin looked at me in confusion and Artoria followed us inside. She seemed relaxed enough, I guess they've both been here long enough to not tiptoe around everything. But she also seemed rather relaxed in my presence, not nearly as on guard as I would have imagined. This was technically Zelrich's workshop, but really only one room was dedicated to that, another was for Rin's own workshop and various other living spaces. Hell, there was a room that was specifically Zelrich's office, the target of my attention. Because I can now raid his liquor cabinets. Will you now? A voice grabbed all our attention, and I felt a chill run up my spine as my eyes widened. The family face that I saw 1,000 times when I peered into the mirror of my memories, the same eyes, the same look. I didn't even fucking sense him, I didn't feel any speck of his presence as he used the kaleidoscope to appear here. Master. Rin said respectfully. Rin, I hear you got into a fight today. He smiled ever so gently, but dear God did it give me anxiety for some reason. It was like an invisible pressure weighing down on me. He's strong, Drake spoke up. Your memories don't really do it justice. Yeah, I was really a monster in my previous life. It was nothing, just a stupid spar. Rin huffed in annoyance and Zelrich just chuckled, turning towards Artoria. What a beautiful flower. He flipped his hand revealing an elegant vase with some water already inside it. It would make a lovely decoration. Thank you, Wizard Marshal. Artoria said respectfully. And my grandson. His eyes bore down on me. I felt so insignificant for the briefest of moments before he pulled back. I was moments away from doing something to diminish the pressure myself. I see. He stroked his chin. I assume we have quite a bit to discuss. Chapter 35, Chapter 34. We sat in his office, the familiar walls and furniture were playing heavily on my nostalgia. Rin and Artoria sat next to me, all three of us facing Zelrich who sat behind his desk as he casually browsed a few documents, seemingly content with the silence in the room. Which one is it? Zelrich spoke softly, barely even glancing up, but I felt the question directed towards me. Pardon? I asked in confusion. Which of my collection were you so keen on helping yourself to? Ah, I see. The 300-year-old whiskey. There wasn't really a point in hiding it. That is a good choice. He nodded. I'm curious, how does it rate? Easily a 9 out of 10, one of my favorites. Zelrich slowly got up from his seat and walked over to the cabinet holding his various alcohol. I was saving this for a special occasion, and I believe this qualifies. There was no rush to his movements as he carefully looked over the selected bottle. He took 4 identical glasses and set them up each in front of us. How would you suggest taking it? He inspected the bottle and the liquid within. It's not bad clean, but I prefer it with a couple drops of water. I thought for a moment before mentally checking my ring. I have some glacial water, never touched by pollution or human hands. I offered, taking out a bottle I filled back in Skyrim. It was just a whim back then. I had some free time, and such pure water was a bit hard to come by without decent effort to produce. Wonderful. He took the container and admired it for a moment before pouring everyone a smidge into their glasses. It's an acquired taste, don't force yourself if you don't like it. I said lazily towards Rin and Artoria. I admit, I have not tried any alcohol from this time period besides some of the more readily available stock. Artoria lightly picked up her glass, giving it a curiously sniff. She probably only had anything cheap so far, probably sake considering where she was summoned to, and Rin didn't strike me as someone who would be a connoisseur of the harder varieties of liquor. This is supposed to be 300 years old. Rin looked at her glass. There doesn't exist a whiskey over 200 years old. I said with a small smile. At least, one known to the public. From a parallel world line then. Rin hazarded a guess. Actually, it's native here. Zelrich corrected, taking a sip, leaning back and appreciating the taste. Your recommendation was spot on. His eyes glanced to me but for a moment. Then how is it 300 years old? Her eyebrows furrowed, hesitantly taking her own sip. I saw her struggle to keep it down and I didn't want to laugh. I wouldn't make fun of her for that, some people simply don't like the taste. When Miss Aozaki joined the clock tower, I approached her for a joint experiment. I had some thoughts that needed confirming and the application of her own magic would be invaluable. Zelrich quietly explained. You may know her better as the Blue, but being as one of the few prominent figures of Asian descent I don't doubt you've heard her name a few times. The Blue, the fifth true magic, the name for the other magician just as Zelrich is called the Kaleidoscope. Truthfully, I don't know much about the Blue but I do know that time travel lies in its domain. What, so you sent some alcohol back in time? She muttered, looking a bit put off by the taste. Zelrich let out a small chuckle. Indeed, though the objects we sent back were irrelevant, but that didn't mean we couldn't benefit from the procedure as well. I believe Miss Aozaki also still has her own bottle she hasn't opened yet. I will need to make a note and give her my recommendation. Wait, if this was the first time you opened it, how did he know what it tastes like? Rin pointed her figure towards me. Oh, she picked up on that. I thought for sure she wouldn't notice. I praised with a smile. Zelrich also smiled. I had chosen her as my student for a reason. Time travel? Artoria asked, tilting her head. A good guess, and while technically correct, is wrong. I replied. I'm not native to this world line and I was born about a decade from now, year-wise. I have some investment knowledge if you're interested. I said with a laugh. That may come in handy. Zelrich shared my amusement. I noticed your runecraft application. I'm surprised you chose that path. It was something I could immediately achieve something of note with and my resources at the time were lacking. I frowned, thinking back to the world I was born in. I felt a bit of regret that I had so quickly abandoned it. Though I do not regret my decision, I have found myself content with the craft so far. The runic arts are a very practical path to choose. I don't blame you for that decision. Zelrich acknowledged, not looking at all put off by my choice. I've never seen someone utilize runes like that before. Rin furrowed her eyebrows. Mostly just for single enhancements or small spells. Most rune users don't have nearly infinite magical energy like we do. I pointed out. A single rune is akin to a spell that requires a couple words to actualize. I had put forth dozens to hundreds of runes into a single spell. Others can achieve this, but most can't throw them around like I can when I can just refill my reserve so quickly. Rin let out a long-winded sigh. I still haven't gotten that far in my studies. She was talking about the infinite magical energy, I was assuming. Technically it's not infinite magical energy in the way that the heavens feel is used. It could be said that once you master the kaleidoscope to a certain degree your mana regeneration is basically yes. Really, it's only limited by our own physical ability to handle. It was the reason magic circuits lost a lot of their relevance. Most mages had to be conscious of their spell usage, but a master of the kaleidoscope can throw around spells all day until their body finally collapses under the strain. I finished off my glass and Zelrich was kind enough to pour me another glass as I finished my first. I noticed Rin pushing hers away whereas Artoria didn't seem to prefer the taste either. Here. I said, offering 2 bottles of mead I withdrew from my ring. How do you keep doing that? Rin asked, inspecting the bottle. Taking stuff from nowhere? I smirked. I'm sure your teacher can do something similar. I've been working on the kaleidoscope for months now and I still have no idea. He won't tell me anything except to figure it out myself. Rin huffed. This is good. She took a second sip. Mead from the world I came from, found nowhere on Earth. It reminds me of the drinks from my time. Artoria spoke softly, also enjoying the beverage. I'm glad they like them. This is a joyous occasion so it should be celebrated with drinks at least. I felt a little bit of pity for Rin, she's still in that learning stage. There needs a bit of self-discovery before he could actually start pointing her in specific directions, otherwise her own potential could be stymied. To answer your question, it's my ring. I wiggled my finger. It is an impressive piece of work, the space is folded seamlessly, if a bit amateurishly as well. Zelrich praised. It was the archmage at a college I joined in another world. It was apparently his first attempt at such a thing. Impressive for a novice then. Well, he was a rather impressive mage, all things considered. I have no idea what you're talking about. Rin frowned in annoyance. A folded special dimension attached to my ring. Essentially I have a pocket space I can access that stores stuff. I said simply. I even have this too. I took out my hat to show off. May I? Zelrich asked as I gave a nod and handed it over. He inspected the workmanship and even stuck his hand inside the space. What an amusing piece of work. If the ring was amateurish, this is childish at best, yet someone managed to finagle it together into something that works. He handed it back to me. Thank you, for the drink. I finally said, it wasn't good to hold back on etiquette even if it was towards myself. How could I hold back with such a sincere gift towards my student? He smiled lightly, conveying his gratitude. Oh, that reminds me, I was going to give something else. I forgot about the other stuff. I didn't really want to hand this over in public, let's see. I shifted through a few things, taking a couple books out, inspecting them and setting them on the table. Jewelcraft is a good path, but it also lacks in some areas. Let's see, Lesser Ward would be good for a shield that doesn't need to waste gems on. A basic healing spell is good for every mage's repertoire. I set down a spell tome on healing as well. Oak Flesh, a body strengthening spell that works on a different paradigm than reinforcement, so they can be used in tandem. I set that on the desk as well. I actually have a couple versions superior to Oak Flesh, but it was a good starting point. Detect Life, good for dangerous situations. Another good spell I grabbed on my way out. Rin looked at me like I had two heads. Zelrich just blinked, taking a book and cracking it open, reading a few words. Interesting, I don't recognize the origin. He looked genuinely happy. I could understand, finding new and interesting things was always a happy occasion at that point in my life. I may have fudged my first application of dimensional travel and ended up on a world line outside of Gaia. I sheepishly rubbed the back of my head. He closed the book, giving me a deadpan look. You're lucky you didn't die. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to travel to a world not parallel to our own? What am I saying? Of course you know. Actually, I think there may be some holes in my memories. I don't have any knowledge of going outside of Earth. With some self-reflection, I realized there were quite a few holes in my memories. Zelrich tilted his head, seemingly shifting through several thoughts before thinking about something intently. I see, I suppose that might be expected considering your unique circumstances. Well, it was already pretty clear he had an idea of what was going on. It was to be expected of myself. I guess it's time to have this conversation. I sighed, bracing myself. It was going to come eventually. It was odd to see him, me, from this side. The presence he gave off was surprisingly gentle. Here you go, Rin, take good care of these and put them in my library when you finish. Thanks. She was still out of it. It's nothing. I waved her off. I had copies anyways and they're just the basics. I looked over to my previous self. So, how much do you know? I can make several educated guesses. I wouldn't be remiss to hear it all from the beginning. Yeah, that's what I was assuming at this point. Rin and Artoria looked at me intently. I guess they were lost and were curious as well. I guess it started about a month ago when I awoke memories from my previous life and realized I was reincarnated. Reincarnation. Rin and Artoria shared the same remark, astonishment clear on their faces. Yeah, it was a bit wild for me when I realized what was happening. A lifetime's worth of memories flooding into the mind of a normal 18-year-old kid. I was a bit of a mess those first few days. I just ran a hand through my hair, thinking back to it. How did your memories awaken? Zelrich asked. Do you not know? Didn't you set this up? My eyebrows scrunched up in confusion. I had no memories of this myself, but I attributed it to the holes, but this was in no way by chance. Something like this could not be anything but artificial intervention. To be honest, I haven't done more than just write down some thoughts on what you went through. I haven't even developed a proper hypothesis yet for testing, he admitted without any fanfare. That is, not what I wanted to hear. Is it possible a future him, or rather me, did this? While I doubt he would have had events play out like they did, I had assumed he had a more direct hand in my existence. I think we're both missing context then. I guess we'll figure this out together. I sighed. Getting answers to my questions wouldn't be as easy as I thought. It started when an exorcist attacked me after I accidentally walked up on him. An exorcist? Why would an exorcist attack you if you were just a normal person then? Rin blurted out. Oh, did I forget to mention that? My mother is human, my father is not. I shared a look with Zelrich. Apparently, he didn't know what I was either if I was reading his expression correctly. A phantasmal species in the modern era. Artoria looked a bit surprised, but I didn't see any judgmental looks. Interesting. Well, the world I came from, the age of gods never ended, even if the world was pretty similar to this one. It wasn't that simple, but it was enough to describe the situation. Curious. Zelrich scratched his chin in thought. How? The age of gods, doesn't that mean magic and miracles should be more open and widespread? Should thaumaturgy even exist there, since humanity would be closer to the root, but then how would it be modernized to something resembling this world if that was the case? Were there new layers of reality that overrode pre-existing worldviews into something that allowed for coherence? Did the phantasmal species develop alongside humanity? Would the collective unconscious still favor us? Rin blurted out. That would explain your non-human blood. Are you an Oni then? A yokai of some sort? Kind of close, but you are thinking incorrectly. While she really was wrapping her head around this. Those were some good questions. It's sad that the answer is kind of lackluster. Are you a demigod? Artoria asked. Divinity. Rin practically exclaimed, reiterating the question. Are you a demigod? Wrong direction. I snorted, holding back a small laugh. What do you mean, wrong direction? Rin questioned. You are thinking me something divine, and you are thinking in the wrong direction. Are you part demon then? Artoria said plainly. I admired her ability to hold her emotions in check. I don't think most people would look so natural accusing someone of being a demon and actually believing it. Well, not really. I wasn't, but the difference was mostly academic. I watched Artoria furrow her brow, trying to think through it. Rin wasn't faring any better. I waited until she started taking a drink to answer. My biological father is Satan, I'm a half-devil. PPPPFFFFFTTTT. A large amount of liquid squirted across the table, landing on Zelrich's face. There was a pregnant silence. Zelrich just blinked as liquid dropped down his face. Artoria looked utterly dumbfounded as she looked at me, and even Zelrich seemed a bit taken back. I just smiled innocently. It was technically correct, the best kind of correct. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. Zelrich quietly wiped his face with a piece cloth he pulled from wherever he stored things. Explain properly, he said evenly. Fine. I shrugged. It wasn't like I was just going to leave it there. The world I was born in, the original demons are all dead. The term Satan is used similarly as president or prime minister. There are 4 Satans, of which my biological father is one of. I'm actually descended primarily through the Baal and Gremory lines of Solomon's 72 pillars. I don't know how to handle this, Rin said flatly. If it makes you feel better, modern-day devils aren't much different than humans. They don't go around stealing souls or anything. Well, mostly. I'd rather not get into the whole mess with evil pieces. But they're honestly better than their demon ancestors. I'll freak out over this later then. Rin snorted. I'm pretty sure the church would go ballistic if they found out. Yeah, probably not a good idea to mention outside. The church does have a few monsters I would rather not tangle with right now. It would probably be worse than the world lines that the old man is a dead apostle. Wait, what? Rin blinked in confusion again. Not relevant right now. Zelrich cut me off. I believe we are getting sidetracked. Well, there isn't much more to my story. That was basically a month ago and I found myself in a world I didn't recognize, but I was able to gather some resources and figure some things out. Curious. Zelrich looked thoughtful. I had some preliminary thoughts about such a phenomenon, but I had yet to truly put any effort into researching it as a plausible avenue. Why were you even looking into that? Rin asked. That's a good question I hadn't thought about yet. I was more concerned on the how and hadn't even touched the why yet. Nice job, Rin, you really are perceptive. Zelrich stood up, moving towards a shelf in the corner, looking through a few books. The spider, he said simply. My eyes widened. I hesitated ever so slightly. That answer caught me completely off guard. I thought it through and a realization dawned on me. Was I supposed to be some kind of weapon then? I balled my fists, gritting the words out, but there was an obvious amount of venom present. Watch your tone, he said stoically, staring down at me. I stood up, matching his gaze. Is that why you decided to finally take in a student? Is she another bullet in the chamber? Why did I have no memories of why I took Rin in as a student in my past life, unless it was intentional? I do not make disposable pawns. His words were direct and cut straight through all my rampant thoughts. Fuck. I knew that, I knew it. Why am I acting like this? Jumping to conclusions is not something I do. It was just my old insecurities acting up. Zelrich was many things, a liar was not one of them. I calmed myself down. Let's hear everything out first, no need to just make assumptions with missing knowledge. I would like an explanation. Rin interjected, clearly unsure of what we were talking about. Have you not told her about the spider yet? I questioned him only for Zelrich to look slightly unsure. It was surprising to see that look, if only for a moment. I have not. I did not wish to burden her with something like that before she was strong enough. Yeah, he did care about Rin. I was jumping to conclusions here. I let out a breath I was holding in and fell back into my chair. The spider, also known as the ultimate one of Mercury, or just type Mercury, it exists in the same realm as the Crimson Moon. The strongest creature born from the planet it originates from. An Aristoteles. Rin whispered. What does that have to do with anything? Is it going to awaken soon? Artoria spoke for the first time in a while. You would have information on it based on the Grail systems. I muttered. Yes, it should be awakening by the end of next century if nothing interferes. There's an Aristoteles on Earth. Rin stood up, slamming her hands on the desk. Why did no one tell me about this? It's not widely spread. Zelrich spoke up. It was better to keep any foolish enough to approach it from getting ideas. I stood up again, and started pacing around the room. I usually do my best thinking on my feet. Is the beast of Gaia active, and what about the White Princess? Arcuade is sleeping, and the beast is sealed for the moment. Zelrich responded. The beast of Gaia, the White Wolf. One of the planet's creations meant to destroy humanity. It had absolutely authority over human life, primate murder. It being sealed for now was good, a variable like that would be able to flip any boards we set up. Arcuade Brunstud was another. The White Princess, the last true ancestor and the only thing on the planet that could claim the title of Archetype Earth, or the ultimate one of the Earth. When fully awakened with her power, she was something on the same level as the spider. It was basically a creation of the Crimson Moon, Type Moon, as a means to reincarnate onto Gaia without interference from the planet. Didn't work out in the end, but we got another powerful entity that could flip the board. How bad is the situation? I finally asked. All my simulations have either failed or resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. Zelrich admitted with no small amount of concern flashing across his face. Can someone please tell me what's going on? Rin sighed. I feel like everyone is talking around me. I looked at her and then to Zelrich, who gave a small nod. It started when the Age of Gods began to decline. The planet foresaw that humanity would kill it in the far future, eventually living on its dead husk. It sought out the only other figure that could judge it, another celestial body, and the moon answered. That's where the story ends for most people, as they all know the tale of Zelrich defeating the Crimson Moon. What most don't know about is a prophecy into the far future, where on its last breath, Gaia calls to the other celestial bodies to purge humanity from its corpse. Type Mercury received the call thousands of years too early and crashed in the rainforests of South America, where it now slumbers. All data gathered so far indicates that the spider will awaken within the next 100 years or so. I've run countless simulations, creating new variables, and planning new strategies. But it seems like everything I have done so far only manages to trade the whole of humanity for its destruction in the best-case scenario. Zelrich finished. Which is where I apparently come in. I sighed, rubbing my temples. You're a reincarnation of Zelrich. Rin replied quietly. It makes sense now. Zelrich smiled. Indeed. He looked over to me. I had a thought a few years ago about a me that wasn't bound to the same rules as I was. Rules. That was it, that was what I was missing, so obvious. Zelrich is the kaleidoscope, he has a certain authority that comes with that, things I couldn't do while he still exists. He can choose certain possibilities and force them to come true, that is one of his greatest treasures. A timeline he views will become the true one among the infinite possibilities. That's why he has to simulate instead of simply watching. I'm not bound by the same rules, I lack your authority, but I can do things you can't. I shared a look with him, he apparently already thought this out. No wonder. I whispered. It's more than that, you aren't me, he smiled, almost grandfatherly. I'm not you. I repeated, not quite sure how to feel after hearing that. What are we but our experiences? You have my memories but haven't lived through it, you are you and I am me. He said gently. You will therefore think differently, do things I didn't and thus come to different conclusions. I am not Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. I am just me. And I was okay with that. I guess it's too late to ask you for some training. I snorted in laughter. He smiled but shook his head. It would be best for you to develop without my input. Yeah, I already realized that, well fuck, I'm back to square one, but now the damn spider is hanging over my head. I guess that's why my memories end around here. How many other variables have you tried to introduce? I doubt I was the only thing he tried so far. Hell, I can only imagine he threw everything at the wall and hoped something stuck. Too many to count. He rubbed his eyes, looking much more tired than normal. I've wasted many resources with almost nothing to show for it. If you are here now though, that means something worked, and how knows, maybe others may also come to fruition at some point. Rin was probably one of the easiest variables to introduce, a well-trained apprentice adept at the kaleidoscope would be invaluable. No wonder he had her sit in on this discussion, it was better for everyone to be on the same page. He truly does not do things for no reason. Even Artoria being here, no doubt he meddled with the Grail War somehow, her noble phantasm would be invaluable in the future. A sudden realization hit me. The Holy Grail. Rin and Artoria both stared at me abruptly. That's why you helped create it initially, allowed for its creation and why it persisted until now. No wonder that was another hole in my memories. Good. He nodded his head. It is as you say, I had to suffer that infernal contraption because it allowed us some minuscule success against the spider in some simulations. It was unlikely the counterforce would put any showing against the spider if this world wasn't worth saving, it was just removing its direct interference and allow this branch to be cut from the tree. Being able to summon heroic spirits, servants, would be invaluable in the inevitable fight. What about the strategies from other world lines? There are plenty that managed to survive past the spider's awakening. He shook his head. This world line is, not unique but different than most. While either Gaia or Aleia are usually favored, this one is almost even, just barely in Aleia's favor. Most other strategies do not work because of this. You made sure this was the world line I popped into, didn't you? I stopped in my tracks, and turned towards him. His lips curled up into a smirk. Well done. Since when have you been aware of me? He said he hadn't even began to experiment with whatever allowed me to exist, so when did he notice me? The first time you used the kaleidoscope. He didn't hide the truth. So, you know where to look for your future experiments then. I just nodded. I wasn't exactly upset, he was acting exactly as I would after all. It was a good world, the reincarnation cycle was much easier to meddle with since things like sacred gears were being reborn alongside human souls. I was willing to bet that was the system he piggybacked on to do this initially. Well, I guess you wouldn't mind supporting me with resources. What kind of grandfather would I be if I didn't give my little grandson some pocket change? He raised an eyebrow, and we shared a small laugh. Well, shit, now I need to find someone else to teach me. Chapter 37, Chapter 36. It didn't take much convincing, really none actually, to get access to grandfather's library. I guess he accepting that familial connection so I don't really need to keep thinking about it like I have. I am not Zelrich, I have a large portion of his memories, but I'm just Wilhelm. I'm okay with thinking of the old man as my grandfather. He had quit the collection, not nearly as big as the library back at the college, but there was a lot more applicable to my situation. There were a few things I wanted to grab. I wasn't looking to thoroughly extend my repertoire, but I didn't believe in keeping things I already learned at a low level. Let's see now, his books are sorted by region and there is a decent-sized section on Eastern arts. Ah. Here we are. A book on Onmyoji arts. Wonderful, this is exactly one of the things I was looking for. In fact, this may even be the book I recalled from my previous life. I'll need to do more than just take a cursory glance at it. That also reminds me, I need to gather a lot of supplies for talisman making and also create a good stockpile while I'm here. There are a lot of interesting and unique ways that talismans can be employed to further boost or amplify my other spells. You know, if you want to ask me questions, I wouldn't get mad. I saw Rin and Artoria sitting by out of the corner of my eye. They had been like this since Zelrich left for business and I came in here to browse. Interesting, there are some sword techniques here as well. Grandfather really outdid himself on his collection. Should I also pat myself on the back? It's weird how familiar all of this is, but the details are just empty. Are you really a devil? I stopped, turning towards Rin, who asked. I took a glance at the cross adorning her neck. I found out about my heritage a little over a month ago. For most of my life I thought I was a normal human. If I recalled correctly, she was some manner of Christian, probably Catholic. Or at least she was raised as such. Some ideas probably stuck with her even as she delved into magecraft. Does it bother you? I might as well cut to the point. No, I just don't know what to think. I never would have guessed I'd be meeting a literal devil before. Rin said quietly, her eyelids drooping. Did what you mean what you said about the old man thinking of me as a disposable piece? Well crap, did I make her feel like this because of my own poor words? Rin, why do you think you were even there to listen in on that conversation? I looked at her, but she showed no signs of answering, just dropping her eyes down. It's because we both trust you. I don't go around shouting my secrets to the heavens, I don't make it a habit of telling people that I'm a half-devil. I fully turned towards her, giving me full attentions. You are more important than you realize. How? I'm barely making in progress on my research and here you are mastering everything and you haven't even had access to it for more than a month. She threw her hands up in anger. She shimmered down, voice quieting. What am I even doing here? Oh, did me being here make her self-conscious? Or perhaps I'm just the catalyst for all her bottled emotions coming to the forefront. Just how much stress has she been under this past few months? How many students do you think Zelrich has taken in his lifetime? I don't know, maybe a few dozen. She sighed. Try over a few hundred. Do you not understand how amazing it is that you are here, right now? You have heard the stories about Zelrich's students, how they all turn mad or have a bad ending, correct? I saw her nod meekly, so I continued. Every student he's ever taken in has had the potential to use the kaleidoscope, yet you are the only one to ever reach this point. Does Zelrich think of you as a piece to use? Well, sure. I'm piece, you're a piece, even he's a piece, whether we like it or not, we're all stuck on this chessboard, but that does not mean he doesn't care about you. Now a disposable piece would not be privy to his secrets, not be told of what his plans are for the future and how bleak it was looking. You are one of his people, take pride in that fact. She looked deep in thought. I just left it there for her to mull over, changing the conversation back to where it was previously. What about you, Miss Pendragon, does my heritage bother you? I questioned, turning back towards the bookshelf. I do not see how it changes anything. I had non-human knights serving me during my rule. If I could survive Merlin being a half-incubus, I don't have any trouble being around someone who is a half-devil. Her tone even. Huh, are those stories about one of your knights being a giant true? I turned around rather excitedly. I was quite the fan, but I didn't want to come off too strong. She smiled slightly, almost reminiscent. A half-giant actually. She corrected. It seemed like a lot of that going around. Though I guess those with human blood are more prone to interact with humanity. He was quite gentle, he didn't like to hurt people and stayed away from the front lines. He liked to hunt the phantasmal species that invaded human villages. I remember meeting his parents once and was surprised to see them happily married. What about you? Rin interjected, sliding her knees up to her chest while sitting. What's a devil family like? I wouldn't know. Human mom died when I was young and I'm a bastard. Father never made an appearance. I shrugged. My parents died too. Rin said quietly. But I guess you already knew that. And awkward silence. She was being rather open with me. Now that I think about it, her time here was probably hard. I'm like 90% sure that one Shiro Amiya doesn't exist on this world line. How her Holy Grail war went, I have only guesses to work on. I think Artoria may be her only friend here. I could only imagine all the shit she's had to put up with here. Well, this conversation got depressing. I broke the awkward silence that was in the room. All right, I've decided. Decided what? Rin picked her head up. We're friends from now on. I just nodded to myself. Wait, what? Indeed, you have occupied the coveted third spot on my friends list. If you perform better, you may be promoted. What do you mean you decided we're friends? She stopped for a moment. What the hell do you mean third place? I'm Altiste first place material. She flipped her hair back. Do you have any idea how many people would kill for me to be in their first place? She crossed her arms. Third place. She scoffed, but it wasn't hard to see that little upcurve of her lips. Perhaps you should take notes from second place. I waved my hand towards Artoria. I saw Artoria's lips curl up ever so slightly. I can provide you pointers, Rin. When the hell did you two get so close? Maybe if you were a more attentive friend, you would have noticed. I shook my head, clicking my tongue. We have even shared each other's deepest darkest secrets, like how Artoria steals your shampoo every morning. How dare you? Artoria stood up, scandalized. I told you that in complete confidence. You have been demoted to second place on my friends list for this treachery. She turned towards her female companion. Congratulations, Rin, you have been promoted. It seems like the King of Knights can joke. You both are stupid. Rin muttered, a small smile on her face, and I heard Artoria give one of the cutest little laughs. Better not be stealing my shampoo. She grumbled, only getting a bigger smile from us. I ran my finger across several book spines, reading the labels before stopping on one that sounded interesting. Splitting the Sky, it was a martial technique from China. Interesting, let's add this to the pile I'm taking. Alright. No more adding stuff, I got enough to work on. I was going to be firm in my resolve, damn my short attention span. Well, I got pretty much all the books I wanted, a few more I grabbed off the shelf while I was talking to them, what else? Basically I just need supplies, any equipment I can find on short notice that's worth taking. I could probably check out my grandfather's stockpile of mystic codes, but I don't think there's anything up to what I need. Sudden realization hit me. Hey Rin, you're still the second owner of Fuyuki, right? Second owner, basically the hidden side authority for the designated area. Any outsiders had to come through her if they did anything in her territory, and she was tasked with watching over the ley lines. Yeah, why? She scrunched her eyebrows, seemingly trying to figure out my thought process. Well, shit, if she wasn't I would just ignore any other owner, but I already declared her my friend, I can't really cheat her now. Hypothetically, if there were items of value, ownerless, in Fuyuki, how would you propose splitting such a bounty if I were to uncover them? Hypothetically. She narrowed her eyes. I would be demand 70% in payment for whatever you start digging up in my territory. Damn, what a heartless bitch. I approve. 40%. 65%. 30%. What, you can't go back down? You know what, I feel like going on a midnight walk, I do so wonder where I'll end up, perhaps a nice seaside city out east. Damn it, fine. 50%. 50%, but I get first pick. Humph, whatever, it's not like I'm doing any work. She huffed. What are you even getting? I don't think there's anything impressive there, the old man already confiscated all remains of the Grail. Well, since you already agreed, I would direct you to your companion who fought in the Fourth Grail War. I handed the floor over to Artoria. She just blinked at me in confusion. I recall my time in that war, but I do not know what you speak of. You don't recall a certain blonde archer shooting noble phantasms into the river, possibly deciding not to recover them for some reason. I smirked. Noble phantasms. Rin practically shouted. No. I demand a redo. No take-backs. I quickly opened up a portal and jumped in. I heard an angry shout on my way through, probably nothing important. Chapter 38, Chapter 37. I stepped out onto the roof of one of the tallest buildings in Fuyuki, staring up at the bright moon in the sky. What a beautiful night it was, breathing in the air of my home just made it all the better. I may have been born on that other Earth, but I would forever consider this place my one true home. You know, when I was still a whelp, I once tried to fly to the moon. A smile crossed my face. How did that turn out? I got pretty high, until I couldn't breathe anymore and passed out, falling back to the earth. Luckily, I was still durable enough to survive, even if I wasn't all that strong back then. Okay, the thought was amusing, imaging a small drake trying to fly up into space then crash back down. Why did you even try to fly up? A human told me a story about a rabbit living on the moon, and I was hungry. I paused as laughter escaped from my lips. I could even feel Drake laughing along with me. What were you doing that far east? I finally calmed myself. The story of the jade rabbit, or moon rabbit, whatever, there are several stories concerning rabbits on the moon, but they all originated around here. I liked to fly around in my youth, visiting everywhere. I only became famous after settling down in the British Isles for a while. You learn something new every day. With a smile on my face, I looked down towards the river that split the city in two. It didn't take much effort to open a portal down there. One moment I was high up in the sky and the next I was walking next to the riverbed. It was surprisingly unpolluted for being a river in the middle of a city. If I had to guess, I think Rin may have had something to do with it. The city's nature would become worse if the river became disgusting, affecting all other aspects, including the ley lines. There were other aspects to consider as well, such as why this city had such a low unemployment and crime rate. Negative emotions festering can also be troubling for those who practice the magical crafts. So many little things that one must take into account when setting up a foundation for generations. It was a miracle that the corruption of the Grail was pretty much contained to only a small part of the city and was content to not spread out. Actually, there were so many little miracles that occurred here, I had to wonder if the old men did something. My memories in general were blurred when it came to a lot of things around this particular period of time, and I don't think this world line is one I was too familiar with. I don't know if that was intentional or just cosmic chance, but I only could vaguely remember the general outline of things, or some unimportant details. Stop. Drake spoke, as he practically stood up inside my soul. Something strange is around here. Curious, could it be what we're looking for? I don't know, but I can tell it's dangerous, like it especially hates me. Can you feel it? Like a prickling feeling on your neck and your hairs standing up on your arms. I stopped and sat down cross-legged, letting my eyes shut and trying to filter out all the other sensations in the night. I felt something, almost like a small thorn in my heart as I reached out towards it. I see it. I finally spoke. I stood up, facing the direction the feeling was coming from. With a sigh I mentally prepared myself to dive in. Well, I need some new clothes anyways. I breached the surface of the river, swimming back over to land, tossing a couple objects onto the grass. Water breathing, I didn't think that spell would come in handy so soon, quite a unique little piece of magic. Really made you feel uneasy though, breathing in oxygen from the water through your skin. What a good haul. I admired the two weapons I managed to dredge up. Impressive, so these are noble phantasms. Yup, though only one of them has a legacy that remained over the years. The other is just a no-name spear. Don't get me wrong, it is something that could be called a heavenly treasure, but it just falls completely short when compared to the sword that left its mark on human history. The origin of these is a bit winded to explain. Gilgamesh, the first hero, in his epic he had collected all the treasures of the world, and that was conceptualized after his death into his noble phantasm, the Gate of Babylon. Basically, as a heroic spirit, his treasury houses every prototype of noble phantasms. The spear never was handed down, obscured by history. The other weapon, the sword, was different. It was the reason Drake could detect it so easily, why we felt uneasy near it. Ascalon, the sword that would later be wielded by St. George to slay a dragon. It possessed impressive anti-dragon capabilities, meaning that dragons were its natural enemy. The reason we could feel it as it was technically our predator, for now. You're going to make this sword yours? Of course, I favor a sword over the spear any day. And also, those were just its passive abilities. It could be activated by calling out its name. It held the title of Blessed Blade, by which force is slain. It was almost an absolute defense, able to defend from all harm. What an amazing find, this will serve me well. Can't wait to see the look on Albion's face. Drake was feeling pretty gleeful too. You know, I've been cut by the Ascalon from my world, it isn't nearly this powerful. That one also contains what you call anti-dragon properties, but it's different. It exists more physically, whereas this is a miracle backed up by humanity's belief. Noble phantasms are crystallized legends. I would be surprised if your version could stand on equal footing. I mean, look at how the Excalibur there broke. I think Artoria would have a fit if I told her something like that. Era, I heard a voice coo from nearby. I was surprised at having not noticed another presence. What do we have here? I turned around to see a woman standing casually above me at ground level. Most of her figure was obscured by a large cloak. I was only able to see her blue hair flow out from under her hood. I knew who this was, I was just surprised she was still around. Curious, I thought Artoria was the only servant to survive the war. The woman, the Magus, stared at me for a moment before sighing. And here I thought I was going to have some fun. I guess you know that, Brett, then, if you can spout Saber's name so casually. Well, we can still have some fun. I smirked. Oh, my, saying something like that to a married woman, what would people think? Her smile was filled with the promise of death if I pushed down this path. Hey now, I'm no home wrecker. I held my hands up in surrender. I wasn't one to destroy loving relationships. Boo. She deflated, crossing her arms. Can't you be more slimy, maybe threaten to capture me or something? I haven't stretched my legs in months. I mean, if you want to spar or something. I wouldn't mind testing myself against such an illustrious Magus. I offered. The moment's ruined. She pouted, flipping off her hood. So, who are you and why are you here? You obviously know the brat, but you looked surprised when you saw me. She stared at me for a moment. She probably forgot to tell you anything, not that I would expect anything different from that stupid girl. She sighed again. Oh, let me guess. You're looking over the ley lines in her stead, protecting the territory, and in return you get her protection, as the second owner, dissuading any other magical involvement while also pulling on the ley lines to sustain yourself. Got it in one, boyo. You know, I thought you would be more defensive about me being here. She waved her hand flippantly. You knew Saber's name. I don't think anyone outside of a select few know that. I suppose it's a possibility that you forced the information from the brat about her servant somehow. In which case I would have reacted accordingly, but then there is the fact that you bypassed all of my defenses, my bounded fields and familiars that lay all over the city, and I only know of a few possibilities for that. So you know she's apprenticed under Zelrich then? I just nodded along. She was a rather infamous figure in history, perhaps one of the greatest mages to ever exist. No doubt she could divine the reasons for how I was able to get through everything so easily without triggering her alarms. The kaleidoscope can bypass most means of magical detection after all. Obviously. She said curtly. So, who are you and why should I care? Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, Zelrich is my grandfather and I befriended Rin recent. I had the idea not long ago to check for discarded noble phantasms in the river from Archer. No use in hiding it, she already saw what I pulled up. She also didn't seem the least bit interested in them. Whatever, don't cause trouble here and disturb my home life and we won't have issues. She turned around to walk away, but I spoke up again. How about I walk you home? I offered. She turned her head, eyeing me. I wasn't kidding before, kid. I have a husband, well, fiancé, but same thing. I'm not going to abandon the men I love just because you flashed the cute smile. I promise my intentions are entirely friendly without any intentions of romance. I actually want to have a conversation. She was a magus that lived in the age of gods. When will an opportunity like this come again? All right. If you were lying to me, I would have blasted you back into the river. She shrugged. Actually, I am a bit curious about the magic of this era. I wouldn't mind having a discussion while I walk back. It is a bit away. Medea of Kalkus, also known as the Witch of Betrayal. It might seem weird that I was being so friendly to someone with that moniker, but I knew for a fact that she wasn't needlessly cruel. She found her own happiness. She wasn't going to become some caricature of an evil witch for no reason. That's a shame. She would look quite good in a dress like that. Our talks took a strange turn. I know. But she's so stubborn. If I could just get my hands on Saber one more time. Medea cackled evilly. How have the sales been otherwise? A bit surprising that Medea has gotten into clothing design, but hey, if it makes her happy, more power to her. I get a few orders every now and then, enough to pay a few bills, but my darling pays for mostly everything still. The modern identification systems are very inconvenient for me finding work somewhere. She frowned. You can always contact Rin. The Mages Association no doubt has ways to get you an identity that the country recognizes. I offered. And be forced to owe her a favor. She looked at me like I was an idiot. The price was probably expensive for a service like that. I just shrugged. Well, how's your talent with men's clothing? Fair, I guess. Why? Well, I was going to start looking for a tailor here, and one who could work with exotic materials I bring back would be convenient. Gods know I need some new sweets. She raised an eyebrow. I expect payment for something like that. Of course, what do you take me for? Do I seem like a cheapskate? Well, this night hasn't been a complete waste then. I'll start thinking up some designs and start working on sketches. We approached the stairs leading up to the temple she made her home/workshop. Well, here we are. Thank you for accompanying me home. Your presence wasn't as revolting as I assumed it would have been. And I may even welcome you back if you return. What a poisonous tongue she has. I'm a bit jealous of her fiancé right about now. Mistress, you're back. A figure walked down a few stairs to greet us. Oh, if it isn't my drunk guard, did you scare away more birds today? Medea said sarcastically. Your words cut deeper than any blade, mistress. He stated. I knew who this was as well. I didn't expect Medea to exist, but him to be here also. You guard the entrance. I eyed the man dressed as a samurai. His presence practically screamed, deadly, like a blade that would be drawn at any moment. I felt my blood boil just being in his presence. I wanted to test myself against him. Of course, I keep out all who would intrude on my mistress's lair. Okay, he was fucking with her. I could tell by his tone and the way Medea looked at him in annoyance. And what if I insist on intruding? I took a step forward. Why, I would be forced to physically stop you. His eyes flashed. I could see the desire to fight as it mimicked my own. Interesting. Boys. Medea rolled her eyes. Whatever, don't destroy my yard. She said, casually ascending the stairs. It's the temple's yard. The samurai spat back. Semantics, she flipped her hand, dismissing him. We both watched her disappear up above before turned back to one another. So, want to fight? I asked. Please, I've been dreadfully bored. He materialized a sword in his hand. Good. I pulled out Mirage from my ring. I really wanted to fight you. I couldn't help but smirk as the air around him changed, ready for battle. Sasaki Kojiro, the fake assassin servant summoned by caster Medea during the war. Maybe this is the person I was looking for. Chapter 39, Chapter 38. It was obvious that we were both looking for a fight here, nothing malicious, but I think we could both tell what the other wanted almost immediately. A heroic spirit, even a fake one, wasn't something to be trifled with. The man who encompassed the legend of Sasaki Kojiro enough to be summoned as a wraith. He was donned in samurai garb and had a long sword in his hand. Actually, I don't think long does it justice, it was longer than even my Mirage by a good amount. It looked deceptively brittle, like all it would take was a simple swing to shatter the thing piece of metal, yet I knew without even relying on any past knowledge that the blade was more than enough to slice through steel without issue. I flipped my hand over, bringing out my own blade, its light humming softly under the moon's glow. Nice sword. He complimented, taking a step forward. Thanks, I put some work into getting the materials for it to be crafted. I smiled, mimicking his movement. Well, let's test it, shall we? He smirked, practically disappearing from his spot only to appear overhead, bringing his sword down. My eyes dilated as I instinctively cast Reinforcement and Ebony Flesh, a much higher tier version of Oak Flesh. I brought up Mirage to meet the choreographed attack. It was nothing more than a greeting, yet the stones beneath my feet cracked and my arms shuddered. I was a half-devil in strength with a dragon's heart and multiple strengthening spells on me, yet he was overwhelming me in strength. As expected of a servant. I couldn't help but smile brightly as the desire for battle grew. His feet touched the ground briefly as his hands readjusted on the grip of his sword, pushing mine down as sparks flew, maneuvering enough to try and stab me over the edge of Mirage. I quickly pushed it off, narrowly dodging the tip of his blade from piercing through me. I took a step forward to make use of his overextension, but I found the tip of his blade in front of my eyes once again. I was forced to abandon my attack, bringing up Mirage to block, the force knocking me back a step. He casually withdrew the sword to his side, lightly holding it in one hand, practically goading me into attacking. Well done, you have a good danger sense, but what if I do this? As the words left his mouth, his blade was already next to my head. My eyes widened in surprise as I frantically brought up my sword to block, even using my other hand to push against the flat of my own weapon to hold against the attack. I was able to hold, and this time for sure I had an opening. I pushed my sword down the edge of his, keeping it away from me, only to find no resistance and his sword once again right between my eyes. My hands moved faster than my thoughts, Mirage deflecting the narrow tip. He didn't follow up the attack this time. Oh ho, you do have a little bit of skill. I thought you would get too confident after blocking my first attack and miss my follow-up. He gave no indication of an attack, merely his arm moving and his blade sweeping towards me. So fast that I barely kept up with each successive parry or block. How many moves did he initiate? I couldn't give it even a moment's worth of thought, or else I would miss the gleaming edge that seemed to snake its way into any opening I made. I couldn't help but furrow my brow as I looked for openings. Regardless of how nonchalantly he stood there, I couldn't predict an avenue of attack. I suppose I would need to make my own. Maybe I can disrupting his foo. No, I just now realized, he hadn't moved from the spot he started in. I see, so this is the difference in realms we are in. I would need to do something to change up the pace if I wanted any hope. With a step forward, the ground shattered as I exploded forward. His weapon had longer reach, that meant I would have the advantage closer up, or so I thought. As I made a slash upwards, he slammed the hilt of his sword down, knocking my blade into the stone and stomping on it, following up with a quick cut towards my neck. I had no choice but to jump back, letting go of my weapon. "Oh, you decided to abandon your sword so quickly." He slowly knelt down, picking up my sword. I tensed as someone else grabbed my weapon for the first time. What a good sword. He swung it around, watching the effects of the light in the air. It's a shame that its owner can't do it justice. He smirked, tossing it back to me. His words caused me to frown. I took in a deep breath, catching my sword from the air. 3 birds. I swung out, the sword phantoms manifested. He looked slightly surprised as his sword practically bit to intercept them, a testament to his true speed, but I was already upon him. My horizontal swing met his blade, he blocked, pushing my sword to the side. This continued, my stab was caught by the tip of his blade and deflected. My overhead slash was sidestepped and knocked away. Every attack I made was countered with the most minimal effort or to utterly keep me off balance. I at no point could grab and hold onto any momentum in this spar. He controlled me completely from start to finish. He just smirked at me when I grabbed some distance again, taunting me to enter his range once more. I centered myself. I was angry, but I don't think it was at him. I was dissatisfied with myself as all my flaws were becoming more and more apparent each time our swords met. Call me petty, but even when I knew that I had no chance of winning this duel of blades, I wanted to at least see him bleed. I took a stance, my sword held by both hands in front of me. He seemed to notice a change. His own eyes narrowed, and his grip tightened. Swallow returns. I attacked. It happened so quickly, a stab both from the front and back, an attack that should be nearly undefeatable yet. I lost. I said quietly as the tip of my sword fought against the flat of his blade. He held the sword over his shoulder, stopping me from piercing him from behind. He stopped them both. He killed the me that stabbed from the front, making the me from behind the real one, and only had to block one attack. Doing that in the split second that was required. What a monster. What a scary kid, attacking me from the front and back at the same time. He laughed, pulling his sword away as I let up. Really, you of all people are going to say that? I raised an eyebrow. You played around with me like I was a child. I just shook my head. Your attacks could be described as nearly textbook. He looked at me intently. I could tell right away you don't have much actual experience fighting with or against a sword. You probably rely mostly on your magecraft or superior physical abilities. Yeah, I realized that myself. I just sighed, being seen through so easily. I usually could just overwhelm most opponents I've met in the past. That last attack of yours was pretty good though. He praised with a smile. Good name too. He laughed. Yeah, I named it after yours since it inspired me. An attack that replicates magic, so I did the opposite and used magic to replicate a sword. Interesting. He tapped his finger against his chin. It was flawed though. I saw several openings in the attack that I could make use of. I just went with the most direct method of countering it. I couldn't comment on any magical aspects, but it looked very immature. It is a relatively new development. I said evenly, giving him another once-over. Actually, I was looking for a teacher. Oh. He looked surprised. And you thought of me? The thought crossed my mind. I don't know if you would be open to the idea. Well, that depends. How keen are you on spending your life trying to cut a bird in the mountains? He smiled. I had no formal teacher myself. I don't think I could pass on anything of worth. Besides, it seems like the blade isn't your true path. You are clearly adept enough in magic. Why do you care about swordsmanship? I don't have a reason in particular. I just like using a sword. I shrugged. He laughed again, sheathing his blade. That isn't the worst reason I've ever heard. Well, it seems like you need to find someone who has both martial might and magical knowledge that can guide you. Martial arts and adept at magecraft. Who the hell had that in this era? It hit me like a tidal wave as I realized just who I could seek out. Thank you. I bowed in respect. All right. He waved me off. It was a good time waster. You don't need to thank me. How about a drink then? I offered. Well, if you insist. He accepted happily as I took out a crate of mead I had kept from Skyrim. There was much more where that came from as well. If there was anything in abundance, it was mead and wine there. Western alcohol, is it? He admired one of the bottles before flicking the top open and taking a drink. What an interesting flavor, very light and a nice honey taste mixed in. He nodded in appreciation. Can I bribe you with more spars in the future then? I opened my own bottle to take a sip. Bring me enough sake in the future and I would even teach you my greatest technique. He replied without hesitation. Seriously, it gets really boring here and the witch won't buy me any more. Chapter 40, Chapter 39. I popped back into the clock tower, specifically the library where I had disappeared from earlier. It seems like Rin and Artoria had cleared out. It wasn't all surprising. I seemed to have lost track of time and a few hours had already passed. Why did you challenge that servant with purely swordsmanship? I heard Drake ask me. I wanted to test myself. I looked down at Mirage still in my hands. If I am going to do something, I'm not going to half-ass it. I needed to see where I stood relative to someone who reached the peak. Unfortunately, he was so far away I couldn't even do that properly. It just went to show how much I have to learn. Just because I was disappointed in my showing didn't mean I was going to get depressed. If anything, I had a bit more drive now to improve myself. Failure is a part of life, I just got to not let it affect me for too long and keep carrying on. Interesting, I've never had a wielder become a master with the blade before. I can see the truth in the samurai's words, you don't have any experience, you were mostly relying on your memories to know how to attack and such. Yeah, he treated me like a child flailing around a pointy stick. I've just been forcing my way through every issue either through superior magical prowess or just pure throughput power. I wasn't one to shy away from my own faults or failures. Magic and sword, each one takes a lifetime to truly master, yet you are intent of using them both. Well, I have a long life ahead of me. It was a strange thought to the 18-year-old me, the fact that I was, at least, going to live 10,000 years if nothing happened. What's that saying, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. May as well start now, I have nothing but time on my side. So where are you going from here? The servant gave me an idea to pursue, while grandfather can't train me, he can help me find someone who can, it's just going to be a bit tricky even for us. My lips curled upward. Tell me, have you ever heard of the immortal witch of Dun Scaith? Well, you don't aim small. This is good though, my wielder should have this much courage. Yeah, one doesn't possess the title of God Slayer without good reason. Thoughts for later, though, for now I found myself the guest room in the old man's building and collapsed onto the bed. You know, I generally do enjoy cooking, it's a bit calming. Don't get me wrong, I'm not what someone would call an expert chief nor am I someone content to cook his every meal, but the times I do pick up the spatula, I do enjoy it. The sound of eggs sizzling was refreshing, and the smells were wafting throughout the house. I'll need to get some other supplies at some point to keep with me, maybe some mobile cooking equipment. And rice, I haven't had a good Japanese breakfast in a long while. In general, I need to stock up on modern-day amenities. You made breakfast. I noticed Rin walk out of her little area, flanked by Saber. Yeah, figured it would be a decent apology for disappearing so long last night. I did feel a little bad about getting caught up in my own things. Who cares about your smelly apology, I want my noble phantasms. Rin huffed, sitting down. Rin is cranky in the morning. Artoria said lightly, sitting down next to her. Well, if someone didn't wake me up at this ungodly hour, I wouldn't be cranky. It is past 8, my knights would have been up and training hours ago. Rin just grumbled something ineligible and began digging into the food I set on the table. This is good, thank you. It was amusing how she can be both cranky, yet polite. I did pick up a couple noble phantasms last night. I commented idly, finishing up everything and joining them at the table. I'm sure she was waiting for this anyways. Show me. Rin sprang up, clearly awake now. Fine, fine. I waved my hand letting the spear set on the table. She stood up, grabbing hold of it, bringing it up for inspection. Even Artoria eyed it with obvious interest. It even has a presence to it. The King of Knights marveled. I would have thought it might have dimmed after being lost in the human world for so long without an owner, but the power still radiates. That would be a fair assumption, an ownerless noble phantasm isn't exactly something one can determine due to the absolute scarcity. Who knows if the noble phantasm would even exist in a few more years? Their nature makes them rather finicky and it's impossible to actually test such a thing. Rin reluctantly handed it over to Artoria for further inspection. Good spear. She balanced and weighed it before setting it back down gently. And this one is mine. Rin looked over to me expectantly. Yup, all yours. She made a small noise of approval, practically hugging the thing. What about yours? She looked back to me once the immediate love of her new weapon wore off. I pulled out my new sword, showing it around the table. Artoria unconsciously reeled back. Dangerous. She said quietly. Similar reaction to Draig, amusing. But yeah, even I could feel the effects and I wasn't as dragony as they were. Ascalon. I said with a bit of pride in my voice. Wielded by St. George to slay a dragon, it has impressive anti-dragon properties. No fair. Rin pouted. Well, you could have none right now. I just shrugged. If it weren't for our relationship I would have said nothing and just excavated them by myself. I don't wield a spear regularly, but it's not like I would pass up a noble phantasm. It is a good sword, I was taken back by its first appearance. I would be reluctant to face its wielder in battle. Artoria gave her honest appraisal. Impressive. A new voice joined the discussion as Zelrich walked in. And I see you made breakfast for everyone, thank you. His calm voice was quite a bit different than our first meeting. There was no looming pressure, it was gentle as if he was trying not to break anything around him. It does bring up a question though. The old man said, pulling up his own seat and getting himself a plate. Does it not feel uncomfortable with that dragon in your soul? I sucked in a cold breath while Rin and Artoria snapped their heads towards me. A dragon in my soul, what nonsense are you talking about? I replied without a second thought, my expression betraying nothing. No point, you're busted. I chose to ignore Drake and pretend I had no idea what Zelrich was talking about. There was speaking of my secrets to confidants, and then there was just revealing all my trump cards, which I would have to show a thing or two eventually, but I would keep some things close to my chest. Nice try, old man. Ho ho, deny it all you want, I know the truth. He smiled widely. I had some time to take a peek at world you were born in, it was quite interesting. He rubbed his beard. It has given me quite a few ideas and I have a clue as to how we accomplished such a daring experiment. Did you simulate it fully? I changed the subject away from Drake. No, there were some variables that started to appear a few years down the timeline that you would be born to that made some things foggy. More research would be required. Well, I did have a pretty good idea of what would happen, so it means that he would succeed at some point. What's this about a dragon in your soul? Rin wasn't one to mince words when she didn't have to. Let me talk to them. No way. A dragon in my soul. I have no idea. I replied nonchalantly. By the way, old man, I have an idea about something and I need your help. Oh. What could you need my help with? Zelrich looked at me, a small smile on his face. Does it have anything to do with the dragon in your soul? I could feel my eye twitching, and I held back the urge to respond with something sarcastic. He clearly wanted to poke at it. I want to go to the land of shadows. I didn't mince words, better to just get straight to the point. There was a small clinging sound as Zelrich set his silverware down. I don't think I need to remind you of what that entails. I'm aware of the difficulties. I nodded. Isn't that where the teacher of Siyu Chulin lives? Rin chimed in. Yup, the teacher of the lancer you fought in the war. She is a master at spearmanship and runecraft. She is perhaps the best teacher I could ask for considering my circumstances. No doubt she is proficient in all forms of combat, even if she hasn't mastered a sword she can teach me to use a weapon well enough. Same for other forms of magecraft, she could probably teach me how to battle with what I already know. The only issue is getting there. The Land of Shadows, does such a place still exist with the advent of humanity's era? Artoria asked. Yes. Zelrich answered simply. It is one of the few places that is technically still attached to the world that mystery still holds dominance. Then why do you need help getting there? Shouldn't you be able to use the kaleidoscope? Rin turned to me and asked. Yes and no, it's a bit hard to explain. I tapped my finger against my chin for a moment. The Land of Shadows no longer exists on the time axis and holds just the smallest connection to what we consider the world still. There are no physical entrances remaining, but it still exists without having been forced to the reverse side. Think of it like a fly, buzzing around everywhere. While we can technically catch it via the kaleidoscope, it is infinitely harder than merely stepping over to another world that can be calculated precisely. Zelrich added. The materials to construct the required gateway to connect to the Land of Shadows aren't going to be the easiest to obtain. I have some with me, but I have quite a few materials I gained from that world I visited. It should fill in several holes you're missing. I cut him off, mentally going over the metals and other stuff I still had in my ring. Rin actually took out a paper and pen and was writing a few notes. I didn't begrudge her. If I were still learning the kaleidoscope from scratch, I would hoard every scrap of knowledge that came up. I see. She looked up with some understanding. Time and space no longer hold sway there. The gate isn't merely connecting 2 points in space, it crosses over the time axis as well, otherwise the return time wouldn't be close to the when you initially left. Like a tether, if the realm was still bouncing around it would at least be stuck within a certain margin that allows for some means of calculations. Because the position of the realm is erratic, using this gateway you can isolate it onto something resembling coherence. We can plot certain points and determine that the realm exists within here. It won't be perfect, but it will be enough to find your way there and back without too much deviance. Otherwise, you're basically blind jumping, which would not end well. I was about to explain it, but Rin apparently beat me to it. I shot a look over at Zelrich who just nodded with a small hint of pride on his face. I don't think I could have said it better myself. Well done, continue. Zelrich ushered. Rin looked a little unsure of herself but kept talking. The most important piece would be something to sustain that kind of powerful connection. She seemed a little pensive, like she was deep in thought. I'm sure the old man could do it, or even use his sword as a battery, but I doubt he would want to stand there for so long. Otherwise, something is needed that can not only sustain that kind of power being transferred and maintained, but would also not break down under the constraints that a realm operating with mystery would present. I don't know how the world will react to such a large influx of mystery, but I doubt it would be pleasant. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Zelrich gave a small clap. You have made marvelous progress on your studies so far. I think I saw Rin blush ever so slightly. It is almost exactly as you said, we require a powerful item to maintain the connection taking into account all those variables. Well, there is also the option of using disposable materials, but the amount of resources we would have to throw at that. He rubbed his chin in thought. Well. I scratched my head, wincing and pulling out one of my other trump cards. I do have this. I presented the staff of Magnus. The power that swept over the room was impossible to ignore, all eyes fell on the staff I set on the table. I didn't want to reveal this, but it appears as though I don't have much of a choice. I need this badly, more so than keeping one more card hidden. That would do it. Zelrich responded, not missing a beat, completely ignoring the sudden torrent of power that washed over everyone. Chapter 41, Chapter 40. A divine construct. Artoria spoke with a bit of reverence in her voice. A divine construct, it was a bit of a misnomer, there were divine weapons not considered divine constructs and even weapons crafted by non-deities that are divine constructs. Frankly, it's a catch-all term for something not producible by mortal hands. For example, Excalibur. It was crafted by the Fae in the heart of the planet, yet it is a divine weapon due to the nature of its conception. My Dawnbreaker is a weapon forged by a divine entity, but it couldn't be considered a divine construct as it hadn't transcended a certain level. This was to be expected since Meridia made it for mortals to wield. It wasn't surprising that Artoria could recognize its origin since she herself wielded several in her life. My staff, without even being used, radiated a power that was hard to diminish, impossible to ignore, and demanded attention. I picked it up in my travels in the world I stumbled upon. I said plainly. Rin let out a snort, crossing her arms. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope then? Being able to pick up things like this as if they're vegetables? When I get good enough, can I just go around and take divine constructions like they're nothing? It's not too surprising, her attitude that is. I casually strode in and acquired a noble phantasm, now I randomly picked up a divine construct. Ascalon, Staff of Magnus, some vague mention of a dragon in my soul, that was quite the lineup that happened upon for one reason or another, all basically coming back to my kaleidoscope, and if I did nothing else, they could carry me through many difficult situations. Yeah, my current power level didn't match the degree of my equipment. In hindsight, it wasn't wrong to say that my weapons are currently holding me back, and if I didn't recognize this, my potential would have been heavily lowered as a result. Luckily, I have plans to rectify my current shortcomings. No. Zelrich replied, his voice stern. If it were so easy, do you think I wouldn't have dozens at my disposal? He eyed his apprentice, lightly chastising her. With every magic, with every magician, there are rules, things that must not be done. Do you think the blue can just meddle with the timeline however she wants? Do you think that the past master of the Heavens Field could just resurrect souls on a whim? Rin frowned, mulling it over. What's the big deal about taking something like that then? I can understand messing up time or bringing the dead back to life, but who cares if? Because it's stealing the potential of other worlds. Zelrich cut her off. I wasn't interjecting yet because he was clearly in teaching mode, and I didn't want to ruin the lesson. What would have happened if he never took that staff? Would someone else have stumbled upon it, used it and became a pillar of support, a virtuous mage that left their mark on history? Or would they become a demon, someone feared across the eons? That world will now never know, that potential was taken away from it. There was a new silence that permeated the room. Rin looked deep in thought, casting a few glances at me. He never does miss a learning opportunity, even at my expense. Then again, he would often use his own failures to point out the correct paths. How different do you think the world would be if I had decided to take Caliban before Saber had pulled it from the stone? He swept his gaze around the room. I can guarantee you that the magics that held it would have been unraveled by me with some effort. His eyes landed on me. I do not need to tell you of the debt now owed to the worlds you have taken these items from. Karma that has been sowed must be reaped. I knew this, maybe my greed had gotten the better of me at certain points, but it didn't mean I was unaware of what I was doing. Every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Equivalent exchange. Karma. It was practically a cosmic rule that permeated every corner of existence. If I just ignored everything and continued to be greedy, then I would probably meet a bad end. Zelrich nodded. I won't lecture you on the morality that comes with your magic. You know what you should do and what you shouldn't do, what debts need to be paid back. I could only sigh, slumping my shoulders. I get it. I waved him off. I already had plans on going back and making sure everything was fine. Good. He acknowledged my intent. He turned back towards Rin. Don't mistake this for not being able to gather your own resources. There is a difference between taking a divine construct and acquiring treasures. He gave a small smirk. That's true, I have gathered quite a few spell tomes, treasure, and magical reagents just from the last world I visited. I had a similar look on my face, one we both knew all too well. How much alchemy materials did I have in my ring right now? Potions, metals, gold, jewels, so many things of value that I could take without a second thought. Now you're just rubbing it in. Rin grumbled. But why can he do it and you can't? Zelrich operates on a slightly different set of rules. He has a certain authority, but at the same time he can't leave in any meaningful way, and his actions ripple across reality. I explained, choosing my words carefully. Yeah, he couldn't step off of Earth or Gaia, as it were. Which set of rules will I be under then? Rin asked. It was a fair question on her part. You will be more like me. Zelrich is simply different. You can attribute it to him basically blazing this trail. All right, no need to delve into those topics yet, that's too far ahead for her. Zelrich put his hands up, turning to Rin. I'll give you a few pointers, you've been doing well by yourself so far. He picked up the staff. With this, I think we would be able to manage. Let me gather everything I have on my end and then we can see about putting together a gate. The staff practically became docile in his hands. Show off. Well, I do get my flair for the theatric from somewhere. No rush, go help Rin, we can do this later. I was truly in no rush here, better to let Rin get some more stuff to work on. It was already going to take a few days to properly set everything up anyways. Rin didn't waste any time chasing after Zelrich as he walked towards the workshop in the back, obviously excited to make some progress in her magic. I didn't begrudge her, I could recall the early days of delving into the mysteries of the kaleidoscope myself. Well, now there was only two. I glanced over at Artoria, who didn't seem to have anything to do as well. So far, all I've seen her do is just accompany Rin everywhere. I know she's a servant and takes this duty seriously, but is this all she does, day in and day out? I have nothing particularly planned for today and it looks like Rin will be busy for the foreseeable future. Would you accompany me for a stroll? I would love to have a conversation with you. I asked towards the saber servant. There were actually quite a few things I wanted to speak with her about. The stories she could tell only made it that much more appealing. Artoria looked at me a little surprised. It appeared. I would like that. She gave me a smile that I could get lost in. How have you liked the modern era so far? I asked my companion as we traveled around the courtyards surrounding the association. She should have been here for a few years, no doubt grandfather had done something to ease the burden for her to sustain herself here. Probably using some pieces of the Grail. That's a curious thought, I wonder about the exact mechanisms. I'll need to make a note and ask him about it later. There are many things foreign to me that the Grail had not seen fit to provide information on beyond the very basics. She frowned. Learning the applications of the technology here has been trying. And it's a bit behind what I'm used to. Speaking as someone from a couple decades ahead, it's only going to get worse, you may as well get started now. Yeah, just wait until things like smartphones start popping up. Joy. She deadpanned. Though there are many marvels that people here take for granted that I would have traded much of my treasury for in the past. Let me guess, hot water. I laughed, remembering my time in Skyrim. Indeed, the accessibility of hot water, and even running water in general is something I still find most pleasing every day. She gave a small smile. What about hobbies, anything you like doing in your free time? I spend most of my time guarding Rin. She shook her head. It is my duty to make sure she is safe. I guess it was unneeded to say how dangerous it was here for her to believe such a thing. But does she need your protection every moment of the day? Are you not out here right now without here? She is with the Wizard Marshal, it is unlikely I would be able to do anything he would not, so she is safe. So, what would you have done if I didn't invite you out? I would have waited for when next she required me. You would have just sat there all day waiting for her, maybe even a few days. Gods know we mages can get lost in our own research for long periods of time. It is my duty. She said quietly. You're allowed to enjoy your life in addition to your duties. She evened her expression. I am a servant, my only duties are to my master. The Holy Grail war is over. I countered. The dead should not lead the living. You would not be leading the living, you would merely be living your own life. Castor is getting married, and she apparently started her own clothing designs and sells them. I pointed out. Artoria furrowed her brow, looking deep in thought before letting out a sigh. Rin has said similar words in the past. Oh, what has she said? I'm curious now. Merely, that I should find something to occupy my time. Her face turned a little red. Mayhaps. The mention of me finding a romantic partner was spoken by her on a few occasions. Rin is indeed observant. How has that worked out for you so far? She shook her head. It would be difficult to ever find someone romantically interested in me. Wait, what? I couldn't help but come abruptly to a stop. Why would it be difficult for you? She just blinked for a moment in confusion. You need not spare me my feelings, I am aware of my own appeal. What? I'm sorry, what? Do you think you are unattractive? She looked unamused but continued. If you wish me to be blunt about it, I'm... No. I cut her off. I'm going to stop you right there because I know where this is going. Wow, why hasn't Rin nipped this in the bud? You are a very attractive woman. I am attracted to you, and I would be overjoyed to invite you out to a romantic evening, a date, if you were so inclined. This is not how I thought this evening would go, but I did have a bit of a liking on her. I would love to get to know her better. Well, strike while the iron is hot, they say. Who knows if we would ever amount to anything, but I would rather try and fail than have a small regret. I do not require pity. There seemed to be a small bit of anger in her voice. Did she think I was actually pitying her? I rubbed my temples, trying to think this through. My memories on Saber's life weren't super detailed. But I could piece some stuff together. She lived her life as a man. Did that skew her own self-perception? Did she think she was undesirable as a woman because of that? It seems drastic measures must be taken. A wager. I stated. Pardon. A spar with a wager. If I win, then I'm taking you out on a date with romantic intentions and you will have to acknowledge that I find you attractive and want to get to know you better. It seems like I would need to be as subtle as a wrecking ball here. I saw her eyes widen slightly and her cheeks flush a bit. Why, you cannot be serious. Does the King of Knights dare accept? I challenged her pride, which did elicit a reaction. If nothing else comes from this, I would hope she might rethink this weird sense of self-loathing. I am a servant, even if you are a magician, you are not on Zelrich's level yet. Not to mention those ridiculous terms. She turned a bit redder. Why would you desire such a thing? Though it was obvious, I like you. I smiled sincerely. Was just kind of simple really, there are things about her that I found attractive and wish to pursue and see if something buds. Fine. She resolved herself. We shall deal with this nonsense through battle. She let out an adorable huff, crossing her arms. I think it was the most emotion I've seen out of her since. So cute. Chapter 42, Chapter 41. We walked in silence towards one of the arenas in the vicinity. There were several places that one could go for the more physical applications of testing or sparring. Not all of them were wide open like where Rin or Luvia fought, many were private, and you merely needed to pay a fee to rent them. I of course swept the entire room for any third parties trying to peek. It is not too late to recant. Artoria gave me a look, stepping to one side of the arena. Then accept my words as truth. I retorted. She frowned. It seems I must end this foolishness with action. It seems I must beat some sense into you then. I replied, realizing that she was quite the stubborn woman. There was no call to action, no indication of the battle starting. She stared at me and I could see that she was content to allow me to make the first move. Of course, she was a servant, she probably felt it would be bullying if she immediately came after me. I raised an eyebrow, bringing out Mirage. My glass sword beamed with enthusiasm as the iridescent colors cascaded from a small swing. She responded by summoning her armaments, the attire of a knight covering her body, her regal form looking all the more splendid covered in steel. She held something in her hand, something impossible to see with the naked eyes. A weapon, a noble phantasm. Only by using my acute senses could I just see the faintest glimmer, the smallest fluttering of wind around her true weapon. Invisible air. Elevated to the level of a noble phantasm, used as almost a sheath for her true sword. It was condensed wind-based magecraft, so many layers applied upon one another that it made the weapon invisible. I shook my head, it wasn't time to get lost in thought regarding her weapons. Reinforcement. Ebony flesh. I didn't stop, the boosted gear appeared on my hand. Boost. My body was filled with power, strength beyond what should be possible for a mortal. She looked at me in surprise for a brief moment before steadying her expression. I frowned slightly as she just sat there, allowed me to cast all these spells. She wasn't taking me seriously. This wouldn't be a repeat of the fight against the samurai, I was playing to win now. I had a strange thought, I pointed my finger right at her. Turn undead. Her body twitched ever so slightly, and I just tilted my head in amusement. Honestly, I didn't think that would work, I was just curious at the result. It seemed like that was enough of a call to action, because she moved fast. It was all I could think about as I pushed myself backwards and cast a distort. Images of me filled the room, surrounding her. I summoned hundreds of ice spears in the air to fly down at her. She swung her sword up, knocking them away with a burst of magical energy, only a few even getting close, but her innate magical resistance made it so she could shrug them off without a conscious effort. Every movement of her sword, dozens of my illusions dispersed. She unveiled an unfathomable level of swordsmanship, I merely touched the tip of the iceberg with my spar before. Abruptly, her eyes turned right towards me, even with copies of me everywhere she could find me so easily. What a frightening instinct. Ha! Artoria swung her sword down on me, so quickly that I had no time to retreat. Instead I met her attack with my own weapon, a shockwave bursting from the epicenter. The ground under me cracked and splintered as I was pushed, my knee touched the ground, barely fending off her strike with my own sword. Surrender. She pushed her sword down just a bit harder, my arms tensed under the strain. You surrender. I grunted, forcing a smile on my face. Boost. Her eyes widened as I got a second wind and knocked her weapon back with the new burst of strength I had. Spell circles began to swirl around my blade, lighting up with the obvious signs of spellcasting. A multitude of colors burst out as I tilted the point of my sword right at her in that narrow opening. Ether cannon. A golden light met my spell as a cascade of different colors flew out in every direction. The conclusion was obvious, I had barely pushed her back a few feet and her golden sword shined bright. I hadn't had time to charge up anything substantial, but it was still an impressive spell. Unfortunately it was all for naught. Beautiful. I admired the naked sword before my eyes. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. I see you're taking me seriously then. You have a surprising number of tricks, but they will not defeat me. She gripped her weapon with both hands. We moved simultaneously, swords blurred at insane speeds. Every swing, I was on the losing end of the exchange. This wasn't surprising. I knew she was still faster and stronger than me. How many more boosts would I need to match her? I could only lament my lack of skill compared to her. I was practically cheating using my equipment to catch up. An overhead slash, I blocked it with my gauntlet, sweeping Mirage from the side even if my arm shuddered under the force. She simply countered by sliding her sword off and deflecting my blow. She pushed into my space, shouldering me in the chest. The force almost made me spit blood. My feet dug into the ground in an attempt to keep my balance. I had a small window so I gathered runes on my hand. Bindings of Gaia. The roots sprang up, surrounding her, but I didn't finish. Several runic circles ignited around me, crackling with powerful magics. Lightning. I called out again, not even giving the roots time to fully actuate. I rained all manner of spells down. Fire sprang up from the ground, ice bombarded from the sky. My lightning bolts continued to fire off as each spell circle finally ran out of magical energy. In that brief moment, dozens of spells are collided with that singular location. Her form obscured by all the magical effects, only for a golden blade cut through everything. I could barely see her spin her body, slicing through her bindings and mitigating every spell that came her way. What ridiculous magical resistance. You are a very impressive mage. If I were not a servant, perhaps your spells would have reached me. She looked at me, the ground torn asunder where she stood, but otherwise untouched. I felt the ring on my ring and pulled out another item. I saw her eyes narrow as she saw the second sword I was holding. She took a true stance this time, her weapon lifting up to her side, parallel to the ground. A moment later, she moved, using her body's momentum and spinning on her heel to put all her weight into an overhead swing. I had no choice but to block with both weapons. I could feel her small hesitance towards my second sword. I knew how she felt as it was also something I could feel just holding it, but it was able to provide some sort of suppression on her. Boost. I surprised her again, gaining the momentum back. She must have been wondering the limits of my gauntlet at this point, but I doubt I can take her by surprise again. I knocked back her sword, stepping into a stab that was without her usual strength and speed, deflecting with Mirage and swinging at her with Ascalon. She recovered faster than expected, blocking my new noble phantasm, the sword she deemed the bigger threat, but Mirage followed up, moving towards her neck at insane speeds. She took a half step back, the tip of my weapon missing her by a hair's breadth. To her absolute skill, she did not even dwell on it, knowing the path of my sword without a second glance. But this was my only chance. I dropped Mirage, much to her astonishment as I opened my gauntlet-clad hand. Pierce. Her guard was completely destroyed. She twisted herself in an odd way to avoid the nearly point-blank burst of power. I wasn't done. FUS, my voice bellowed out, completely disabling her footing with the invisible force rippling out and slamming into her. Her back leg stomped into the ground, as to not be blown away. I followed up with a swing of Ascalon. What happened next was so quick it was a blur even to my eyesight. She moved at a much higher speed than she had previously, able to regain her composure so quick. My sword flung into the air, trailing down a fair distance away, stabbing into the ground, and I felt the warm touch of her sword at my nape. You have lost. Artoria said with no small amount of pride in her voice. I think she's really the competitive sort. You went easy on me. I just sighed, realizing to the extent that she held back. Every time I took it up a notch, she matched me, and even at the end she pushed way past my limits. Perhaps, but you reached me regardless. She replied, the smallest line of blood dripping down her cheek. Fighting a servant and managing to draw blood, it is no small feat. If I were willing to blow this place up, I may have been able to do more than that, but alas, this is my current limit. And it wasn't like she couldn't do the same. If she wanted to, her casual swings could easily bring this building down. In hindsight, there were a few more things I could have done, perhaps more kinetic force behind some physical attacks. It made me wish I had the staff for this particular moment, but what can you do? Well, I lost. I fully admitted. We had never agreed on a prize if I had won. She dismissed her armor and sword, returning back to her normal clothes. What do you want? I tilted my head. It wasn't like I would duck out of a true defeat. If I lost, I lost. I would pay up any reward she wanted at this point, and it's not like she would ask something ridiculous from me. You fought valiantly. I have been forced to reevaluate some thoughts I have had. She said quietly, contemplating various thoughts. Well, at least I got through to her a bit. Rin explained to me some concepts about this era, what a date is. An evening spent in the company of another to see if both parties desire to further a romantic relationship. For my prize, I have never experienced such a thing before, and I find myself curious. Her cheeks turned the slightest pink, her gaze turning away from mine. I'm pretty sure that wasn't Rin's exact wording, but it wasn't exactly wrong either. Well, the pain I'm feeling suddenly felt worth it. Chapter 43, Chapter 42. So, funny thing, on the writer's portion of this website, to upload a new chapter you simply put everything on a page and hit the publish button and boom, chapter gets uploaded. Well, here's the thing, there is a save button right next to it that does exactly as you would assume, save the chapter. Guess which one I hit yesterday and didn't realize until now. So here's both chapters, yesterday and today, just wait a few minutes for the second one. That lass, she is practically a dragon in human form. Tell me about it, I think I have new bruises now. And I don't think there is in doubt about what she is. You know, I'm starting to think I like women who can beat me up. Wouldn't be surprising, devils in general worship strength, dragons also do the same. Yeah, that makes sense. How are you feeling? Pretty decent, all things considered. I moved my body around, still a little sore after boosting so many times, and my stamina was drained pretty heavily. You're getting better, and with your bloodline fully coming out it seems like your overall strength has gotten a nice increase, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to hold your own in physical combat so well. Yeah, servants are ridiculous, and she wasn't even going all out. If she were serious, a single swing of her sword would have demolished the building with ease. And that wasn't even taking into account her unleashing her noble phantasm or utilizing her other skills. I seem to recall she has an ability that could give her a large boost for a few moments at the cost of a chunk of magical energy. It was also good to get another perspective. Adding in my magical repertoire showed me a few more flaws in my combat abilities. The most obvious thing, there was such a huge divide between my martial and magical abilities, and I don't mean in the realm of strength. It was like, I couldn't combine them in any meaningful way, they both were just there. I had walked around the campus here for a while, just enjoying the day. It seemed like several people saw me and just turned and walked away. I guess knowledge of me has started to spread, good. I wonder how long it will take for someone to do something stupid. Well, it's not like I'll be staying specifically here for that much longer, only a few days, and I should be making my trip to the Land of Shadows, and who knows how long I'll be there. Though I will be here back and forth quite a bit, well, we'll see what happens in the future. I think anyone would want to approach me is just watching and waiting for now. I'll deal with that nonsense when it comes. Speaking of, I should go back and check in. Maybe the old man needs some stuff from me. I would rather the project not get delayed because I was absent. A hop, skip and the upscale living areas were not far away. No way Zelrich would be living among the common folk. He wasn't exactly the snooty sort, but he did appreciate the finer things, and he would acquire the best if it were available. You. Rin shouted as I walked inside, grabbing me and pulling me into grandfather's office. I just blinked, getting forced down in a seat as the man himself turned around in his chair, staring at me menacingly. Does the defendant have any words to speak in their defense? He tapped his fingers together. I want a lawyer. Denied. Rin answered, looming over me. You have some explaining to do. You know, I have the strangest urge to flee at the moment, funny thing. I flexed my hand, feeling around in my ring, until I felt the connection shut off. Zelrich just wagged his finger. There will be no magic in my courtroom. Oh pooh. I believe I have a right to know what charges are against me. May the prosecution present her case. Zelrich ushered to Rin, seemingly ignoring me. Rin nodded, pacing around the room. A couple hours ago I was deep into my research when I was interrupted by my servant, the victim, stating that she required my help. She narrowed her eyes at me. Apparently, she was asked out on date. A date. Zelrich repeated. And which dastardly villain seeks to corrupt our pure and innocent saber? He is sitting here in this courtroom right at this moment. She slammed her hands on the desk. I see. Zelrich nodded. And what does the prosecution recommend for punishment? Immediate execution, she declared, pointing towards me. Accepted. He leaned back. I gave him a deadpan look. Sitting up, I flicked Rin on the forehead. Ow, she whined, rubbing the spot. Is this really necessary? I asked. Zelrich just shrugged. Is anything necessary? Oi, don't start going all philosophical. I sighed. Why are you both acting like I'm asking for her hand in marriage? It's a first date. It's entirely possible that nothing even comes of this. How did you even get Saber to agree to date? Rin asked. Let me answer your question with another question. Why the hell does she think she has no charm or appeal? Rin threw her hands up. I have no idea. I've been trying to get her to stop thinking that way, but she just won't accept anything I've said. How did you convince her to go on a date? She started some bullshit about not being attractive. I denied it was so, but she doubled down. I had no choice but to force the issue, challenging her to a duel, and if I won, I get to take her out. I explained. You won against her? Rin looked surprised. Fuck no. I laughed. She kicked my ass, but I think I got through enough. She seemed to accept I wasn't trying to pity her or any other weird thoughts she has. Yeah, regardless of the outcome, I just want to take her out and have some fun. Well, this is wonderful news, Zelrich said happily. Rin had approached me not long ago about this very issue, and I admit this isn't exactly my area of expertise. He then turned towards me. I hope I don't need to explain how cross with you I will be if you are merely playing around with the young woman. I admire Miss Pendragon very much and I would hate to have a very different conversation about her with you. Really, a shovel speech? I raised an eyebrow. Besides, do you really think I'm that kind of person? I do actually like her, you know. Rin looked at me, eyes slightly narrowed. Her physical attractiveness aside, I find her temperament very charming. Did there have to be more than that? I don't think there's a threshold where you must reach to be allowed to like another person. It's not like I was confessing my love or anything. Good. Rin acknowledged. What are your plans? Well, I haven't really thought much past this point. I scratched my cheek. I have a few ideas I'll need to double check on. What kind of clothes will she need? Is it inside or outside? Will she need special shoes, maybe some kind of dancing? Or are you going for something classic, maybe just a movie and dinner? Rin started to bombard me with questions. Mostly outside, a bit of walking, and somewhat warm weather. I listed off, thinking about it. Oh shit. What? I don't actually have any money. Well, at least mundane currency. Idiot. Rin sighed. I turned towards the old man. So how about that pocket change you mentioned? He just laughed, waving his hand, making a piece of parchment fly towards me. I read it over, furrowing my brow a few times. Are you seriously trying to extort me? I grumbled, taking out a few items in my ring. These metals should work fine, though you may want to double check, and here's a few more gems. The quality should be about what you need. I looked over everything I sat on the table. How is the project progressing? Do you have all the resources you require or do you need me to fetch some other stuff? I really wanted my staff back. I felt weird not having it with me. Not like I was feeling vulnerable, but maybe I just didn't like my things being out of my grasp. It's good. I should be able to get the gateway up and running in a few days if these work as intended. Zelrich stated, rubbing his chin. I'll give you access to my accounts here in England. It should be much more than you will need. Yeah, that's a bit of an understatement. Just as mundane currency was in the millions, that wasn't even touching things like stock or other forms of wealth. Actually, I think he has a garage somewhere with a couple dozen cars, definitely going to raid that at some point. Now I need to take her shopping. She started giggling to herself. Shoes, dresses, what else? Well, it seems like Saber will be in good hands. Actually, I need new clothes too. And shoes. Now that I think about it, my whole wardrobe needs an upgrade, from the singular outfit I've been wearing for a whole month. Magic or not, I'm sick of it. I will want to look my best when I take Artoria out. Now the thought of her in a cute dress won't disappear from my mind. Chapter 44, Chapter 43. I had been running around for a couple days now, getting several things sorted and making some preparations. To say I wasn't the least bit excited for my date would be a lie. Truthfully, I've never been on a date before, so sue me. Well, at least in the context that someone my age and origin would recognize as a date. Old man. I entered my grandfather's office. Have a seat, he said smoothly, gesturing towards one of the chairs. There was a pleasant silence as he finished up whatever work he was doing. We haven't had a chance to sit down and talk. That's true, I admitted. You used our first meeting as a learning experience for Rin. I let out a small sigh. Not that I'm complaining, but if it were anyone else, I would have been extremely upset. He hummed in agreement. She's still a bit immature, I wanted to expand her worldview a bit. He stroked his beard. And there was no good way to let her see the wider world. I think this method had the least effect on her mentality. Except for that inferiority complex she has going on. I snorted. Yes, well, that isn't something that can be handled overnight. He smiled slightly. You did a wonderful job of opening her eyes though, I am infinity grateful for that. Yeah, she would have to work through some of her own issues by herself, we can only help so much. I don't need your gratitude, I care about her just as you do. I waved him off. I still have some memories of her before, I couldn't just sit back. She was a good girl, still a bit hard-headed and arrogant right now, but she matures quickly. Not that I could exactly throw stones from my glass house over here. I'm tempted to ask about that, but I think I would like to look forward to the years to come before the world becomes a bit more chaotic. A small smile graced his face. 100 years, give or take. It's not long to prepare, even when we can bullshit the timeline a bit. Language. He chided lightly. You have a bit more freedom than I do in that regard. You have more freedom than I do to explore other worlds, I can only give a few cursory glances at world lines away from Gaia, while you can walk upon them. And you think that our salvation may be out there. Salvation. He laughed. I never believed in anything like that when I was devising my strategies. I never thought something like you would even exist. I'm just playing any card I can get my hands on to keep the world spinning. He shook his head, an aged smile gracing his face. You weren't my first attempt at skewing fate in my favor, I tried many ridiculous experiments. There was one point where I even theorized the resurrection of Albion, or maybe refining its corpse into a mystic code. Yeah right, you just wanted a dragon to ride on. I called him out, because that is exactly what I would want. That was only 10% of my intention. He admitted. Yeah, you can't lie to me old man, I know exactly how you think. What about your granddaughters? I used air quotes to emphasis. Why ask questions you already know? He was the one to sigh this time. Altruge Brunstad is just as rebellious, even if the dead apostle ancestors aren't present here. She still hasn't forgiven me for tricking her pet into being sealed. Thankfully, she stopped acting up a few centuries ago, but only God knows what she'll do when the board finally gets set. Maybe I should go pay her a visit. The daughter of a true ancestor and a dead apostle, one of only 2 remaining beings that are allowed to carry the name Brunstad, after the Crimson Moon Brunstad. She was frighteningly powerful, even if she wasn't a true ancestor herself. And Arcuade is sleeping, which is the best case for everyone. I said quietly. I saw his expression, he truly cared for the last true ancestor. We both knew that if the forces dwelling deep within that carefree girl could potentially awaken if she got swept up in the battle that may come. It almost seems unfair how much easier it is to destroy the world than to protect it. Even if it seems unfair, there is still a chance. What's the saying, the heavens never block all paths. I smiled lightly. Once Rin gets up to standard, she can also start traveling, searching for her own fortune. Which will be another decent skew of fate in our favor. I give it 10 years before she is ready, maybe 20 at the most. He looked distant, calculating in his head. I agreed with his thoughts, that seemed about what I would expect if she didn't make any surprising leaps in that time frame. Well, who knows, she's a smart girl, some lucky chance could propel her years ahead of schedule. I could give her a hand, the last world I went to had some good opportunities for her to spread her wings. I offered. I also have some people back there that could watch over her, but I may have also left some dangers in my wake. Lots of good stuff for someone in Rin's situation, I'm sure she could bloom quite well in that environment. I haven't had a chance to peek over there. He looked a bit interested. I've only explored a small fraction, but I couldn't help but fall in love with the place. I even got myself a woman over there waiting for me. I smiled. And you're trying to woo dear Artoria, bold, aren't you? He raised an eyebrow. If anything serious comes after this date, I'll be forthright, but for now I just want her to enjoy her time and maybe get a new perspective on her second life. I wasn't one to lie about something significant like that. A healthy relationship can't be built on lies. As long as you understand. He nodded. That reminds me. He sat up, shuffling over to a cabinet and searching through some papers. Here we are. He sat the parchment on the desk. I made a little list of some world lines and their coordinates if you wish to visit them in the future. I think some of them may have some things you might want. I just quietly put it away in my ring. No need to get distracted right now, I still need to go find my teacher before I start treading this path. Your foundation is a mess. He said without any sympathy for my feelings. I know, I've been made abundantly clear how disorganized I am. I was so focused on just grabbing anything that I fancied that I'm a mess. Well, the immortal witch should be able to sort you out. He chuckled. I'm a bit interested in the land of shadows. I do hope you will regale me with some tales when you return. He smiled wistfully. Do you have any plans of returning to your birthplace? I couldn't help but wince, choosing not to answer. It's going to remain a thorn in your heart if you don't go back. He explained. Not to mention the debt you owe. I know. I said curtly. It's just, I don't have many good memories there and no one to go back to. Maybe I can visit Mother, put some flowers on her grave. His expression softened. Well, think about it another way, there are plenty of good things there for you to grab. He shrugged. You already stole something of significance, what more harm could you cause? You don't need to remind me. My reluctance does not mean I'm ignoring my debt. My tic presented itself again as I ran a hand through my hair unconsciously. I'll head back and take a look after I get back from the land of shadows. When you return after that, I do have something I need done if you're interested. Like what? There is a world line near us that is cut off from my view. I have some ideas of what's happening in the general outline, but I would like a more in-depth look and you would be the perfect person to investigate. Close to us is a very relative thing to say. Distance is a misnomer, a concept we attach because it makes us feel more comfortable. Other world lines are both infinitely close and infinitely far away. Rin not ready for something like that. She's usually good about running errands. No. He shook his head lightly. This is beyond her abilities, even if Saber ventures with her, I don't know if she would survive. Oh. Color me curious now, I don't recall something like this in my memories. Little surprises are life's joy. He perked up a bit. There's this organization called Chaldea. Actually, why don't we wait until you get back? It's a very long-winded explanation. Whatever, I'll hear the rest of the explanation later, I already have a lot on my plate. That is true, you have a date with Miss Pendragon soon. He smiled, teasingly. I wonder if I'll have some great-grandchildren to spoil in the future. Fuck off. I snorted. Besides, it's highly unlikely for a servant to even have children, to call it 1 in a million would be generous. Adding on my heritage, make that 1 in a billion. As strange as it was, servants can have children with humans. The concepts inherent in their sublimation onto our realm of existence. They are emboldened by the collective human unconscious, and the idea of reproduction is so far ingrained on us as a race that it stays within them even with ether-based vessels. Are children something you would want in the future? He asked me with some interest. Now that I think about it, Zelrich can't have children himself anymore. A side effect of his battle with the Crimson Moon, he burned through a lot of his life force. Maybe this was a desire I kept over from my previous life. I scrunched my eyebrows, mulling the question over. I want a big family. I couldn't help but smile picturing Meridia trying wrangle a few of our kids even if it was something not possible. I felt a strange resolve in my heart. So what if it wasn't possible? When did that ever stop me from doing things? I'll make it possible, there has to be some method across the infinite expanse that has a method. It would be a long-term goal for now, but first, well, I need to make some final preparations for my date. I'll catch you later, old man. Chapter 45, Chapter 44. I looked myself over in the mirror. Hair was nice and tidy, clothes were clean even if they weren't exactly as high quality as I usually enjoy, but my old ones were almost ripping in certain places. Otherwise, everything looked rather good. It's kind of weird that I hadn't seen Artoria in the past couple days, almost like she disappeared after I told her what time I would be taking her out. Well, Rin wasn't to be seen either, I think she took Artoria out shopping and whatnot. Speak of the devil, I heard the door opening to their private quarters just as I stepped out of my own area. Rin stepped out first, giving me a smirk as Artoria followed behind her. Saber wanted to know your thoughts. Rin said with a smile. Rin. Saber squeaked, her face turning red. It's amusing because she was wearing just normal clothes, jeans, a blue blouse and a scarf around her neck. Except this was probably a big step for her, someone who never cared about her casual dress before. You look good. I said honestly. I heard Artoria let out a cute little noise as her flush deepened. Rin just shot me a thumbs up, one I returned. I offered my hand. Ready to go? Yes. She smiled brilliantly, offering her own up. I opened up a portal, taking her through with me. There was no large pause between movements, one moment we were at the house, and the next we were in between some buildings in another part of the world. Welcome to America. I said, helping her through. She blinked looking around. I am curious, what plans have you in store for us this evening? She looked up at me as we walked out from our secluded little alley. Well, I had several thoughts initially. I admitted. Maybe a romantic dinner somewhere. Perhaps something a bit more modern, like a movie or something, but then I realized that I just wanted you to have fun. Fun? She questioned. Regardless of how our relationship turns out, whether it be staying as friends after today or maybe we pursue something more, I wanted you to enjoy yourself. We turned another corner, encountering a large crowd of people, fences up high and tents spread out everywhere with many decorations set up. And I thought you would find this amusing. It was a Renaissance fair. Why are they dressed like this? She looked around in confusion, looking at people dressed, or at least attempting to, dress like people from her era. Some walking around in chainmail, others in fabrics that wouldn't look out of place on peasants. For fun. I replied with a chuckle. You can consider the people to be actors of sorts, they play their parts and allow people to experience a culture long past. I explained, realistically, it's far off from what you would be familiar with, but I thought you would get a kick to see how people interpret what you lived and how they enjoy it. Can we? She took a step towards the entrance, clearly interested. Of course, why else are we here? I smiled, seeing the small bit of excitement on her face. There was no entrance fee, one of those types of places that kills you on all the other costs. Mutton, fresh mutton for sale. A larger man behind a stall shouted. Come test your luck, can you pull the sword from the stone? Another dressed as a knight was handing out flyers to passerbys. Be our lucky winner and sit in the king's seat during the joust. 3 tries, $10, can you hit the bullseyes thrice and win the prize? A third waved around his axes as he tried to goad people into playing his game. A few women dressed in elaborate dresses passed by, flanked by a couple knights, giving us winks and flirtatious smiles as they passed, doing rounds about the fair ground. There were a cavalcade of horribly fake accents and wrongly used old words that seemed to accompany every person dressed up. This is, she said quietly, not quite finding the right words. Do the modern people truly look back at us like this? She let out a small laugh, growing quite a bit louder as she placed a hand over her mouth. It is like I'm watching a play from back home. She took a moment to calm back down. This is wonderful. She finally said. Good, I was hoping she would like the idea behind this. What do you want to do first? She looked at me then turned her head every which way before finally pointing. There. She pulled me along towards the stables, offering horse rides. $10 per person. The men standing at the entrance said as we approached. Only got one in right now, the others are being used. You can wait or ride together, if you need help we have a trainer on standby. Ah, the days before people needed to protect themselves so thoroughly from litigation. Give it a couple decades and I would have to sign a contract before even seeing a live horse in a place like this. We stepped inside, a woman greeted us, brushing the mane of a beautiful stallion. She looked at us, setting it down. Are you both riding together or separately? Together. Artoria said. I just blinked in surprise but didn't dissuade it. And have you ever ridden before? The trainer asked. Yes, I am very familiar with horses, I raised several and rode them all my life. She nodded, clearly excited. Good, well, Pebbles here isn't he fastest, but he has a good temper and enjoys a nice ride. She gentle pat the big horse that gave a small noise at her ushering. Artoria, with grace that was hard to describe, climbed up the horse. She looked at me, ushering me up as well. I've ridden horses before, but never as the second. I mused, setting myself up behind her. How tightly do you want me to hang on, my knight? I teased as her face turned a tad red. Make sure you wrap your arms around me tightly, I do not wish for you to fall off. She didn't turn around, but I could see her cute little blush. I of course followed directions. There was the urge to tease her, not sexually mind you, I had standards, but maybe see her get more flustered. But, she was really excited for this whole thing, who knows how long it's been since she's been on a horse. I would rather not distract her too much and allow her to enjoy the experience again. The horse practically stood at attention, it straightened up and moved out with a grace I could only assume came from Artoria's servant nature. Did she having a riding skill? I'm like 90% sure she did. The specialist led us out into an open field behind the building. There were a couple other riders, gently trotting around. I think I spotted a little girl riding a horse with her mom walking right beside her. Artoria was gentle on the reins as she ran a hand down the horse's mane. Hello, Pebbles. I heard Artoria whisper. Let us see what you can do, shall we? Almost as if understanding her, Pebbles made a noise of compliment. The horse began trotting lightly, slowly picking up speed. There were a few hurdles set up. I don't think we were intended to use them. But that didn't seem to deter Artoria any. Yeah. She called out, giving the horse a command as it took off. A little surprise made me hold onto her a little tighter. Without any effort the stallion cleared the first hurdle, jumping it with no issue. Moving between each one, clearing all of them as the majestic animal excitedly did a lap around the field at Artoria's ushering. She expertly led the horse to continue several maneuvers and parade around the entire arena as if he owned it. Well done, Pebbles, you are a fine steed, and I would have been honored to ride you into battle. She pated the animal who seemed overjoyed at her affection. She just allowed the horse to trot around, moving him in any which direction, just enjoying the ride a bit longer before returning. Want to feed him? I poked my companion, as we slid of the horse, getting her to eye the carrots in the corner. Yes, he did well, he deserves a reward. She grabbed a couple carrots, slowly feeding them to her new friend. You may have a few years on you, but you ride like a young stallion. She cooed to the happy animal. Where to next? She asked as we left the stables, smiling brightly. I could only imagine, riding horses were an intrinsic part of her past, probably something she grew up doing and loving as a result. How long had it actually been since she sat behind the reins? I saw something interesting before. I smiled, walking at her side down the fairgrounds. 3 throws for $10. A man shouted, wearing some kind of wool or leather clothing. Hit the bullseye 3 times and win a prize. What's the prize? I asked, as we got close. He gestured towards his stand with some large stuffed animals. A pick of the lot. I smiled, handing him the money for 2 sets as I handed one over Artoria, giving her a look. A competition, then. Her lips curled up. You dare to challenge me after our last bout? Mayhaps you intend to propose more terms for this competition once again. Well, I hadn't planned on it, how about you make the stakes then? Your arrogance shall be your undoing. She beamed with confidence. If I win, I shall sample all the foodstuffs here at the cost of your purse. Well, technically it's Zelrich's purse, but okay. Then if I win, I want Rin to pick out another outfit for you to wear. Rin has good taste and I wanted to help Artoria break out of her shell without being too forward. She stiffened, her face turning red again. The terms are acceptable. She said quietly, taking up a position. Was I missing something here? Ladies first. I offered, gesturing for her to step ahead. She nodded politely, standing still holding one axe up. With a casual throw, it embedded itself deep within of the targets, a cut-off log with a painted bullseye on it. It seems I have taken the lead. I tossed my axe up, getting a feel for the weight, aiming towards the same target. I turned my head towards her, making eye contact as I threw it. There was a loud thump as I knew I hit the target and saw her brow furrow. Well then. I smirked. She huffed cutely, getting a bit more serious. She truly is a very competitive person, but it is still just as adorable as everything else about her. She threw with a bit more force, the axe burying deep inside the log. I gave no fanfare this time, copying her motion and also hitting the bullseye, though mine barely made it inside. Careful, one misstep and you may very well lose. She smirked herself. Someone sounds confident, why don't I go first on this last one then? I do not mind, may you have any perceived advantage, you shall need it. She said simply. Well, alrighty then. I aimed up, and my foot dug into the ground as I pulled on more strength than before. My axe hurled towards the target, burying deep inside and cracking the piece of wood, making it fall to the ground. Oh no, it looks like the target is destroyed, I guess I win by default. You cheat. She exclaimed. I have no idea what you're talking about. I looked away. Dastardly cheater. Oh look, prizes. I ignored her complaints, moving towards the booth. Well, I guess that counts. The men at the counter just shrugged. Which one you want? I turned towards Artoria. Well. The lion, she looked at it a bit expectantly. The men smiled, picking the large, stuffed lion, off the wall. For your girlfriend. He handed it over to me. Artoria turned just a bit redder, making me laugh a little. Can I offer my prize as a peace offering, my lady? I bowed my head in an exaggerated manner. You are forgiven for this transgression. She happily grabbed the stuffed animal, inspecting and prodding it with a bit of glee. Well then, I believe you have a wager to uphold later. I smirked. Rin is going to be relentless with her teasing. How about we get something to eat then? I wanted to try all the foods here, I heard fair food has its own charm. I would like that. She gave a smile that could melt ice. What is that? A dainty little hand pointed towards a food stall. Looks like a turkey leg wrapped in bacon. How obscenely decadent. Want one? Yes. This is about how the next hour or so went. As we tried the various foods all around the fairgrounds. What are those? Deep-fried bananas. Surprisingly yummy. What about these? Looks like a cheeseburger with donuts for buns. Once again, my gluttonous side thanked me. I think we got through all the staple foods at the fair and even moved through their own little niche of medieval foods as well. I thought I could hold my stomach well, but this little girl out-ate me at every turn. Not that I really cared, if it made her happy, I would keep going. I'm a little curious, why did you agree to go on this date with me? I was honestly curious. You were willing to fight me, she replied. Mayhaps, I was moved, to be willing to go to such length. She stopped for a moment, deep in thought. I wish to understand. Her head ducked down, unable to grasp the correct words. Are those caramel apples? She suddenly grabbed me hand, dragging me towards another food stall. I wish to partake. Subtlety, thy name is not Artoria. Well, I wouldn't push if she didn't seem to understand it herself. Just let the chips fall where they may. Regardless, it was pleasing to see the sheer joyful expression that Artoria wore for most of the day. It made this entirely worth it without any secondary thoughts. Oh, let's play this one. I pulled on her this time, she followed my direction without any complaint. 5 darts, pop as many balloons as you can. The man sitting behind the counter casually said, grabbing a few bills I put down. Artoria eyed one of the darts, moving it between her fingers before aiming and tossing. I missed. She seemed annoyed with herself. I don't suppose you've ever used darts before. Nay, it was something that never came up in my life. She shook her head, throwing another and popping a balloon. Yes. She happily blurted out, before regaining her composure, and tossing another with a loud pop following. Pop. Pop. Her few more darts finished up. Good job, you got the small prize. The men said, gesturing towards the back. Which one you want? The dragon. She pointed out, towards a green stuffed animal. I guess it's not surprising that it follows a certain theme based on the place. This one is yours. Artoria handed it to me, clutching her own lion, cheeks just the slightest pink. You had gifted me with one, so it is only proper that I return the favor. She looked rather pleased with herself. I love it, I said with a smile, happily accepting the gift. He shall be named Drake Jr. Today was one of the most fun days I've had, but all good things had to come to an end. We both noticed the sun starting to dip in the sky, the people began to head out as stalls and shops began to close up for the evening. Thank you. Artoria said quietly, dipping her head. I have not had so much enjoyment for a very long time. Believe me, the pleasure was truly mine. It's not like my life was filled with days like these. Rin had explained to me what dates were the other day, differentiating between this and what courtship was back from my era. She looked pensive. I find the idea agreeable, a preliminary outing to see if individuals would be good matches to further pursue romantic goals. She stopped looking up at me. Oh, was that my K to ask her out again? Artoria. I said firmly. I would like to make it clear that I like you. If you want to keep going, do more dates, get to know each other better and maybe go a step further, I would be overjoyed. I gave her hand a little squeeze. But I do have some things you need to know if you want to walk this path. Take some time to yourself, figure out your own feelings, then get back to me when you're ready. She didn't look put off in the slightest, maybe even a bit relieved. I think she was under the misconception that she had to give me an answer right here and now. Thank you. She said lightly, seemingly content. Why don't I take you home then? I chuckled softly, taking her to a secluded corner and opening a portal for both of us. We stepped through to an empty house. It looks like Rin and Zelrich were nowhere to be found. Well, usually it would be my job to walk you home, but that whole procedure is a bit wonky here. I just shook my head. She looked up at me, cheeks splashed with the faintest pink that I recognized all too well at this point. I had a wonderful time. She turned her head looking every which way before standing up on her toes and placing her lips against my cheek ever so quickly. She disappeared almost immediately into her room, leaving me there brushing my hand against my cheek. Chapter 46, Chapter 45. Artoria Pendragon POV. I kissed him. The image continued to overtake all my thoughts. It was only on the cheek, but it was a kiss nonetheless. Was he put off by my forwardness? Do men dislike women who take the initiative? Rin told me that it was a common occurrence at the end of one of these dates. What do I do now? Do I request for further courtship? No, that isn't the correct word any longer. Dating, becoming one's girlfriend, there are different steps in this era. I was unsure of how to proceed. Do I wait for him? Do I wish to continue this dating? My heart was beating rapidly, but I was unsure of myself. Is this even the proper path to take? I am technically a fleeting existence, though with Wilhelm or Zelrich present, I do not doubt their means to keep me anchored. Even still. He said that he likes me. Never have I had a man confess affection for me, and I would be lying if I said it did not make me happy. Saber. I turned around to see Rin enter the room. I was too lost in my own thoughts to even notice her. Girl, you better spill all the details. We had a lovely time. I stated plainly. Yeah, no. I need more than that. Rin replied. Where did you go? What did you do? Did he wear protection? Rin. I shouted uncontrollably. I could feel my face heating up. Fine, but spill everything, start from the beginning. She smirked. He took me to a fair over in the colonies. All the way over in America. What kind of fair? They were dressed up in attire reminiscent of my era. I explained, without getting into the details. Oh, one of those. She exclaimed. How was it, did you have fun? I suppose such a thing is common knowledge then. The Holy Grail deposited memories unto me of the era, but there's simply too many details it did not fill in. It would have been most embarrassing thinking an automobile was some type of beast had the information been less available. It was amusing to see them act out their parts. I smiled. And yes, it was an enjoyable evening. I had not had such an enjoyable time in many years. Well, what did you do? They had a stable prepared for their patrons to ride horses. I explained. We shared a horse together, he sat behind me. There was nothing wrong with two people riding together on a horse. Rin's lips curled up, giving me a look that I knew all too well. Oh ho, did his hands roam? She made a lewd grabbing motion with her hands. Rin. I let out an indignant complaint. Truly Rin's perversions come out in private. He was a perfect gentleman. Boring, so he didn't take advantage of you. She said a bit more seriously, perhaps with some concern. No, his hands never attempted to molest me. I noticed her concerns and I did not want her to think incorrectly. Good, otherwise I would cut off his D. Rin. I huffed. Only one date and you're already so attached, she laughed. So, what else did you do? We merely partook in the facilities. I stated. There were many activities, we even competed in axe throwing. Did you throw him off with how competitive you get? I am not competitive. I said evenly. I merely have a healthy interest in winning. I am not overly competitive, regardless of what Rin, Kay, Sir Ector, and especially Merlin, have said. Aha. Rin looked unconvinced. If I were as competitive as you say, then I should have held a grudge for losing, even if he did cheat. He had escaped my ire with his gift. Thankfully I had managed to hide my bounty before Rin had seen, lest her unceasing teasing continue. Did you wager anything, maybe a steamy night in a hotel somewhere? Rin wiggled her eyebrows. We did no such thing. I crossed my arms. He merely. What? It is unimportant, said quietly. The thoughts on some of the outfits Rin made me try on, I would die of embarrassment if I were to wear them in public. Look at you, going all red. Rin laughed. It must have been something good. Rin's relentless teasing. I should have expected it to make a comeback at this moment. So what are your plans? One and done, or are you thinking of being his girlfriend? She asked, her tones becoming a bit more sincere. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, even if I have trouble coping with his race. I don't want to judge him based on that. I'm sure you can judge him better than I can. Yes, his nature still gives me pause. I do not judge him on his family, one cannot control the circumstances of their birth, but knowing he is born of those from hell is still an odd thought to consider. I have believed in my own instinct for my entire life, it has yet to fail me, and so far, Wilhelm has been nothing but sincere. I also believe that the Wizard Marshal would not allow a dangerous individual so much access to his home. I do not know. I said honestly. I have never considered a romantic pursuit in my life, much less the second one I have been gifted with. I was not aware I had any appeal as a woman until he thoroughly crushed that thought. I've been telling you this for years. Rin threw her arms up. But no, all it takes is one cute guy to tell you you're pretty and suddenly you're all hunky-dory. She sighed, slumping her shoulders. Do you want something like this? Something more than just a friend? I would not be against it. I said quietly. He has many attributes that I find attractive in a partner. He is objectively handsome. I focused as to not blush in front of Rin lest she tease me again. I enjoyed spending time with him, and learning the few things he has shared. But I still don't know much about him. Indeed, we did not delve much into our pasts, merely enjoying our time together. Then go on more dates, spend more time with him. You don't have to get engaged or anything like that. Is it truly that simple? Mayhaps I am simply overthinking everything. Wilhelm POV. It had been a bit over a day since my date with Artoria. I haven't seen either her or Rin in this time, merely helping the old man set things up and run some errands. Hey, old man. I walked up towards Zelrich, he was standing over a table full of materials. Perfect, I was going to contact you soon. He didn't even look up. I believe I have made a breakthrough, we should be up and running very soon. I took a look around this abandoned courtyard, one of Zelrich's properties somewhere in the world he purchased many centuries ago. A nice spot for some experiments and one of his safe houses that litter the planet. The staff of Magnus was floating in the center of a ritual circle on the ground, filled with many materials, most of which I recognized at a glance. Some would require actual inspection to ascertain their properties. Curious, you replaced the blessed iron with ebony. I looked over the ritual site, mentally tracing the spell's intent. Well spotted. I realized that I would need to recalibrate several mechanisms with the addition of your materials, otherwise it would have taken much too long to find something more suitable. He stepped next to me. If you look towards the center, you would notice I inverse the flow, instead of the magical energy flowing where the blessed iron should have been. Instead, this ebony is acting as a dam to redirect it to the other corners. Yes, you did similar things with orichalcum, and is that a paste made from death bell, troll's fat, and fire salts? I admired his work. Indeed, you brought back some interesting stuff. He gave a small smile. If Rin ever does head over there, I'm going to have to give her an assignment to bring back a large portion of ingredients. He chuckled, though I could tell he was not kidding. Remind me to show you their enchanting system, I think you will find it particularly intriguing. I blinked, almost forgetting an important bit. I almost forgot. I withdrew several soul stones, bigger than I have used in the past. These should help stabilize the portal's initial actualization. Fascinating. He held one up to his eye. I would very much like to investigate these at a later time. I could understand, a foreign system was always something fun to discover. Soul stones are rather interesting, I wouldn't mind looking over any notes if you research the subject. That is a fair trade if you provide me with suitable resources. Zelrich nodded. Equivalent exchange, one of the driving forces in the magical community. It was the reason Rin even made it into Zelrich's eye in the first place. Her ancestor did him a small favor, so he gave the men a little something to work on for future generations. Speaking of a certain Magus. You want to grab Rin to help us with the finishing touches? It would be a good hands-on experience. If you wouldn't mind. He asked sincerely. Of course. I simply smiled, watching him disappear into a porta. Almost time, everything is here and ready. Next stop, the Land of Shadows. Chapter 47, Chapter 46. The courtyard was built into the side of a mountain. I could peer over and see the surrounding foliage that littered the valley below. It was a beautiful sight, practically devoid of any kind of human touch. I wouldn't be surprised if it were a monastery in the past. Many of the amenities had been weathered and grounded from the passage of time, but it was still a wonderful location for some secretive experiments. I turned my head, seeing the familiar scene of a portal created by the application of the kaleidoscope opening up. Zelrich walked out, followed by both Rin and Artoria. I gave Rin a nod and I looked towards Artoria, who met my eyes. There was only a quick glance before she looked away. Cute. I have no idea what our current status is or if we'll even have anything more in the future. I don't want to rush anything, so I didn't mind taking it slow. If it was meant to be, it was meant to be. Perhaps by the time I return she'll have her own heart settled. I clapped my hands. Everyone ready? I wasn't really told what I would be doing besides the basics. Rin stated, taking out a very familiar-looking wand. Well, isn't that a blast from the past? I eyed it with a smile forming on my face. Is she still as rambunctious? Rin sighed, drooping her shoulders. There's a reason I keep her turned off most of the time. I gently pat her shoulder. I know Zelrich doesn't particularly enjoy Ruby being around even if he created her. Funnily enough, he does enjoy annoying other people with her antics. Don't worry, you'll be able to craft your own personal mystic code in the future. Yeah, the old man said I would need to gather the materials by myself though. She deadpanned. That would require me traveling around with Ruby. She waved the stick in annoyance. I'll keep a lookout for anything useful for you. I offered. Her expression quickly turned around. Thanks. She beamed, sincerely thankful. What about you, have you made your own yet? I know you both can't exactly share. Truthfully, I'm a tad curious as well. Zelrich chimed in. I personally wouldn't settle for anything below a certain level and your resources were far inferior to mine. True, and I was quite lucky being able to find some compatible materials. I glanced over to Artoria. I think Saber is the only one that's seen it before. It was a good sword. She commented evenly. I withdrew my prized blade from my ring, allowing it to glisten under the light of the stars. I named it Mirage. With that I did a small movement, allowing the colors to flow out. Glass. Zelrich mumbled, eyeing it carefully. No, that isn't quite right, but then how did you connect, OH? Wonderful, what an intuitive design, and the craftsmanship is excellent. He exclaimed. Brilliant, just as I would expect from myself. He chuckled. Though if it weren't for the bauble at the end, it would still fall short of my jeweled sword. Really can't hide anything from you. Zelrich just gave me a cheeky smile, bringing out his own sword. I had a small urge to swipe it, and I think he noticed because he gave me an "I dare you" look. Well, it's your turn, Rin. I held back a smirk. As much as I cared about Rin, I would forever enjoy these next few moments. Rin sighed, activating her wand. I'm back. The wand took to the air, flying in circles before landing before us. Master, I have awakened once more, it's time to rid the world of evil. Magical girl Rin will dispense justice. Damn it, Ruby. Rin slapped her palm to her face. Saber. Ruby happily flew towards our resident knight. Hello, Ruby. Artoria gave a small smile. One of Zelrich's creations, a kaleidoscope. Basically a sapient wand with the ability to access the kaleidoscope, and an excellent tool for a beginner like Rin. Despite what one may think, this thing was a very beautiful work of art. Ruby, it's time to calm down. Zelrich didn't raise his voice, but Ruby practically snapped to attention. Yes, creator. The wand stopped zipping around and hovered right next to Rin. Also, meet my grandson. Zelrich gestured to me. Hello Ruby, it is an absolute pleasure to meet you. I couldn't help my lips curling up. Grandson. Ruby's voice sounded shocked. Since when? About a week or so ago. Rin snorted. Sounds about right. I shrugged. The magical wand came over to inspect me. My magical girl senses are tingling. You're either the super secret masked male hero that saves magical girls at the last possible moment, or a demon in disguise. I couldn't help but blink. Why not both? Oh ho, you walk the path of the anti-hero then. Forever shrouded in darkness, only the true love of a pure maiden can bring you towards the light. Ruby flew back towards Rin. Rin, we must recruit him to our cause. Rin looked at me in exasperation. Ruby, let's put a pin in that for now, we have a job to do and I think the old man is going to get impatient. Fine, fine. Ruby deflated. But I want to braid Saber's hair again later. I would not be against it, you did a wonderful job the last time. Artoria chimed in. How does that even work? Did she use magic or is she just that good at it? And now I want to see Artoria with her hair braided. Awesome. Sleepover is decided, we shall eat lots of ice cream and talk about boys. Ruby declared. Rin finally grabbed the talking wand. Yeah, let's do that. Her voice dripping with sarcasm. Take these calculations and start running your simulation. Don't forget to scan the ritual site. Zelrich helpfully added. You got it, master. Ruby somehow saluted regardless of not having any limbs. She hovered over the magical circle, light emitted from her point and washing over the area. Materials categorized, begin conceptual simulation. Well, the moment of truth. I said to no one in particular. Zelrich was having Rin run the calculations, I didn't particular mind, it's not like she could ruin anything, if I were to be blunt about it. Again, I don't mind stepping back and allow Rin to have a learning experience. Master, your calculations show a 42.38% chance of success. Only 42%. Rin looked a bit defeated. Not too bad. Zelrich interrupted her dejection. Realistically, neither me or my grandson would have broke 60% without some ancillary means or just brute forcing the issue. He pulled a small stone shard out of his pocket. Let's add this and recalculate, Ruby. Scanning. She looked over the shard. 97.93% chance of success. A shard from the original Gate of Sky, do I even want to know where you got that? I just shook my head. Well, Rin, you heard the lady, let the show begin. Okay, I got this. She said to herself, quietly. I saw her circuits light up and her amateurish pulling on the kaleidoscope. I wasn't insulting her ability, it was merely a description of her current skill. To even be called an amateur was actually quite the compliment when it came to this specific magic. Ruby, lend me a hand. Rin waved the wand around, forming the gate up as the materials responded to her call and floated into the air. They started revolving, mishmashing and fell into a formation that resembling an archway. I think I got it. She finally said after a few moments. Zelrich nodded towards me, walking to the staff of Magnus. Hold it for a moment. He grabbed the shaft and pulled on Rin's own spell work to anchor the spell to the divine construct. The portal stabilized as Rin slowly backed off. What a cheeky little staff. Ruby commented. I should show it who's the boss. She harumphed. I could tell that the portal was a success, it should hold for 2 uses, one there and the return trip. Well done, Rin. I complimented. Of course she tried to show off a haughty attitude, but she was preening under the praise. Well, looks like it's time. I swept my gaze around. Got everything you need? Zelrich asked, more of a formality really. Yeah, that and then some. Rin, why don't I show you some stuff I hid inside, in case you ever need to hear again for any reason? Zelrich put a hand on her shoulder, leading them inside the building, giving me and Artoria a moment of privacy. Come along, Ruby. Yes, Creator, the wand also floated with them. I just shook my head, realizing what he was doing. Rin apparently did too, as she didn't say anything and followed. I looked towards Artoria, who returned my gaze briefly. I guess this is goodbye for a little bit. Do you know how long your trip will last? She took a few steps closer, idly playing with her hands. Inside for me. A while probably, for outside, I would say not any longer than 2 weeks. I hazard a guess, only doing a few mental calculations. I see, She cut herself off, not sure what to say. There isn't a need to push yourself, I said gently, giving her a smile. I'll be back in a bit, and we can have a talk about how to go from here, be it friends or something more. The important thing is to figure out what you want. She took a hesitant step forward, grabbing onto my sleeve. I will look forward to your return. I saw the faintest pink on her cheeks. There weren't any more words that needed to be said. With a step forward, I pushed into the portal. Death. Cold. Resentment. I was bombarded with these feelings as soon as I walked through. The coldness of this realm wasn't natural, it was tainted with the feeling of death and the resentment of souls that refused to rest. I could stand on mountains in Skyrim, in the blizzards, and not be as cold as I was right now. The term deathly cold never held more truth than it did here. The cold air literally penetrated my skin. Ironically, I was standing over a pit of molten lava. From where it came, I had no idea. Only a small, stone bridge holding me up, and allowing me passage over safely. One might think, just fly over. Except, normal laws no longer apply. Trying to fly up will not necessarily take me to the sky. I wanted to continue my muse, take in my surroundings, but I was disturbed by the most rude undead that stumbled from whatever hiding places they laid. Skeletons, zombies, some other types of abominations that breathed necrotic energy from their pores. I wasted no time, several runic circles hovered over my head, expelling volleys of spells at any undead that dared to get in my way. These couldn't even compare to the draugrs I fought back in Skyrim, especially not those really strong ones, though I had the feeling that dangers lurked nearby. My casual stroll off the bridge was met with the cliff of a mountain as I overlooked the valley below. I couldn't help my eyes widening as I saw an uncountable number of entities limping about, undead creatures of all kinds refusing to stay dead as they continued their mockery of life. Well, I guess it was time for a certain sword to shine. Dawnbreaker was freed from the confines of my ring. Its holy light exploded out, grabbing the attention of every undead in the area. They all stared up, some with more intelligence than others. I would have to go through them regardless. Sliding down the rocky terrain, many came up to meet my assault. Stumbling through stones, cracked and rusted weapons in hands. The former figures of warriors, from ages past, they meant nothing under the light of Dawnbreaker. My holy sword cutting clean through any undead it came across. Holy light exploded on contact, blowing away those that got too close. I had gotten a bit better at handling this weapon. I realized that it had a few more uses than just being good against undead. Its light, the anti-undead properties, could be utilized more malleably. I dove into a large group, no coordination as they tried to climb over one another to get to me. I could only assume they despised the living, their resentment allowed only themselves and those like them to exist. Dawnbreaker was slamming into the ground, the holy light pulsed out like a dome, the walls of golden energy disintegrating everything it touched. The tide seemed endless, as even I killed dozens, hundreds, double that would take the space. A loud shout echoed, the ground shaking and the mountains trembled. A massive hand broke through the earth, grabbing any undead unlucky enough to be in its grasp and pulling them down. I was pretty sure I heard chewing, and the earth began to crack. Something was breaking through. It was massive. I don't think I could call it a zombie, but something with that nature. It still possessed flesh, and I doubt its former life was a human one. Some kind of phantasmal species. I was betting a giant of some sort. It towards over me, maybe 30 or 40 meters in height. With a thought, mirage appeared from my ring in my empty hand. The spell circles lit up, filling with magical energy. The monstrosity lumbered towards me, its rotten flesh filling my nose with its putrid scent. Pieces of its body could be seen falling off, other places where the bones could be seen. It almost fell down, trying to reach me at its fastest speed. I didn't move, continuously pulling on the kaleidoscope to empower my spell. The tip of my blade slowly moved up, hovering center mass of the abomination as it tried to reach for me. Ether cannon. My voice echoed around the valley. It was massive, the biggest one I've done in this life. The undead's arm disappeared, as did most of its body. My spell carried on, cleaving through an army of undead that followed in its wake. A small smile rose on my face. It felt good to cut loose like this and not worry about collateral damage. I didn't have time to dwell on it as my eyes noticed something at the end of the path I had just opened up in the tide of undead. There was a pathway that opened up between the mountainous cliffs. It was paved with stone and an archway, clearly indicating the correct way to go. Roar. Screech. A few more earth-shattering roars shook the valley. Huge body parts began to break through the icy tundra, re-entering the world after their slumber. Well, time to skedaddle. Reinforcement filled my body and I shot off, not allowing myself to be swarmed any longer. As my feet carried me past the threshold, the smaller undead refused to enter and I could only look back in confusion. I decided not to dwell on it any longer and kept going in the dark tunnel. A ball of fire lit up above my hand, giving me some light. I was somewhat on edge. I would be a fool to let my guard down after all, but I didn't sense the presence of anything here. The tunnel carried on, maybe for another mile or so until I saw a light at the end where it opened up. The air was slightly more pristine, like the undead essences were thinner over here. My eyes immediately were taken by the sight of a castle not too far away, but more than that, I saw someone mediating on the ground, the snow even refusing to stain her visage. She had purple hair with the faintest red hue. She was a beauty almost beyond compare. Impaled in the ground next to her was a spear that radiated bloodlust, enough to give me pause this far away. I trembled though when her eyes slowly opened, their red irises focusing solely on me. I'm pretty sure I found my teacher. Chapter 48, Chapter 47. There was a forceful silence that permeated every corner of this area. This little haven that seemed to exist within this realm of death and cold. Was it fear? One so ingrained on the inhabitants of this desolate realm, those abominations that continue to exist through malice and regret. It seemed like the lingering touch of death even refused to come anywhere near this woman, the true ruler of this realm. She stared at me, not making a sound as I approached. My feet breaching the otherwise pristine snow was the only sound that existed in these moments. Every step I took was evaluated, judged, and weighed. I felt the gaze of Zelrich, my previous self, and I could only attribute it to that same feeling. As if I was being completely seen through, all my secrets laid bare before her eyes. It almost made me pause, give a second thought to my objective. If Zelrich was gentle, then this woman threw away all conventions of civility with nothing but her gaze. The feeling rising up in my chest, anxiety, repressed feelings I didn't want to acknowledge. I felt as if I would be found wanting. How many times in one's life are your worst parts laid bare, shown to something to be judged? Under her intense stare, all of it was bubbling up to the surface. I wasn't unaware of my own issues, my shortcomings, and my faults. Despite what one may think, having another lifetime's worth of memories doesn't mean I don't feel emotions, that I don't have problems and fears. Irrational some of them may be, but I was still only 18 years old. I am petty sometimes, perhaps a bit too whimsical and prone to flights of fancy. My greed gets the better of me and I can admit at being a tad lustful. No, my memories don't stop these things, they give me perspective. Someone who is depressed can't just fix themselves by knowing they're depressed. Wisdom is not the same as maturity, I knew that, along with all my own issues. This didn't stop me, it didn't halt my steps as each one felt heavier. Even now, I don't know the true reason I'm here. The obvious answer was that I wanted to become stronger, but why? Did it have to do with the spider? Did I perhaps perceive some kind of debt to my past self and this world? The cynical part of myself could tell this world to fuck off and I could go anywhere. No, it was much more selfish, childish even. I wanted to prove something, prove my existence to the world. It was foolish, stupid even, but I felt the need to be relevant. My steps finally halted, only a few feet away from the legendary woman, still in the same positions, her eyes never leaving me. I dropped to the ground, forehead touching the cold tundra underneath as I prostrated. Please, teach me. She didn't answer and I stayed prone. There was only the slightest fluctuation, like vitality returned to this land and I heard the sound of long breath being taken and the world shifting. I tilted my head up to see her taking a breath of cold air. So old, yet still so young. Her words sounded tired. Raise your head, child. I lifted myself up, into a position on my knees. Will you be my teacher, then? To come so far, the effort itself is a gesture I cannot ignore. She stood up slowly. You have potential. Her words were simple and direct. I followed suit, standing up. I brushed the snow off my clothes, only pausing as I felt an intense bloodlust lock onto me. Scathatch placed a hand on her spear, looking back towards me. Defend yourself. Were the only words of warning I received. Her cursed spear rocketed towards my heart, no sympathy for my well-being. Bloodlust and magical energy surged around like a torrent. The boosted gear appeared in my hand, blocking the impossibly sharp weapon, but I was still flung back several yards before regaining my footing. I wasted no time in pulling out Mirage. 4 birds. My sword phantoms launched towards the still form of my new teacher. Curious. Was her response, merely staring at the incoming attack, leveling her spear and thrusting 4 times in a single breath. Magical thorns filled the air, piercing and stabbing in the direction of her thrusts. Similar to my sword phantoms, they tore apart my own attacks and came through to me. Shield of Asgard. I quickly actualized a handful of runes, creating a not-so-great application of my shielding spell. It cracked under the strain, shattering with ease, but the attack seemed to dissipate with that much defense. Foolish. Scathatch said with a slight frown. Your application of runes is an insult. I didn't have time to register her words. She was in front of me, spear piercing through my lower stomach. I wanted to say something, but my throat was now filled with blood. Pain was an old friend, but that didn't mean I wasn't happy to see it again. Your instinct is underdeveloped. There was no mercy in her eyes. Boost. I grit out, blood dripping out of my mouth as I grabbed onto her spear and swung my sword towards her neck. Her response was to crack me across the face with her fist, dislodged her spear, and follow up with a kick to my new wound. It happened quickly. I was taken down in but a moment. Too young. She sighed. She just looked at me, allowing me time to stand back up. Distort. I said quietly. Tens of illusions surrounded me now. A bit interesting. She looked around, and I could tell she saw through them all with but a glance. She slammed the butt of her spear onto the cold ground. A wave of magical energy burst out, dissipating all my clones. I created several runic circles overhead. Lightning. I knew it wouldn't be much, but I didn't want to give up so easily. Better, but far from enough. Her spear met the incoming magical attacks. A quick twirl left the lightning completely defeated against her might. My body filled up with enhancement magics, and I pushed it forward again. Boost. I kicked off the ground, sword in hand as I lashed out towards her. My sword seeking the exposed skin of her neck, but a familiar spear popped up, diverting my blade with minimal effort. It seemed to come alive as I couldn't even recover from my swing, and the butt of her spear already met the side of my head, dazing me. Again. She stated. I steadied my erratic breathing. My body was starting to feel faint, possibly from the bloodlust. I don't think the pain had quite caught up with me yet. My blade was held evenly, as I readied myself. Swallow returns. Oh. She just made the smallest sound as I moved. It did not fill me with confidence, and I think my blade reflected that. Because when I should have made contact, I instead felt the feeling of death approach. There was no time to think. The familiar darkness of unconsciousness claimed me. I awoke to strange surroundings, stone walls all around me, and a scene that wouldn't be misplaced in a different era. About time. A familiar, feminine voice rang out. I had thought I hit you too hard on the head for a bit. My thoughts returned to me, blinking in realization as to what happened. I don't even know how she defeated me. Sasaki Kojiro told me there were holes in the technique. No doubt she could see through it so easily as well. But that's why I'm here, to get better. He has a hard head, he can take it. Another voice I recognized sounded. I instinctively looked at my hand for drag, but it wasn't there. I gathered my wits, looking around. I was laid back in a chair at a large table that could accommodate dozens of people. At the other end was Scathatch, with the boosted gear sitting in front of her. But that wasn't all. Dawnbreaker, Ascalon, Mirage. All of my armaments, my stuff was sitting about as she went over it all. I looked down at my ring completely missing. Did you take my stuff? I couldn't help but asked. Yes. She said with no reservations. Can I have it back? No. Please. It's mine now. Her lips curled up as Dryag let out a laugh. She took the boosted gear out of my soul when I was unconscious. The realization dawned on me even after seeing the gauntlet sitting there. Damn it, Drag, what VE you been telling her? Everything. He said with amusement. I couldn't help but scowl. I did not like my stuff being taken. It almost gave me an itchy feeling seeing someone else play with my stuff. You know, if you wanted a ring from me that badly, there are different ways of going about it. He defaults to flirting when he's embarrassed. Fuck off, Drag. It's alright, I don't have much interest in boys. I prefer men. Scathacka's words went straight of the jugular. Damn, I would have loved to fight you in my prime. The dragon said happily. Scathatch smiled lightly at the comment, turning her attention fully towards me. You have some potential. She said plainly. But your foundation is abysmal. We will have to build it up from the ground. That is why I sealed your magical ability for now. Wait, what? I tried to pull on any amount of magical energy. My circuits refused to respond. I have devised a plan. We shall begin tomorrow. Her words authoritative, leaving no room for response. Relish this peace. There shall be none once we begin. I am starting to have second thoughts. Maybe I should just make a break for it. Grab my stuff and hope for the best. I think I like my chances better with that horde of undead. Dryad can go fuck himself and can stay here with the scary lady. Hit him. Drake said, across the room. I recognized that face. He said something about one of us in his head. God damn it, Drake. Scathatch nodded her head. I shall remedy his attitude through training. Well, what's the worst that could happen? Chapter 49, Chapter 48. I felt much colder than I had yesterday. One doesn't realize how good they have it until it's gone. My innate magical abilities were sealed along with my ability to generate magical energy. I couldn't even bring out my wings at the moment. Despite what one may think, the usage of the kaleidoscope did require being able to draw in magical energy to use. It just so happened that once one got good enough, it became a secondary thought as you had access to a near infinite amount. My only thought on how she achieved this was through the use of primordial runes. To also take Drake out of my soul without me even feeling or knowing about it, how scary. I don't think I could even do that. It just goes to show how absurd her magical abilities are. Change. My new teacher threw a mess of clothes at me. Pardon. I caught them awkwardly. Did I stutter? Change out of your clothes into these. I looked them over, coarse and not the best, but they would probably hold better than my current garb and they looked a fair bit warmer. Fine. Well. She looked at me expectantly. Are you not going to give me privacy? You have nothing I haven't seen before, boyo. Ah, so my teacher is a perdash. My words were cut off by a spear smacking me on the head. What was that? She raised her deadly spear at me with an eyebrow raised. I said my teacher is a pervert. I rubbed where I had just been smacked, giving her a look. A small smile curled up on her face. Well, you have some balls at least. She turned around and walked out of the room. What a hard woman to read. I thought for sure she would kick my ass there, perhaps not the best decision on my part, but I am nothing if not stubborn. I quickly changed, setting my clothes to the side, because I don't have my fucking ring anymore. Which I still am livid about. Walking out of the room, Scathatch was waiting for me. Come, daylight wanes and you will require all the help you can get. Daylight. This place was a perpetual twilight, covered in clouds and snowstorms. Actually, I haven't experienced that night here. I think I was unconscious for that, or maybe the day/night cycle isn't the same as outside. There. She heaved her spear up, pointing towards a mountain on the horizon. What? I had no idea what she was talking about it. Start climbing. She said simply. One more time. You will climb that mountain or die on it. If I see you before you finish, you will meet the end of my spear. I opened my mouth to retort, but the bloodlust she was emitting threw off any sarcastic remark I had, mostly. Why that mountain? I mean, there were plenty of mountains. That wasn't even the biggest or the smallest. It just seemed odd is all. Because I said so, get going. She tossed me a sack full of food. I caught it, peering inside, looked like enough to last me a few weeks if I rationed it well. Strangely enough, there was no water. Was there a reason for that? The dragon shall accompany you as well. She thought for a moment, retrieving Drake from my ring that she was holding on her finger, as if taunting me. He expressed his desire to witness your training. No aid shall be given. She pushed Drake back into my soul without even considering me current state. I felt the breath getting knocked out of me as she roughly shoved the dragon back inside, falling to the ground, gasping for air. Bitch. I couldn't help but grit out under my breath. Do I at least get one of my weapons? I would really appreciate Dawnbreaker right about now. Who knows what kind of things are lurking up there? Of course, what do you take me for? She gave the most innocent smile. Dare I ask where it is? Her expression turned sharp. Top of the mountain, get going. Of course. Probably shouldn't have called her a bitch. Drake said, helpfully. Yeah, thanks, Drake, my traitorous partner. Are you still on about that? Betrayed, by the one I trusted most in this world. Trusted the most. I could practically hear him rolling his eyes. Literally gave my soul. All right, just get it out of your system. I think I'm done. I started walking. The base of the mountain was a fair distance away and I was no longer superhuman in all my physical abilities. I would actually have to pace myself. How sluggish I felt was horrible. I looked back a few times, but Scathatch just disappeared and it's not like I had any ability to detect her right now. What exactly did you two talk about? Just some random stuff, then we talked about and how best to train you. I filled in some gaps as she devised some things, but most stuff she could glean by herself. Did you really think I just gave away all your secrets? Nah, I'm just annoyed at the situation more than anyone in particular. I simply don't like other people having my stuff. I could understand it, but that didn't mean I enjoyed it happening. My whole purpose here was for training. I was throwing myself at her mercy for that. I would bitch and complain, but I would keep trudging on. I came upon a forest, is what I would usually call such a thing. Except, this was a land of the dead, filled with death and resentment. There would be nothing growing here that was safe. Even these trees, were they qualified to be called trees? They were dead, they existed in a perpetual death state. I had no idea how they continued to exist, something inherent for this realm, but I didn't question it for the moment. I looked around, finding a few branches that weren't drenched in snow, somewhat drier than the others. They would have to work. I could only assume that I would need some tinder for fires when I got higher up. Maybe even a makeshift torch, if I could find some other stuff to fasten along with it. Unfortunately, my load had to be light. I was basically human right now. Luckily there was a part starting at the base, something resembling a stone inlay that ascended the mountain. My first step onto what could be considered the mountain, and I felt a sense of dread wash over me. There was something here, something watching me now. I could feel it even with my current power. No wonder I was supposed to climb this mountain. Something was very, very wrong with this particular peak. Was this fear? Something here could actually elicit fear in me. An unfathomable existence. The current me was but a tiny insect in its eyes. Drake, I whispered. Yeah, I feel it too. That was all the confirmation I needed, and he didn't elaborate further. He probably knew more than he was saying, but as Scathatch said, he wouldn't be giving any help. I barely got up the slope when a skeleton came stumbling down right towards me, missing an arm and one of its feet was facing the wrong way. The most noticeable feature was the sword still carried in its hand. Rusted and chipped in various places, but it looked to be a weapon not made with mundane materials. I doubt it would break even if I spent days hitting a rock. The glow in its eyes settled specifically on me, nothing else in the world mattered. Its feet carried him, stumbles and missteps, but it remained upright. There was no martial prowess in its strike, no intent or probing maneuvers. Simply a creature with minimal intelligence acting on its baser instincts. Even still, I was purely human right now. This little skeleton, something I could kill with a flick of my finger previously, it could end my life. It was a humbling thought. But I refused to allow something so small dictate my heart. I wasn't bereft of emotions. Fear was something all living things face, but it would not swallow me. I took a step forward, watching its arm. The lackadaisical swing, easily able to cut through stone, came towards my side. I took a step to the right, allow it to pass safely by me. The skeleton stumbled forward, breaking its own momentum and tumbling to the ground. I stomped on its hand and pulled apart the arm. The necrotic power holding it together crumbled easily enough. This was perhaps the most basic of the undead species. The sword felt wrong in my hand, the weight was off, the design was something not suited for my preferences. It was no masterpiece, something haphazardly created by someone with barely an idea of what they were doing, but it would serve my purpose. Mainly, survival. I scavenged what else I could. Some strips of fabric still clinging to the bones would be useful later on. Finishing up, I lifted my head, staring up at top. It pierced through the cloud. My eyes were unable to see the peak. Still a long ways to go. I continued my ascent. The air grew noticeably colder as I went up, and not just because of the altitude. This mountain, I could only call it cursed, and that was saying something in this wretched land. There were a few strange phenomena. Stones were hovering in the air, no sign of ever falling down. I stared at it for a few moments, finding my own rock to toss up. I only furrowed my brow when it came right back down without any issue. With another though, I grabbed a second stone and threw it towards one of the ones stuck in the air. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, right as the two stones collided. The one that was suspended in the air rocketed straight down like a comet, creating a hole that I could not see the bottom of. Yeah, let's not mess with those anymore. This place is fucking weird, and not in a fun way. Return, a voice bellowed out. My head swiftly turned to the origin. There was a half-frozen corpse sitting at the entrance to a small land bridge that connected two cliff sides. It was the only way forward, and this hulking undead was filled with hatred, eyes locked onto me. Frankly, I was surprised it could talk. Can I pass? I tried. Return. The ice around it shattered as it stood up, grasping at its massive sword impaled in the ground. It took a step forward, the snow displaced at its weight. The ground shuddered under each step, its metal armor still holding strong over its body regardless of its weathered look. I gripped my sword tightly, staring at the hulking undead. This thing was on an entirely different level compared to the one I took out a bit ago. Return, it continued to bellow, swinging its massive sword recklessly toward me with each step. I instinctively took a few steps back as it continued to approach. Gripping my sword tightly, I tried to move in between the swings, getting up into its guard, but I realized that most of its body was still completely covered in armor. Could I even penetrate this? The moment I took to contemplate, it swung down its empty hand. The massive fist bearing down at me was met with the flat of my blade. It knocked me to the ground, the force enough to make me cough blood. I quickly rolled to the side, a massive steel blade penetrating the earth where I was a moment prior. I wobbly got to my feet and retreated dozens of yards back to regain my composure. I eyed the monstrosity. It looked at me. Return, it shouted one final time before turning around and going back to where it was before. Fuck. I slumped down, feeling the spot where I got hit. Definitely going to be bruised later. How was I supposed to get past that thing? Really, the only spot I could do any chance of damage was the eye slots in its helmet, but that was such a small opening in the midst of its flailing. I stood there lost in thought before some realization dawned on me. I'm an idiot, aren't I? Yup. Usually, I would retort something towards the dragon, but I couldn't find it in myself to do so right now. I looked up towards the sky, letting the snow land on my face. When was the last time I simply swung my sword? I just sighed. Was I relying too much on my past knowledge? I always thought it my greatest boon, but at this moment, it was more of a crutch. A simple stab through the helmet and I thought of it as some great hurdle. I knew I was all messed up, unfocused, magic and martial ability just flung about, but why have I never just practiced swinging my sword before? It seemed like the simplest thing in the world. Was it arrogance? Did I feel it was beneath me? The master of the kaleidoscope, a magician. I couldn't help but laugh at my own stupidity. My feet planted firmly in the ground, I held my sword with both hands. Slash. Slash. Thrust. Slash. Slash. Thrust. I was here to train, I need to start from the very basics. Chapter 50, Chapter 49. Step forward, overhead slash. Bend knees, thrust. Left. Right. Deep breath, release and swing. My hands dropped to my side, sword still clutched tight in my fingers. You need to eat. Dregs, word breaking me from my fugue. How long was it this time? I dropped down, getting comfortable on the ground and allowed my breathing to settle as I closed my eyes. I felt the cold air scrape across my face. It was hard to stay focused in such situation, but I had much practice at this point. About 2 days if my estimation is correct. This place, it make you lose track of time. No, maybe it was even more than that. It makes you lose your sense of self. How many days have I stayed back here, and just continued my practice? I think we were almost up to 2 months now. The day-night cycle was not the same outside, it almost seemed random. Perhaps there was an order that would reveal itself if I continued to pay attention for several more months, but at the moment it just seemed to change based on its own mood. Not just that either, it seems as though the longer I spend in this realm, the more I change along to match its properties. My need to consume food had decreased exponentially, to the fact that I had to be reminded to eat after a couple days. That isn't even mentioning water, I haven't felt the need to drink anything. What a strange place. I swept my gaze around the area, hundreds of skeletal bodies littered my little haven. They hadn't stopped coming for me in these past weeks, though they only came from below. It seemed like besides that one weird guard, no other undead were above me. I think it's about time I moved on. I wasn't talking to anyone in particular, even Drake was silent. There wasn't much to pack up, I kept my food safe and secure, my blade had stayed with me this entire time and I only grabbed scraps from the things I've fought before. Let's see if these past days have been good to me. It didn't take long to meet my familiar friend once again. I had probed him a couple of times since our first meeting, just seeing what exactly he was. Dropping my sack to the ground I took a step towards his position. Return, it bellowed, standing up. Maybe the magic's holding it together force it to say such a thing instead of being the only word it can actually speak. I was much less nervous this time, my hands extremely steady as I continued to walk forward, matching its lumbering steps. It swung its sword in the same way, a haphazard swing horizontally to cleave me in half. I merely took a step back, watching it miss. I think my previous thinking process was flawed, I continued to think of it in a manner of just brute forcing me way through this thing. It recovered its swing, ready to cleave me in twain yet again. I stepped to the side, waiting. The inevitable edge of the blade came towards me, I ducked down, allow it to pass safely over my head and impale itself onto the cliffside. I looked up, seeing the thing trying to pull free its massive blade to no avail. Well, that's one way to do it. I muttered, lifting my own weapon. The undead's free hand tried to swing at me, but I deflected it much better this time, and I followed up with a swift stab through into the eye socket of its helmet. The magics dispersed with a visible effect, the animated corpse falling to the ground. That was much easier than I had built it up to be. You aren't exactly a beginner. Your issue was having a shallow foundation yet possess exceptionally powerful abilities. Yeah, that's true. If I had to describe it, I was perhaps an upside-down pyramid. These past months have been me slowly added more bricks on the bottom to even it out, even just a little bit. Well, let's keep going then. I hesitantly put a foot on the brittle-looking rock bridge that allowed one to cross from one cliffside to another. Natural in formation, but it appeared as though it would break at any moment. I guess it would be comical to die in such a mundane way instead of all the other nonsense going on here. There was a cave up ahead, dark and eerie. Now, in a normal circumstance, I would have explored this, but the me right now was overly cautious. If that undead was guarding something it was most likely in here. Not only that, I had a very bad feeling crawl up my spine even looking down that black hole. Staying the hell away. I just continued on a bit longer, only to visibly shudder when my clear path came to an end. The inlays that I hoped would take me to the top stopped here. All that was facing me was the rocky side of the snowy cliff. Well, fuck. I resolved myself, finding a good spot, and I began truly climbing. No turning back now. The sharp stones were quick to tear into my hands, only a few dozen feet up and my skin had already been punctured. My blood seeping out made the stones all the more difficult to grab onto. I could only wrap them in cloth to continue my ascent. The air was getting noticeably thinner with every few dozen feet I continued up and more strange phenomena started occurring. The cold didn't even have to be mentioned, my vision was significantly lowered in this blizzard weather, I maybe had a 4 or 5 meters I could see in any direction, the only exception was something strange off to the side. "Fuck," the words escaped my lips as my foothold crumbled and my hands slipped. I tumbled down, hitting several rocks before landing on a small, protruded edge that allowed me to regain my hold. Blood ran down the corner of my lips, I felt my throat full of the stuff. I hit that ledge hard, and the fall wasn't exactly soft. Sucking in a cold breath of air, I steadied my legs and grabbed onto another jagged edge to pull myself up again. How many feet did I reclimb? Everything looked the same and my vision was heavily impaired. I think the only valid measurement of distance was the fact that I was getting noticeably colder the higher I went. Which, you may expect, climbing a mountain, but this was noticeably colder, as in every few feet it dropped a couple degrees. I don't think I even got far, practically impossible to measure actual distance, when I heard a sound above me, things were falling down, smacking against the cliff and coming right towards me. As quickly as I could, I stabbed my sword into the mountain as hard as I could and grabbed onto it, ducking my head under my arms. Rocks fell down on me, some merely hurt, intent to leave bruises, others sliced open my skin on their descent. Luckily, none managed to hit my head, lest my skull take a beating. When the last boulders and rocks finally passed, I only climbed a few more feet until I saw a familiar sight. The strange thing that caught my attention before I fell the first time. I saw a castle, completely upside down. It was perhaps the source of those stones from earlier. Did it exist in a state of perpetual falling? Such a thing goes against the logic of humanity, but here that can be true. If it was always falling, that meant as soon as something disturbed its stasis, the momentum would carry it downwards, like those rocks. No wonder they buried themselves so deep, perhaps there was a ceiling on their velocity, but I did not want to test that. My breathing was becoming too ragged, I didn't dwell on it. The only solace was that I found a tree jetting out of a small cliff nearby that I could sit down and rest. I took out some wood and some pieces of scrap metal. I hit my sword against the scraps, trying to light up some tinder I bundled together. Come on. My hands shook slightly, I was freezing, and a little fire would do me good. Just a little spark, please. I whispered. I continued until my fingers became numb, nothing. I couldn't get a single ember to appear. A sudden urge to throw my sword off the cliff appeared, but I quickly squashed it down. No point in torturing myself more than this place is already doing. There were thoughts in the back of my head, little whispers telling me to just go back down and continue with what I was doing before. Fuck this mountain. I stood up, feet a little wobbly. I took my sword in both hands and began to swing it again. The same rhythmic movements that I have spent the past couple months mastering. It was soothing, perhaps even a little warm in its familiarity. It allowed me to just ever so slightly take my mind off this biting cold. My eyes slowly opened, ice literally falling off my eyelashes as I moved them. I had somehow managed to catch a few hours of sleep in this god-forsaken weather. I can only thank the remnants of my devil physiology that I didn't freeze to death. Even with most everything being sealed away, there were some things just inherent to my physical body. I'm not even sure how she went about sealing some of my racial abilities, perhaps she more so shackled certain aspect of my physiology in addition to my source of magical energy. I wouldn't die of hypothermia. Probably. And I don't think any of my body parts would be frozen. The snowstorm did die down, a little bit. I could see maybe a few more feet in front of me now, small mercies. Wait, I abruptly turned my head and looked at the tree that was providing me with some manner of shelter. I reached up to grab something hanging off on a small string. Teacher. I whispered lightly, holding a piece of flint in my hand. I cradled the small object like it was the most precious treasure. I gathered my stuff back up again and struck my sword against the small piece of flint. It was much easier to light a fire now, a quick strike of my sword and sparks flew, turning into little embers. These pieces of scraps I've kept dry all this time, and some tinder I found at the base of the mountain. Warmth. The tree hanging overhead blocked most of the snowfall, allowing my little fire to persist through this deathly air. I needed this, it filled me with resolve to keep going, that's all I could do right now. I would stay here for a bit longer and warm up then continue on. Maybe another day or so, to allow this fire to run its course. How likely was I to find another little area like this to take another break? Cooking a potato over the fire, I allowed myself to enjoy this little prize. But all good things couldn't continue. I noticed the storm starting to pick up again and I didn't know if I should continue staying here for longer or not. Almost as if the world to give me a boot, a large swath of cold air blew in from the side, completely enveloping the fire and snuffing it out with an overlay of snow. Fuck this mountain. I wanted to rant and rave, but I couldn't even find the energy to do that right now. I slowly grabbed all my stuff once again and searched for another foothold to continue on. My hands already numb to the pain, I couldn't even feel the sharp rocks anymore. Moments after leaving the safety of my fire, and I couldn't even recall the sensation of warmth. After a while I think I saw a cloud pass by. How high up was I exactly? Did the sky even have the same concept here as I was used to? I don't know how long I continued forward. My stamina was starting to deplete until I rolled up onto a protruding cliff, able to sit down and rest for a moment. How long did I continue to climb after this? My memories started to blur together and I caught myself almost stumbling off the side of the cliff. I could recall skirting alongside the cliffside, barely enough room to stand on, a very large and strange mushroom that I avoided, and even what appeared to be fish, flying through the air. Wait, did I imagine that last one? Did it not sing me a song as it passed by? Well, I heard a voice, and I looked up to see what looked like Meridia waving her legs over the side of the cliff. What? Am I really that far gone or is something else going on? I'm pretty sure I haven't crossed into crazy territory yet. Perhaps I would have continued this question, had the figure not dispersed into a strange mist. I think this mountain was doing something to my consciousness, or rather something here was messing with me. Well, I just had to ignore it for now. Looking up, I couldn't find a good vantage point to keep going. It seemed as though I would need to find another way. My eyes darted everywhere and I noticed a small chasm to the side. The opposite end looked to be a decent place to continue upwards. I walked up, wiping away the copious amounts of snow at the ledge, getting an idea of the distance and taking a few steps back to get a running start. Leaping across, I managed to get most of my body on the ledge, able to slowly pull myself up after finding a good place to grab. Wilhelm. Another voice grabbed my attention. I saw Artoria squatting down, offering her hand. Perhaps it was a moment of weakness, because I reached out instinctively, only for my hand to go through hers and she dispersed into more mist. Fuck, I shouted, sliding down, almost falling off the side of the cliff. My foot managed to stop on a good foothold so I didn't fall down. With more strength than I wanted to muster, I was able to pull myself up and over, rolling on my back as I peered over the edge. Stupid, stupid. I whispered to myself. What the hell was going on? Was something raiding my memories or was I projecting my own towards whatever source was fucking with me? This kept going on, days, weeks. I think time began to lose meaning to me. The only semblance of the passage of time was me running low on food. Oh, it's teacher this time. I muttered, seeing a clearly fake scathatch trying to lure me somewhere. Seriously, who would fall for this, again? Maybe put your A-game into it next time. I threw a rock at the little mirage, the illusion that seemed to emanate out of this mountain. I rolled my eyes as it burst into mist again, only for it to re-emerge back into her form. I just sighed, deciding to ignore whatever was going on. If it could physically affect me, it probably would have by N. Oh my. I did a double take as this time the illusion started to strip. Okay, bonus points here. I gave it a shaky thumbs up, as it tried to get me to follow it in a specific direction. I did take a few moments to just watch. Nice, I wonder how accurate that is compared to the real thing. I nodded. Huh, if I stick around long enough, will it try to do this looking like Meridia? It would be a lie to say that I didn't enjoy it when her image showed up. It had been quite a while since I've seen her. Truly, this thing is a formidable opponent. This little distraction did help relieve a small amount of mental fatigue, but my body was reaching its limit. I was exhausted. I don't know how much longer I could keep going. The only thing that kept me moving was the fact that I could see the top of the peak from here. Roughly 400 meters, if I eyed that correctly. The snowstorm seemed almost completely gone here. I could do it, I could do this. Was it getting harder as I got closer or was I just imagining it? It was almost like a dream. Each foot up I took, I don't even remember doing it, but I saw the top coming closer and closer into view. Will, come with me. Meridia looked at me coquettishly, her familiar dress drooping slightly past her shoulder. You better pray I don't find you later. I growled, throwing a rock through the illusion. As much as I would like to see that scene, for some reason I'm actually pissed off that Meridia was being used like that. 300 meters. Will, stay with me or I'll jump off. Meridia once again appeared at the edge of the cliff. I just blinked, looking at it. Seriously? You really don't have any idea who that is then? Just borrowing the image from my subconscious. If she were truly here, this entire realm would tremble with each of her steps. I don't know why I wasted the breath saying this, but the look the illusion gave me was satisfying. A hint of annoyance on her face before dispersing. A little more. I spoke even at the cost of my dwindling energy. 200 meters. The stones I gripped were pulled out. Maybe I would have been fine, but I saw the illusion of Meridia killing Artoria making me tumble away back down in my very brief distraction. My arms got cut up from the jagged protrusions, but I was able to stop myself from falling further. Maybe my anger was now fueling me. I think I climbed back up faster than the first time. 100 meters. I no longer had any feeling in my arms. I looked around, but I saw nothing, so I kept going. 50 meters. Coming to the final cliff, I almost fell down again as my footing crumbled. Grabbing tight, I hefted myself up, pushing over the edge and rolling onto the top. There was something there. I could almost roll my eyes, but my energy was lacking right now. I pulled myself up, not recognizing the lower half of the figure, only to pause when I saw its face. You. I said quietly, my body trembling. A man with a familiar shade of hair. I almost ran a hand through my own out of instinct. My shaking hands forcibly curled into fists. My father. Sirs X Lucifer. Why don't you come back with me? He gave a disarming smile. We can be a family. No. I said, calming down, much to the thing's annoyance. An audible frown on its face due to my lack of reaction. Do you expect me to lash out? Or maybe jump with joy at your words? Even if you were real, I'm not that little child living by himself anymore. Was I still angry at him? Sure, I think anyone in my situation would hold on to some anger. But I'm not going to dictate any more than that towards this person. To actively hate someone requires effort. He is not worth it. I took a step forward. Neither you nor the person you imitate has any control over me. I flicked the illusion, watching it disappear for the last time. You are irrelevant. Good riddance. There was a small path up to the actual peak. The climbing was more so heaving my tired body up some stone cliffsides. I did it. I said quietly, falling to the ground, barely sitting up and taking in the view from the top. You did. Another voice answered. I looked over to see Scathatch standing next to me. You've been watching me the entire time. You did good. She nodded. I didn't think you would realize your own faults early on. I was planning on having you fight your way up a large portion of the mountain. Perhaps set some stronger variants at certain locations to provide walls you had to work to break down. But it wasn't needed in the end. She shook her head with a small smile. You set the undead there. I tilted my head. That made an alarming amount of sense. Of course. She said plainly. What about those illusions? Remnants of something that I sealed here long ago, something that is neither living nor dead, yet still clings onto a chance at life by consuming the essence of anything it can get its hands on. What was the point of this? I tried to wave my arms around, but I just collapsed onto the ground. You needed to suffer. She replied without a hint of remorse. Ah, so you're a sadist. She walked up to me, lightly tapping the butt of her spear on my forehead. If I wasn't pleased with your progress, I would have smacked you for that. She frowned slightly. The dragon spoke of me at length of your issues. I agreed with him after some deliberation. You have never suffered before, nor have you ever needed to. Some battles may have pushed you to your limits, but it is not the same. I never swung my sword until my arms hurt. I never cast my spells until my voice was hoarse. I never truly trained in any capacity. You understand. She looked pleased. You were arrogant because of what you inherited, thinking never to push beyond your own limits. You had never truly suffered before. I have never had a student with your particular situation. I needed to devise a new strategy. Does that mean you'll unseal my power? I asked. It would be pointless to keep you from utilizing your strengths any longer. We shall begin your true training tomorrow, for now though. She placed her hand on my forehead. Rest, you have earned a small reprieve. My eyes closed, involuntarily, and I welcomed the darkness.